If you indulge yourself once, you can get 1 million, and the higher the degree of indulgence, the more generous the reward. Given the chance, how would you indulge yourself? You just scolded the boss in the group chat, and 1 million yuan was directly credited to your bank account. As you were looking at the bank's SMS in confusion, a prompt sound from the system instantly came into your ears, detected the host's dissatisfaction with their own life, indulging the system to activate. From now on, every indulgence of the host will be rewarded according to the degree of indulgence. Listening to the prompt in your ear, your fists clenched tightly, excited beyond measure. Is this unexpected fortune finally coming your way? You have never seen so much money from birth until now. After working for more than 6 months, your monthly salary, after deducting Social Security and Housing Fund, is only a little over 4,800, and after deducting monthly rent and meals, you have saved a total of over 14,000. Wow! The system's one-time reward is directly 100 times your half-year savings. This sudden wealth is truly exhilarating. You seem to see a bright future full of golden light ahead of you. You jump straight out of bed, ready to scold your boss again. Ding! The same indulgence. This system will not respond. Listening to the system's prompt, your waist that had just straightened suddenly bent down. After some thought, you decide to go to the company to resign, and also see if there are any opportunities for rewards. Just as you were about to head to the subway station, you suddenly stopped in your tracks. With a system in place, why bother taking the subway? With that in mind, you took out your phone and called for a luxury car directly. Ding! The host has successfully indulged once. Rewarded with 6.666 million yuan. So cool. This is what life is all about. This is life. Being able to earn and enjoy at the same time. Let's go. 10 minutes later, a car with the license plate of Audi S6L stopped in front of you. Excuse me, is Mr. Chin with the license plate ending in 2752? The driver got out of the car and kindly asked. Yes, that's me. Thank you. No problem. It's my pleasure. Listening to the driver's words, you sighed. Indeed, a luxury car service. It truly lives up to its price. Not a waste of the extra money spent. Entering the building, arriving at the elevator on the first floor, you looked at the various working people around you and smiled slightly. There was a time when you were also one of these beings. Things are different now. Since acquiring the system last night, your life will be different. Working has become a thing of the past, and your future will be very bright. Ding! The host understands the true essence of indulging in the system and receives a reward. BMW 330im Sporty Night. This is also possible? You calculated that with insurance, purchase tax, registration, etc., it would cost over 400,000 for someone from your family background. It's definitely a luxury car. You walk directly into the elevator and wait patiently. 2 minutes later, you arrive at the 20th floor. After completing the resignation procedures, due to insulting the leader in the group chat with a serious situation, your salary for this month is gone. You don't mind. With the system in hand, who cares about those trivial matters? Back at your workstation, you glance at the desk where you have worked for more than half a year. Feeling no attachment at all, you pick up some personal items and prepare to leave. At that moment, a gentle and pleasant voice entered your ears. Xin Chao, are you leaving your job? I enjoyed working with you. Let's keep in touch in the future. You turned around and saw a beautiful girl about 1.7 meters tall, wearing a light-colored OL suit and walking towards you in exquisite high heels. Looking at the beauty in front of you, you were slightly stunned. Yes, Xiaojing, how about having dinner together tonight to celebrate my escape from the sea of suffering? Sure, we haven't had dinner together for so long. I am also aware of this matter. I hope you don't feel sad about it, and strive to find a better job. Tianjing agreed directly. Okay, tonight it is then. I'll find a restaurant and send you the address. I'll leave first. You waved to Tianjing and walked outside. After leaving the company, you casually checked the time and it was exactly 10 o'clock. Still early for lunch. You remembered the BMW 330im that the system rewarded you with and decided to go pick up the car first. During your summer vacation in college, you obtained a driver's license, but you haven't driven for several years, so there was still a slight sense of anxiety in your heart. Therefore, you called for a luxury car service and headed to the BMW 4S dealership in Tianhe District. 15 minutes later, you arrived at the BMW 4S store in Tianhe District. Just as you walked into the store, a well-proportioned female salesperson in uniform approached you and said, "Hello, I am Zhou Jieje with employee number 6850. How can I assist you? I'm here to pick up my car." You paused and said directly, "Which model are you picking up? Who is your salesperson in charge? I can have them come over." She asked. Zhou Jieje, I ordered the BMW 330im Sport Shadow Edition online. Here are my documents. Not sure about the process of ordering a car online. You thought for a moment and came up with an excuse. As if she had guessed your thoughts, the system timely explained. The host does not need to worry. All ordering methods of the system are legal and compliant. Please wait. I will check for you. After Zhou Jiajia finished speaking, she walked over to the computer desk. 2 minutes later, Mr. Qin, you did indeed order a BMW 330im Sport Shadow Night package from us. May I ask what color interior and exterior you would like? After Zhou Jiajia finished checking, she walked towards you and said, black exterior with red interior. You thought for a moment and said, alright, please wait a moment while we process the relevant paperwork. We happen to have a car in stock, so you can drive it away today, Zhou Jiajia said with a smile. 10 minutes later, sitting in your own BMW 330im, you see the bright red and elegant interior, and your heart is filled with excitement. You know that from now on, your life will undergo a tremendous change, and the things that used to be out of reach for you may now be within your grasp. Arriving at the Dongdu Garden community, you park your car in the parking space, open the door and step out, checking the time on your phone, 12:10. Your stomach protests, and you look around at various shops, such as barbecue restaurants, hot pot places, and Shaw County snacks. You see the sign of the Lanzhou ramen shop where you often eat. Boss, one big bowl of beef ramen. With Qin Chao lightly shouting out the ordering slogan he had been shouting for half a year. An accent filled with the strong smell of lamb kebabs soon came from the kitchen as well. Okay, one large bowl of beef ramen. It's lunchtime and the store is still crowded. Most of them were young people like Qin Chao, who rented in Dongdu Garden. Qin Chao briefly swept a glance and secretly guessed in his heart, I guess they are all cattle and horses that work in the neighborhood. It's a good thing Qin Chao has jumped out of the cow and horse, of which he was still a part until yesterday. Thanks again, System Dad. Kao Tao La. Don't call me Dad. Looking at the system's powerless response, Qin Chao Jie snickered. Hey, some are born in Rome, while others are born as cattle and horses. This ed-up world. Just as Qin Chao was about to turn on Jitterbug and kill the time waiting for his meal, an unread text message from a previous system reward arrival was reflected in his eyes. You at least have a system, right? We're not cows and horses anymore, are we? Then why are you still eating beef ramen at $16 a serving like these cows and horses? There's just a few slices of beef floating around up there. Where's the food for that? Thinking of this, Qin Chao's voice sounded again. Boss, give me an extra half-pound of beef. As soon as the words fell, the surrounding oxen and horses eating noodles were so shocked that they looked toward Qin Chao, facing their envious and jealous stares. Qin Chao directly ignored it. Will he or she eat the same ramen as them now that the system is in place? It's ridiculous. Ding! The host has successfully recognized that he is different from ordinary cattle and horses in terms of diet, and has broadened his horizons, which is regarded as a successful indulgence. This indulgence scores 3 points and awards 30,000 yuan in cash. Tatsuko, you're so powerful. Watch the greeting bank app turn into a balance of more than $454,000. Qin Chao's heart burst with darkness. It's unimaginable to think that you're making someone's year's salary in 2 days. With the system in place, one has achieved wealth freedom and one's future is destined to be endless. Lower your head and look at the little tummy. Turn on the front camera of your phone and look at quite a bit of flesh on your face. Qin Chao felt that he should start losing weight and getting fit, whether it's for health reasons or for chasing girls. A good body is all that is necessary. As a fitness blogger at Shakeology said, discipline yourself to become a better version of yourself and see more beautiful sights. Look at the beef ramen and half a pound of beef that was served. And then he thought that he had to have dinner with Tianjing tonight. Qin Chao decided. Self-discipline. Starting tomorrow. I'm going to start with an open meal today and officially start the diet tomorrow morning. After lunch, Qin Chao, who had nothing to do, planned to go home and take a nap. Taking out his keys, he opened the door to his home and slumped into his soft, whirling bed. Well, it's beautiful. Set an alarm for 5 p.m. to prevent oversleeping and missing the dinner appointment with Tianjing. Qin Chao relaxed and closed his eyes. Chapter 5 Tianjing in Suyekian. Evening, 5 o'clock. Jingle bells dash. An alarm clock went off. Qin Chao opened his eyes. Nearly 3 hours of sleep made Qin Chao feel a wave of refreshment. After thinking about it, the dinner appointment with Tianjing was at 6 o'clock. So I had to hurry up and make a reservation and send her the address. This is the first time in Qin Chao's life to invite a girl to dinner alone, or Tianjing, such as white skin, beautiful body and sexy beauty. Think about Qin Chao is still quite excited. University 4 years. Qin Chao basically belongs to the kind of 5 to 9 hardworking, diligent students. Every day is either the classroom is the cafeteria, and the library, can be said to be 3 points one line. After graduating from college and entering the Tianyi trade, in order to get promoted and get a raise, he also worked hard and often worked overtime and stayed up late. So he simply didn't have the heart to move in the aspect of male and female feelings. The key is still low self-esteem. Rural household. Long and a little fat. Even if there is a heart. Qin Chao also dare not show it. If the company's co-workers knew about it, they would laugh at themselves as toads wanting to eat swan meat. But it's not what it used to be, now that we have the system in place. There's money, a $400, 000 plus BMW, and a steady stream of other rewards after that. Money is a man's guts. Qin Chao has the guts and the courage to pursue the girl he likes. Since he wasn't too sure about Tianjing's taste in this aspect of food, Qin Chao thought about it and decided to send a WeChat to ask her. Jing, do you have any food taboos? Can you eat spicy food? Just after putting down the phone, Tianjing's message came back. Brother Qin, I can do it all. I can eat spicy food. You forget, I'm from Sichuan province. Then is it okay to have hot pot today? Thinking that the Sichuan and Chongqing region is more famous for hot pot, Qin Chao asked again. Okay, I love fondue. Smiley face. JPG. Looking at the back of the message, Shizuku's selfie made a smiley face emoticon. Qin Chao laughed, kinda narcissistic, and shook his head. Ended the conversation. Qin Chao opened the popular review app and carefully compared it. I finally found a highly rated seafood hot pot restaurant called Jia Hai. Spend more than 1,000 yuan per person. This grade is really high in Haicheng. After all, as the end of the second-tier city of Haicheng, the per capita income is only more than 5,000. To take 1/5 of your salary for a meal is really a bit extravagant for most people. Looking at the location of the hot pot restaurant, it's about 5 kilometers away from Dongdu Garden. Thinking that he had to go ahead and book a place, Qin Chao changed his clothes, took the BMW car keys and walked out of the house. 10 minutes later, Pearl Commercial Plaza. As a commercial center that has exploded in Haicheng in recent years, Pearl Plaza is usually very crowded. That's why there are a lot of online stores situated in it. Jia Hai Seafood Hot Pot Restaurant is located on the 4th floor of Pearl Plaza. Parking the BMW 330M in the underground garage of the plaza, Qin Chao took the elevator and went straight to Jia Hai. In front of the Jia Hai, Qin Chao was just about to walk inside when the waiter at the door greeted him. This gentleman, inside please. How many are you? The waiter smiled slightly towards Qin Chao and made a gesture of please. 2. Better arrange a quiet compartment for me, please. Qin Chao thought for a moment and said to the welcome guest. Sir, our box has a minimum spending limit of 5,888. You see? No problem. Ding. The host is more spontaneous in eating and drinking and is considered to have indulged successfully. This indulgence is rated 3 out of 5. Rewarded with a cash prize of 30,000 yuan in full. The system produces all the best products. Looking at the bank card balance became more than 484,000. Qin Chao smiled and followed the waiter to the private room. In the box, look around at the luxurious decor. Simple and atmospheric marble floors, bright and upscale crystal chandeliers, oversized 180-degree floor-to-ceiling windows. Qin Chao sighed. Worthy of being a hot pot restaurant with more than 1,000 per capita. It really deserves its class. He opened his cell phone wisdom and tapped on the dialog box with Tianjing. Jia Seafood Hot Pot. Map. Okay, copy that. Looking at the message Tianjing just returned. Thinking that there should be a while before Tianjing can come, clicked on the jitterbug. The entrance to the Rongtai mansion. Tianjing, who had just gotten off work, walked toward the curb with her long legs wrapped in sexy black silk. She had just hailed a car on the drop app and was on her way to the Pearl Business Plaza. Jingle bells. A phone rang. Tianjing took out her cell phone from the bag she was carrying, looking at the caller contact on his cell phone. Su Xiaopu. He smiled slightly and answered the call. Hey, Jing, you off work or not? The evening we want to eat together. I bought a group buy coupon for Hai Di Lao at Shake Shack, which is only 168 for 2 people, so it's a good deal. Listening to her roommate and best friend Su Yakian's voice coming from her cell phone, Tianjing gave a dark cry. I made an appointment with a colleague from the company who just left to have dinner together today. He's very nice, and he helped me a lot at work before, so I promised him. It's too much of a coincidence. Male female. Male. You're so sexy and pretty. He's got to have a thing for you. Ask him if he can bring his girlfriends with him. I'll be there just in time to check you out and see what's going on. Listening to her best friend's words, Tianjing's face reddened as she said, Don't you talk nonsense. We are just working relationship. I often have problems I don't understand at work before we'll ask him for advice. He is considered my half-master. Jing, I'm starving, so do me a favor and let me tag along for a meal. Seeing that her best friend was playing a rascal, Tianjing had no choice but to say helplessly, Okay then, I'll ask him. Hang up the phone and open WeChat. Tianjing said after a moment of deliberation. I'm sorry, Brother Qin. My best friend was going to have dinner with me today, but it didn't happen. So can I bring my best friend with me? Ding! The Wilson message rang off. Chin Chow, who was immersed in the world of yoga pants, arse, and big boobs, couldn't help himself, came back to his senses. Looking at the message sent by Tianjing, he replied back, "It's no problem, Jing, just have her come over. Tianjing is so sexy and pretty, her BFF shouldn't be bad either. Heart YY. Chin Chow proceeded to brush the jitterbug. Looking at the message, Chin Chow replied. Tianjing's beautiful white face slightly revealed a smile. In her heart, Chin Chow was nice and hardworking. Usually when he has questions about his work, he is very patient to answer them. So Tianjing's perception of Chin Chow is actually quite good. Hey, it's just a little less conditioned and a little fatter. Otherwise that's really my ideal type, Tianjing whispered to herself. Forwarding the address sent by Chin Chow to his girlfriend, he agreed with her again on the address to meet in a while. The car she called just happened to be parked at the curb. After confirming with the driver that her cell phone's tail number was correct, Tianjing got into the car and headed towards Pearl Plaza. 20 minutes later, Tianjing and Su Yaqian met at the entrance of Pearl Plaza. Xiao Jing, what kind of family condition is this co-worker of yours, inviting us to eat at Jia Hai? Su Yaqian said to Tianjing with a puzzled look on her face. Ah, what's wrong? You don't know Jia Hai? Haicheng is famously expensive. I looked on the popular commentary. The per capita consumption is more than 1,000. Ha, that expensive? He has said that his hometown is from rural Gan province, Tianjing said with both surprise and some confusion. She also did not expect that Chin Chow would invite her to such an expensive restaurant. Usually, looking at Chin Chow's dressing, he didn't look like a rich man. He must be interested in you if he invited you alone to such an expensive restaurant. So take it easy. After saying that, Su Yaqian went up and sat on her best friend's hand and walked into the mall. Chapter 6, a little plan to change for the better. When the two of them walked into Jia Hai, the woman who had just received Chin Chow immediately greeted them. Looking at the store's luxurious and high-grade decoration, Tianjing and her best friend Su Yaqian are a little constrained, and their fingers are a little sweaty. After all, the two of them are just ordinary working people with a salary of $5,000 or $6,000 a month. Usually eat hot pot to go to the average price of about 100 per capita hot pot restaurant. The first time into this kind of upscale seafood hot pot restaurant, inevitably a little rushed. Ignoring the welcoming guests' enthusiastic gaze, Tianjing's eyes carefully swept through the hall, but she still did not see Chin Chow's figure. Are you two beauties here to dine? Do you have a reservation? The female greeter inquired. Is there a reservation for a Mr. Chin? Looking at the waiter's eyes, after looking around and not finding Chin Chow's figure, Tianjing could only ask boldly. May I ask if you are Ms. Tianjing? Yes, please follow me. Mr. Chin Chow is waiting for you in the box. Hearing the word box, Tianjing's face didn't change much, but Su Yaqian beside her was secretly sighing. She knows that the minimum consumption of the box in this store is 5,888 yuan, which is worth a month's salary for her. One meal on a month's salary is a luxury when you think about it. Knock knock knock. There was a knock on the compartment door. The door was pushed open with a come in from inside. Mr. Chin, your friend has arrived. May I ask if we need to serve the food now? A waitress off to the side asked. Okay, just serve the food. Chin Chow smiled and replied. Hearing Chin Chow's voice ringing out, the sense of urgency in Tianjing's body slowly went down. Looking up at Chin Chow's familiar face, Tianjing realized that there seemed to be some indescribable changes in him. It's strange, but it does exist. The previous Chin Chow didn't give her this kind of feeling, and it felt like the whole person's temperament was different when she didn't see him for an afternoon. It's as if it's more confident, more flamboyant. Hi, how are you two beauties? Have a seat. Chin Chow briefly greeted them and said in a casual tone. Hello handsome, my name is Su Yaqian. I'm Jing Jing's roommate and best friend. I'm here today uninvited to rub a meal. You won't mind, right? Su Yaqian's nice big eyes blinked, smiled wryly, and graciously pulled Tianjing to sit opposite Chin Chow. How come? I'd be happy to have the two beauties over for dinner together, Chin Chow said with full of concern. Su Yaqian is also a great beauty. When they came in just now, Chin Chow took a cursory glance. Tianjing was still in the same OL suit that she had seen at the office in the morning. White blouse, black silk, gray wraparound skirt, and stiletto heels. The main one is a uniformed seductress. Su Yaqian, on the other hand, was dressed in a simple and casual outfit. A white t-shirt with denim hot pants. The features are three-dimensional and delicate. The waist is slim, the thighs are plump and fleshy, and the calves are slim and straight. Typical wine glass legs. A beautiful woman's best friend is really beautiful too. Very topical indeed. Brother Chin, why did you choose to eat here? It's too expensive, isn't it? Right now you've also just left your job, so you shouldn't have much money on hand. Tianjing, who had sat down, torn for a moment or asked. I'm actually a rich kid. My dad hid it from me for over 20 years to test me, and now I'm officially back to being a rich kid. Qin Chao could see that Tianjing was a kind-hearted girl and didn't want him to spend so much money, so he made a little joke that didn't hurt his style. Really? False. Both of my girlfriends rolled their eyes with a bemused look on their faces, looking pretty and adorable. It's true that a beautiful woman with a good face looks good in any expression she makes. Qin Chao knows that he will get richer and richer in the future. He should think of a way how to explain to the outside world to be able to do it. His brain turned around for a while. There is. Actually, I made a lot of money buying overseas stock futures. It's just this one meal. Small problem. Qin Chao stared at Tianjing's beautiful eyes and said seriously. Tianjing looked at Qin Chao's sincere eyes, believed what he said and simply complimented him. You're so good, Qin. You get results in everything you do. Thanks Shizuku. A few minutes later, various dishes were served. More than 4 pounds of Australian lobster, 5 pounds of king crab, blue flag tuna midsection. As these expensive ingredients were diced up one by one and placed in the fondue pot, uncontested tears slowly flowed down from the corners of Tianjing and Su Yaqian's mouths. Qin Chao's heart is also a little stupid. After all, these seafood he basically never eaten. Two pretty girls took out their cell phones and snapped pictures. Each sent a message to a friend, and the three began to feast. After eating and drinking, Tianjing touched her round belly and asked, Brother Qin, what are your plans for the future? Start a business. Qin Chao wiped his hands and smiled. At least you don't have to look at the leader's face in the company. Come on, I'm sure you'll be able to start your own business. Tianjing made a fist gesture, looking dopey. Maybe it was because before in the company, work problems often asked Qin Chao for advice, and Qin Chao solved it perfectly every time. So Tianjing formed a blind trust in her heart towards Qin Chao. Qin Chao felt that he could not live up to this trust. After having the system, Qin Chao wanted to make his life richer and more colorful. So Qin Chao currently thought of a few small plans in his mind. 1. Weight loss skin care, 1 month to let their weight down to the standard weight, and then exercise to make their body better, but also pay attention to skin care, so that their face value is higher, more handsome. 2. Entrepreneurship, after the money cannot do nothing all day long. Start a business before the entrepreneurial direction, project type, risk factor, address and so on to do a detailed plan. It is best to do with their own before the relevant, cannot blindly into the field. 3. Reading. Reading is a very meaningful thing. Can enhance their thinking and mindset, broaden their horizons, enhance the connotation. Qin Chao is ready to read as a long-term hobby interest to cultivate. These few plans are what Qin Chao will strive for next. When you get better, the world will come toward you. Qin Chao was looking forward to this moment. Steady development. Don't wave. Ding. The host, since obtaining the system, has truly changed his view of himself from the inside, realizing a leap in his life's mentality, and is considered to have succeeded in indulging in lust. This indulgence scores 8. Reward 1 million startup fund. A set of office of 238 square meters on the 19th floor of Rongtai building. Note 1. This funding can only be used to start a business and cannot be used elsewhere. Note 2. For office title, please go to Rongtai Property Management Company. The property fee has been paid for 5 years. Qin Chao froze. It's true that when you doze off, the system sends you a pillow. It's empowering. It was still the 19th floor of the Rongtai building, and his own previous company, Tanny Trading, was on the 20th floor of the Rongtai building. Rongtai building, as the top 5 AA office building in Haicheng, is in the center area of Haicheng City, a 5-star business circle and a place of commercial guilt. Being able to own the title to a set of offices in a place like this is truly the equivalent of owning a golden chicken that lays eggs. But you are getting ready to start your own business, so you can use this office set as your company's home base. In the early stages, when you are just starting to feel your way around and develop obscenely, 238 ping should be enough. Judging from the rewards triggered in the last few times, Qin Chao had probably understood the basic rules of the system. The purpose of the system is mainly to make yourself better and grow, materially only. The real goal is to lead yourself to become a perfect social elite in all aspects. Chapter 7, The Surprise of 2. In front of Jiahai Seafood Hot Pot Restaurant, Qin Chao, Tianjing and Su Yaqian were laughing and chatting while walking. Brother Qin, it's getting late, so we'll leave first, Tianjing said to Qin Chao after glancing at the time displayed on her cell phone. How are you guys going to get back? After thinking about it, Qin Chao still asked. After all, it's not safe for 2 girls to be out at night. We'll just take a cab. It'll be quick. Su Yaqian blinked her pretty eyes at Qin Chao and said, I drove here and parked in the underground garage. Why don't I give you guys a ride back? I'm not too sure about taking a cab at night. did you buy a car? Tianjing was a bit surprised. She had never seen Qin Chao driving to the company before. Well, just picked up a new car today, Qin Chao explained. Well, trouble, the two girlfriends said in unison. After saying that, they looked at each other and then giggled. Ding! Here comes the elevator. Qin Chao took the lead and walked in. Ta-da-da-da, thin heels pounded on the stone floor. Tianjing took her best friend Su Yaqian's arm and followed in with her long black silk legs. B2 level underground garage. The three men stepped out of the elevator room. On the face of it, I saw an iceberry pink Audi A5, a two-door coupe with smooth curves and a very nice-looking body. Qin Chao guessed that the owner of the car is likely to be a woman or an old sister-in-law. Ordinary men will not buy this kind of girly car. Wow, that's a beautiful car. I wonder when I'll be able to afford one. Su Yaqian stared at the Audi A5 for a while and turned her head to Tianjing. Get down to work hard and you'll be able to afford it in the future. Tianjing smiled and touched her best friend's head. Walked to the BMW 330M. Looked at his car, this black dazzling appearance. Streamlined body. Qin Chao touched. Click, the vehicle unlocked and the LED indicator lights flashed. Boo! Opened the main driver's door and got in. Get in the car. Two beautiful women. Qin Chao opened his mouth. You drive a BMW? You're rich. As the two girlfriends sat in the car, before Tianjing could say anything, Su Yaqian couldn't help but open her mouth and ask. BMW 330 Obsidian Night, charcoal black with volcano red, landed at over $400. 000. How about that? Isn't that cool? Qin Chao laughed, looked at the noble atmosphere of the volcanic red interior of the car, and then looked at the face of the driving Qin Chao. Although it is still the same unchanged, slightly fat face, but that very different temperament addition made Qin Chao's charisma seem to increase a lot at once. Tianjing felt her heart pounding. His own hometown is in a small county in Sichuan province. Both parents are elementary school teachers. Teaching is really good, but the monthly salary is just over 3,000. Mom Wang Meixiang mentioned to herself a few times a long time ago. She is also 24 years old this year, almost ready to fall in love and get married and have children. She has only one requirement. The man's family must be in good condition and have a good material life. Often scoffed at this myself, thinking my mom was too much of a snob. Tianjing felt that she was definitely not considered a gold-digging woman, but now sitting in a $400 000 plus BMW is probably a luxury car attribute plus. It was as if Qin Chao's body was glowing, and he had an inexplicable attraction to himself. Thinking about it, Tianjing's heart was in turmoil. On the contrary, Su Yaqian, touching here and there, looking at Qin Chao's eyes seemed to be glowing. For Su Yaqian, Qin Chao, who drives a 400 000 BMW, is considered a high-quality stock. She was well aware that in today's society, material things were if not an all-important factor in measuring a relationship. It's a huge part of it. After all, a relationship without sufficient material goods is like rootless water, which cannot last long. Very handsome indeed. Very good-looking. Jing, what do you think? Su Yaqian looked at Tianjing and said, Ah, it's pretty good-looking. The godforsaken Tianjing returned to her senses and responded. Today's dinner with Qin Chao stimulated her a little bit. No matter whether it was a seafood hot pot of 1,000 per capita or driving a 400 000 plus BMW. This kind of Qin Chao she had never seen before. And the confidence, the flair in him. It feels so much more attractive. It would be perfect if the face was thinner. Tianjing YYY in her head. 15 minutes later. Star City World Neighborhood. Being an older neighborhood and located farther away from the city center, the rents in this neighborhood are sky-high compared to those in the downtown area. The two of them, Tianjing and Su Yaqian, rented in Building 2, 305, a small 2-room, 1-bathroom house. Rent is $2 000 per month, or $1 000 per month per person. Here we are. You guys get off. Since it was an outside vehicle that couldn't get in, Qin Chao could only put them down at the entrance of the neighborhood. Thank you, Qin. It was a great day. Tianjing waved Qin Chao's hand and said, Thank you, handsome, for your hospitality today. Su Yaqian also gave a thank you and turned around, pulling Tianjing into the neighborhood. Watching them walk away from the rearview mirror, Qin Chao started the car and drove towards home. Star City World Neighborhood, 2 Building 305. So tired. Su Yaqian, who pushed open the door, threw her bag to the floor and pounced on the living room sofa directly with her sexy and seductive wineglass legs. Jing, what do you think of Qin Chao as a person? Do you have feelings for him? He seems to be in pretty good condition, driving a 400 000 plus BMW at such a young age. What are you talking about? It's just that he left us for a meal together. Being teased by her best friend, Tianjing's face was like an apple all of a sudden. forcing her shyness to say, "You're so pretty and have such a great body. I can see he's definitely got a thing for you. I'm not talking to you." Tianjing's face flushed red as she trotted into the room. The door locked with a bang. East Capitol Gardens neighborhood. Parking the car in the parking space, Xin Chao returned home. "Just sit down." Jingle bells dash. The cell phone was ringing off the hook. Picking up the phone, it was his mother Ji Tsirong. "Pick up the phone." "Hello, son. Why haven't you called home for so long? Mom is worried sick." Listen to the familiar voice of my mother on the phone. Listen to her complaints. Xin Chao's eyes reddened slightly. The first few months were busy with company projects and I was working a lot and staying up late. Never called home. As a result, he even made his mother worry about himself. And as a son of man, he was indeed too wrong. "Mom, I'm sorry. I was so busy with work earlier that I forgot." Explained why, and expressed concern for his parents' health. After thinking about it, Xin Chao asked a few more questions about the situation at home. "Mom, how's business at home these days?" Mother lowered her voice and said, "Your father and I did the math. Business has been pretty good lately. After costs and rent, we can earn more than 5,000 a month." "That much?" Xin Chao was a little surprised. The average salary of Haichang, a second-tier city at the end of the line, is only more than 5,000. So a comparison. The earning is really quite a lot. Before that, I was only arriving at just over 4,800 per month myself. Of course yourself are different now. It's mostly all the familiar customers around here who take care of us. Plus we have a good reputation. So business has been pretty good. Hearing his mother's somewhat proud tone, Xin Chao smiled. His parents are gentle and sincere, so they get along well with the people around them. "Son, how have you been? How's work? Still working overtime a lot? Are you tired?" Hearing the concern revealed in his mother's words, Xin Chao felt his heart warm. The only people in the whole world who are genuinely good to you and who can be selfless for you are your own parents. It's pretty good, and now that I'm free, I'm just about to start losing weight and working out. That's good. That's good. Good health is most important. Think of the $1 million startup fund the system just gave. And the office title. Changes in your own life later in life. Xin Chao decided to give his parents a precaution first. "Mom, I've been planning to try my hand at entrepreneurship lately while I'm not busy with work, and I've already got a bit of a direction. When I'm rich, you and my dad will lie down peacefully and wait for my son to honor you. Doesn't my third aunt like to show off? So when the time comes, you'll just watch how your son helps you guys earn face back." Two people talking to each other in a sentence. Chapter 8 Golden Power Jim Ruyan Lu. Hanging up. I was about to take a shower and get comfortable when my cell phone on the table kept buzzing and vibrating. Xin Chao was a bit curious and clicked on it. The university's Weibo group blew up. Class President Li Yuhan, more than half a year after graduation. "There are in the development of Haichang tomorrow out to eat a meal together. It happens to be tomorrow's weekend. We get together." Zhou Muyao, "Okay, yeah. It's been a long time since we've seen each other. Miss you all." Zhou Zai-jun, "Okay. I suggest that everyone in Haichang go. Make a big fuss and help each other out too." Watching his college classmates chatting in the group, Xin Chao couldn't help but think of his own college days. Due to the poor performance of the college entrance examination, Xin Chao only got into an ordinary second-base college in Haichang. During his college years, Xin Chao was not considered a popular figure in his class. However, he studied hard and got good grades in his major, basically winning scholarships every year. Little presence in the classroom other than academics. It is useless to study at the top of the class, and it is difficult to find a good job after graduation. Looking back, the students in the WeChat group were still chatting with one word or another. If it was put aside in the past, Xin Chao usually wouldn't have sent a message in the group, but it was different now. With the system, one's future was destined to be extraordinary. These students are no longer on the same level as yourself. The height of thought is different. At a time when most of them were still chatting about their jobs and salaries and all sorts of things, they were all ready to start their own businesses. After thinking about it, Xin Chao also sent a sentence. "Xin Chao, okay, I'll go tomorrow too. Where and when?" Xin Chao has only just shown his head. A few college friends with good relations have asked about his recent situation. At Xin Chao, "This is the first time you've spoken in the group since graduation. How are you doing now? Did you find a good job?" At Xin Chao, "School teacher, how have you been? I haven't seen you for a long time. When are you coming out for a drink?" Xin Chao smiled and returned. Recently had the bad luck to be robbed of his credit by the stupid leader. Got sick of it, and resigned. Tianjin, "It's okay. Just graduated. There are many opportunities in the future. Look away." Li Yang, "Work only to find that some leaders really stupid then. Work have to do. Credit is theirs. Something happened. The pots still have to be our back. Looking at a few classmates who were on good terms and comforting themselves, Qin Chao felt quite warm in his heart. If it weren't for the system, he would probably be secretly depressed. Wang He at Qin Chao. It's only half a year of work and you're quitting. Society is not like school. No one spoils you. Wang He is a local of Haichang. I heard that his family opened a not-so-small hot pot restaurant. In school is also considered a rich second generation. Usually love to show off. He has a small heart. Usually love to show off. Qin Chao school that will not buy his account. Wang He has been looking at Qin Chao as not good. Now that he saw Qin Chao, who had resigned and was not doing well at work, he hurriedly jumped out to mock a wave. When Qin Chao saw his words, he directly chose to ignore them. One more question for the squad leader. At shift leader Li Yuhan, did you confirm the time and address? All members, see you tomorrow at 6 p.m. At the Hongyan restaurant. After looking at the message from the class president, Qin Chao closed his cell phone and walked toward the bathroom. 15 minutes later, after washing up, Qin Chao lay on the bed. Think of a few small goals you've set. Decided to start working out at the gym tomorrow to get my body transformed first. As for skincare, thinking of this, Qin Chao opened the little red book. Search for men's skincare. Watch the tutorial video of a beautiful young lady. According to their recommended skincare artifacts, direct Taobao one-click order. Men, sometimes they need to be a little more sophisticated. Makeup wouldn't be necessary, but skin should still be taken care of. Entrepreneurship. Qin Chao currently does not have much of a clue. Let's put it aside for now. I still have to go to Rongtai building tomorrow to get my 238 square meter office title first. Think again of reading to enrich your store of knowledge and to enhance your substance and temperament. It's definitely true that you should read more. Turn on Shake Shack and search 4 books a man must read in his life. The Moon and Sixpence. 100 Years of Solitude. Alive. Human Weakness. To Kill a Mockingbird. Life CC. Search 2 more masterpieces Jinping May and Watermargin. After placing the order, Qin Chao looked at the time. 2200 hours. Sleep. Early to bed. Early to rise. Regular routine is the first step to losing weight. Saturday, May 27th, 2024. Clear. 11 to 21 degrees Celsius. 7 a.m. Jingle bells dash. The cell phone alarm kept going off. Qin Chao woke up from his sleep and wiped the saliva from the corner of his mouth. Last night it seems that I dreamed of the beautiful and sexy black silk saleswoman Zhou Zhezhe, and I felt so excited all night in the dream. Returning from YY, Qin Chao got up. A wave of shame hit him as he looked down at his stomach, which had quite a bit of meat on it. Weight loss is imperative. Open up Dianping and search for which gym has the most girls. The Jinli gym is recommended by many users in Haicheng. At the corner of Qin Chao's mouth, a smile could not be suppressed. Fitness and weight loss also need to be motivated. The beauty of the more powerful. Only to have the bottom. Opening his closet and rummaging around, he changed into a self-conscious sweatshirt. Departure, Gimli Gym. Ding! The host faces up to the deficiencies in himself and makes changes to himself, and is considered to have succeeded in his indulgence. This indulgence is rated 7 out of 10 and the reward is $400,000 in cash. Note 1, the lower indulgences are indulgences and the higher indulgences are self-discipline. Note 2, spiritual enhancement is the essence of indulgence. The cell phone vibrated. Qin Chao opened it. Another $400,000 on the bank card. Today the balance has come to over $880,000. Money is a man's guts. Qin Chao knew that he would not be aggravated in his life in the future. Qin Chao drove his beloved BMW 330M towards the Golden Power Gym in the city center. Golden Power Gym, the top gym in Haiku City, is situated in the center of Haiku City, inch by inch. 20 minutes later, the entrance to the Gimli Gym. Hello sir, are you working out? There is no online cheesy plot. As a kind of service industry, the receptionist Li Jiajiao smiled at Qin Chao, roughly swept a glance at Qin Chao. Looking at what he was wearing looked like a cheap sportswear set of $20 from Taobao. Li Jiajiao's eyes inadvertently revealed a touch of disappointment. Yes, Qin Chao noticed the disappointed look in Li Jiajiao's eyes, but he didn't care. If it had been before he might have felt a little rushed. With the system, he was already impervious to such looks. After all, money is a man's guts. Thinking about the $880,000 on his card, that's his bottom line. What's the charge, please? Qin Chao followed with a question. What is your name? Sir? Qin. Hello Mr. Qin. Our gym room charges are divided into 3 grades. 1888 gold annual card, 3888 platinum annual card and 5888 black gold annual card. Qin Chao pondered for a moment. He just looked at the public review. Those reviews all said that the gym has a Lu coach especially beautiful sexy, body first class great. He wondered if it would be a bad idea to just ask. We also have a VIP gym, but our VIP room is only open to Diamond members who recharge 20,000 or more at a time, Li Jiajia added. Although from the bottom of her heart, she felt that Qin Chao definitely couldn't afford to run a VIP. Professionally, Li Jiajio still did a good job. Let's start with a 50,000 charge then. Qin Chao felt that it was definitely right to smash money. Isn't money everything? Okay, first charge. 50,000. What? It's really full? Did I hear you right? Li Jiaojiao kind of couldn't believe her ears and even felt that Qin Chao was joking with him. After all, it's 50k, not 5k. Looking at the surprised expression on this receptionist's face, Qin Chao's heart suddenly surged with a feeling of coolness. No wonder those novels always like to have a segment where the protagonist is pretending to hit his face. Now that does seem cool. It's true that you can do whatever you want with the system. Scan the code and pay successfully. One and done. Turned around. After seeing the successful payment displayed on Qin Chao's cell phone, Li Jiaojio finally came back to her senses. Big brother, you're serious. You can't judge a book by its cover. That, Mr. Qin, you charge 50,000. First, I'll get an annual black and gold card for a year, and use the rest of the money for Coach Ryu's private lessons. Qin Chao showed his cards and directly said that the netizens unanimously recommended Coach Lu. The road to fitness and weight loss is rugged and bumpy. There is a beautiful coach to accompany that is not half the effort. I'll set you up. Li Jiaojiao's tone was respectful and a little humble. Sure enough, money is everything. Without money, it's a no-brainer. Led by Li Jiaojiao, Qin Chao walked up to the third floor and came to the quiet VIP room. The VIP room is really much nicer than the public fitness area on the first floor, with a very comfortable environment and great amenities. There is also a single sauna, bath. Let's just say that expensive is good. Pretty good. Qin Chao nodded with considerable satisfaction, which caused Li Jiaojio, who was on the side, to let out a long breath and then smiled. Please wait here for a moment. I'll call Coach Ryu over now. Okay. After Jiaojio Li left the VIP gym, she dialed the phone with an excited expression. Hey, Ruyan, there's a tycoon in the store today. Named him to buy your private lessons. Come to the VIP room. I'm taking a class with a trainee. I'm not available right now. A melodious voice came over the phone, with a bit of a perfunctory tone. Ruyan Lu was the beautiful trainer with the highest face value and the sexiest body in Golden Power Gym. There were countless men who came to the gym and approached her in all sorts of ways. There are those who buy private lessons, but they usually buy a session or two. And these types of men kept their eyes wickedly placed on her during the private lesson with no good intentions. It was extremely offensive to her, but there's no way to avoid working at the gym. When she heard the words of the receptionist Li Jiaojiao today, Lu Ruyan's first reaction was, another one of those disgusting men to come to her by name. The tone was, naturally, somewhat perfunctory. Are you sure you don't want to come? Sis, this brother directly charged 50,000 in one breath the first time he came. 50,000. Really? Lu Ruyan's good-looking, watery eyes blinked, her expression somewhat surprised. In the past, those men who approached her to buy private lessons usually just bought a few $100s, not many thousands. Could it be that a rich lord really came today? Lu Ruyan's curiosity was somewhat aroused. She really wanted to see what this man looked like. I'm on my way. Hanging up the phone, Ruyan Lu found a male trainer to replace herself for the rest of the class. Hurriedly, he headed towards the VIP room on the third floor. Chapter 9, 100 Additional Private Lessons. Gimli Gym third floor, quiet VIP room. Lu Ruyan, who had just walked in, saw a man sitting on a single sofa and looked slightly disappointed after a slight scan. 24, 5 years old, some slightly fat body. A look as the treasure goods sweatshirt sweatpants. It's not a bad face, and it's a little handsome. The overall aura, however, is too ordinary to look like a rich man. Despite the doubts in his mind, the person actually charged $50,000. Out of professionalism, she still spoke with a polite smile on her face. Hello Mr. Qin, my name is Lu Ruyan. You can just call me Ruyan. I'm glad that you have chosen me as your personal trainer. Qin Chao was still sizing up the girl across from him with a face of amazement. Exquisite and beautiful features. Tall, a black sports underwear wrapped in a rounded and full top. The waistline on the stomach is clearly visible, and the slender waist is full. Looking down, the arc changed abruptly. White yoga pants wrapped around the plump, firm peach buttocks huge, and then with straight and long legs. Estimated height would be 172. Big boned, typical pear-shaped body with big boobs and a thin waist and a big ass. What a seductive creature. The internet is so conscientious. Qin Chao is still the first time to see a girl with such a perverted body in reality. It's simply the body on the Korean manga. It's too foul. Mr. Sheen? Oh. Shin Chao came back to his senses and returned towards Lu Ruyan with some embarrassment. Hi, I think I've put on a bit of weight and would like to lose it as soon as possible. Lu Ruyan, who was still a little bit uncomfortable by Shin Chao's gaze just now, was still thinking in her heart, finished, another LSP. At this time, he was a little surprised to hear Shin Chao's sincere words. I'm the one who overthinks and seems to misunderstand him. He just seems to be a serious deeder. A pang of guilt surfaced within Ruyan Lu. Okay, Mr. Sheen, you can enroll in my private lessons. I can customize a weight loss plan for you one-on-one, and guarantee that you will lose 10 pounds in half a month. My private lessons, 300 per lesson, 2 hours a lesson. Listening to Lu Ruyan detailing the situation, Shin Chao waved his hand. Let's buy 15 lessons first and see how it works for half a month. No problem. Ruyan Lu agreed with confidence. A wave of happiness flooded through her heart. After all, she was a serious trainer, and it wasn't easy to sell private lessons on a regular basis. Unlike some of the female trainers that rub some gyms the wrong way and sell their classes by selling their sex, she spat from the bottom of her heart at this behavior. Shin Chao is not a LSP, but a big spender who is serious about wanting to lose weight and get fit, and she welcomes that with all her heart. For her own body looks she is very clear. Because of this, usually LSP too much are planning to buy a section of 2 classes want to come to take advantage of the cheap. Although Shin Chao was still wearing the same amass sports suit, Lu Ruyan felt much smoother when she looked at Shin Chao at this time. Maybe it's a low-key rich kid, Ruyan speculated. Coach Ryu, can we start now? I want to start practicing today. Okay. Shin Chao's inquiry caused Lu Ruyan to quickly return to her senses. After a few deep breaths to adjust the whole person, he quickly got into serious teaching. Weight loss is mainly about controlling the calorie gap, which in simpler terms means diet plus exercise to keep the body in a good metabolic state. I'll take you to warm up first so you don't get hurt while exercising. After saying that, Lu Ruyan brought over 2 yoga mats from the side and signaled Shin Chao to follow her movements to exercise. Arm stretches, deep squats, leg raises, and other basic moves. Looking at Lu Ruyan's sexy back and enchanting curves, Shin Chao hurriedly closed his eyes, took a deep breath and adjusted his own state before following the warm-up. 20 minutes later, warm-ups are over. Lu Ruyan used her professional knowledge to guide Shin Chao to begin systematic training. You'll start by following my fat-burning exercises to activate your entire body. Hip high fives, open and closed jumps, ipsilateral knee lifts, contralateral knee lifts. Although they were all basic exercises, Lu Ruyan was very serious, and from time to time, she even instructed Shin Chao's irregular movements. Mr. Sheen, your chest must be straight and look straight ahead when you crotch high five, which mainly reduces the stubborn fat on your waist and abdomen. Hang in there, don't twist your back willy-nilly, keep it straight. A little over a year later, no more. Shin Chao went straight to his butt on the yoga mat. He was drenched in sweat, his clothes were all wet, and his whole body looked like he had just come out of the water. His legs were still trembling slightly, and he felt weak and exhausted to the core. Sure enough, losing weight isn't that easy, especially for someone like him who never exercised. Mr. Sheen, are you okay? Seeing Shin Chao's almost deflated appearance, Lu Ruyan hurriedly brought electrolyte water and towel and asked with concern, do you need me to help you up? Shin Chao, who was so tired at this point that he didn't want to say a word, raised his right hand. Seeing this, Ruyan Lu hesitated for a moment, but still reached out and pulled him up with a forceful hand. Feeling the white and soft little hand of the beautiful private tutor Lu Ruyan, Shin Chao got a little distracted. After all, after 24 years of maternal soloing, it was the first time in his life that he had shaken a girl's hand, or this kind of big beauty with a high value and explosive body. The heart is still a little excited. In order not to leave a bad impression on Lu Ruyan, he immediately loosened his hand the moment he got up and opened his mouth with a smile on his face. Coach Lu, I like your teaching style, and I think you are a good and serious coach. I've decided to add another 100 private lessons. Ding! Host's gym throws money away for pretty girls. Indulges successfully. This indulgence is rated at 4, with a cash award of $100. 000. Listening to the system's wonderful announcing voice, Shin Chao's smile became even happier. Really? Hearing Shin Chao say additional 100 sections, Lu Ruyan's entire body was stunned. This was the first time someone had bought so many of her private lessons. Usually she couldn't sell 100 lessons a month. Her paycheck at the gym consists primarily of a base salary of $4,500 and a 20% commission on class sales. 100 lessons is $30. 000. And she gets $6. 000 in commission alone. Keep in mind that she usually makes over $6,000 a month unless since she doesn't engage in rubbing those things out. That's basically close to a month's salary for her. Thank you for your trust, Mr. Sheen. I will definitely help you lose weight, Ruyan Lu said with a face full of gratitude, full of sincerity. Let's add a WeChat. It's convenient for me to ask you directly if I usually have any questions I don't understand. Strike while the iron is hot. Obviously, there were other small thoughts in his heart, but Qin Chao calmed down, said with a serious face. It was as if he had really offered to add WeChat just to ask Ruyan Lu questions. Okay, Mr. Sheen, I'll sweep you up. Ruyan Lu didn't suspect anything else and quickly took out her cell phone. After adding WeChat, Qin Chao waved his hand to Lu Ruyan. I'll go first, then. Okay, I'll see you in the morning. Okay. After sending off Qin Chao, Ruyan Lu sat down on the single sofa in the VIP room and fumed. She hadn't gotten over the surprise of 100 lessons. Jingle bells. The cell phone rang suddenly. When she saw the caller's name on the cell phone, Dad, her heart trembled, and she hesitated, but still answered the phone. Hey, Dad. What's up? Hey, Ruyan, how have you been? After a polite greeting, the side went straight to the point. Do you have any money in your hand? Yes, but Ruyan Lu was tangled up and ready to explain something, but the voice on the other end of the phone suddenly got louder. Transfer $10,000 to Dad. Dad's out of money, but I don't have much money left, and I have to pay rent next month. We'll talk about next month. You turn to Dad now or he'll starve. The voice on the phone was a little impatient. I've raised you for so many years for nothing, and I'm asking you to transfer some money and you're still yakking about it. I know. Lu Ruyan hung up the phone a little aggrieved, looked at the balance of her bank card, and her face suddenly became a little sad. It's a good thing Mr. Chin gave me an order for 100 lessons today or I wouldn't have known what to do. Lu Ruyan could do nothing about having such a father. Chapter 10 Acceptance of 238 square feet of office space on the 19th floor. Exited the gym and looked at the time. 9:30. Coming out in a hurry in the morning, Qin Chao didn't prepare any clothes. It was still wet at this point. It was intended to go to the Rongtai building property to collect the title of his office. After thinking about it, I was still ready to drive home and change my clothes. This one is just too unflattering. He walked to the parking lot, got into his BMW and headed for the East Capitol Garden neighborhood. Rongtai building is a steel structured building body. The total height of the building is about 190 m, 45 floors above ground and 3 floors below ground, which belongs to the ultra-high building in Haicheng. Previously, I worked at Sky One Trading for over half a year and basically took the subway and the 11. This was the first time Qin Chao came in his own car. Qin Chao, who had changed his clothes, drove his car into the paid parking lot on the ground, picked a shady parking space, and carefully reversed into the garage. Parking the car and locking the door, Qin Chao walked towards the main entrance of the building. Stepping through the translucent glass door, Qin Chao arrived at the front desk. Politely, he spoke up and asked, "Hello, excuse me, what floor is the property services department in your building?" The female receptionist in black uniform smiled. "Hello sir, our property office area is on the 4th floor. May I ask what you need?" Qin Chao weighed his words and said, "I purchased an office here in your place, and the relevant formalities were entrusted to your company. This time I came over for acceptance." Hearing these words, the female receptionist obviously froze in her tracks, and after returning to her senses, she politely opened her mouth. "Sir, is it convenient for you to leave your name? And I'll contact the leadership here for confirmation. They are both employees of the property company and know the building well. Rongtai Mansion has been built for more than 8 years now, and is usually rented out. Not many floors are for sale to the public, and usually large corporations will buy it, and individual buyers are very rare." Qin Chao. "Okay, just a moment." The female receptionist picked up the landline and dialed out, giving a brief report of the situation. A moment later, he blushed with excitement and said in a loud voice, "Okay, Manager Zhang, I know." Hanging up the phone, a vivid expression appeared on her face, and she enthusiastically opened her mouth. "Mr. Qin, please wait for a moment. Our manager will come down to pick you up right away. There are seats on this side, so come in and take a rest if you're tired." "No, thanks." Qin Chao waved his hand in a hurry. "Good, then contact me if you need anything." "Okay, thanks." After saying that, Qin Chao surveyed the surroundings as if nothing had happened. It was really the sudden enthusiasm from the opposite side that made Qin Chao a little confused and not quite accustomed to it. A few minutes later, 4 or 5 people walked in the direction of the elevator room. When the group came to the front desk, Manager Zhang looked Qin Chao up and down and seemed to be very surprised that he was so young. Manager Zhang then solemnly stretched out his hand and said, "Hello Mr. Qin. I'm the manager of the Rongtai Mansion Property Management Company. My name is Zhang Ji. It was the first time that Qin Chao encountered this kind of formal scene, and for the first time in his life, someone addressed him as Mr. Qin, and his face was a bit excited. Taking a deep breath and slowing down, he reached out and shook his hand firmly. "Hello, Manager Zhang." Zhang Ji bent his body slightly and said enthusiastically, "Mr. Qin, I'll take you to the acceptance inspection now. I'm surrounded by these are all our property company departments in charge. Maintenance Department of Li Chang, Security Department of Jiang and Investment Department of Wan Hu. You can always contact us with any questions afterward, and we guarantee to take care of it for you. Thanks." Qin Chao thanked him with some haste. Ding! The elevator came to a steady stop on the 19th floor. After the elevator doors opened, Manager Zhang took the lead and walked out, then reached out his hand and said, "This way please, Mr. Qin." Qin Chao nodded and followed and stepped into the spacious and bright hallway. Looking at the extraordinary decorations around him and the atmospheric design pattern, Qin Chao was very satisfied inwardly. Not bad for an office with a system out of the box. Just extraordinary. Manager Zhang introduced next to him. "The set of office you purchased includes 2 large office areas, room 19001 and room 19002. The total area of 238 square feet. We are strictly in accordance with the requirements of your decoration. You look at how, if you are not satisfied, can be raised at any time, so that we can correct it in time." "Okay, thank you, Manager Zhang." Qin Chao's eyes blinked. A little strange. He could feel that Manager Zhang was very respectful to him. His attitude was excessively good. Is it the system again? It's so weird. As it should be, as it should be. Manager Zhang smiled and said, "Here it is. This is the room." A department head behind him hurriedly took out his access card and stepped forward to open the light-colored glass door. Qin Chao walked in. This is an office full of modernity and elegance. Exquisitely furnished, tastefully decorated and uniquely designed. The grandeur of the... Looking around the working environment, Qin Chao felt that this 19th floor was genuinely good. Quite a bit better than his tanny trade on the 20th floor above. "Mr. Qin, is there anything you're not satisfied with?" Manager Zhang asked in a small voice. Qin Chao swept the entire office and said to Zhang Ji, "Not bad. I'm satisfied." "That's good." Manager Zhang took a thick file bag from a supervisor behind him and spoke with a smile. "The purchase contract, title certificate, and property contract are all in here, so you can check if there are any problems." "Thanks." Qin Chao reached out and took it. Opening the document bag, he carefully picked up a contract and read it carefully. "Also, there are 6 parking spaces reserved for you in B2, so turn around and let us know the license plate number you need to enter and we'll get it done for you." "Thanks." Qin Chao read the contract. "There is no problem." Took a side of the staff, handed over the pen, signed the acceptance sheet. "We'll leave you to it then. Feel free to contact us if you need anything." "Okay." After seeing Manager Zhang leave with the staff of the property company, Qin Chao touched the title certificate in his hand. This is the CBD core area of Haichang and the Center of Finance and Technology, which is a real business guild place, and this high-class office and Rongtai mansion under his feet will belong to him from now on. I'd be lying if I said I wasn't excited. After all, I'd worked upstairs on the 20th floor for over half a year before. Now from working cattle and horses, he is about to become a boss. Qin Chao's heart had a 10,000-foot bravado. Walking to the floor-to-ceiling windows, he looked at the skyscrapers in the distance and the endless stream of streets downstairs. Qin Chao swore in his heart, "I must work hard to start a successful business. I want all the money, beauty and social status, so as to live up to this gift from the system." Chapter 11. Holding hands with Tianjing for the first time. For what to do in business, Qin Chao still has a bottom in his heart. Previously in the Tianyi trade worked for more than half a year. Workability. This piece of Qin Chao is still very confident in himself. Tianyi trade is mainly engaged in offline clothing agents in this segment. In Haicheng this segment is considered the ceiling level. Since Qin Chao had followed up on several big projects before, he knew a lot of clothing suppliers. Currently offline clothing is difficult to do, while the internet is particularly developed. So he thought he could do the internet clothing piece. With his previous relationship, he could get the goods from the supplier at a low price, so that at least the cost was relatively much lower. However, Qin Chao was only a small staff before, without the experience of starting a company, and can only make a good plan first, and then slowly step by step. Ding! Detecting that the host's mindset has made a leap. His horizons have been broadened. He has a great passion for entrepreneurship, and his indulgence has been successful. This indulgence is rated 6 out of 10, and the reward is a feasibility plan for a business venture. Feasibility plan of entrepreneurial projects. Fill in the report with information on the content of the project, project planning, project positioning, etc., which is ready to be done by your own entrepreneurship. and a comprehensive and specific practical and highly practical entrepreneurial plan can be automatically generated. An electronic synthesized tone was heard ringing in his head. The corner of Qin Chao's mouth lifted slightly. The smile gradually perverted. It's a real snoozefest. The system dad is awesome. With self-owned offices, a project feasibility plan, a $1 million initial startup fund, and a low-cost supply chain. If this could still fail, then one could simply jump off the building. The elevator entrance on the 19th floor of the Rongtai building. Qin Chao closed the door of his office and was waiting for the elevator. Ding! The elevator is here. The door opened slowly. Looking up, a familiar, beautiful face came into view. Tian Jing, a beautiful ex-colleague. Just had dinner together last night. Qin Chao swept a glance at what she was wearing today. A light purple floral chiffon blouse on the upper body. The lower body with a hip-hugging bustier skirt. A pair of sexy black stockings on the legs is quite eye-catching. Typical OL style. Hello, Shizuku. What a coincidence. Qin Chao greeted as he stepped into the elevator. Brother Qin. Why are you on the 19th floor? This would be the only person in the elevator. Tian Jing. And the moment she saw Qin Chao, Tian Jing also stared in surprise. I bought a 238 square meter office suite on this floor, and I just happened to come in for an inspection today. Qin Chao was honest. Ah, Brother Qin. This is the Rongtai mansion. How much does it cost? Tian Jing's eyes were full of disbelief. After all, this is not a certain neighborhood. This is Rongtai building, the central area of the CBD in Haicheng, where the price of a set of offices is feared to be unimaginable. It's not much money. Right. It's just that before the speculation of stock futures made a lot of money. Thinking of preparing to start a business to buy an office address, Qin Chao spread his hands and smiled towards Tian Jing. In fact, he wasn't sure how much. After all, it was the system that directly rewarded property rights. Jing, what are you doing downstairs now? After Qin Chao finished, he looked at the time, 11:30, and guessed that Tian Jing should be going downstairs to have lunch. After all, his former company, Tanny Trading, didn't have a cafeteria. Employees usually take care of themselves at lunch, ordering takeout or going downstairs to the surrounding restaurants. Isn't it past dinner time? I'd like to go down and have a lunch. Tian Jing glanced at Qin Chao, blushed a little and said with some urgency. She was actually planning to go downstairs to a fast food restaurant for a quick lunch. About 1,000 meters away from the Rongtai building, there is a fast food restaurant. Cheap, taste okay, so quite popular with the staff of this area. Tian Jing basically every day at noon will go to that store to eat. Going to that fast food place again? Qin Chao asked. For that store Qin Chao was very clear. He had gone to eat a few times before, but he felt that the taste was average. Not very much to his taste. Yes. Tian Jing blushed red and whispered with her head down, looking at Qin Chao's now developed appearance, driving a BMW and buying an office, and then comparing herself. Somehow, Tian Jing always felt her face burning with panic. Looking at the fidgety beauty Tian Jing in front of him, Qin Chao understood her thoughts too well. She must have blushed because she felt embarrassed and a little ashamed. After thinking about it, Qin Chao raised his hand and touched her delicate face. Comforting, Xiao Jing. There's no need to feel embarrassed in front of Brother Qin. I've come that way before. Tian Jing's delicate face was smooth and bouncy to touch. The feel was very good. Qin Chao's heart surged afire. For some reason, he went straight up to touch her face. If he were to put it aside before, he shouldn't have had the courage. But now, with the system, he had the courage. If you want to do it, you do it. Brother is such a straight ball. Like Tian Jing, this kind of angel face. Body Devil's big beautiful woman now just barely match him. Qin Chao's heart inverted. Tian Gang YYY. Tian Jing was dumbfounded at the moment, as if her entire body was dumbfounded. Brother Qin, why did he touch my face all of a sudden? She was a little deer in the headlights. When she worked at Tanny Trade before, Qin Chao often helped her. So Tian Jing was quite fond of Qin Chao in her heart. Since last night's dinner, Qin Chao was constantly refreshing his previous perception of him, eating luxury seafood hot pot, driving a BMW 330M, buying an office in Rongtai Mansion. One thing after another made her mind a little difficult to calm down. I know, Brother Qin. Tian Jing's heart was beating pang-pang and her face was covered with a blush. Come out to eat with me. It's my treat. I'll take you out for a nice meal. The elevator arrives at the first floor. Qin Chao reached out and pulled up Tian Jing's small white hand and said, "Ding." The host held a woman's hand for the first time in his life, officially taking the first step in his relationship, and succeeding in his indulgence. The score of this indulgence is 7, and you will be rewarded with a 388 SQ foot large flat in Haisheng Tiancheng. Note, all formalities have been completed and are reasonable and legal. The host can go to the property of Haisheng Sky City to collect it. What? Haisheng Tianchang. Big flat. Qin Chao was stunned. Situated in the core area of the city center of Haicheng, surrounded by 3 major business districts, Haisheng Tianchang is very famous in Haicheng, and the price of the house can reach 30,000 square meters, which is a famous high-grade district in Haicheng, and the basic tenants are all either rich or noble. It's awesome. The system, I love you. Qin Chao was simply happy. Well, looking at her hand being held, Tianjing not only didn't have a trace of revulsion in her heart, but also some small joy. She glanced at Qin Chao with a face full of shyness and silently followed his pace. The two came together in the parking lot. Qin Chao's hand still kept holding Tianjing without letting go. He's not really as calm on the inside as he appears on the outside. As a single dog who has been single for 24 years, Qin Chao swears that this is the first time he has held a girl's hand, or such a beautiful, sexy body of a big beauty. It would be a lie to say I'm not excited. But men, the face must be supportive up, cannot blush like a girl, the surface work or have to have. From the elevator to the parking lot of this journey, Tianjing's heart has been ping-ping beating non-stop, happy and shy. This is also her first time with a man holding hands. In front of Qin Chao, she felt inexplicably at ease. Qin's hands are so warm, just like his whole person. When I asked him for help with a problem at work before, even though I was very stupid and asked him many times, he taught me patiently every time, which was so sweet. Tianjing's mind kept rating itself. Boom! Qin Chao opened the passenger door of the black BMW 330M. Jing, get in the car. Qin Chao finally released Tianjing's soft white small hand and said, yeah. Watching Tianjing get into the car, Qin Chao quickly ran and sat in the driver's seat. Is there anything you want to eat? Don't be polite with brother Qin. In the car, Qin Chao smiled. I'm fine with all of it. Just decide, brother Qin. Well then, I'll see what's good around here. Qin Chao took out his cell phone and opened Volkswagen Dianping. Search for good restaurants near Rongtai Mansion. In no time at all, several search results came up. In first place is Hongdu Banquet. Per capita spending is $850. After reading a few reviews, all of which praised the store's goodness, Qin Chao decided this is the one. Gao de Map Direct Navigation. Qin Chao started the car to Hongdu Elegant Feast. 10 minutes later, after parking the car in the free parking space provided by the hotel, Qin Chao consciously pulled Tianjing's small hand into the hotel again. Welcome to the Hongdu Banquet. How many of you are there? Just as he reached the door, a middle-aged woman in a black lady's suit uniform greeted him. 2. Qin Chao felt Tianjing's soft and comfortable little hand while surveying the restaurant. The decoration is modern and stylish. The environment is clean and tidy. It looks very good. No wonder it can become a Netflix restaurant. Yes, please follow me. The waitress made a pleased gesture and led the way. Qin Chao and the two of them went to a window seat and sat down. Over here is the menu for your perusal. Okay. Qin Chao smoothly took the menu and handed it over to Tianjing. Jing, order whatever you like. Don't save me any money. Got it. Tianjing seemed to have opened up a lot, and all the blushing she had just done in the Rongtai mansion had all disappeared. The whole thing is back to that metrosexual state it was in before. Stewed beef brisket with radish, braised abalone with shiitake mushroom, steamed grouper, seasonal vegetables in oil. The few dishes Tianjing ordered were not of high value. Qin Chao knew that this chick was saving him money. What a great woman to keep house. Qin Chao sighed. After thinking about it, Qin Chao ordered 2 more dishes and handed the menu to the waiter. Looking at Tianjing who was sitting opposite to him, Qin Chao seriously sized her up. A round goose egg face on the watery big eyes. High nose, slightly upturned lips look seductive. Qin Chao's eyes flooded with hot light. Being stared at by Qin Chao in such a blatant manner, Tianjing's face could not help but be colored with a blush. Brother Qin, why do you keep looking at me like that? I'm embarrassed. Tianjing pouted her lips and said petulantly. Maybe it is because Qin Chao touched her face and held her hand in such small actions, so that she understood in her heart Qin Chao's feelings for her. She is now very natural in front of Qin Chao and returned to her nature. Shizuku, you're so pretty. Qin Chao praised from the bottom of his heart. The line of sight was still on Tianjing's face and did not move away. Qin Chao sensed a subtle change in Tianjing's behavior and tone in front of him, and a ray of joy welled up in his heart. It looks like meat is not far away. If someone had told him 2 days ago that he could hold hands with Tianjing ambiguously, he wouldn't have believed it. But now the truth really happened. One can only wonder. Money is a man's guts. There are many things a man can live without in the world, but 2 things must be there. One is enough money and the other is durable enough. Chapter 12, University Flower Shin Moxie. After lunch, the entrance to the Rongtai mansion. Jing, go back to work. I have to go too. Qin Chao stopped the car, jumped down and helped Tianjing open the passenger door. Aha, thank you, Qin. I really had a good time today. Tianjing ruffled a few broken hairs on her forehead and said with a sweet smile. Bye. Qin Chao waved his hand and directly got into the car and started it. Bye. BMW 330 on. Qin Chao swayed while listening to the dynamic car music. His insides were shaking like his body. After being single for 24 years, he never thought that his many first times were given to a great beauty like Tianjing. The first time you ask a girl out to dinner alone, hold hands, and touch a girl's face, it was hard to calm down for a long time. Looked at the time. 13:50. It's early. Those guys from college last night, they had an appointment at 6 p.m. After thinking about it, Qin Chao decided to go home and take a nap. After all, I got up at 7 a.m. this morning to head to the gym and now I just feel a rush of exhaustion. 20 minutes later, the BMW was parked in the parking lot of the East Capitol Garden District. Opening the door of his home, Qin Chao directly took a quick step into bed and collapsed on the quilt. Setting an alarm for 5 p.m. Qin Chao closed his eyes as his cell phone was flung away. A short while later, a snore came from the bed. 5 o'clock in the evening, Qin Chao woke up to a cell phone alarm ringing. After a few hours of sleep, Qin Chao felt refreshed and the whole person was much more energetic. The exhaustion of that afternoon session was long gone. Looking at the early hour, I was just about to turn on Jitterbug and swipe for a while on the beautiful ass-kicking yoga pants lady. The WeChat college classmates group passed on the news. The cell phone was vibrating. Qin Chao curiously clicked on it. Class President Li Yuhan at all members. Today's dinner address. Hongyan Hotel. Roman Holiday Hall. Everyone AA. Li Yang at Shinemo Hitomi. Is the school beauty coming today? It's been a long time since all of us have seen each other. Wang He, yes. You have to come today. We haven't seen each other for a long time. I miss you. Shin Moxie, I happen to be free today. I'll be there. Looking at the three words Shinemo Sie, a delicate and lovely face came to Qin Chao's mind. Even though Qin Chao had been focusing on his studies during his college years, he still knew her quite well. After all, her fame was too great. Shun Moxie, the class flower of his class during his college days, was also one of the school's school flowers. Petite, about 160 centimeters, pretty and cute looking, with a lively personality. Still the vice president of the school cosplay club, often participating in a variety of secondary Yuan Comic-Con, Black Silk JK, Neil 2B. It belongs to the goddess in the hearts of the people in the class, and Qin Chao is no exception. Such a cute and beautiful schoolgirl, how can that guy not be impressed? I wonder what kind of work she is doing now that she has graduated. Qin Chao thought silently in his heart. Originally, he just thought it would be fine to casually have a meal with his classmates, but now that he knew Shin Maxian was coming, his heart suddenly had expectations for the meal. Maybe it was the hand-holding with Tianjing in the morning that gave him confidence. Maybe it was the existence of the system. Anyway, Qin Chao now felt that he was terribly strong. 5:45 in the evening, in front of Hongyan restaurant, Shin Moxie stepped out of a cab. A tight round-neck t-shirt on top, a pair of white wide-legged pants underneath, and a head of long, straight black hair made it look clean and fresh, and pure and lustful. As the school flower during her university years, Shin Moxie has never had sufficient confidence in her own face value and figure. When she casually dressed up, she was an insurmountable mountain for her people. Aya, why hasn't Stinky Moo Yao arrived yet? She's slower than me every time. Shin Emosia stretched her head and looked around, not seeing her best friend's figure, and couldn't help but spit out a sentence. Jo Muyo and she was in the same class in college, but also a good girlfriend in the same dormitory. The two were as good as sisters. After graduating from college, both stayed in Haicheng to work, just in different jobs. Shinemo Hitomi, due to the appearance of the body, is relatively good, and love Kas, plus usually also some small lazy, more willing to lie flat. So in Taobao, Jingdong, these platforms mainly do anime clothes modeling. Single is not too stable, but in general can satisfy her in the Haicheng expenses, so she is not willing to change at the moment. For her, can mix the life on the line. Jo Muyo, on the other hand, works in a small company as a finance. The salary is not high. Punctual commute. Wins in stability. Ink pupil. Mo Hitomi. Just as Shin Mo Xia was waiting in boredom, a crisp voice came from far to near. Looking up, Zhou Mu Yao ran to her from not far away. Moxie, let's go inside. The squad leaders should be here by now. After slowing down the rapid breath produced by running, Zhou Muyao sat on the arm of her college best friend and prepared to walk into Hongyan Hotel. It was at this point that a solid black BMW sedan pulled up in the parking space next to them. The translucent paint, with the characteristic new car shine, looks great. Click. The car door was opened. A tall figure stood up from inside. The clean, wide white t-shirt, the slightly chubby but still tolerable features, and the upright figure were quite striking against the backdrop of the BMW. "Hi, two beauties. Long time no see," Qin Chao graciously greeted. In order to give a good impression to the long time no see school flower Shinmox, Qin Chao purposely spent 10 minutes at home to primp himself, even if it is not considered handsome, but the appearance at least have to pass. Ugly monster easy to dissuade the beauty. Looking at the two people's somewhat shocked eyes, Qin Chao's heart is still a little proud. Not in vain of the time he spent. "You are? Qin Chao, the school teacher?" The two of them, Shen Moxia and Zhou Muyao, hadn't dared to recognize them at first. It wasn't until the familiar face appeared in front of them that they realized it really was the nerd who had once been the class bully in college. The two of them are a bit incredulous. One is a nerdy school bully. One is a BMW driving temperament from the social elite. The gap between the two brains feel a bit spinning. Zhou Muyao's face value could only be considered average, above the ordinary level, around 65 points. Qin Chao just roughly swept a glance, and then put his eyes on the schoolgirl on the side. Sweet and lovely looks. Skin is very white. It should be the legendary cold white skin, although the size is only 160, but the body is well proportioned. The waist is slim, beautiful curves, worthy of being the school flower. The innate JK sacred body is horrifying as it is. "It's me," Qin Chao said indifferently. The two of them looked at each other and seemed to be a bit confused about this former schoolteacher. Only 6 months out of college and you're driving a BMW and have a completely different demeanor. The gap between people is so big. They also take a few $1,000s a month salary. A 3 days fish 2 days sun net to take modeling orders, but also to maintain a basic life. With the moonlighters about the same. School bully, your family has mines. Ha, you're driving a $400,000 BMW 330? Zhou Muyao was the first to come back from her surprise and snickered. "What a mine, just lucky," Qin Chao said modestly. "Luck indeed. If it wasn't for the system, he would be a beggar." In front of this kind of white and beautiful school flower, he really can't lift his head. "Let's go in." Roman Holiday Hall. Looking at the atmosphere of the three people gradually becoming awkward, Qin Chao took the lead to open his mouth to break the silence. "Okay, Moxie, let's go. Ladies first." Qin Chao followed behind the duo, looking at the schoolgirl's rounded and shapely figure that the wide-legged pants still couldn't hide. A hint of fire flashed in his gaze. For some reason, he is now particularly interested in this former goddess schoolgirl. Perhaps beggarly mentality, perhaps manly nature. Anyway, he had already taken Shen Moxie as his prey. "Moxie, do you dare to believe which nerd this is? During his college days, didn't he just read? It's pretty ordinary otherwise." In front, Zhou Muyao was whispering with her best friend. "It's true that he has changed so much. It feels like his whole temperament is different now. Very confident. Is he really a rich second generation?" Shen Moxia curiously said. In Shin Mozu pupil's impression, this school bully during the university, basically all in the study, their own every time in the classroom to see him as a nerd look of studying hard. Dressed in earthy, also do not care about hairdress. In short, if not to see his familiar face, Shinmoxu really do not have any impression of him. Good grades are just that. A second college. The ceiling is right there after all. But it wasn't like that in college. He would have been dressed in a way that wasn't associated with rich people at all. Then I don't know. Maybe his ability is outstanding. Into the company directly as a department manager. What do you think of him? Right now he's definitely considered one of the top quality stocks in our class. I just saw him staring at you all the time. So I guess he's interested in you. Ah, what are you talking about? Shen Moxia was directly made a big red face by her best friend's words. She actually noticed Qin Chao's gaze. After all, women are born with a sixth sense, and have a conditioned reflex like for those men's sight. Just like right now. Shen Moxia felt that Qin Chao's gaze had been resting on her arse. Turning back and glaring viciously at Qin Chao, Shen Moxia pulled her best friend and walked forward quickly. Before long, the Roman holiday hall arrived. Pushing the door open, there was chattering from inside. When Shen Moxie walked in, the sound came to an abrupt end. The large holiday hall suddenly became very quiet. Each of those male university classmates of Qin Chao opened their eyes wide, looking at the school flower in Zhou Muyao in front of them as well as, behind them, Qin Chao who had a calm demeanor. What's the situation? The school beauty even walked in with Qin Chao? The schoolgirl is still so beautiful. My goddess, the group muttered. There was only one person who was filled with displeasure. Wang He, the little rich kid who used to look at Qin Chao with displeasure. Gu, if it isn't the college bully. I heard you quit. I think you were fired for doing a bad job, right? Looking at the three people who had just sat down, especially Qin Chao who had a subdued temperament, Wang He got gloomy. None of your business. Qin Chao didn't spoil this kind of stupidity and directly disliked it with a bite. Come to have a good meal. This kind of stupid than to jump out again to make a demon. Xin Chao only feel bad luck. It's none of my business, but I'm happy to see you like this. Ha ha ha. Wang He laughed with a disgusted look on his face. Wang He, it's not easy for everyone to get together for a meal after graduation. Don't spoil the fun, okay? Class President Li Yuhan glanced at Wang He and opened his mouth. Forget it, Xin Chao. Ignore him, he's just like that. Forget it, school teacher. Let's talk. I see your temperament doesn't look like you're unemployed at all, but like a social elite. Several classmates who played well with Xin Chao during his college days were advising on the side. Well, alright. Xin Chao also didn't want to spoil everyone's fun. Ignored him and turned his head to climb up with his old classmate. Wang He glanced at Xin Chao resentfully and didn't speak anymore. Not a moment too soon. The food is served. The students mingled and chatted quite a bit. Male students talk about work, society, women, cars. Female classmates talk about handsome men, dresses, cosmetics, skin care. The entire Roman holiday hall was buzzing. Class President Li Yuhan stood up. Graduation for more than half a year. We get together for the first time. In Haicheng can come. I thank you. Get together, that is fate. I wish students a smooth work in the future. The future is great. I can only say that the class president deserves to be the class president. And with this statement, everyone got excited one by one, each reminiscing about their college days. Finally, the squad leader raised his glass and solemnly said, "Please share this drink, and we won't know when the next gathering will be." Everyone stood up, including Wang He, and everyone spoke together. Cheers. Chapter 13, Taking the Schoolgirl Home. In front of Hongyan Hotel. The party was over and everyone was ready to go back. Shen Moxie and Zhou Muya were saying goodbye to each other with a few female classmates. "Worthy, let me take you back. I've got the car." Wang He came up and said to the schoolgirl with a self-conscious face, "Look, I just picked up this Volkswagen Maiden, and it cost me 180,000 up and down." Wang He looked at Shen Mo's delicate face with a proud and self-satisfied expression. After all, these students are fresh graduates, a few $1,000s a month salary, and many are outsiders, where money can afford to buy a car. Unlike him, a local of Haicheng, his family had a small store and a house, so he had a sense of psychological superiority over these classmates. The car was still bought for him by his parents only after he begged again and again. "Do I know you well? Call me by my full name, please." Looking at the face that owes a beating, and remembering that just now at dinner he had a gloomy face of Xin Chao's mouth, Shen Maz only felt that this person is really a brainwashed. People. Xin Chao driving more than 400,000 yuan of BMW 330 did not say anything. "You drive $100,000 of car to you can be bad." Wang He smiled awkwardly, and cheekily continued to speak. "Schoolgirl Shun, then let me send you home. It's always okay." "No, I'll take her home." A calm and powerful voice rang out, and Xin Chao's figure appeared in front of them. "Moxie, where is your house? Can I send you back?" Xin Chao gently smiled at schoolgirl Shun. For some reason, looking at Xin Chao's smile in front of her, even though it is not very handsome, even a little bit of slightly fat face, Shen Moxu's heartbeat still involuntarily accelerated. Moreover, she didn't have any aversion to Xin Chao calling herself Emoshi. Instead, she felt affectionate. It wasn't like Wang He's voice, "Mo Hitomi," which gave her goosebumps. People really are different from each other, so thought the schoolgirl, just as she was about to open her mouth to reply with a yes. Zhou Muyao next to her teased her before the words even left her mouth. "Gu, school teacher, what about me? Can I ride back in your car?" "Sure." Xin Chao chopped his head off. Wang He on the side was upset. What was wrong with these three people? Treating themselves like air? Gu, isn't this the unemployed brother who just lost his job? How are you going to send schoolgirl Shun back? With the 11th road? Wang He opened his mouth with a face full of contempt and mocked. In Wang He's opinion, Xin Chao this kind of nerd. The university will only study, dress and dirt. It is a bad family. Now just graduated more than half a year. Now unemployed. How can afford to buy a car? It is estimated to be in front of the school flower bragging then. However, Xin Chao called the schoolgirl as Mo Hitomi, and looking at her reaction as if she didn't have any reaction, and remembering the schoolgirl's resistance when he called Mo Hitomi just now, Wang He's heart was vaguely a little bit upset again. "Looks like you're still not clear, right? Xin Chao is driving a BMW 330, which is much better than your broken Volkswagen." Before Xin Chao could open his mouth, Zhou Muyao couldn't stand it and opened his mouth with a mocking face. Wang He has been interested in Shen Maxin since her university days, and often comes to Shen Maxin to send gifts and offer her attentiveness, but Shen's schoolgirl never pays attention to him and never accepts his gifts, which Zhou Muyao is well aware of. Wang He is a person who likes to pretend to be rich, show off his wealth, and has a poor character. Zhou Muyao is also quite disgusted with him. What BMW 330? It's not a lie, is it? Wang He had some trouble believing it. This then can drive a BMW? I've only been driving a VW myself, or grinding hard for a week before my parents bought it for me. Maybe it's just a rental. A swollen face. You girls are too simple to be fooled. The more Wang He thought about it, the more he felt that Qin Chao was the one who rented the car, and decided to expose his true colors in front of the school flowers. Listening to Wang He's speculation, a trace of doubt flashed through the hearts of both Shen Max and Zhou Muya. From the university that we'll see, Qin Chao's dress, behavior and demeanor really does not look like a rich second generation. Now they've only graduated for half a year, and Qin Chao said today that he just quit his job. So where did he get the money to buy a 400,000 plus car? The two looked at each other, their eyes widening at the same time. It won't really be guessed by Wang He. Qin Chao just rented a car and wanted to come to the class reunion to pretend? Looking at the expressions of the three people, Qin Chao's face had a bland expression, but his heart was filled with speechlessness. I'm a man of the system. I'll rent a car to pretend I'm a man of the system? Don't I want to lose face? Doesn't the system want to lose face? He didn't explain, nor did he care to. Believe it or not, I'm just so dashing. Maybe the contact with Tianjing in the morning gave him too much confidence. Qin Chao now has some experience in dealing with pretty girls. Women are mu strong. A man must have something that stands out about himself and a strong self-confidence. These are the reasons why girls are attracted to you. Of course, money must come first. Do you expect a beautiful girl like Shen to suffer with you in a rented room? Stop dreaming. Hurry up and wake up. Qin Chao took a step to the BMW, unlocked the vehicle and sat in the driver's seat. Starting the car, he drove slowly toward the schoolgirl duo. Under the illumination of the street lamp, the brand new BMW 330 reflected a blinding light. Flashing Wang He's eyes squinted slightly, a little afraid to open them. Get in the car and I'll take you home. Qin Chao looked out of the driver's window at the schoolgirl Shen duo and said calmly. As for Wang He, Qin Chao directly ignored him. It's just a clown. Looking at the three people who were far away, Wang He had a burst of red and white on his face, and walked towards his Volkswagen maiden resentfully. BMW, where do you live? I'll see what I can do about getting you both back. Qin Chao sat in the driver's seat and swept a glance at the duo in the car's rearview mirror. I live in Qingha Middle Road over there in the Qingha Homestead neighborhood, and Moxin lives in Ren Road over there in Greenview Yaiyuan. The two of us don't go by the way. I'll take a taxi back by myself, and you can just send Moxin home. No. Qin Chao and Shen Moxia rejected this suggestion in unison. Both looked at each other in surprise as the words came out. Why are you two so in tune all of a sudden? Zhou Muyo snickered. Shen Moxia's face slightly reddened a bit, and lowered her head without saying anything. Let's do it this way. I'll send Muyaoyu home first, then I'll send Moxin. Qin Chao suggested after a little thought. Mainly the two of them were not on the way. They could only send Zhou Muyo home first. He still wanted to stay alone with the schoolgirl to increase his feelings. Okay, you're so nice, Qin Chao. Zhou Muyo said with a cheeky smile. I can do without the good guy card. Qin Chao joked and started the car. The black BMW drove into the traffic on the road like a sharp arrow. On the way Qin Chao concentrated on driving the car while the two girls were chatting in a whisper. Mo Hitomi, the school bully, he specified that he is interested in you. Seeing that he is now mixing quite well. You think so? Have you ever looked at him? Zhou Muyo sneaked a glance at Qin Chao who was seriously driving in front and whispered. I don't know, but I don't resent him. Schoolgirl Shen's nice voice entered Zhou Muyo's ears. But he does seem to be in such a strange situation. Driving such a nice car and now quitting. Why can't I read him? Zhou Muyo scratched his head, very puzzled. Actually, I made a lot of money speculating on foreign stock futures, and I'm ready to start my own company next. Qin Chao's cool and calm voice suddenly sounded in the car, giving the duo a scare. The space inside the car was so big. What the two of them muttered, Qin Chao basically heard. Hearing schoolgirl Shen indicate that she was not averse to herself, Qin Chao's mouth was somewhat suppressed. To the duo's doubts about themselves, Qin Chao pondered for a while or used the reason he thought of before. After all, the system is something that can't be said to outsiders, not even parents. Wow, a schoolteacher is a schoolteacher. Who says studying is useless? Awesome, all about to be your own boss. Zhou Muyao gave Qin Chao a thumbs up. Shen Maxian was also secretly surprised when she heard Qin Chao's words. She did not expect Qin Chao was actually their own money, but also to open the company. That speculation must earn how much money? At least a few million it. To make millions of dollars right out of school is truly remarkable. I've heard that Murthy you are working as a clothing model on Taobao, Jingdong and these platforms. The direction of my next business venture is the internet clothing industry. I wonder if there is any chance to work with you? Before the gathering, Heard female classmates chatting inadvertently talked about Shin Ma-shin's situation. Qin Chao deliberately stretched his ears to listen to it, and also knew that she now probably have to be the situation. Taking a few orders a month, 3 days of fishing, 2 days of sunshine, not a lot of income. Thinking it just happened to be relevant to my own business venture, I went along with the conversation. That's great, isn't it? Moxie, don't you think you don't have a high income? Isn't this a chance to make money? Zhou Muyao said cheerfully to her best friend. Okay, then you'll contact me when the time comes. I'd be happy to have an extra income. Thank you, Qin Chao. Shinemo-se's sweet and delicate voice rang out, warm and gentle, very pleasant to the ear. Hearing that the schoolgirl agreed, Qin Chao's smile stopped even more. Shen Mox, this college female classmate with beautiful face value and powerful body, the school flower, just like a little sheep, had already stepped 1 foot into the huge mouth of him, the big bad wolf. A few minutes passed and the Clear River Homes neighborhood arrived. Zhou Muyao said goodbye to the two people and got out of the car. Qin Chao then proceeded to start the car again and set off towards Greenview Elegant Court. It would be just after 9 p.m. and there weren't many cars on the road. The bright moonlight shone in along the windows of the car, as white and flawless as alabaster. Inside the car, the two were silent. One was driving and the other was looking out the window. For a moment no one spoke. What to say? It feels a bit awkward now. But the schoolteacher is really changed too much. Shen Mo-se's heart was drawing small plans at this time. Qin Chao at this time is also a little rushed. Just the two of them alone. Want to open up to find a topic. And some do not know what to say. Ahem. Raising his voice, Qin Chao decided to take the lead. That, Mochizuki, would it be too abrupt for me to call you that? That time I was watching Wang Yi pestering you. So the words just came out. Now that I think about it, it doesn't seem good. Qin Chao apologized slightly. After all, when they went to college they were not familiar with each other. Basically did not say a few words. Low self-esteem of Qin Chao that would not have the courage to talk to the school flower Shin Mox. It's fine, Qin Chao. Thank you for helping me out. Just call me that. It sounds nice and friendly to me. Good. That. The two of us haven't added WeChat yet. Right. I'll add you in the group in a while. You pass it. Okay, I'll go ahead and add you. Shin Mozu took out her cell phone and opened the university WeChat group. Find the name Qin Dynasty and click add. Not long after, a WeChat message came from Qin Chao's cell phone. Okay, I'll agree in a minute when you get out of the car. You can't stop this conversation when it's open. Along the way, the two people chatting hot. From time to time came the school flower hub beautiful smile sound. The two have grown close. 20 minutes later, the entrance to the Greenview Court neighborhood. Qin Chao stopped the car, opened the door and got out. Walking to the back seat of the car, he opened the door while whispering, Moxie, be careful, don't touch your head. Listening to Qin Chao's gentle tone, looking at his thoughtful behavior, Shin Mo-se felt her heart thumping, and there seemed to be a thumping sound coming from her ears. I didn't realize that the school bully, or a careful and considerate person. He. Get out of the car. The two people stood face to face. Looking at Qin Chao in the dark night seems to be flooded with light like bright eyes staring at her. Shen Ma-shin's face suddenly swish a red. After saying bye-bye, drive safely on the road to Qin Chao. She hurriedly turned around and ran towards the neighborhood. The dainty little butt in the wide-legged pants wiggles and looks adorable. Looking at the school girl's back disappearing a little bit into the dark night, Qin Chao shook his head, smiled, opened the door and got into the car. A short while later, with a click, the black BMW started up and rushed into the infinite darkness of the night. Go home and sleep. Chapter 14, Trouble for You, Ruyan. 20 minutes later, Qin Chao returned home. Rushing to pick up his cell phone, he opened WeChat and agreed to Shin Mox's friend request. Shin Schoolflower's Weibo ID is Pupil Sauce. Well, not ashamed to be in college to play cosplay. This is very Shin Mozy. Qin Chao smiled. Just after agreeing to the friend request, his cell phone vibrated. Click on the chat box with Hitomi. Qin, I passed your friend verification request. Now we can start chatting. Hitomi Jam, I passed your friend verification request. Now we can start chatting. Good guy. Qin Chao straightly called good guy. It seems that the school flower is a setup for me. Qin Chao smiled slightly. I didn't expect. The school flower on the network is not the same as in reality. WeChat is quite naughty. After thinking about it, I sent a Qin, I'm home. How's it going? Tired today? Mainly Qin Chao also has no experience in chatting with girls on WeChat. It is better to start steadily. The message just went out and was answered straight back in seconds. Hitomi Jam, I'm so tired, I'm exhausted. JPG, looking at the message returned by the schoolgirl, followed by a cute emoticon of a kitten. Qin Chao couldn't help but feel that on the internet, the schoolgirl is much more fun. Are all these cosplayers so girly? After thinking about it, Chin Chow also returned an expression. Chin, paddle. JPG, Hitomi sauce, watch the move. JGP. Chin, groping. JGP. Hitomi jam, collapsed. JPG, the two were bored in fighting over the picture. Glanced at the time on the top of his cell phone. 22:25. It's getting late, and I'm thinking I have to get up early tomorrow morning to work out at the gym. Chin Chow decided to end the chat first. The school flower on that cannot run. He is not in a hurry this moment. First to enhance their own comprehensive up again. Let yourself more charming. Beauty will be less. Chin, Moxie, let's not chat for now. I have to get up early in the morning to work out at the gym. Hitomi jam, okay. Chin Chow, go about your business. Chin, good night, go to bed early. Hitomi jam, kitten sleeping. JPG, looking at the last message, that cute emoticon. Chin Chow remembered the schoolgirl Shin he saw at dinner tonight. For some reason, the heart felt as sweet as honey. The unattainable schoolgirl from her college days, beautiful and well-built, is now within reach. Despite having the system in place, Chin Chow still wanted to progress and improve himself more to become better. The business has to be submitted to the process. There is an office address, a business plan, initial funding. Now all that is needed is to recruit and get the company staffed first. A man alone with his thoughts for a while, when he was ready to take a bath, Chin Chow always felt as if he had forgotten something. Looked at the environment of the bathroom, and suddenly thought today the system rewarded himself with a set of large flat. I've had such a long day today, I almost forgot. Thinking of the 388 square feet large flat in Haisheng Sky City, the corner of Chin Chow's mouth rose up, and AK couldn't even suppress it. Ha 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 ha. Passionate laughter from the bathroom. May 28, 2024, weekday, sunny, 12 to 22 degrees Celsius, 7 a.m. Jingle bells. The cell phone alarm went off. Chin Chow opened his eyes and jumped up from the bed. After a brief wash, he changed into his workout clothes and took a bag with a change of clothes out the door. Yesterday, because of the exercise completely wet, and ran home to change clothes. Today Chin Chow directly first, bring a body to change. Got in his beloved BMW and drove towards the Kinley Gym. Goldilocks Gym. Good morning, Mr. Chin. You're here. As soon as the receptionist Li Jiaojiao saw Chin Chow's figure, she directly trotted forward and welcomed him with a smile like a flower. There's no way around it. It's a golden guy who charges $50,000 on his first visit. Gotta serve it right. Good morning, Missy. Chin Chow nodded back. Is Coach Ryu here? Chin Chow asked one more time. Already waiting for you. Okay. Chin Chow took a step towards the VIP room on the third floor. Many other customers in the lobby of the first floor who were exercising looked at the front desk with a displeased look at this tone of Chin Chow. Lee, we are also cardholders. Why don't you see you welcome us when we come to the gym? Yeah, that's right. Making a distinction is right. Several different questioning voices appeared. Mr. Chin is the highest member of our gym and filled up 50,000 on his first visit. I could greet you like that if you guys filled up 50,000 too. Li Jiaojiao glanced at them and spoke expressionlessly. When Chin Chow pushed open the door and walked into the VIP room, a beautiful and sexy back reflected in his eyes. High ponytail, wearing a pink sports tank top with a curvy back and skin as white as flawless jade. The lower half of her body was wearing a pair of pink yoga pants, and her round, perky peach buttocks, twisting and grooving on the pedals, looked unusually seductive. It was Ruyan Lu, his exclusive and beautiful personal trainer, who was currently jogging on the treadmill. Hearing the creaking sound of the door being opened, Lu Ruyan curiously looked back, and after seeing Chin Chow's face, she hurriedly got down from the treadmill. Good morning, Mr. Chin. You're up early. Lu Ruyan smiled towards Chin Chow, revealing a mouthful of white teeth. Good morning, Coach Willow. I'm pissed off that you keep using honorifics with me, haha. Chin Chow made a serious face and feigned anger. Okay, so what should I call you? Just call me by my name, Chin Chow. It's not good to address names directly. If the boss knows about it, won't he dock my salary? Then it's okay if I call you Brother Chin. Ruyan Lu blinked her pretty eyes and opened her mouth with a smile. It's good that you're happy. Look at the cute and dorky expression shown by the beautiful private tutor. And then look at her sexy body in the front and back. Chin Chow only felt overwhelmed. Is that a contrast? Chin Chow thought to himself. Let's start working out then. Still 2 hours today, huh? Come on, come on. Listening to Lu Ruyan's yuan-chi-filled voice, Chin Chow felt energized all over. It's only 2 hours? It's a small case. Qin Dynasty started an intense cardio workout. Crotch high fives, open and close jumps, contralateral knee lifts, high kicks in place. Go Qin. Do another set. Qin is fantastic. Hold on a little longer. It's almost done. Yay. Sheen, you're too good. Similar high fives and encouragement were heard from time to time in the VIP room. Brother Sheen, thanks for your hard work. Receiving the Centennial Mountain handed over by Ruyan Lu, he took the gulp and drank it in a big gulp. The intensity of today's workout was similar to yesterday's, yet Qin Shao felt that he still had energy left, unlike yesterday, when he was done and directly paralyzed on the floor. Although Lu Ruyan's praise was a bit raw during the process, Qin Shao was still very flattered. Men are all children mentality. Coaxing is often more effective than any means. Follow the customized weight loss plan I've given you and switch to another couple of exercise routines tomorrow. Lu Ruyan's face had a gentle smile on it as she spoke without slowing down. Okay. Qin Shao wiped his face casually with a towel, and his line of sight was placed on Lu Ruyan as if unintentionally. Her sports underwear clung to her skin due to the sweat, and the thin straps on either side of her shoulders were slightly damp and glistening with water. The white, full, round breasts showed a hint of spring. Qin Shao unconsciously swallowed his saliva. Holy, it's an ocean. I didn't realize that Lu Ruyan not only had long legs and a nice but her breasts were also quite magnificent. It was simply a special thing on earth. Just when Qin Shao was running in a million horses inside, Lu Ruyan suddenly handed him a lunchbox. Inside was a purple potato, a poached egg, a few shrimp and some vegetables. Coach Ryu, what are you? I guess Brother Qin, you came so early in the morning. You must not have eaten breakfast. This is what I made for you. Perhaps because it was the first time she cooked breakfast for the opposite sex and was a bit shy, Ruyan Lu's cheeks had a blush on them. Thank you for taking such good care of me. Brother Qin, you bought 100 lessons straight away, and losing weight has to be paired with a sensible diet, so I'll help you with your breakfast from now on. How embarrassing this is. Coach Willow, and you call me Coach Ryu? That's too raw. Ruyan Lu beamed with a disgruntled expression. Then I'll trouble you. Ruyan. Qin Shao was not a squirmy person. He took the lunchbox, took out chopsticks from it and feasted on it. Watching Qin Shao eating like a hungry ghost, a hint of joy flashed through Ruyan Lu's beautiful eyes. The feeling of being affirmed by others was really quite good. Chapter 15, the great flat that never dreamed of being there. Took a shower in the gym VIP room and changed clothes. Qin Shao left the gym after saying goodbye to Lu Ruyan. Thinking about his 388 square meter large flat, Qin Shao decided to go ahead and get the house inspected. Haicheng Tiancheng, located in the first ring road of Haicheng City, the center of the city, inch of land, surrounded by 3 major business districts. The surrounding education, medical care and transportation are all very convenient, and the house price reaches 30,000 square meters, which is a real rich area in Haicheng. On the way to drive to Haicheng Sky City, Qin Shao kept fantasizing about what the large flat floor was really like. Seriously, he never thought he'd own a house like this. His parents are still working hard to save up for a down payment to buy him a small house of about 100 square feet in his hometown, a small county in Gan Province. You know that the price of housing in that small county of his hometown is only more than 5,000 a square foot. But today, he's about to own a $30,000 flat of nearly 400 square meters with a market value of nearly $12 million. Qin Shao's heart at this moment is like a beggar suddenly rushing into a cafeteria. Some nervousness and some expectation. 15 minutes later, the property department of Haicheng Sky City. Hello sir, may I ask what you need? The receptionist smiled politely. Hello, I bought a house in Haicheng Tiancheng and am here to take possession of it. Can you show me your ID, please, and I'll check it for you. Okay. Qin Shao smiled and handed over his ID card. Mr. Qin, the large flat you purchased is located in Building 2, 2001, and belongs to the finely decorated suite. Please wait a moment. We will immediately arrange for someone to bring you to the door for acceptance. Okay. 10 minutes later, the property crew arrived. Qin Shao followed the property staff and took the elevator to reach the 20th floor. The hallway was brightly lit, with cream-colored tiles on the floor and walls. Turning the corner, a black armored fireproof double door came into view. Qin Shao's eyes flashed a trace of marvel. Honestly, it was the first time he saw such a handsome gate. It's awesome. The property officer told Qin Shao to go over and enter his fingerprints and set a password. After taking care of these things, Qin Shao took a deep breath to ease his excitement and stepped into the gate. The house was instantly lit up. The whole is a main lightless design, with linear lights, spotlights, and magnetic track lights combining with each other. The light is gentle, layered and three-dimensional. The decor is based on warm whites with gray and white, which complement each other very well. The floors are veined marble tiles with a moderate sheen. At first glance, the sophisticated, expensive grand flat has a delightful sense of ambience. True to the system, the product is a masterpiece. Qin Shao lamented. Headed inside. On the left-hand side is the south-facing living room, which is quite spacious and 5 to 60 square meters in size. To the right-hand side is the separate entrance check room, which looks like a good amount of space. There's also an intelligent control system on the wall next to it that adjusts the lights, central air conditioning and such. After a brief stroll through the foyer, Qin Chao turned left and walked into the living room. The area of the living room and dining room should add up to more than 100 square meters. Exquisite atmosphere, Italian light luxury style, modern and classic combination of decoration style, full of high-level sense. Looking at the black motorized curtains surrounding him, Qin Chao's mind moved, found the switch and slowly opened the curtains. The sunlight at 10 a.m. suddenly shot in blindingly, hitting Qin Chao's body as if it had gilded him with a layer of gold. It looks golden. $12 million. Can you not be golden? Qin Chao raised one hand over his eyes to block the harsh direct sunlight, took a few steps forward and stood in front of the floor-to-ceiling window. The sky was blue and white, and the clouds seemed as if you could touch them by lifting your hand. Through the 270-degree wraparound glass curtain wall, you can see the skyscrapers outside, and the endless flow of people and traffic on the street. Looking down, the pedestrians coming and going are as small as ants. There is a feeling of being on top of the world and seeing all the mountains. Is this the view from a large 20-story bungalow? It does make a difference. The whole thing is a blast. High above, looking down on 95% of the general population, gently closing his eyes, Qin Chao opened his arms to embrace the beauty he had never seen before. His excitement at the moment could not be expressed in words. From now on, the word beggar is a long way off for him. His future will see landscapes that he never dared to imagine in the past, just like this big flat. Before he saw it, Qin Chao never thought that the house could be constructed so beautifully and nobly. Standing in the center of the living room and turning 360 degrees in place, Qin Chao paced and wandered around his large flat. Dual Chinese and Western kitchens, creative island, wraparound sofas, full kitchen appliances, upscale baths, 388 sq ft, home with 6 bedrooms and 4 baths, full landscaping and large lot sizes. It is comfortable and beautiful and looks very high quality. Finally, Qin Chao pushed open the door of the master bedroom. Panoramic floor-to-ceiling windows, walk-through balconies, solid wood floors, exquisite bedding. After stopping to admire it for a while, Qin Chao stepped into the master bedroom's check room. U-shaped walk-in design with open space. Turn on the lights. Coffee-colored glass cabinet doors are full of light Italian style. Double rows of hanging areas at the top and bottom with built-in warm color light strips for ambience. Qin Chao has never seen a check room, and this kind of room for the rich was unattainable to him in the past. Now it's his, too. It's really like a dream. For a moment, Qin Chao's brain was a little confused, whether it was reality or dream. Muddled, unable to help himself. Hiss, that hurts. With a hard tug on his thigh, the pain pulled Qin Chao out of this self-why. I have a system, Dad. Where is this going? I have to quickly adjust my mindset and adapt to it, Qin Chao said to himself with a clear gaze. After a full tour of the house, Qin Chao signed the property staff's acceptance letter. The dust has settled, and Qin Chao has officially become the head of this 388 square foot flat. Lowering his head, he looked at what he was wearing, still the cheap taobao clothes and pants he had bought before, and then he looked at the high-grade furniture and luxurious decoration around him. Qin Chao felt that it was time for him to be a little better to himself, and to get his dressing taste up. Not to mention starting a company later, showing up in front of people and having to save face. It's time to go shopping and buy a few good sets of clothes. LV, Gucci, Chanel, those brands, and the suits need to be bought twice. Qin Chao frowned and thought, but I have such poor taste that I need to find a woman with good taste to advise me. To whom? Tianjing? Ruyan Lu? No, they're not always available. After thinking about it, Qin Chao's eyes lit up. The school flower, Shun Moxie, she must be free. And she was playing cosplay before, and in this aspect of dressing, she must have knowledge. Qin Chao hurriedly picked up his cell phone, opened WeChat, and clicked on last night's chat with Hitomi Sauce. Qin, is the school beauty here? There's something I need your help with. I had just put down my cell phone when the WeChat alert tone sounded. Hitomi Jam, on the drop. Hitomi Jam, kitten speak, JPG. Looking at the message that Shinmoxi would be, Qin Chao could not help but feel a little bit happy. Are all these secondary players so cute? Emoji stars. Then typed, Qin, I want to go shopping to buy some clothes and a suit, but I'm not a very good dresser, so I'd like to ask you to help me with some advice? Greenview Court. Shinemose looked at the message sent by Qin Chao and felt a little leap in her heart. Just tweeted last night and was having a nice chat with someone, when someone suddenly said she was going to sleep. It was as if she had been poured cold water on her, and her whole body instantly wilted. In fact, the heart still wanted to chat with him, but it was not good to disturb Qin Chao. Receiving the news from Qin Chao this morning, Shinemo says mood at the moment is sunny and bright again. He can't be trying to find a reason to ask me out. No, he should really want my help. After all, I'm beautiful and fit, and I'm the best at this aspect of dressing. Shinmoxi frowned her good-looking eyebrows, pondered for a while, and typed on the cell phone screen. Hitomi, yes. Then when where to go shopping Sheen, just for now. I'll pick you up at Greenview Acres. Wait for me for a while. Hitomi, kitten good drop. JPG, ending the chat. Shinemosia gave a silly laugh. Thinking that Qin Chao will come to pick himself up soon, he hurriedly got up from the bed with a slip. As an old night owl, waking up at 10 o'clock is a regular occurrence for her. She'd slept pretty late last night and had just woken up, lying in bed swiping her phone. Wash, make up, pick today's wear. She wants to brighten up Qin Chao's eyes. Let him know what it means to have white skin and beautiful Shinemo pupils. Chapter 16 is Schoolgirls Help Match Clothes. 20 minutes later, Qin Chao drove his BMW and parked at the entrance of the Greenview Yayuan neighborhood. Taking out his cell phone, he tapped WeChat and told Shinmoxi, Qin, I'm here. I'm at the entrance to your neighborhood. Ding. The WeChat beep sounded. Shinmoxi was startled for a moment. She just picked out what she was going to wear today, and she hadn't even gotten around to putting on her makeup yet. Thinking that she couldn't keep Qin Chao waiting too long for the first time, she returned a message. Hitomi Jam, give me 10 minutes. I'll be right there. After sending the message, she hurriedly sat down at her dresser and began to put on her makeup. It's definitely too late for full makeup, so just go straight for the lazy 5-step everyday look. Mist your skin with 3 sprays of water to give your skin a basic moisturizer and a lip mask for your lips. After applying sunscreen, use a barrier powder foundation to lighten makeup and even out skin tone. Since Shinmoxi's skin is very good, she only played a thin layer. Slightly touch up blemishes with concealer. When the 10 minutes arrived, Shinmosia's face had already been painted with complete pseudo-vegetarian makeup. Combined with her already fair and hydrated skin, she looked very delicate and beautiful. After changing her clothes, Shinmozi took her bag and rushed out the door. At the entrance of the neighborhood, Qin Chao was sitting on the BMW car was waiting with boredom. Suddenly, a silhouette that appeared at the entrance of the neighborhood came into view. An apricot-colored undershirt on top, a pink sun jacket draped over it, a short denim skirt underneath, and a pair of white calf socks over her calves. The slim waist and high breasts formed perfect lines. Between the short denim skirt and calf socks, the snow-white flesh of her thighs trembled as she walked, looking quite eye-catching. It's none other than schoolgirl Shinmoxi. I didn't realize that the schoolgirl wasn't tall, but her body was really something. Qin Chao's line of sight simply could not be removed. Immersed in the school flower's invincible figure could not be extricated, and could not wait to personally get his hands on it to measure it. Ping, ping, ping. There was a knock on the car window. Qin Chao returned to his senses and unlocked the car door. Shinmoxi opened the passenger door, lifted her denim skirt, and sat in the car. Looking at Qin Chao's astonished look, Shinmoxian's face seemed to have little change, but inwardly, she was snickering and secretly happy. Humph. It wasn't in vain that this princess had some carefully chosen outfits. Let's see if I can't charm you. Put your seatbelt on. Just as Shinmoxia was secretly YYY inside, a gentle voice came from his ears. Ooh-hoo, nice drop. Then let's get going. Departure. Go. Vientiane Center is the most famous upscale commercial complex in Haicheng. The interior brings together hotels, office buildings and commercial streets. Located in the center of the city, the traffic is very convenient. Major fashion and luxury brands are stationed in it. LV, Chanel, Hermes, Gucci. Qin Chao precisely intends to come here to have a good stroll and consume. Previously, when working in Tanny Trade, I listened to female colleagues chatting about the Wanxiang Center, which has high-grade, expensive things, and is a famous commercial ghetto in Haicheng. But it was really the first time for Qin Chao to come to this high-grade business center. Parking the vehicle in the underground parking lot of the mall, Qin Chao and Shinmoxi both took the elevator of B2 and went straight to the mall. During the elevator's upward movement, looking at the mall that Qin Chao came to was Wanxiang Center, Shinmoxi's small white hand clenched its fist, and there was some small tension inside. After all, the Wanxiang Center was basically a mall where international first-tier big names and luxury brands gathered. And although she knew about this place, it was her first time to come. While she cosplayed and had all sorts of expensive costumes in her college days, those were basically rented and she couldn't afford them. She usually bought clothes that cost a few $100s, and very little over $1,000. And a few $1,000s in clothes is considered cheap at the Vanguard Center. Looking at the schoolgirl Shin next to him, with her small face in a state of consternation, Qin Chao couldn't help but be a little bit amused. Reaching over and pinching the schoolgirl's fair and pretty face, he spoke gently. Moca, relax, there's no need to be nervous. It's my first time here too. Feeling a touch of warmth coming from her face, Shen Mo's face swish instantly turned red. What did he want? Why is he touching my face? Shameless. You, wanting to say something, the words choked in his throat and didn't come out. Turning around, he was a little embarrassed to face Qin Chao. It was at this point that the elevator stopped. Let's go. I'll leave today's outfit to you. I trust your vision. Morthy. After saying that, Qin Chao took the lead and walked out of the elevator. Slightly, Shinemo Hitomi made a cute face at Qin Chao's back and hurriedly followed. LV Stores. Good day, ma'am, and welcome to Louis Vuitton. What can I do for you? The duo had just walked in, and the counter attendant on the side had already greeted them and opened her mouth with a smile. Although Qin Chao's dress ordinary, a pokey goods, but wearing a black silk package hip skirt uniform LV locker sister, and did not have a face of impatience attitude, but the tone of voice gentle and polite. Obviously after professional training, it seems that the TV is all a lie. Those cabinet ladies who look down on people are still very few. Qin Chao thought in his heart. Which way are the men's clothes? Let's see for ourselves. Qin Chao returned a smile and said, yes, over here, please follow me. When she arrived at the men's clothing area, the counter attendant glanced at Shin Maxian's pretty white and pretty face and retreated to the side. Mo Hitomi, you come and match me. Don't bother about the price. I only have one request. Looking good and stylish is okay. Qin Chao smiled and said to Shin Moxin. Okay, I'll take care of it. I'm a pro when it comes to dressing. Shin Mo's cute little face was full of confidence as she walked to the side and picked out the clothes to go. In the end, the schoolgirl chose a black and white t-shirt with 2 pairs of khaki slacks. Qin Chao put it on and tried it on. The effect was good, and it looked like the whole person was much more spiritual and stylish. Even though he was a little chubby, after losing a few pounds over the past 2 days, his overall body shape was fine. It's true that people depend on their clothes. Qin Chao sighed. Worthy, pick one. I'll give it to you as a gift to thank you for today. After changing his clothes and looking at his much more refreshed self in the mirror, Qin Chao smiled and turned his head towards Shin Moxin. No need. Qin Chao, I'll just do you a small favor. Shin Moxia hurriedly waved her hand. She was aware of the price of those clothes. Just the few dress pants she picked just now had added up to more than $20,000. She hadn't helped much, and it wasn't quite right to receive such an expensive gift. What a good eye you have. I'm sure I couldn't have picked out such a nice dress on my own. As far as I'm concerned, you've done me a great favor, and I'll be unhappy if you don't take it. Qin Chao feigned anger and said with a stern face. Well then. Shin Moxia was torn for a while, but still agreed. Go ahead and pick one. You have to pick your favorite. Never mind the price. Aha. Probably having figured it out, Shin Moxie happily ran off to pick out a gift. Maybe there was too much variety, and it took half a day of picking before she walked over with a cute style bag. Just this one. Looking at this cute style bag, Qin Chao smiled at her and called out to the counter girl on the side to come over to check out. The total is $42,000. Do you swipe or scan? Swipe your card. Ding. The host confronts himself, changes what he wears, and indulges successfully. This indulgence is rated 4 out of 5, with a cash award of $200,000. Spent over $40, $000 for $200, $000 in rewards. The more money he spends, Qin Chao is helpless. Opened his cell phone and glanced at the bank arrival message. At present, the balance on Qin Chao's bank card officially broke through the $1 million mark and came to $1.4 million. The two exited LV and proceeded to walk into other luxury stores. Half an hour later, Qin Chao's hand already had several more shopping bags. LV, Gucci, Givenchy. Under the matching of Shin Mo pupil, Qin Chao bought 2 more sets of clothes and a suit, spending a total of more than 50,000 yuan. Unfortunately, this time, the system didn't reward it, and Qin Chao's bank card balance went back to $990,000. Looking at the time, it was 11:30. Thinking that the clothes should be enough for the time being, Qin Chao ended this shopping. Moxin. Let's go eat. You're also tired after shopping for so long. Today is really hard for you. Thank you. Looking at Shin Maxian's delicate face with a ray of fatigue surfacing, Qin Chao spoke with some embarrassment. No need to thank you, Qin Chao. It's just a favor. Besides, didn't you also give me a bag? I do feel a little hungry though, so let's hurry up and go eat. Shin Maxian's pretty eyes blinked, revealing a bright smile. Okay, whatever you want. Feel free to order. I need to treat you. Let's see. Then, let's have fondue. It's my favorite. Okay, meet you. The duo chatted as they walked towards the 3rd floor of the Vanguard Center, Vientiane Center, an upscale commercial complex, has most of the luxury stores on the first and second floors, while the third floor is a popular food and beverage center with major restaurants located on the third floor. After half a day of searching for a hot pot restaurant, the duo eventually made their way to the service ceiling of hot pot restaurants Hai Di Lao. Maybe it's noon, and there are surprisingly few people at Hai Di Lao, which is supposed to be full of people lining up. Hello, how many for dinner? Qin Chao and Shin Moxie just walked to the door. The waiter on the side immediately welcomed them. 2. Yes, please follow me. The duo followed the waiter's path to their seats, punctuated by uniform and tidy polite greetings. Welcome to the bottom of the sea, Hai Di Lao. As a national chain of hot pot restaurant ceilings, the main focus is a service. From the bottom of his heart, Qin Chao felt really good and felt at home. As the pair were seated, orders were taken and placed, and the waiter handed over 2 hot towels to clean their hands. Before long, the meal was served. After amicably declining the waiter's offer to help fish out the food, the pair began to feast. Tripe, yellow throat, quail eggs, beef, lamb. The duo ate it all. Watching Shin Mo pupil eat a lot of sweat on her forehead, Qin Chao drew out a tissue and gently helped her wipe up. Feeling the warm touch coming from her forehead, Shan Moxie, who was burying her head and eating quail eggs in small bites, was startled by her small face. Looking up and seeing Qin Chao holding a tissue in his hand, and understanding what he was doing, Shin Moxie's little face surfaced with 2 flashes of scarlet. Thank you, Qin Chao, Shin Moxie said shyly. I should be the one thanking you. After all, you did me a favor today. Looking at the shy expression on the schoolgirl's face, Qin Chao was happy inside and smiled gently. Eat up, it'll get cold later. That's delicious. If it's good, you should eat more. Look at how thin you are. Taking a look at Shin Moxie's high chest, and the plump thighs under the denim skirt, Qin Chao felt that, in fact, it's not so skinny, and there's still meat where there should be meat. It is said that this figure feels very good to the touch. I wonder if it is so. I really want to try it. Qin Chao thought internally. All girls need to be thinner to look good in clothes. I'm not really skinny. 160 centimeters 98 kilograms. I still need to lose weight. Just lose another 8 kilograms. Shin Moxie said with a serious face. But don't. A slightly fleshy body like yours is perfect. Any thinner and you won't look good. Hearing Shin Mox say that she wanted to lose weight, Qin Chao hurriedly opened his mouth. What a nice handful of body. Front and back. Needy thighs. Just think about it. What if you lose weight and lose a key part of your body? You'll be the one who suffers. Looking at Qin Chao's excited face, Shin Moxie laughed out with a pft. I'm going to lose weight, you're so excited. Make me look like I'm yours. Silly. Shin Moxie's delicate eyes blinked and smiled wryly. Well then, since you said that, I'm not going to lose any weight and keep it the way it is now. I don't know why. Obviously only 2 days with Qin Chao, but Shin Moxie felt as if they had already been together for a long time. Without the slightest sense of strangeness, it was very cozy and comfortable. She had never been this close to a boy before this. Hearing that Qin Chao liked this somewhat fleshy her and didn't want her to lose weight, she was subconsciously a little happy and snickering. Could it be that I really like him? No, Shin Mox, calm down. Be reserved. Raising her head and sneaking a glance at Qin Chao, although still a bit slightly fat face, but in her eyes, she actually felt that he was inexplicably somewhat good-looking. Is this what lovers do? Shin Moxie thought darkly in her heart. After the two finished their meal, Qin Chao walked to the front desk to pay the bill. A total of $488 was spent. To be honest, Qin Chao felt that the price was really quite high compared to traditional hot pot restaurants. Seafood, though, sells service. Since you enjoy the service, don't worry about the price. For the previous salary of more than 4,800 Qin Chao, a meal of 500 yuan may be a bit painful, but for the current Qin Chao, this amount of money. Sprinkle water. Chapter 17. Packing up and moving. It was 1 o'clock when I came out of the bottom of the sea. Thinking that the schoolgirl has accompanied herself to shop all morning should have been tired long ago, and his own clothes have been bought. Qin Chao's brow frowned. Moxin. You are also tired after shopping all morning. Let's stop here today. I'll send you back to take a rest. Yeah, I didn't even feel tired when I was strolling around, and now I suddenly feel like my whole body is drained. Shinemo Hitomi lowered her head and spat. It sure didn't look like it had much spirit left, and her little butt under the denim skirt was twisting slowly as she walked. Let's go then. Thank you for your hard work today. Qin Chao, can you stop thanking me all the time? I don't like to hear you say that. As if it touched some switch, Shinemo pupil daintily held her small mouth. Her expression was dissatisfied, and her voice was louder. Okay, I'm sorry, it was my fault, I admit it. I'm sorry, Murasame-sama. Can you forgive me? Qin Chao looked at Shinemo's angry face and seemed to understand something. Schoolgirls are so cute when they're angry. This character, this body, proper sense of contrast? I love it. Qin Chao said YY in his heart. Alright then, little Qin Z. Seeing as you're so sincere, Lord Mo will reluctantly forgive you. Looking at Qin Chao's guilty expression, and hearing him address himself as Lord Moxin, Shen Mo's heart was filled with joy and felt like it was about to fly. As a hardcore fan of the secondary Yuan, and a loyal fan of cosplay during her college days, Shen Moxie quickly entered the state and substituted into it. Many thanks, Lord Moxie. I'm willing to go up the mountain of swords and down the frying pan for Lord Moxie. Watching the schoolgirl get into the mood so quickly and play, Qin Chao hurriedly joined. Isn't this a good time to deepen the relationship? To be honest, Qin Chao before the school flower at best counted love at first sight. To put it bluntly is to figure her color, long beautiful, hot body. But after getting along and understanding the schoolgirl's character, Qin Chao really has some fondness for Shen Moxin as a person. Who couldn't love such a long, beautiful, well-built girl with a dorky, cute personality? Xiao Qinzi, get up and return to the palace. Shen Moxia gently waved her hand and made a gesture of the action of the old Buddha returning to the palace in the Qing Palace drama. Qin Chao quickly understood, half squatted on the ground, palm up, and extended his hand. The moment their palms touched, both of them winced and shivered. At that exact moment, one looked up, one looked down, and between the four eyes, the eyes seemed to be drawn up. Wanxiang Center on the way back to Greenview Court. Qin Chao looked straight ahead and drove the car with a focused expression, while Shen Moxie silently lowered her head, her face scarlet. Shame on you. Really? Thinking of the scene just now where the two sides were facing each other with four eyes, the expression on Shen Moxie's face kept changing. There was both shyness and surprise. When her eyes met each other, from the way Qin Chao looked at her, she felt Qin Chao's fondness for her. It was an indescribable feeling. But she just read and understood Qin Chao's mind. Qin Chao opened his mouth, wanting to say something, but after thinking for half a day, he didn't know what to say. In terms of male and female feelings, he is still considered a novice, at best, in the color, but also a little bit of knowledge, but also read a lot of film. Men, just that a little hobby. What? Shen Moxie retrieved her thoughts and turned her head to look at him curiously. Nothing. I mean your house is almost here. After his mind turned around, Qin Chao still decided not to confess and say that he liked her so quickly. After all, although the university period in the same class, but the two almost no interactions. Yesterday after the reunion only added her WeChat. It's too early. It's better not to rush it. It's better to play it safe. Oh, good. Shen Moxie was both nervous and expectant inside, afraid that Qin Chao would suddenly confess to her. She actually felt that the contact time between the two of them was too short, and she wasn't ready for it yet. However, when she heard that Qin Chao didn't say the words of confession in the end, there was a small loss in her heart again. Faint, unclear, but present. 10 minutes later, the entrance to the Greenview Court neighborhood. Bye. Get some rest. It's been a hard morning. Qin Chao sat in the driver's seat and looked at Shen Moxie outside the car window with a concerned face. Aha, bye. Be safe on the road. Okay, get in there. Waving her hand, Shen Moxie turned around and walked towards the small area, her eyes containing a trace of reluctance. She likes to stay with Qin Chao very much. She feels that he is gentle, his character is good to get along with, and the whole person feels very comfortable with him, and there will be no pressure. Lowering his head to look at the huge orange shopping bag with the LV logo in his hand, his eyes curved and a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. It was the first time she had ever received such an expensive gift, a nearly $20,000 bag, and it was from him. Feeling that he couldn't receive a gift from him for nothing, after thinking about it, he opened the Jing Dong and shopped around, intending to buy a gift back to him. The value can't be too low. It's not to her liking, and at the same time it can't be too high. She can't afford it. After dropping off the schoolgirls at home, Qin Chao said he was also tired today, having gotten up at 7 a.m., worked out at the gym for 2 hours, ran around in his car, shopped at the mall, and basically didn't take any breaks in the middle of the day. Looked at the time, exactly 2 o'clock, decided to go back to my home in East Capitol Gardens for a good nap. Also, with a big luxurious flat of your own, it's time for a new nest of your own. Soon, Qin Chao drove back to the East Capitol Garden neighborhood, opened the door, went straight to the bed, and collapsed his head and huffed and puffed. When Qin Chao opened his eyes again, it was already after 5 o'clock in the evening. After a 3-hour nap, he felt so energized that he could do 200 push-ups in one breath. Just in time, my whole body was energized and refreshed, so I began to pack up my things. It was mainly clothes, pants, shoes subcategories. As for other necessities, such as toothpaste, towels, face wash. He did not intend to bring them. Now that you're going to live in a large flat, you need to improve your quality of life. Before buying things, love to pick the cheap by small farmers think have to abandon. In the future they buy things, must have class, have forced to do. Since most of the stuff was not wanted, Qin Xiao made a few trips up and down the road to fill up the trunk of the car and get ready to go to the landlord to return the rent. Due to the appointment with the landlord in advance on WeChat, in just a few minutes, Qin Xiao finished the procedure of withdrawing the rent. Running happily all the way to the parking lot, he drove his beloved little BMW with all his belongings and headed for Haisheng Tiancheng. Chapter 18 Tianjing invites to eat fried skewers. Haisheng Tiancheng Building 2, 2001. Ding dong. The elevator door opened and Qin Xiao came out from inside with two large cardboard boxes. As a famous upscale neighborhood in Haicheng, the large bungalow buildings at Haicheng sky level are all one staircase, one family style, providing ample privacy and convenience for the residents. Walked to the armored door. Ding, fingerprint unlocked successfully. Qin Xiao pushed open the door and walked in, looking at the luxurious decoration around the room. High-grade textured solid wood furniture. Thinking of living here every day in the future. Qin Xiao's heart was filled with excitement. It's too extravagant. Now that's what I call life. You can only call it life if you have money, but at best you can call it living if you don't. That makes sense. Wandering around his large flat, Qin Xiao incidentally placed the clothes he brought in the check room. Due to the fact that there are not many clothes, the whole check room seems empty, looks a little shabby. Qin Xiao decided that he would fill up the whole check room little by little in the future, so that this check room would live up to its name. After packing his clothes, Qin Xiao was about to sit down and rest for a while. Ding dong. The WeChat beep sounded. Picked it up and looked at it. Tianjing, excuse me, brother Qin, are you free tonight? It's a message from Tianjing. Qin Xiao is a little curious. What's the matter with this big beauty? Curious as he was, he hurried back. Qin Xiao, I'm free. Jing, what's wrong? After all, it was only yesterday that I held someone's little hand, and it was tender, smooth, soft, and felt great. Tadashi, it's nothing really. You've bought me 2 meals, and they weren't cheap, so let me buy you one back. Tianjing, snicker. JPG, Qin Xiao, yes. The big beautiful girl Xiao Jing invites you to dinner. You must go. Tianjing, is there anything you want to eat? But first things first, I can't afford the expensive ones. Qin Xiao, go eat what you usually like to eat. What you like to eat shouldn't be bad. Looking at the message sent by Qin Xiao, the straightforward words were almost as close to explicitly saying I like you. Tianjing's face added a touch of scarlet to her face, and a trace of joy flashed within her. After thinking about it for a while, I decided what I was going to eat today. Tianjing, I know a really good fried skewer place. Let's go eat there. Okay? Qin Xiao, okay. Where are you now? Do you want me to pick you up? Tianjing, no need. I just got off work. This store is not far from the Rongtai building. I can walk there. I'll send you the address. You can navigate. Tianjing, Chenji Fried Skewer Shop. Map. Qin Xiao, okay. See you in a minute. End of chat. Changing into a new suit bought at the LV store in the morning, Qin Xiao stood in front of the floor mirror and looked around. The whole person was full of spirit and quite elegant. So handsome. Qin Xiao narcissistically complimented himself, picked up the keys to the BMW on the table, pulled open the cool armored door and walked out. According to the map navigation sent by Tianjing, Qin Xiao drove his car for 10 minutes to Chenji Deep Fried Skewer Shop, pulled the car into a parking space on the side of the road, opened the door, and just as one foot stepped down, the tall, sexy beauty standing on the side of the road waved her hand toward Qin Xiao. Brother Qin, I'm here. Tianjing shouted at Qin Xiao with some excitement, afraid that Qin Xiao didn't see her. Pedestrians on the side of the road all raised their eyes strangely at the sound of this nice voice, and at this glance they could not look back. A high-value beauty with a smile on her face stood on the side of the road and waved. A simple white cotton t-shirt on her upper body wrapped around her rounded breasts, which were firm and erect, and her waist was slim and looked like it was in a handful of hands. Light blue jeans wrapped around the delicate buttocks and round and curvy. The most attractive is the pair of long legs, long and straight. Leg control lovers can play at least a year. No, it's a couple years. Shizuku, it's been a long wait. Qin Xiao locked the car door and walked towards Tianjing, smiling as he opened his mouth. Looking at the exquisite features and delicate and sexy body of his beautiful ex-colleague, Qin Xiao's eyes flashed with a hint of fire. This figure, this leg, if you carry on the shoulder to play casually, that taste, hiss, it's great. Thinking of this, Qin Xiao hurriedly shook his head, interrupting the why in his mind, and his eyes cleared. No, it hasn't. I just got here too. Come on, let's go inside. Listening to Tianjing's pleasant voice and remembering the last time he held hands, Qin Chao couldn't help it again. Straight away, he went forward and reached out to hold Tianjing's small, white and tender hand, pretending as if nothing had happened and pulling her towards the fried skewer store. Ah, brother Qin, he pulled my hand again. Tianjing was violently startled, and a wave of shame ran through her insides. Raising her head to look at Qin Chao walking in front of her, her eyes slightly drooped and she let Qin Chao lead her into the store. The few pedestrians on the side of the road who had stopped to look at the beautiful woman saw the scene, and their back teeth were all clenched with an indignant look. Damn! This kind of pure and lustful beauty, how come it's not mine? This man looks so ordinary. Why look at him, just because he drives a BMW? Oh my goddess, why are you degrading yourself? One spat with a look of envy and jealousy. The Chenji fried skewer store is small, just over 40 square meters, with 7 or 8 tables. Against the wall was a row of freshness coolers containing a variety of ingredients. This place's popping sauce is delicious. Have 2. 1 for each of us. The ham hocks, quail eggs, and lamb kebabs are good too. Let's have 4 of each. And yes, vegetables should not be missing. Lettuce, spinach, baby vegetables. Walking into the store, Tianjing felt like she was on her home turf and began to open up and pick out skewers. It showed the youthfulness she still possessed in a girl who had just graduated from college. Soon the plastic tub right in her hand was stuffed with skewers. Tianjing smiled with her eyebrows and said, Brother Qin, I haven't been to this store for half a month. This time I'm going to eat enough, and you'll eat more for a while as well. It's okay, there's quite a lot of stuff. I'm afraid we can't even finish it. Qin Chao pointed at the full plastic basin in Tianjing's hand. Tianjing licked her lips. Let's do this first then. Not enough to eat in a while in order. Aha! Looking at Tianjing with such a return to her home turf and lively spirit, Qin Chao felt that this was Tianjing's state of life. Cute. Real. You can't help but feel good about her, and like her just a little bit more. In a short while, the skewers were all fried and served up. Steaming hot and fragrant. Tianjing grabbed a skewer of quail eggs and handed it over. Brother Qin, try it. The ingredients in this place are very fresh and flavorful, especially the sauce. It's very fragrant. Thanks Shizuku. Qin Chao took it and took a big bite. It's after hours and this store is doing well, with customers barging in from time to time. Youthful and deserving. With a hot body, Tianjing attracted a lot of male attention. The two of them sat there, eating fried skewers and chatting. Perhaps in their own home turf, Tianjing is unusually lively, eating skewers with a big grin, not caring about the image. And before long, the corners of the mouth are stained with seasoning. Walk out the door of the kebab store. There are far fewer pedestrians. Tianjing shook the bag of her cell phone and said with some embarrassment, It seems like I ate all of it, and I packed the rest of it, so you didn't even eat much. Brother Qin. Qin Chao went up and touched her head, said with a smile, I'm on a diet recently, and I don't dare to eat so much fried food. When I lose weight, I'll accompany you to eat enough. Aha, well, I hope you lose weight soon. Tianjing nodded her head vigorously, looking adorable and somewhat cute, combined with her long legs, thin waist and sexy body. The whole thing is a great sense of contrast. It's still early. What do you say we go to the movies? After dinner is only about 7 o'clock. This will go home too early. Qin Chao and want to stay with Tianjing more. Increase the increase of feelings, so open the mouth to suggest. Fantastic isn't it? I haven't seen a movie in ages. Tianjing's face was beaming and her hands even clapped. Brother Qin, you're wonderful. Let's go then. There seems to be a movie theater not too far away. I saw it when I drove up earlier. Go. Qin Chao and Tianjing got into the BMW parked by the roadside and went straight to the movie theater. Chapter 19, First Kiss with Tianjing. Star River Cinema. Qin Chao parked the car and pulled Tianjing's small hand inside. Along the way, the duo had a long discussion and finally decided to see the new movie Venom 3, which had recently been released. Qin Chao wasn't really a sci-fi fan, but he had seen roughly all of the several Marvel movies. This is the kind of commercial movie that is really exciting, addictive and enthralling to watch in the cinema. Coming to the front desk of the movie theater, Qin Chao took out the e-ticket he bought online and checked the QR code with the staff. Thinking that a 2+ hour movie is not a short time, I stopped by and bought 2 Cokes and a bucket of popcorn, letting Tianjing hold the popcorn. Qin Chao, who had one hand free, subconsciously pulled Tianjing's other small white hand and walked towards the IMAX hall of the movie theater. No. 2. Tianjing glanced down at their clasped hands, a slightly shy smile spreading on her face as she followed Qin Chao's pace. When I walked into the IMAX room, the movie was already showing. Perhaps it was a new Marvel movie. The screening room was packed and the front and center seats were largely filled. Qin Chao pulled Tianjing to the last row of seats. When choosing a seat, Qin Chao thought to deepen his feelings with Xiao Jing, so that the two of them could chat more privately, and purposely chose the last row of seats. Placing the Coke in his hand on the side drink slot, the two took their places. The screening room was dark at the moment, with only a large movie screen in front of it glowing. Tianjing was watching the movie seriously, and Qin Chao's mind was obviously not in it, since the two of them were close to each other. Tianjing's sexy long legs in her jeans were tightly pressed against Qin Chao's legs. Vaguely, one could still smell the faint aroma of Shizuka's body, which was nice and uplifting. As a single dog for 24 years, Qin Chao said it was a bit overwhelming. Shizuku, can you lean over a bit? Qin Chao was a bit dumbfounded and spoke in a small voice. Oh. Tianjing had no idea about this and didn't seem to understand Qin Chao's meaning. Her two eyes were still staring at the screen in front of her, but her body leaned towards Qin Chao. Qin Chao put his arm around Tianjing and felt her slender waist. Brother Qin. You. Tianjing was suddenly startled. Her entire face reddened, wanting to say something but too excited to say it. Xiao Jing. I'm sorry, I went crazy. Feeling that Xiao Jing was a bit shocked, Qin Chao suddenly calmed down and hurriedly apologized to her. What's wrong with you? Qin Chao hurriedly pumped a few times hard towards his head to clear his mind. Brother Qin, I don't blame you. It was just so sudden that I didn't react. Looking at Qin Chao forcefully pumping his head a few times, Tianjing hurriedly pulled his hand away and opened her mouth to comfort him. In fact, for the physical contact with Qin Chao, she did not resent it at all in her heart, and was still a bit joyful, only that she was still watching the movie seriously just now, and she was shocked all of a sudden. Jing, I'm so happy to be with you for so long. I like you a lot. Can you be my girlfriend? Qin Chao hesitated and opened his mouth. He could sense that Tianjing had feelings for himself as well, or else she wouldn't have reacted without refusal these 2 times she held hands. In a girl's mind, it's supposed to be a default favorite before she agrees to hold hands, Qin Chao secretly speculated. Hearing Qin Chao's bright confession, Tianjing's pupils slowly became bigger. The whole person instantly short-circuited, and her face swish was covered with red light. Okay, it's okay. After a while, Tianjing, who had returned to her senses, lowered her head and responded in a small voice. I like you too, Qin Chao. Really? I'm not dreaming, am I? Did you really promise me? Qin Chao's expression was a burst of excitement. He went forward and hugged Tianjing's body with some disbelief. After being single for 24 years, he's about to have a girlfriend, and the whole thing, it's completely crazy. Well, it's true. Feeling the warmth of Qin Chao's embrace, Tianjing closed her eyes, and her small white and beautiful hands slowly wrapped around him. Since he couldn't see Tianjing's face in the darkness, Qin Chao's head slowly lowered, and with his senses, he found Tianjing's full red lips and kissed them. Well, ding, the host officially bids farewell to singleness, enters into a passionate love affair, enjoys a good life, and indulges successfully. This indulgence is rated 8 out of 10, awarding 50% of the equity of Botsai Rue Management Consulting Ltd. Note 1, please contact Mr. Wang Tian, attorney of Haicheng Jinding Law Firm for equity receipt. Wang Tian telephone, 158. Note 2, the stake is all formalities and reasonable and legal. The host does not need to worry. The system reward arrived. Qin Chao didn't care to check it at this time and directly threw it to the back of his mind. The two kissed mesmerized, both indulging in the beauty of it, somewhat unable to stop themselves. Qin Chao's hand, without realizing it, slowly slid down and wrapped around Tianjing's tender little waist. The darkened IMAX screening room, where no one even notices the last row at this point due to the louder sound of the movie. Feeling the strange sensation coming from her waist, Tianjing hurriedly pushed Qin Chao, broke away from his arms, and stared at him viciously with her eyes wide open. Sorry, Shizuku, subconscious action. Qin Chao scratched his head in embarrassment, with a shameful face of being caught in the act. Pervert. You're such a pervert. Tianjing looked disgruntled as she pouted and spat with a grunt. A man's true colors. The ancients do not deceive me. Looking at Tianjing's cute face when she was angry, Qin Chao couldn't help but flood his mouth with flowers. You also said. Okay, fine. No more talking. Let's watch a movie. It's your fault. So many haven't watched. The plot is unclear. Be nice. It's all my fault. I'll take you through it all over again next time. You said it. Don't lie to me. In the darkness, the sound of two people flirting and muttering came from the last row of seats. Chapter 20, Tianjing's shock. It was almost 10 o'clock when I got out of the movie theater. Since they had just confirmed their relationship, the two of them were just like a man and woman in the heat of the moment, eager to be close to each other and wanting to stick together all the time. Xiao Jing, do you want to sleep at my place? I don't want to be separated from you right now. Tightly embracing Tianjing's slender waist, feeling the soft sweetness of her body, Qin Chao tentatively opened his mouth. What do you want? Tianjing sized him up with a scrutinizing gaze. An expression of I see through you. Is it unsuspicious to try to? I promise I didn't mean that. I just don't want to be separated from you for a second. Qin Chao opened his eyes wide and said sincerely. When you're in my bed, it's hard to tell. Beast or beast, I'll take the former. Qin Chao yied in his mind. Really? Tianjing was a little hesitant in her heart. In fact, she didn't want to separate from Qin Chao. This was her first love. She truly experienced the beauty of love, making people a little fascinated. But after all, she just did have a relationship, and she didn't want Qin Chao to think she was a random girl. Truer than pearls. I promise I won't do anything. I just want to cuddle and sleep with you. I swear. Qin Chao's thumb and pinky clasped together and raised 3 fingers upwards and said, well then. In the end, Tianjing reluctantly agreed, even though she felt bad in her heart. But thinking about Qin Chao's behavior, she still felt that she should trust him. Yeah, then I'll get the car and we'll go home. Qin Chao was full of excitement and ran towards the parking space with a shout. Looking at Qin Chao's childish look, Tianjing shook her head with a helpless face, smiled and followed. The BMW drove into the underground parking lot of the Haixing Tiancheng district. Tianjing in the co-pilot's seat was not calm at this time. Brother Qin lives in this neighborhood. It looks very upscale. Just now when the car on the road through the window looked at this district is located in the heart of the city, and the building construction is quite beautiful and exquisite. At first glance, it is very expensive look. The car backed up perfectly and parked in the exclusive parking space for the large flat. Jing, we're here. Get off. Qin Chao said to Tianjing as he pushed open the car door. Aha. Good. Tianjing's gentle voice came out, and with a slight hint of nervousness, she got out of the car. As if feeling Xiao Jing's emotions, Qin Chao walked over and gently embraced Tianjing, tenderly touched her delicate and tender face, and spoke, don't be nervous. In the future, you'll come here often. This is your home. Come on, let's go home. Aha. Thank you, Qin. Tianjing nodded her head vigorously, and the liking for Qin Chao in her eyes increased by 1 more point. Qin Chao pretended to cover his face and made an exaggerated sound. So, what do I call you then? Tianjing's little face reddened with shame as she slowly opened her mouth. Call me husband. Qin Chao stared at Tianjing with a bad smile on his face. Old, gone. Be coherent and loud. Honey, ugh, I'm here. Wife. Qin Chao turned his head and kissed Tianjing on the cheek and answered with a smile. You, shameless. The redness on Tianjing's sweet and pretty face became even more intense. From the elevator in the parking lot to the ground level of the cell, the pair walked slowly. At 10 o'clock at night in Haixing Tiancheng, all is quiet. There was only the sound of their footsteps. I just moved in today and I'm so happy to be spending my first night in my new home with you. Qin Chao breathed in the good air of the neighborhood and opened his mouth. Haixing Tiancheng belongs to the high-class neighborhood. The area is full of green trees and flowers, and the greening rate is very high, so the air quality is quite good. Tianjing looked surprised. Is this neighborhood expensive? It's kind of a ceiling in Haixing. Around 30,000 a square meter. It's so expensive. It's only 5,000 or 6,000 a square meter in our hometown. Haixing is only considered a second-tier city. There are more expensive first-tier cities? The duo walked and chatted, and soon arrived at building 2. Ding! The elevator arrived. The two of them walked in. Qin Chao pressed a 20th floor in his hand, turned around and took Tianjing's soft and tender little hand. Jing's hands are so tender and smooth. Soft as bones, they feel so good. I just put my arm around her tiny waist at the movie theater. It's so tiny. Qin Chao recalled it alone in his head. Ding! Level 20 is here. Qin Chao pulled Tianjing out of the elevator and walked towards 2001. Stand in front of the armored door and press your thumb against it. There was a click and the door opened. Looking at the cool armored double doors, Tianjing was a little surprised. She'd never seen such a handsome, cool gate, and it looked like it was worth a lot of money. Come in and see our home, wife. Qin Chao smiled slightly and looked at Tianjing with a proud face. Tianjing slowly walked in. Qin Chao turned on the light next to her, and all of a sudden, the scenery inside the house was reflected in her eyes. With oversized floor-to-ceiling windows, luxurious finishes, generous square footage, and upscale furnishings, the 388-square-foot bungalow was a little too much for her to handle. Your home. Tianjing stared wide-eyed and thought for half a day, but she didn't know how to describe this house. All in all, she found it very wide and beautiful. It's our home, that's right. Qin Chao glanced at Tianjing and held her hand as he walked inside. Dual Chinese and Western kitchens, creative island, wraparound sofas. Taking one step inside, Qin Chao pulled Tianjing to the door of the master bedroom. Push the door open and go inside. Panoramic floor-to-ceiling windows. Walk through balconies. Solid wood floors. All of this was a view Tianjing had not seen before. She had never thought that a house could be so beautiful and so big. For the first time she had an accurate idea of the word rich. This house is 388 square feet and is a large flat. Looking at Tianjing's shocked expression, Qin Chao's heart was a bit cool and he smiled and opened his mouth. It's so big. 388 square feet. It's the first time I've seen such a big and beautiful house. Tianjing couldn't help but exclaim. She mentally secretly calculated the price. 31,000 square meters. 388 square meters will be nearly 11.64 million. Think about it, is an astronomical figure. Is Qin so rich that he can afford a house of over $10 million? Tianjing thought in her head. If Qin Chao could have heard Tianjing's heart, he would have cried out. Or he could afford to buy a house of more than $10 million. It was all given by the system father. Wife. That. It's getting late. Shouldn't we go to bed? Qin Chao thought of the main thing and opened his mouth with a serious face. He had to pretend to be a decent person. And he couldn't let Tianjing notice his intentions. Let the little sheep first obediently jump into his trap. And then it's, I'm the chopper. She's the fish. You don't have any evil thoughts, do you? Looking at Qin Chao with a serious face. But Tianjing felt that there was something wrong somewhere. It was as if there was a vestigial feeling of a beautiful sheep, lured into the wolf's den by a gray wolf and about to be eaten. Absolutely not. I promise to just cuddle you to sleep. I'm very obedient. Qin Chao had a look of I am a good person. You believe me. I'll take a shower first then. I'm sticky from sweating. No. What if I don't have a change of clothes? Wear mine. I'll get it for you. You don't have to change your underwear. After saying that, Qin Chao ran to the check room and took a white shirt and handed it to Tianjing. Receiving the shirt, Tianjing stepped into the bathroom. Chapter 21, Life's Big Moments. Bathroom. Standing naked under the nozzle, feeling the rush of the warm water, Tianjing's entire body felt a little unreal. Look at the wide open spaces, the upscale bathrooms, the luxurious decor. It's a house worth almost $12 million. $12 million. Brother Qin is suddenly so rich. I've heard that men get worse when they're rich. I wonder if Brother Qin will be like that. Tianjing washed the dirt from her body while secretly slandering in her heart. He's not going to. Tonight? I don't think so, but he promised me he'd just cuddle me to sleep. Thinking of this, Tianjing's still white and tender face, which was washed by the water current, suddenly added a touch of scarlet. Looking down at her body, long legs and thin waist, convex in front and curved in the back, quite sexy and alluring. Tianjing's heart is both a little afraid and a little expectant, listening to the sound of water pattering from the bathroom. Sitting on the high-grade sofa in the living room, Qin Chao's heart is not calm at this moment. He knew that Tianjing agreeing to come to his house and sleep with him meant that she had actually acquiesced in her heart that something would happen. Women are so mouthy. They say so on their lips, but in their hearts they think something else. As a boy who has been single for 24 years, tonight is also a big moment in his life. Nervous, expectant, worried, excited. All sorts of emotions come into play, and it feels like the adrenaline is pumping a lot faster. Practice is the only test of truth. Qin Chao gave himself a cheering gesture. After watching so many sci-fi movies during the week, I'm going to learn and kill it tonight. 10 minutes later, Tianjing walked out of the bathroom. Slightly moist hair, white and tender skin, watery eyes, delicate and straight nose, red and glossy mouth. The whole person looks like an elf princess. Wearing a men's shirt that came down to mid-thigh, he exuded style and charisma with his hands and feet. The lower half of his body played the clothes disappearing technique, and his two white and smooth long legs stood out, long and straight, longer than Qin Chao's life. Looking at the sexy beauty bathing picture in front of him, Qin Chao's eyes widened and he was a bit dumbfounded. Qin, you go wash it too. Tianjing took a towel and wiped her wet hair and spoke softly. Call me what? Qin Chao immediately showed his face and glared at Tianjing with his eyes wide open. Oh, honey. Tianjing looked quite adorable with her colorful and attractive mouth and a look of I forgot. That's a good girl. Honey. Qin Chao changed his face in a flash, smiled widely and turned his head to the bathroom. Ah, wait. Tianjing remembered that the clothes she had just changed out of were still in the bathroom, and while screaming, she hurriedly ran towards the bathroom. What? With a puzzled face, Qin Chao took a few steps forward and followed him. Looking at Tianjing, she quickly took a few pieces of clothing and put them behind her. With a blushing look on her face, Qin Chao understood something and opened his mouth with a bad smile to tease. Wife, you are still shy in front of your husband. You take your shower. You stink. After viciously glaring at Qin Chao, Tianjing walked out of the bathroom with her long straight legs. The speed of a boy's bath need not be questioned. 5 minutes later, Qin Chao wrapped in a pure white bath towel and walked out. I'm done washing. Wife, it's getting late. Let's get to bed. Qin Chao numbly spent 1 minute blow drying his hair and made an invitation towards Tianjing. You're not allowed to move your hands. Sleep well. Tianjing forced herself to be calm and exhorted Qin Chao. Her slightly trembling voice betrayed her. Come on, I promise. Taking a few steps across the soft and wide double-simon soft bed, Qin Chao lay on his side, propping up his hand while patting the pillow on the side. Tianjing slowly moved over one step at a time, opened the quilt and got in, turning off the light in the process. Lying on her side, with her back to Qin Chao, the whole person was trembling a little. I don't know if it's because she's nervous or something. Sleep. Smelling the nice scent of Tianjing's body, Qin Chao took a deep breath and slowly reached out his hand and wrapped it around Tianjing's waist. The tiny waist is slim, soft, tender and feels great. Feeling the strange sensation coming from her body, Tianjing's entire body shivered. Qin Chao, didn't you say you'd just hug me to sleep? A pleasant voice rang in Qin Chao's ears. Trembling. Shizuku, I love you. Qin Chao embraced Tianjing's body and gently whispered in Tianjing's ear. Give yourself to me, will you? I promise to be good to you for the rest of your life. Tianjing hesitated for a moment and nodded wordlessly. I'll be gentle. In the darkness, if there is no sound gradually sounded, wonderful moaning sound as if beautiful music, unceasingly, jingle bells. The alarm bell rang in Qin Chao's ears. After half a day of fumbling around on the bed, he finally felt for his cell phone. Dazed, he opened his eyes and glanced at the time. 7:01. Thinking about losing weight and exercising self-discipline to become a better version of himself, Qin Chao resolutely prepared to get up. Well, a sleepy voice came. Tianjing opened her eyes from Qin Chao's arms. Honey, you're up so early. After one night, the transformation from a young girl to a young woman, Tianjing's body seems to have produced some changes, and there is more than a hint of flavor between her hands and feet. I've got to go to the gym to lose weight and work out. It's still early, so get some more sleep. Qin Chao tenderly looked at the beauty in the quilt. Long, white legs, tender skin, slim waist. He knew clearly how much energy was hidden in this body, and it was nearly 1 o'clock when he went to bed last night. Despite being a fledgling, I don't know if it's because he's gifted or what, but he's a very good fighter. I'm so sleepy. Tianjing was feeling tired and even a little sore all over at this point, and her entire body wasn't in very good shape. Get some rest then. I'll go get you breakfast and come back. You can eat it later when you wake up. Qin Chao stroked Tianjing's pretty face and said gently in her ear, Hubby, you're so sweet. Love you. I love you too. After buying breakfast near the neighborhood and going home to change into his sportswear, Qin Chao picked up his car keys and walked out of the house, heading to Jinli Gym. Chapter 22. Qin Chao's Warm Comfort. Gimli Gym 3rd floor, VIP room. Ruyan Lu was running on the treadmill with her slender legs. A tight white athletic top wrapped her upper half in a figure that was poised and slender at the waist. The thighs were round and fleshy, and the dainty hips moved in a regular rhythm of rhyme. Ding, ding, ding. The WeChat alert tone sounded. Ruyan Lu picked up her cell phone and tapped the message. Dad, voice. MP4, click to play. Ruyan, get another $20,000 for Dad. Dad is useful. Hearing her father's voice asking for money again, Ruyan Lu felt bad about her whole body. Lu Ruyan's family of origin is not good. Her hometown is a small county in your province. Both parents are workers. The salary is only 3 to 4,000 per month. When she was little, her family actually got by. After all, her parents only had her as a daughter, and both of their salaries were enough to afford her schooling. But when she was in her 3rd year of high school, her mother passed away due to illness and the family was in a lot of debt, and her father consequently drank all day long and didn't work, causing her to. She had to work part-time on weekends. Her studies fell behind as a result, and she didn't do well in the college entrance exam, only getting into a 2nd-year college in Haichang. In order to escape the family and get away from her alcoholic father, she went to college part-time, worked part-time, and basically earned her own tuition. After graduating from college, her father, probably seeing that she was out of the workforce, would ask her for money from time to time, and she was troubled by this. Ruyan, I gave you 10,000 just a few days ago. You want 20,000 this time. I don't have the money. Lu Ruyan was furious and sent a direct message back. Instead, there was a flash of sadness, powerlessness, and loneliness. Is there any hope for one's life when one has a father like this? Jingle bells. This time the opposite party initiated a direct voice call. Even though she didn't want to answer it, he was the only family member she had left in the world. And in the end, Ruyan Lu still pressed connect. As soon as the connection was made, a cursing, loud voice came through. You white-eyed wolf. I've brought you up since you were a child, fed you and clothed you, and now I'm asking you to take some money. And you're still whining. Hearing this familiar scolding voice, Lu Ruyan couldn't help but shed tears. Why was I born in such a family? Why is one's life so bitter? What do you want the money for? Lost money in a card game. If I don't give it to them, they're going to beat me to death. Beat me to death and you're happy. You white-eyed wolf. Hearing that her father had lost money because of gambling, Ruyan Lu felt her eyes darken. He used to be just a heavy drinker, but now he's gotten worse and has taken up gambling. Gambling is a bottomless pit, and it's not a good idea to get addicted to it. Lu Ruyan, who was on fire, directly disliked by mouth. And you're addicted to gambling. I don't have any money, so you're on your own. Hearing this, the opposite side obviously panicked. If his daughter doesn't help him, he'll really be beaten to death. The tone of his voice trailed off. Smokey, help Dad. Your mom left early. It's just the two of us. If you don't help me, I'll really be beaten to death. Those people are all gangsters. They don't have the slightest idea of how to beat people up. Hearing her father pleading with herself in a low voice, remembering how good her father was to her when she was a child, and remembering that her father borrowed money from everywhere when her mother died, Lu Ruyan's heart finally softened. Okay, fine, but I don't have enough money right now, so wait for me to get it together. And also this is the last time. I don't care if you die the next time. Fine, I promise one last time. Hearing Ruyan Lu agree, the opposite party sighed in relief and immediately assured. At this time, outside the VIP room, Qin Chao has been standing for a few minutes. Inside, he heard the sound of Lu Ruyan's conversation on the phone. I didn't expect that a beautiful coach with such a sexy body like Ruyan Lu would have a father who was such a good gambler. It's really a family affair. Qin Chao sighed in his heart. Crunch, pushed the door open and walked in. At this moment, Lu Ruyan, who had just ended her call with her father, was still standing frozen in place. It was only when he saw Qin Chao's figure arrive in front of him that he came back to his senses. Hastily turning around and wiping the tear stains from the corner of her eyes, she took a deep breath and adjusted herself before speaking with a slight smile. Brother Qin, you're here. Good morning. Looking at Lu Ruyan, who had an explosive figure in front of him, Qin Chao did not have a trace of lustful desire at this moment. He felt a twinge of pity for the girl who had a bad life. After thinking about it, he spoke. I heard the conversation between you and your father outside the door. Gambling is indeed a road of no return. But he is your father. I can understand your feelings. If you don't have enough money, I'll lend it to you. I don't have any requirements. I just want to help you as a friend. Looking straight at Qin Chao's gleaming eyes, listening to Qin Chao's incomparably sincere words, and then remembering her father's face just now, Lu Ruyan's heart was filled with one emotion at this moment, moving. Qin Chao, who had known her for a few days, was willing to help her from the bottom of his heart and did not have any other purpose, which caused a trace of warmth to flood her heart. Qin Chao's not so handsome and somewhat slightly fat face, at this time, in her opinion, could even be comparable to Daniel Wu, and for some reason, her heart was flooded with a trace of a strange feeling. Seeing that Lu Ruyan's pretty face started to flow with tears again, Qin Chao opened his hands, smiled gently towards her and spoke. If you don't mind, I'll lend you my shoulder. Cry if you want to. Don't hold back. Qin Chao's words seemed to be the last straw that crushed the camel. Lu Ruyan directly jumped into Qin Chao's arms with her long legs, hugged him tightly, and cried loudly, as if she wanted to release all the grievances that she had suffered for so many years after her mother's death. Qin Chao hugged Lu Ruyan while gently patting her back and comforting her. Even though Qin Chao did not have lustful thoughts at the moment, Lu Ruyan's body was just too hot. At the same time, her body also exudes if not the smell of perfume. Qin Chao's body gradually a little wrong. Lu Ruyan, who had vented most of her emotions, cried less and less. Suddenly, a strange sensation came from her body, causing Lu Ruyan to be a bit puzzled. Ah! Lu Ruyan cried out in panic. Her face quickly turned red and she broke away from Qin Chao's arms. Qin Chao's old face was embarrassed at the moment. It's too much of a social death. I wasn't trying to do anything. That. You've got too good a body. Naturally. I swear. Qin Chao scratched his head while explaining very seriously. He didn't want Lu Ruyan to think he was a pervert, so he defended himself very seriously. Put. Ruyan Lu laughed out loud. If it was another man who did this kind of action to her, she would be very angry. But, looking at Qin Chao's naive and serious face as he explained, she didn't resent it at all in her heart, and there was even a sneaky flash of joy. Looking at Lu Ruyan smiled. Qin Chao sighed with relief. He was really afraid that Lu Ruyan would think he was a pervert. That would leave a bad impression. After thinking about it, he lowered his head and picked up his cell phone to transfer a sum of 20,000 yuan to Ruyan Lu. That. Ruyan, I transferred $20,000 to you. Take it to your dad first. No need to rush to pay me back. Just give it to me again when you have it on hand. Ding. The host helps Lu Ruyan to solve her troubled problem. That is, helping others and pleasing herself. Indulgence successful. This indulgence is rated 5 out of 5, with a cash award of 200,000 yen. Looking at the message that the cell phone bank arrived at 200,000 yuan, Qin Chao was secretly happy inside. Borrow 20,000 out, make 200,000 back, and improve the relationship with Ruyan Lu. 2 birds with 1 stone. The system is awesome. Thank you, brother Qin. I will definitely pay you back the money as soon as possible. Lu Ruyan accepted the transfer, looked at Qin Chao's eyes and said seriously, I'm really in no hurry. This money doesn't matter to me. You can pay it back whenever you want. Don't you consider me a friend? Qin Chao was a bit anxious. It was the kind of small amount of money he didn't want her to rush to pay back at all, so that even if he wasn't working out at the gym anymore back there, they'd still have a strong bond. Of course we're friends. Looking at Qin Chao's anxious appearance, Lu Ruyan smiled. She knew that this $20,000 was just small money to Qin Chao, and after her brain turned for a while, she didn't refuse Qin Chao's goodwill anymore. After all, it was true that she hadn't been very handy lately, and she had to pay rent again soon. I see. I'll pay you back when my hands are loose then. I really haven't been flush lately. Good, very good. Hearing Lu Ruyan say so, Qin Chao was very happy. Let's start working out then. Qin. Okay. Go. Do cardio first. Get on the treadmill. Chapter 23. What kind of girls do you like? 1.5 hours later, Qin Chao, who had just finished a strenuous exercise, sat down on the single sofa in the VIP room, panting heavily with Brother Qin, here. Ruyan Lu handed over a bottle of water and a towel. Thanks. Qin Chao unscrewed the mouth of the mineral water bottle. Gulp up. Brother Qin, I see that your weight loss is quite good. As long as you continue to adhere to it for a while longer and control your diet, you will soon be able to lose weight. Observing that the meat on Qin Chao's face had been slightly reduced compared to the first day, and his jawline was slowly clearing up quite a bit, Lu Ruyan's delicate and pretty eyes curved. Thank you, Ruyan. It's thanks to you. Listening to the sexy and beautiful private tutor's pleasant praise, Qin Chao's heart was happy. It seems to choose Lu Ruyan right. Follow the body of such a powerful beauty exercise. Twice the effort. Even aerobic are not so tired. If you are with a male trainer, you won't get the same results. You have to have a male-female team. It's not tiring to work. Here's breakfast for you today. Ruyan Lu stepped aside and took out a cute pink lunchbox with Doraemon printed on it from an insulated bag on the tabletop. I'll see what's good today. Qin Chao received the lunchbox with a happy face and opened it to look at it. Poached eggs, boiled and cooled zucchini, small half bowl of couscous rice. Finally, it's not the Western blues. I really don't want the Western blues. Taking the chopsticks, he picked up a piece of zucchini and hurriedly put it into his mouth. Wow. Yummy. So much better than broccoli. Qin Chao's eyes glowed as if he had eaten some earthly delicacy and exaggerated. Is it really that good? It can't be that you're deliberately teasing me, brother Qin? Lu Ruyan glanced at Qin Chao with a face full of disbelief. Open your mouth. Qin Chao picked up his chopsticks and put a piece of zucchini from inside the lunchbox into Ruyan Lu's mouth. Looking at Lu Ruyan's rosy and full lips moving one by one, chewing something svelte, Qin Chao's face was smiling. How's that for flavor? And you don't believe in your own craftsmanship so much? I didn't really taste it in the morning in the rush to prepare it, but I didn't think it would taste really good. Ruyan Lu also looked surprised. She gets up at 5:30 a.m., washes, goes to the bathroom, puts on her makeup, and it's 6:10 when she's done. After hurriedly spending 20 minutes making breakfast for Qin Chao, he took a numb taxi to the gym. I didn't expect that the cold zucchini made in a hurry. The flavor was praised by Qin Chao, and my heart was very happy all of a sudden. There was a sense of satisfaction of having been recognized by someone else, not to mention that this person was still Qin Chao. At this time, she had quite a favorable impression of Qin Chao, both between friends and as a female to a male. Do we count this as indirect kissing? Qin Chao flirted with the beautiful female private tutor with a bad smile on his face, getting along with Lu Ruyan. Her knitted brows and smile, together with her pear-shaped body, always easily let Qin Chao somewhat unable to resist the mouth flower. Tianjing and Lu Ruyan are considered two different styles of beauty. Tianjing is a sweet and lovely face, tall and slim body, long legs stand out, belong to the long leg type of beauty. This beauty is suitable to wear jeans, black silk short skirt, this uniform temptation style. Lu Ruyan, on the other hand, has a bright and colorful face, big bones, slim waist, full hips, typical hourglass figure, and overall looks plump and sexy. Such a beauty is suitable for wearing garter stockings and stepmother dresses, which completely sets out the characteristics of the body, and is very lethal to men. Brother Chin, I didn't expect you to play such a childish trick. This isn't like the Chin Chow I know. Lu Ruyan had an expression of "I've misjudged you," causing Chin Chow to be a little embarrassed. He smiled sarcastically and lowered his head and proceeded to eat. Lu Ruyan was instantly relieved, and a scarlet blush inadvertently rose on her face. This was the first time she had ever eaten a dish that a man had pinched for her, and the chopsticks were still the ones Chin Chow had just used, with his saliva remaining on them. Just now, he had subconsciously opened his mouth, not even thinking of refusing, as if it was natural, without any resistance at all. Could it be that I really liked Chin? Ruyan Lu asked herself inwardly. Chin is quite good. Good character, also rich and generous, although a little slightly fat, but the features are quite good. But thin down should also be a handsome man, is considered to be a high-quality male among men. Counting Chin Chow's merits in her mind, Lu Ruyan was surprised to find that Chin Chow was really considered an ideal boyfriend. I just wonder if she has a girlfriend? Lu Ruyan's pretty and delicate face had a calm expression, but in her heart, a million horses had long been racing. By the way, Chin, how come I haven't seen your girlfriend? Gently lifting the broken hair in front of her forehead behind her ear, Lu Ruyan asked as if she had no intention of doing so. What does she mean by that? Is she deliberately sidetracking me to ask if I have a girlfriend? Has she moved on to me? There were some doubts in his heart, but Chin Chow was not stupid. Even though he had just established a relationship with Tian Jing, there was no way he would let go of an extreme beauty with a foul figure like Lu Ruyan. Said he had a girlfriend? That's not asking for trouble. I don't have a girlfriend. I'm a single dog. Chin Chow replied decisively. Kill anyone who says he has a girlfriend. He had a girlfriend yesterday, but not today. Yeah, brother Chin, you're so good, but you don't have a girlfriend? Ruyan Lu's eyes widened in surprise. It's great that he doesn't have a girlfriend. He. Lu Ruyan's heart was flooded with joy, but her face didn't show it at all. Maybe it's just not meant to be. Chin Chow looked calm and relaxed, with a look of looking on the bright side. So what kind of girls do you like? Lu Ruyan asked next with some curiosity. Chin Chow frowned, thought for a moment, and spoke with a serious expression. I like girls with a good figure and a good front and back. But Ruyan Lu burst out laughing, her face full of speechlessness. She was listening intently, and by the look on his face she thought he was going to say something serious, but powerless to spit. But against that, what he said seemed to satisfy her. Suddenly a little happier again at the thought. Haha, teasing you. I actually don't care about any of this, as long as it fits the eye. Chin Chow laughed loudly and added, but I do relatively like the plump type, and what I just said would be even better if I could fulfill it. Lu Ruyan felt that Chin Chow's preference is a bit vulgar, but on second thought, it is normal. Men are like this. Knowing roughly the type of women Chin Chow liked and that he didn't have a girlfriend, the purpose was achieved. Lu Ruyan intended to end this topic and was just about to open her mouth when Chin Chow's voice reached her ears again. Ruyan, do you have a boyfriend? No. What type of boys do you like? I don't know. How old are you? 23. You investigate family accounts. Ha? Lu Ruyan came back to her senses. Her face was full of blush, and she opened her mouth with an annoyed expression. Hey. Chin Chow smiled and scratched his head awkwardly. I was just asking. Nothing more. Sorry. Looking at Chin Chow with a guilty expression, like a child who made a mistake. Suddenly Lu Ruyan was not angry again, spat out a small voice, thump thump thump, and ran away. Chapter 24, Mad Dog's Bite. 36D. Hip 101. Chin Chow's eyes widened, watching Lu Ruyan run away with a blushing face. Her arched buttocks wrapped in tight yoga pants were round and full, twisting and turning, full of rhythm. Chin Chow unconsciously swallowed his saliva. That's really my thing. 101 hips. What an ass wider than your shoulders. More than a living god. Can't help but sigh to myself. To be honest, Ruyan Lu was really a sexy and seductive creature. Much better than those female fitness bloggers he swiped on Shake Shack. Demonic Jian goods. After all, Jitterbug has the addition of technology, beauty, leg pulling, waist slimming, skin grinding. The real ingredients are still to be examined. In the bathroom of the VIP room, took a shower and changed clothes. Looking at the time, it was only 9 o'clock. Chin Chow suddenly thought of the 50% equity of Bo Kai Ing Rue Limited that the system rewarded him yesterday. Mainly because he was concentrating on kissing at that time and didn't pay serious attention to it. Don't know much about this company myself, and I'm not sure exactly what it's worth. After thinking about it, I opened Baidu and clicked on search, and a bunch of results quickly appeared, and I directly clicked into the first one. Botsai Ing Rue Management Consulting Company, Ltd. was founded in 2020. It is a professional human resource service organization, providing corporate talent strategy consulting, organizational structure design, personalized talent recruitment, employee training and other services. The company is located in Haicheng, with a registered capital of 5 million and a current market capitalization of about 50 million renminbi. $50 million. Half the equity is 25 million. System dad is still so helpful. Qin Chao's heart is happy. Is not his company is in shortage of people? Currently still 2 eyes. With half of this HR company, recruiting some business talent would be just the right thing to do, like a tiger with wings. Noticing the system note of lawyer Wang Tian's phone number, Qin Chao took out his cell phone and entered the number. Dialing the phone. The phone was immediately picked up, and a calm middle-aged man's voice came out. Hello, how are you? I'm Wang Tian from the Golden Tripod Law Firm. May I ask what's up? Hello, my name is Qin Chao. Qin Chao was interrupted before he could finish his words. Wang Tian's voice carried a hint of eagerness and respect. May I ask if this is Mr. Qin who just acquired half of Botsaying Rui's equity? I was about to call you? Yes. See if you have time, let's meet and I'll give you the specific paperwork for the procedure. Listening to lawyer Wang Tian's respectful tone and careful appearance, Qin Chao had a strange feeling. Satisfying, soothing, refreshing. Is this the bottom line of being rich? Is this what the rich enjoy? It does make a difference. It's easy to get on top of it. I happen to have some time now. I'll be waiting for you on the 19th floor of the Rongtai building. 19001 and 19002 are my offices. Qin Chao spoke in a calm tone and calmly arranged the place in the middle of his office. The main thing is the convenience. Jili Gym is less than 3 kilometers away from Rongtai Mansion, and it's just a few minutes drive. Yes, please give me a moment. I'll be right there. Bye. End of call. Qin Chao cleaned up and walked out of the gym. 10 minutes later, Qin Chao drove his BMW and arrived at Rongtai Mansion. Parking the car in the parking space, Qin Chao walked towards the main entrance of the building, pushing open the revolving glass doors. He had just reached the front desk when a conspiratorial voice rang in his ears. Yo, if it isn't our big handsome Qin, what's the purpose of coming to Rongtai today? Wang Xiaojie, an employee of Tianyi Trading, a young second generation with a backstage. Qin Chao remembers that the project he negotiated was handed over to him by Li Health and then kicked himself out. Glancing at him lightly, Qin Chao directly ignored him and continued to walk in the direction of the elevator. Looking at this bumpkin in his own eyes, directly ignoring himself, Wang Xiaojie felt very angry. A small place to come to Haicheng working bumpkin, and no background, dare to be so pretentious with themselves. That shall not him Agu, still tugging. You expelled bumpkin, still dare to come to Rongtai Mansion? Seeing that Qin Chao proceeded to walk forward, there was no intention to take care of him at all. Wang Xiaojie's fire instantly surged up. Looking at the security guards standing at the gate, he directly shouted, "Security guards, there's a bumpkin here who has been fired from our company and has been walking towards the inside of the building. Come and stop him." The 2 security guards who were chatting leisurely heard his shout and came over with surprised faces. What happened? The one in the lead, probably in his 50s, opened his mouth with a displeased expression. This person, who was fired from our company and no longer works at Rongtai Mansion, came to Rongtai again today. I suspect that he has some kind of conspiracy? Wang Xiaojie smiled with a sinister expression and added to the conversation. Sir, please show us your work ID. We need to verify it. The lead security guard listened to Wang Xiaojie's words. His job was to prevent outsiders from entering the building, so he opened his mouth half-heartedly. Qin Chao had an unhappy face at the moment. I didn't even want to talk to this kind of dumbass. Damn it, this kind of dumbass had to put his face up for me to hit. Just as he was about to open his mouth, a surprised voice came over. Mr. Qin, what a coincidence. Good morning. The property manager, Zhang Ji, came over with a smile on his face and greeted him. Walking in front of him, he realized that something was wrong. The 2 security guards had a questioning tone at Qin Chao, and there was a surprised face next to him looking at him. Well, the dumbass just ignore it. Looking at the 2 security guards, he spoke loudly with an unpleasant expression. What are you doing? What are you going to do to Mr. Qin? The 2 security guards were obviously startled, and when they heard manager Zhang shouting Mr. Qin, their hearts thumped, and they knew it was going to be the end. So breaking off, he opened his mouth and explained what had happened. Listening to the security guard's explanation, manager Zhang's face became increasingly ugly. He directly cursed, "Blind your dog's eyes, Mr. Qin is the owner of 19,001 and 19002 of our Rongtai building. Who gave you the guts? Listen to others instigate and believe?" The security duo glanced at each other and lowered their heads, not saying a word as they listened to the reprimand. After manager Zhang finished cursing, He turned his head to Qin Chao and spoke apologetically. Mr. Qin, I'm really sorry. It's all our problem today. We've made you suffer. Wang Xiaojie was stupefied at this moment, his face full of disbelief. Wasn't Qin Chao fired? Isn't he just a bumpkin who just graduated from college? How did he become Mr. Qin? Who dares to tell him what happened? Was he dreaming? With a sharp twist of his arm, he realized that it wasn't a dream, it was real. Watching the security duo being scolded in a lowly manner, looking at Wang Xiaojie's dumbfounded surprise, and listening to Manager Zhang's sincere apology, Qin Chao suddenly felt very cool. Don't even need to do it yourself. Manager Zhang came out to help himself to put the pussy. After thinking about it and feeling that there is no point, Wang Xiaojie, this kind of stupid segment is too low. He and he are not even a class of people in the future. There is no need to pay attention to it. Besides, the two security guards didn't do anything. It's their job. Laughing, he said, it's okay, it's not the security guard's fault. There's just a mad dog on the loose. Manager Zhang looked at Wang Xiaojie with a squinted eye and smiled fawningly. What you said, Mr. Qin, is that we can't bite back when this mad dog bites? Okay, I'll go up first then. Okay, goodbye, Mr. Qin. The two security guards next to him hurriedly raised their heads and waved their hands in a fawning manner. Take care, goodbye Mr. Qin. After saying that, he glared at Wang Xiaojie and walked towards the gate. Wang Xiaojie listening to Qin Chao eerily scolded mad dog. The heart of the anger can face the face do not dare to show. This manager is not an ordinary person. Rongtai building property manager. Usually deal with the boss of Tianyi Trade. He cannot afford to offend. Seeing that manager Zhang had also left, he walked towards the elevator with a resentful look. Chapter 25, Shen Moxin's Initiative. 19th floor of Rongtai building. After sitting in his office for 10 minutes, attorney Wang Tian arrived. Qin Chao briefly surveyed him. Probably in his early 40s, wearing a black suit and a pair of gray glasses, with a meticulous hairstyle, hard features, and a dry temperament, the manner of an elite person. Qin Chao got up and walked forward, extended his hand and said, Hello, I am Qin Chao. Hello Mr. Qin, I'm Wang Tian from the Golden Tripod Law Firm. Wang Tian's posture was very low, and he went up to shake hands with him, slightly bending his head and bowing his head in a very respectful manner as he spoke. Let's talk about the equity transfer procedure. Then, Qin Chao waved his hand, signaling him to sit down. Okay. After seeing off lawyer Wang Tian, Qin Chao returned to his office. Fingers traced the thick papers on the desk. Included here are equity transfer agreements, articles of incorporation, shareholders meeting resolutions, and documents certifying equity. Having these documents also means that one officially owns 50% of the equity of Bo Kaiying Rui and becomes one of the owners of this human resource company. The first thing he did when he entered Botsaying Rui was to recruit a batch of talents for his new company first, to perfect the overall embryonic form of the company only. Sitting back in his comfortable boss chair, he flipped through the equity transfer agreement again. Ding dong dash the WeChat beep sounded. Hitomi sauce, Qin Chao. Are you free tonight? It's the schoolgirl. Thinking of Shinmox's lively and lovely character and delicate and beautiful pretty face, the corner of Qin Chao's mouth turned up slightly. That must be free. The phone replied on the screen. Schoolgirl Shen is looking for me. 24 hours. Must be available. Then a comical emoji was added. Put. Shinmozu will still be in bed this time. And when she saw Qin Chao's reply to the dog-licking remarks, she immediately laughed out loud. As a young woman and qualified night owl, Shinmoxi usually woke up late in the morning. This morning just woke up. Lie in bed is bored playing with the phone. Swept to the side of the Qin dynasty to send their own value of 20,000 LV bags. Thinking of the 2 days Qin dynasty did not look for their own. Suddenly small mouth pouted. Not happy. If he doesn't come to me, I can take the initiative to find him. Shenmoxi thought to herself secretly. Although I don't have the experience of actively asking guys out myself. There's Little Red Book. After opening the Little Red Book and doing some searching, the following decision was made. First ask Qin Chao out for dinner in the evening, and then watch a movie on the way after dinner, and then let him send himself home. I'm such a genius. Shinmoxi arched her eyebrows and smiled. A typical king's wife selling her own self-promotion. Hitomi sauce, I'll treat you to dinner tonight. I know a delicious restaurant that tastes great. I often go there with my friends. Looking at the invitation to have dinner together in the evening sent by the schoolgirl, Qin Chao's mouth smile hooked up. What's the meaning of this? Taking the initiative to ask me out to dinner? Who's the hunter and who's the prey? After a series of pretentious questions, Qin Chao suddenly felt again that his recent peach blossoms were also too prosperous. He had just confirmed his relationship with Tian Jing last night, and today the schoolgirl took the initiative to ask herself out again. Hiss, the damn man pride. It's so cool. A great man should be like that. With the indulgence system, one's womanhood was really too prosperous. If you were to be the same little cowhorse in the workplace that you were before, these goddesses, you could never be associated with yourself in your life. It's only because we're blessed with such a destiny. The son of luck is just like that, right? Returning to his senses, Xin Chao quickly returned the message. Xin Chao, yes. The schoolflower recommended the restaurant. That certainly cannot be wrong. I have been prepared not to eat at noon. The stomach is left for the evening. After reading this message word by word, Shen Mosia's heart was very joyful. She also didn't know why Qin Chao could affect her mood so easily. Anyway, with Qin Chao, no matter what they do, chatting, eating, shopping all feel very easy to be happy and satisfied. Maybe it's really seeing eye to eye. One can also feel that Qin Chao has a good feeling about himself. The two of them probably belong to the status of friends and above lovers, but also to spend more time together. After all, although it is a university classmate, but the university itself and Qin Chao basically no contact. The total did not say a few words. With the difference between strangers is not big. That is, after the reunion began to contact, Shen Mo pupil think between men and women, even if there is a good feeling, but also to get along with each other, to see each other's character, in order to decide whether it is suitable, cannot be together. To do otherwise would be irresponsible on both sides. Hitomi Jam, then I'll send you the address later, and we'll see you at the restaurant tonight. Hitomi Jam, waiting for you. Oh, JPG, Xin Chao, yes. Lord Murasaki. After sending the message, Shin Mosia was about to end the chat. I saw the words Murasame-sama and remembered the tension between their eyes at the mall that day. The little face couldn't help but blush a little. Get up and get dressed. Humming a little song as she ran into the bathroom to wash up. Xin Chao sighed. Ended the chat with the schoolgirl. Now that the transfer of equity has been completed, he or she has also obtained the relevant formalities documents. Thinking that Tianjing, who just broke the melon last night, should be extra sticky today, he packed up the documents, took the file bag, and walked out of the office, ready to go home to accompany his wife, locking the office door and waiting for the elevator. I looked at the time and it was almost noon. Tianjing was definitely not in a position to go out today. After all, she had acted like an animal last night, not like a person. After thinking about it, Xin Chao decided that he would buy lunch before going back. What's to eat? Xin Chao muttered to himself. Fried rice? Pork feet rice? Noodles? Me? What was I thinking? Xin Chao came back to his senses. I've already driven a BMW and lived in Haisheng Tianchang, and I still eat the same as before? Xin Chao suddenly despised himself a little. Ding! The elevator is here. Stepping into the elevator, Xin Chao's mind suddenly lit up. Xiao Jing is suitable for kanji right now. Buy her some seafood kanji. Nourish her body and stomach. Reasonable, too reasonable. I'm a genius. The corner of Xin Chao's mouth gradually arched. Chapter 26 Love Seafood Kanji. Driving to a seafood kanji store around Haisheng Sky City to buy a super deluxe seafood kanji valued at 688. Xin Chao quickly arrived at his doorstep, push open the cool black armored door and step inside. Placing the seafood kanji in his hand on the luxurious and exquisite dining table, he headed to the master bedroom to prepare to wake Tianjing up. Honey, are you awake? Hubby is back. Tianjing was already up at the moment, leaning her body against the nightstand, her entire body still feeling a little tired. The pain in his body was much reduced, but his entire body was still slightly weak. The intense ball game from last night came back to her mind, and Tianjing's pretty face was colored with a touch of blush. The first melon is newly broken. Tianjing's face is less of a young girl's innocence and more of a young woman's flavor. As he was looking down in remembrance, a gentle and familiar call came from outside the door of his room. Get up. Honey, I'm hungry. Looking at Xin Chao's face that appeared in the doorway, Tianjing daintily pouted. Didn't you get up for the breakfast I bought this morning? I didn't eat it. I didn't even get up. It would still hurt. He stepped forward, sat on the bed, and wrapped his arms around his long-legged girlfriend. One hand wrapped around her slender and tender waist. Her small waist was slim and felt great. Ouch! What are you doing with your hands? Tianjing muttered with a disgruntled look on her face. Do you men want to move your hands all day long? What a stinker! Despite spitting out smelly men on her lips, Tianjing was still very joyful in her heart when she watched Xin Chao look like he was in love with her. Taking the initiative, she extended her arms around Xin Chao's neck and kissed him. Well, after being in love with Tianjing for a while, Xin Chao stopped. Xiao Jing's body is still weak now. It is better not to make all these mess. Let her have a good rest. Gently kissing Tianjing's forehead, Xin Chao cupped Tianjing's delicate face and said gently, let's eat first. Wife, your body is weak right now. I bought seafood porridge. Let's eat together. Seeing that Qin Chao stopped his hand's behavior in time considering his physical discomfort, Tianjing felt a touching feeling in her heart. Hearing his gentle voice coming from her ears, and being able to feel his pity, love, heartache, and concern for herself, Tianjing felt that she was truly the happiest woman in the world. It's really sweet to be in love. It feels like you have honey in your heart. And it's really nice to be taken care of and cared for by your husband. The little bit of shame had disappeared now that he himself could call out for his husband without fear. Yes, honey, I want you to carry me. Tianjing's rosy little mouth slightly pouted. Her beautiful soulful eyes looked at Qin Chao, opened her hands and pouted. It was the first time in her life that she had pampered herself like this in front of a man, and it felt really good. Yes, your wife. Qin Chao copied Tianjing's body and picked her up in a princess hug, looking serious and earnest, as if a knight following the orders of a princess, revealing a sense of mission. Put. Tianjing laughed out loud at Qin Chao's serious and quirky look. Her hands wrapped tightly around Qin Chao's neck, and her eyes were full of love when she looked up at him. Qin Chao was her first love, her first man, and she felt that she now loved this man so much that she couldn't wait to pour out her heart to him. Women have a heavy first-time complex, and the impression is usually very deep. Qin Chao carried Tianjing to the dining table and placed her on a chair and sat down. Solid wood dining table and chairs design unique, exquisite workmanship, with the material cannot be distinguished but reveals a sense of texture. A look at the value of a lot of money. After all, it's a $12 million large flat. In Haicheng, it's definitely considered a ceiling, and there's not a single piece of furniture in the entire house that's cheap. Untying the knot of the plastic bag, Qin Chao lifted the large round white lunchbox. A pungent aroma greeted me. With both the fresh aroma of the rice porridge and the freshness of the seafood, Tianjing felt like her stomach was already protesting. Qin Chao went into the kitchen and took out 2 pairs of bowls and chopsticks, 2 porcelain spoons, and gave Tianjing a bowl and put it in front of her. Eat up. You've been starving since last night. Thanks, hubby. I'm starving. Tianjing giggled and drank with her head down. There's quite a bit of seafood in the 688 serving of super deluxe seafood kanji. Abalone, crabs, prawns, squid, and more are available in a wide variety of fresh and tasty varieties. Tianjing, who was already hungry, had a taste and then her eyes lit up as she feasted on the food. She swore she had never eaten such good seafood porridge in her life. It was a million times better than the seafood porridge she had had before. She was so happy. After a full meal, Qin Chao hugged his long-legged and thin-waisted wife and sat on the high-grade leather sofa in the living room and turned on the TV. Tianjing was very sticky to Qin Chao at the moment. She didn't want to get down from him even for a moment, and collapsed tightly in Qin Chao's arms. Jing, did you take the day off with the company? Qin Chao suddenly spoke. Please I will. That morning in the group with the boss asked for leave. Otherwise it is not going to be deducted from the salary. That little salary cannot afford to be deducted. I was afraid you'd forgotten. I didn't realize my wife had a good memory. Qin Chao looked at Tianjing with a smile on his face, but his hand was a bit restless. Bad man, bad husband. Tianjing's flirtatious and provocative eyes glanced at Qin Chao obliquely and flirted. If a man isn't bad, a woman won't love him. How bad are you? Very, very bad. As bad as you can hardly imagine. I love you. Husband, I love you too. Wife. Chapter 27, The Schoolgirl's Invitation to Dinner. It's been an afternoon of hobnobbing with Tianjing. Near the evening, Qin Chao thought of his date with the schoolgirl in the evening, and Tianjing's body had not fully recovered, and it was not convenient for him to go home by himself for the time being. Brain spinning, he made an excuse to slip out. Xiao Jing, I'm meeting some friends for dinner tonight to talk about business, so I won't be eating at home tonight. Qin Chao played with Tianjing's soft and tender little hand and pretended to speak as if he had no intention. There's no way around it. A good sea king has to have competent time management or he's going to roll over. All of these things are innate, and Qin Chao is untutored. Yeah, you're busy if you have something to do. I'll be fine ordering takeout all by myself. Tianjing smiled and said with an innocent face. That's a good girl. If you're tired, go to bed early. I shouldn't be back so soon. Aha, got it. Drive safe. Okay, it's about time. So I'll go first. Bye, hubby. Bye. Opening the door of the room, Qin Chao, who had changed his clothes, walked out. Just arrived at the underground parking lot of the neighborhood. The cell phone in his pocket ding-dong rang. Qin Chao tapped the message. Pupil sauce, Kun Tong, map. It was the address of the restaurant sent by the schoolgirl, and when I clicked in and looked at it, the location was in the Haihut Commercial Plaza, not too far away from Haisheng Tiancheng and not too close, about 8 kilometers. Qin Chao got into his BMW, started the engine, and slowly drove out of the parking lot towards his destination. Tianjing is at home at the moment. She is going to draw a beautiful makeup and change a good-looking dress. guaranteed to make Qin Chao cannot move his eyes, although she is very confident in her face and body. Women, especially beautiful women, will always want to be more beautiful. Okay, done. Let's see if I don't charm him to death. Tianjing took a look in the floor-to-ceiling full-body mirror and realized that her makeup and outfit were perfect and eye-catching enough. Grabbed his cell phone and bag and headed out of the house. 15 minutes later, Qin Chao drove his car to the Haihe Commercial Plaza. This is an old shopping mall in Haicheng, built almost 7 years ago, and since this site is an old city, it usually has a lot of traffic. Parking the car in the underground parking lot of the mall, Qin Chao took the elevator to the 3rd floor. Coming to the door of that restaurant, Qin Chao was not sure if she had arrived yet, so he took out his cell phone and sent her a message. "Qin, I'm at the entrance of Kuntong. Are you there yet?" It wasn't long before the cell phone rang. "Itomi Jam, I'll be right there. In 5 minutes. Just stand there and wait for me." "Qin, okay." During the waiting time, Qin Chao lay on the glass parapet of the 3rd floor and started to survey the mall. The decor is a bit dated and the overall sense of ambience is a bit stale, but the crowd is bustling and it looks like there are quite a few people there. After a few minutes, "Hey, Qin Chao, I'm coming." A voice flooded with surprise rang in his ears. Qin Chao turned his head to look over and his eyes widened. The schoolgirl looked pink and cute in her pink JK set today, with sexy black legs and little leather shoes on her feet. She looks like a sexy lowly girl style, a slightly fleshy gooseneck face, long black waist-length hair, clear beautiful eyes glistening with water, a petite but straight nose, and slightly moist red lips, all show that this JK black girl is delicate and moving, provoking thoughts. Unlike those white young and thin, the schoolgirl belongs to the slightly fleshy. Her face looks more lovely, black wrapped legs plump, simply pure and lustful. Sexual tension pulls full. Qin Chao took a deep breath. Recently, the Taoist heart is a little unstable, easy to go to the head. "Hi, Muriel." Raising his hand, he politely returned the greeting. He. Sorry for the long wait. "No, I've just arrived as well, and besides, I'd be willing to wait even longer for the big schoolgirl." Qin Chao smiled with a dog-licking look on his face. Shenmosia's beautiful eyes instantly glowed, and the corners of her mouth curved up slightly, obviously very flattered. 1,000 times worn. A horse's ass will not be worn. The ancients truly do not deceive me. Let's go in. Then, the two stepped into the restaurant and were guided by the waiter to a window seat. "Sir, here's the menu. You can check the boxes for what you want to order." The waiter on the side politely and cordially stepped forward and spoke. "Okay, we'll just see for ourselves." Shenmosia responded and took the menu and ordered red rice sausage, pork ribs and black bean sauce, money tripe, crystal shrimp dumplings. These are all very tasty, as well as mala cake. Barbecued pork buns are also tasty. You try them all later. Shen Moxie was obviously a regular customer here, and was comfortable with the delicious food, and directly recommended it to Qin Chao. "Yes, I love everything you ordered." Qin Chao looked at schoolgirl Shen with a gentle face and a smile spread on his face. "Mo Hitomi is so cute. I can't help but want to flirt with her." "You, dying you." Shenmosia was startled by the slightly ambiguous words, and a blush colored her face. "Are you that bold? Are you confessing to me?" "I haven't thought about whether or not to say yes." Schoolgirl Shen secretly why in her heart. The order was taken and the waiter on the sidelines had the good sense to trot over and take the menu. "Please wait, the food will be served soon. Our main focus at Kuntong is to serve food quickly." On the way out, the waiter made another thoughtful introduction. "I'd like to see how good a restaurant recommended by Lord Mochizuki can be." Qin Chao squeezed his eyebrows at Shenmosia with a funny look. Couldn't help but play the stunt again. "Watch this, little Chinzi." Shenmoxie quickly brought it in and spread her hands with a tugging face. Within a short while, the food was served. As the waiter said, so many dishes were served in a few minutes, which was really fast. "Try the red rice sausage first. That's my favorite." Shenmosia naturally pinched a red rice sausage into Qin Chao's bowl and smiled. She had a nice smile, like a breeze that was soothing. Qin Chao chucked it up and took a bite. His eyes narrowed. It did taste good, crispy on the outside and tender on the inside. Couldn't help but compliment it. This Kuntong is a Cantonese-style restaurant that specializes in some tea-time snacks, which are more suitable for girls' tastes. Then you eat more. There are so many dishes, I too have to finish them. Shenmosia gave Qin Chao a few more different pieces of vegetable points, with a virtuous look, as if she was her girlfriend. "Thank you, Lord Murasaki, for the reward. I will fulfill my expectations and finish them all." Qin Chao got playful again and was full of flowers. With that, the feast was on. He had been hungry for a long time. The seafood congee he drank with his long-legged wife at noon. As we all know, it's easiest to get hungry with porridge, so he ate with an open stomach at this point, wolfing down his food and not being able to stop. looking at Qin Chao eating so happily. Shen Mo says, good-looking eyebrows curved, her heart bursting with happiness and satisfaction. Silly, eat slowly, no one is taking it from you. Couldn't help but spit it out again, taking small bites myself. Chapter 28, Qin Chao's teasing and confession. The duo ate it all. Qin Chao was just barely full. These Cantonese teas are tasty, but the quantity is rather small. Just a little bit per serving. Unlike northeastern cuisine, there is enough food for several people on one plate. The difference between northern and southern cuisines is obvious. Come on, I'll get the check. Qin Chao took the lead and stood up and opened his mouth. No, it's my treat today. I have to pay for it. Shen Mo Xia's mouth slightly pouted, with a cute face like I'll get in a hurry with you if you don't pay my bill. Looking at the schoolgirl's cute and adorable expression, Qin Chao couldn't help but reach out and pinch her little face. It's tender and soft and has a pretty good feel to it. Shen Moxie instantly seethed to express her dissatisfaction. Stinky Qin Chao, why are you pinching my face? It's all red from your pinching. The duo jostled all the way to the front desk, and after settling the bill, they walked out of the Kuntong. Standing at the elevator entrance of the shopping mall, Shen Mo Xia opened her mouth with some twists and turns. Time is still early. Why don't we go watch a movie? Seems a little embarrassed. After all, is a girl, the face is relatively thin. This kind of initiative about watching a movie words out or a little shy. Qin Chao read her expression and said decisively, as you command, Lord Mochizuki. After saying that, he scowled at the schoolgirl with a look. Shen Mo Xia flung her hand and slapped Qin Chao a few times, and unintentionally, she slapped an unusual location. In a flash, Qin Chao's eyes instantly turned strange. As if realizing something, Shen Mozi's face turned red with a swish. Sorry, I didn't mean to hurt you put. She'd learned about it in her middle school physical hygiene class, where it was supposedly fragile and easily injured. Qin Chao's eyes rolled, and he obediently arched his body in a half-crouch and called out, hiss, it hurts. The roll of the eyes was exaggerated again. Wow, it won't be broken by you. Ah, it really hurts. A flash of worry appeared on Shen Mo Xia's naive little face, and she asked in a small voice, does it hurt a lot? Do we need to go to the hospital? While that was happening, the elevator arrived. Qin Chao bowed and went into the elevator first, and the schoolgirl followed right after. At the moment, there were only two people in the quiet elevator. Qin Chao whispered his head to the schoolflower's ear and said, go to the hospital even if. Why don't we go to the car now? You help me to check. It really hurts will not be really bad right? Shen Mo Xia looked at Qin Chao's eyes with a suspicious face, and her small head was slightly contemplating. No way. I just hit you a little bit. It's not that bad. And then I thought, this place is said to be very fragile. Looking at Qin Chao's appearance, he shouldn't have lied to me. So should I help him look at it or not? The little head twisted to the left one moment and to the right the next, filled with a torn look. Ding. Elevator to parking lot B2. Qin Chao looked at the schoolgirls naive and good at cheating, and decided to step up his efforts in his heart. Ah, it still hurts. What to do? Qin Chao arched his back and walked while screaming in pain. Had it been an experienced old CG, he would have seen that something was wrong with Qin Chao. But Shen Moxie, as a player in the field of secondary yuan, coupled with the fact that she had just graduated from university, she was seriously inexperienced in society. In this way, American sheep fell into the trap of Grey Wolf. Well, I'll hold you up. I'll help you in the car. I'll take a look at you. Shen Mo Xia's face was paved with a blush, both worried and shy. Even though she had a good feeling towards Qin Chao and even liked him a little, this kind of thing was still the first time in her life. A little nervous and a little curious. After all, she'd only seen this stuff in books for her middle school physical hygiene class. The duo slowly walked over to the black BMW 330. Qin Chao pressed the key to unlock the vehicle. Shen Mo Xia helped Qin Chao into the main driver and hurriedly got into the car from the passenger side herself. Sitting in the co-pilot seat, Shen Mozi felt her heart thump 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 thump. Her heart was very nervous. She spoke slowly. That. Why don't you pull your pants down a bit? The words seemed to drain all the strength from her body, and when she finished speaking, she took a deep breath and slowly calmed down. Qin Chao inwardly some cannot bear to lie to the schoolflower so lovely beautiful sheep, but on second thought, anyway, she must also be my. One day earlier or later is the same. Their own this belongs to the most goodwill lies. At that moment, with a heartbeat, he pulled down his pants. Shinemo Hitomi's head twisted to the opposite direction and slowly stretched out her hand. Qin Chao's eyes stared unblinkingly at Tianjing's slender and white small hands. And to be honest, it's pretty exciting inside. Looking out the car window, it was good to see that the underground parking lot wasn't crowded at night. Shinemo Xia noticed something strange on her hand, and with some inner doubts, she turned her head to take a look. Ah, it was called out at once. Clenching his small fists, he started pounding towards Qin Chao's body, while slapping and cursing at the same time. Qin Chao, you colorful embryo, how dare you lie to me? Shame on you. After putting on his pants, Qin Chao turned his body around while waving off the schoolgirl's attack. With a forceful hand, he pulled Shin Moxie over and embraced her into his arms, while speaking gently, Hitomi, you're too cute. I like you so much. Will you be my girlfriend? Feeling her body being tightly embraced in her arms, she listened to Qin Chao's gentle confessional voice in her ears. The irritated Shin Mosia's face gradually produced a change. The anger is gone. The shame remains. Slowly raising her head, she found that Qin Chao was staring at her unseeingly, his eyes full of love and tenderness. Her heart, suddenly, was as sweet as honey. The irritation from earlier was long gone. Grunting, he spoke. You're so bad. How dare you lie to me? Made me. That's because I like you so much. Promise me you'll be my girlfriend? Qin Chao affectionately proceeded to confess. Shinemo pupil's heart has actually long been 10,000 yes. She took the initiative to ask Qin Chao to eat and watch a movie today. In fact, it is a date. She wants him, so she will take the initiative. But then, women are just reserved when it comes to relationships. They can't make men feel like they're too easy to get. That way they won't cherish them. Her expression frowned for a moment, stretched for a moment, and finally, with her head bowed, she spoke in a small voice. Okay, good. Qin Chao's heart was incomparably joyful, which was directly mapped onto his movements. He cupped Shin Moxian's fair, cute and slightly fleshy pretty face with both hands and kissed it with a mouthful. From her face to her red lips, it was as if she was savoring the most wonderful thing in the world. Shin Moxia raised her head slightly and let him kiss her. In the face of his kisses, her heart didn't want to resist at all, and even rejoiced a little. He's so in love with me. Shin Moxia slightly closed her eyes and responded like a song. Chapter 29, The ugly daughter-in-law meets her mother-in-law. After ending the French wet kiss with Shin Moxie, Qin Chao was met with blank stares from the schoolgirl. The reason is that kissing Qin Chao's hand is not obedient, cannot help but put on her arse and bear cub. You're so horny, Qin Chao. This is the first time I found you so horny. Shin Moxia glanced at Qin Chao and spat. You're so beautiful. Hitomi, I can't control myself in front of you. Qin Chao responded with a direct burst of rainbow farts. Shin Moxie was immediately praised and couldn't find her way out. Smiling and proudly said, of course, this school flower is so naturally beautiful. Looking at the time, it was getting late. Qin Chao decided to send the schoolgirl's wife home first. Hitomi's wife, put your seatbelt on, it's time for me to take you home. Who's your wife? Shinemo Hitomi's fair and pretty face flushed red and muttered in a small voice. You've promised me, don't try to escape me. Scratching Qin Chao fiercely, the schoolgirl urged. Drive quickly, it's time to go home. Yes, your wife. Qin Chao started the engine and the black BMW drove slowly. Sent Shin Moxie back to Greenview Elegant Court. Qin Chao drove back to Haisheng Sky City. In the Abing fruit supermarket in front of the neighborhood, Qin Chao bought a few pounds of oranges. There's no way around it. Having just tongue-kissed, cuddled and fondled the schoolgirl's wife, all over his body, he smelled like the schoolgirl. If I went home like this, I was sure to be finished. Tianjing must have smelled it. You know, women are absolutely all Detective Conan in this regard. As a high-NC king and time management guru, such small details would never be forgotten by Qin Chao. Men are natural liars and are basically untutored in this area. Peeling a few oranges and rubbing the peels all over his body to make sure that there was no other smell on him, only the smell of oranges, Qin Chao returned home. Tianjing wasn't sleeping at the moment, lying on the leather sofa, watching the hilarious variety show Run for the Hills. Seeing Qin Chao opening the door and coming in, Tianjing's eyes immediately lit up. Yay, hubby, you're back. Tianjing trotted and pounced on Qin Chao, directly jumping into his arms. Missed you so much. Suddenly, her nose began to sniff incessantly. What's that smell? Orange. Why do you smell so strongly of orange? Tianjing looked at Qin Chao with a disgusted face. I bought a couple pounds of oranges downstairs, and I ate 2 of them because they tasted good. Qin Chao's face was calm and collected, not panicking in the slightest. Mentally, he actually wiped the sweat away secretly. It's a good thing I was prepared ahead of time, or else Jing would have definitely smelled the schoolgirl's scent. You go take a shower. Honey, it doesn't smell good. I'd cuddle with you, but I've already showered. Tianjing stomped her feet in place, her body swaying from side to side as she pouted. Okay, now, Qin Chao said decisively, without the slightest hint of hesitation. There's no way around it. It's better to walk on the edge of a knife and be steady. Get out of the shower. Qin Chao wrapped his arms around his long-legged wife and lay down on the sofa to watch the variety show together. Of course, none of his hands were idle. One moment he would touch Bear. One moment he would rub Tianjing's delicate little buttocks. One moment he would touch his well-proportioned thighs. And one moment he would wrap his slender little waist, causing Tianjing to let out an occasional the murmur, so happy and comfortable. Knock, knock, knock. The cell phone rang, and the sound of a Microsoft video call came through. Qin Chao took it over and looked at it. Mom, hastily, he clicked through. How's life these days, son? Are you short of money? The nagging voice of Qin's mother, Che, came out. The video shows her sitting on the edge of her bed, knitting in her hands, wearing old glasses, and just like all mothers in the world, showing a kind face. She seemed to be leaning the phone upright against the nightstand so she could see the whole action. Mom, I'm fine. I'm with my girlfriend. Qin Chao looked at the screen with a proud face and put his arm around Tianjing, appearing on the screen together. What? With a flash of surprise on her face, Qin's mother stopped her hand movements and took a step forward, picking up her cell phone and looking at the screen carefully. A pretty sweet melon face appeared in the screen. On the side of Qin Chao's head, willow leaf eyebrows, peach blossom eyes, high nose, thin red lips, at a glance is a big beauty. Very beautiful. Looking at Tianjing and Qin Chao's pasted faces, Qin mother smiled happily. This daughter is so beautiful. She looks like a heavenly fairy. Tianjing's face reddened all of a sudden, and she somewhat timidly greeted towards the screen. Hello auntie, my name is Tianjing. I'm Qin Chao's girlfriend. Alas. Hello, daughter, you look so beautiful. How did you see our family Qin Chao? For their own son, Ji Tsirong heart has a spectrum. Ordinary, no money, and some slightly fat. According to reason cannot find such a beautiful girl as a girlfriend. Could it be that he is a good person and a serious worker? And his own son is considered excellent on those 2 points. Listening to the tirade from Empress Dowager, Qin Chao was speechless for a while and rolled his eyes. Are you my own mom? Do you talk about your own son like that? Am I that bad? Straight to a life-threatening 3-in-a-row question. Tianjing, who was at the side, watched the conversation between the mother and son duo and couldn't help but let out a pft of laughter. Auntie, you're so funny. After a pause, he added, Brother Qin is very nice. He helped me a lot at work before and treated me well. I like him a lot. Qin Chao on the side nodded with a satisfied face and reached out his hand to gently stroke Tianjing's soft and straight hair. Looking at the girl's sweet and moving smile on the screen and the focused eyes when she complimented her son, Qin mother's heart was happier than drinking honey. My son has found such a beautiful girlfriend. And judging by the politeness, his personality couldn't be worse. That's wonderful. Suddenly, Mother Qin's eyes were drawn to the scene on the screen. Looking at the wide and beautiful room on the screen, a trace of doubt flashed through Mother Qin's mind, so he directly opened his mouth and inquired, Son, where are you living here? I see that you are different from where you lived before. This house seems to be very big and beautiful. He stood up, flipped the camera over, and held the phone up to the room and turned it around. Mom, this is the house I bought. Looking at the high-grade furniture and White House in the video, Qin mother's eyes flashed with surprise. Hurriedly and in a panic, he asked, You didn't just graduate. Where did you get the money to buy a house? You're not doing anything illegal, are you? Children traveling thousands of miles mother worry. Looking at this luxurious large flat scene, Ji Tsirong's first reaction is not surprise, but for his son worried, afraid that he went the wrong way, do something bad. Qin Chao looked at his mother on the screen and spoke earnestly. Mom, it's the money I made from my own stock speculation. Don't worry, neither stealing nor robbing, it's all legal. Don't worry, ask Jing if you don't believe me. Tianjing, who was on the side, hurriedly vocalized. Auntie, don't worry, these are all earned by Qin himself. There's no offense. Don't worry. Shizuku was heard giving her approval as well. Qin mother's hanging heart slowly relaxed and let out a long breath. That's good, son. Then Mom is relieved. Rolling his eyes, he asked again curiously. This house looks so big. It must be over 100 square feet, right? Qin Chao smiled and proudly opened his mouth to explain. The house is called a grand bungalow and has 388 square feet. Ah, it's so big. How did it get so big? Qin mother was full of shock. She really heard for the first time that there was nearly 400 square feet of house, which was really out of her expectation. In their small county in Gan province, most of the houses are more than 100 square feet. The price of the house is more than 5,000, and a set is only more than 500,000 yuan. This 400 square feet must be $2 million. So how much did you pay for this house? Qin's mother asked. Almost 12 million. Qin Chao answered his mom seriously, even though she guessed in her heart that it must be more than $2 million. Hearing the figure of $12 million, Qin's mother's heart still set off a huge wave. This, how do you have so much money? Qin's mother was truly stunned. Is this really my son? Living in a $12 million house? Mom, told you it's all from my speculation. That's how it is in the stock market. The great ones make lots and lots of money. Hearing her son's reassurance again, Qin mother finally accepted the fact. My son is amazing. I'll have to talk to your dad. He's out talking to someone. That's all for now then. Hang up. Qin Chao just wanted to return a bye. Mom hung up before the words even left her mouth. Gotta be. It's really my mom. Thunderous personality. Hangs up when she says she's going to hang up. Doesn't drag her feet at all. Tianjing also froze for a moment when she saw Qin mother hang up instantly, then pursed her lips and snickered. Honey, your mom is so funny too. It's funny. Qin Chao made a vicious expression and pinched Tianjing's little face. Whose mom? What should you call it? Our mom. Good boy. So obedient. Come on. Boop. Boing boing. Chapter 30 did a small favor for Ruyan Lu. The night passed quietly. Early the next morning, Qin Chao drove Tianjing to Rongtai Mansion. Tianjing had basically recovered after last night's rest and recuperation, so she had to go to work normally today. Qin Chao then diverted to the Gimli gym. Weight loss self-discipline is a long and persevering task that requires perseverance. Not 3 days of fishing and 2 days of sunshine. When Qin Chao arrived at the Golden Power Gym, the time came to exactly 7:30. Good morning, brother Qin. Just walking through the door, the receptionist, Li Jiaojiao, immediately came forward and greeted, a bright smile on his face, making it a bit of a spring breeze. When you have money, you really enjoy completely different treatment and services. Good morning, Jiao Jiao. Qin Chao smiled and nodded, heading towards the VIP room on the 3rd floor. Just as he reached the door, loud noises came from inside. Ruyan Lu, I paid for the lessons. Why don't you give me private lessons? A rough and unpleasant voice reached Qin Chao's ears. Qin Chao pushed open the door and walked in. A fat man of about 40 years of age, full of fat and with a lewd face, held his head high and stood by the sofa. The beautiful and sexy coach Ryu, on the other hand, stood tit for tat with a defiant look on her face. For the few sessions you have left, the program has been transferred to another instructor, so you can find another private instructor for your lessons. Ruyan Lu spoke faintly, her face calm. This middle-aged man called Wang Jun, a lewd old man, came directly to the gym and saw her after. Directly in her place 5 private lessons, but that was before Qin Chao came to the gym. Wang Jun's eyes were dribbling every time he attended class, and sometimes he even tried to get his hands on her, but she dodged them every time. Very disgusted with him, but thought that since he bought 5 lessons, he'd finish them for him. After Qin Chao came, he directly placed an order for 100 lessons on Lu Ruyan, and the boss directly designated Lu Ruyan to be responsible for Qin Chao alone. Wang Jun was transferred to a different male trainer for the 3 classes he still had left, and today the guy found out about it and came straight to the gym to make a scene. Looking at this Wang Jun yelling while sizing up Lu Ruyan with a lewd and obscene gaze, the fire in Qin Chao's heart bubbled up. In hell, that's my woman. How can a fat, middle-aged pig like you look at her? Qin Chao walked directly to Lu Ruyan and blocked Wang Jun's lustful gaze. Arrogantly, he asked, how many more classes do you have left, you fat? Looking at Qin Chao's tall and fierce appearance, and then looking at the LV pattern and logo on Qin Chao's clothes, Wang Jun was a little bit weak, and his eyes turned left and right. He is an ordinary beggar. These 5 sessions of $1,500 or he bit his teeth to buy. This kind of rich people he simply cannot afford to mess with. He stammered in response. 3 knots. Looking at this person with a lowly look, Qin Chao was a bit speechless. Thought how arrogant this fat bastard was, but, as it turns out, this, uninteresting. After thinking about it, he directly stared at this LSP with fierce eyes and opened his mouth. I'll double your private tutoring money back to you. Take it and get the hell out of here. Wang Jun had already sprouted a retreat in his heart. This kind of rich people he cannot afford to mess with. Once he heard the double refund, his eyes suddenly revealed a bright light. Is there such a thing as a good thing? Nodding quickly, okay, there are 3 more classes and one is 300. Lu Ruyan was staring straight at Qin Chao's tall, majestic back at the moment, and she felt warm and secure in her heart. When he heard that Qin Chao wanted to double his money back, he was not happy at all. Directly, he said angrily, Brother Qin, this won't work. Why should we double back to him? He deserves it. Qin Chao turned around and glared at her, his eyes signaling her to shut up. Lu Ruyan still wanted to say something. Looking at Qin Chao's threatening eyes, slightly afraid, a resentful face spat out her tongue and did not speak. WeChat swiped and paid $1,800. Ding! The host sensibly solves the problem for the opposite sex who has a crush on him. Avoiding procrastination and indulging successfully. This indulgence is rated 6 out of 10. With a cash award of $1 million. Nice guy. Spent 1,800. Made $1 million. It's a wonderful business. Qin Chao heart both excited and doubtful. Those who spend money on material indulgence reward only 100. 200. 000. This time to spend money to solve the problem instead of rewarding so much. The heart gradually to the system's lawsome clear. All in all, the material enjoyment. The reward is within 500. $000. The spiritual and non-material aspects of the reward is the big head. And that's how he got his Romeway mansion office and the large flat. At the moment, the balance in his bank card had come to a little over $2 million, which was already a considerable amount of assets. After all, $2 million in the bank is over $30. 000 a year in interest, an average of $2.600 a month. Back, after receiving the money, the LSP walked away elated. And for him, not only did he not spend any money, but he made $300 instead. After watching the dead fat pig leave, Qin Chao closed the door and slowly walked to Lu Ruyan. Gently with calmness, he said, "This matter, after all, we do not occupy the reason. According to reason I also really belong to the queue, but for this kind of poor people, can be solved with money. To save the follow-up there are other troubles." Understanding the meaning of Qin Chao's words, Lu Ruyan nodded and spoke in a small voice. "Then let me transfer this money to you. I can't let you pay for it." "Forget it." Qin Chao waved his hand, then said, "We are friends. This amount of money does not matter. Just add it to the course. You just need to seriously take me to lose weight and self-discipline. Even if you repay me, there's a care in saying that. You owe a little today. You owe a little tomorrow. And you owe more and more." He had already taken Lu Ruyan as his bag of tricks, slowly letting her let her guard down first, and when she came back to her senses, she wouldn't be able to return the favor. Hearing this, Ruyan Lu's good-looking eyes lit up. Anyway, she still owed him 20,000, and didn't care about this. Anyway, he would just help him lose weight seriously, and Qin wouldn't care about this stuff. "Brother Qin, let's start working out then. Let's just do fasted cardio and follow my hit fat-burning workout first." Ruyan Lu stepped aside and dragged out a yoga mat, slowly spreading it out. Returning to her area of expertise, Ruyan Lu looked serious and earnest again. "Okay." Following suit, Qin Chao also dragged a yoga mat from the side and stretched it out. "Then we'll do the first section, crotch high fives." Ruyan Lu moved her arms and legs in unison. Qin Chao's gaze, however, was a bit dumbfounded, and it was only then that he saw what Ruyan Lu was wearing today. A black one-piece workout suit with a toned-in-tone front. The waist is slim, the body lines are smooth, and the whole person has a very charming sense of humor. It was as if the female protagonist in a Korean manga had broken through the second dimension, come to reality, and appeared in front of him, directly exterminating him. Coochie. The two of them were the only ones in the quiet gym, and the sound of Qin Chao swallowing his saliva was quite noticeable. Lu Ruyan was a bit puzzled when she heard this voice since her back was turned to Qin Chao. Turning to look at Qin Chao, "This is not to see." This look her face quickly reddened, as if colored with a layer of red light. "Qin, brother Qin, you," she stammered and stuttered her way out of her mouth, unable to utter a complete sentence after half a day. Qin Chao's face was a little embarrassed. He didn't mean to stare at her. It was indeed that Lu Ruyan was too seductive. He couldn't help it. But as a man, you have to be bold. He coughed gently twice to ease the embarrassment and opened his mouth. Ruyan, I'm sorry, I got sidetracked." "No, it's fine. Brother Qin, keep following what I'm doing." Ruyan Lu's pretty face was still red, and she hurriedly turned around and said in a broken voice. After a while, her emotions were eased, and Ruyan Lu began to fall back into her work mode, teaching earnestly. "Head up, chest out, waist and belly in. Yeah, that's it. Follow me." After the 40 minutes of aerobic fat burning was done, Lu Ruyan started to bring Qin Chao to various fitness equipment for strength training. Start with kettlebell hard pulls. Do 2 sets of 8? Try it. Do 2 sets of 8 each on the leg press machine as well. The large VIP fitness room. From time to time, there are sounds such as these. Chapter 31 Butsaying Rue Human Resources Company. End of campaign. After eating the fat-reducing breakfast made by Lu Ruyan, Qin Chao said goodbye to the private tutor with a plump Han man body. Sitting on the black BMW, Qin Chao seriously thought about his next life plan. It goes without saying that weight loss is something that must be adhered to every morning, but he himself has really drifted a bit lately and basically just dives head first into women. Tianjing, the school flower. Lu Ruyan, it felt as if he had nothing to do but women. No way. It can't go on like this. I need to get the company created and on track as soon as possible. It's okay to recruit people first and get the basic framework of the company up first. Thinking of this, Gauda Map navigated to Butsaying Rue, and Qin Chao drove his car towards his destination. Whatsaing Rue Human Resource Consulting Company, Ltd., is located on the 12th floor of Fujin Building, Wada District, Haicheng City. This building is also considered to be very famous in Haicheng, second only to the Rongtai Building where Qin Chao's office is located, and also belongs to the Grade A office building. Since the distance was not far, Qin Chao drove his car to Fujin Mansion in 15 minutes and parked his car in the parking space of the above-ground parking lot around the building. Qin Chao walked in towards the entrance of the building, but this was Qin Chao's first time here, and he couldn't get in without a work permit. Thinking about it, he suddenly remembered a number stored on his cell phone during the equity formalities that day. The general manager of Whatsaing Rue, Hu Zongyi. He dialed this general manager directly. After a few seconds, the phone was answered. Hello, this is Qin Chao. I'm currently on the first floor of Fujin Mansion. Without waiting for the other party to open his mouth, Qin Chao directly exploded his identity. His tone was calm and unruffled. Hu Zongyi at the moment is sitting in the office leisurely drinking tea. Connecting the phone, looking at the unfamiliar number is still a little puzzled. When he heard the phrase "I am Qin Chao" coming clearly from the cell phone, his mind instantly cleared up. He did know that the company had been bought out by a big boss for half of its shares 2 days ago, at a cost of $25 million. But the other person didn't contact him or come to the office, so he didn't take the initiative to ask. But the name of the big boss in the equity agreement he remembered very clearly. It was Qin Chao. He got up from the general manager's chair in a hurry and dashed out of the office. This was his top man, his new boss, and the attitude had to be right. As a socially polished veteran of more than 20 years in the workplace, he's too experienced. The first impression to the new boss must be good. The attitude must be correct. To cater to the boss, this is the trick that he can sit in the position of general manager. Slipping and sliding must be preemptive. Darting to the elevator entrance and pressing the elevator. Hu Zongyi's footsteps were a little anxious. Can't wait for the elevator to hurry up and fly himself to his new boss. It seemed to him that the boss must be a middle-aged man about his age. A type of man with deep social experience who was often not easy to get along with. Ding! The elevator is here. Hu Zongyi directly rushed in and fiercely pressed the first floor number key. Soon, the elevator arrived at the first floor. Hu Zongyi stood there and looked for half a day but did not see the middle-aged man. There was only a tall young man standing there. He was a little uncertain in his heart. Just then he saw the man's hand go up, and he trotted over to him with a sudden rush. Yes, is it Qin Dong? Hu Zongyi asked with slow deliberation. It's me. A flat and calm rang out. Looking at the other party's kind of young and excessive face, Hu Zongyi understood that he was the one who had a preconceived notion. However, this new boss, but it was a bit young and excessive. Hello Qin Dong, I'm Hu Zongyi, the general manager of Bokai Rue Human Resource Company. It's a pleasure to meet you. Hello. It was still a flat answer, with no audible emotion. Qin Dong, please follow me. We'll go to the company first. Aha. Qin Chao actually does not have much experience. After all, for the first time in his life as a boss, or the boss of a company with a market capitalization of $50 million. In fact, he was a little nervous, but he suddenly remembered a saying he had read earlier in the book: if you don't know what to say, don't say it, and if you say too much for fear of making a mistake, say less. Look serious, spit out your words carefully, and if you can't say it, say less, and you can't go wrong. As the new owner of your company, meeting your employees for the first time, people don't know you well. Talking less and remaining serious increases the mystique and majesty in the minds of your employees, which can be a huge benefit to managing your company. Soon, the 12th floor arrived. The company's facade is a huge glass frame with metal lettering Whatsaing Rue Human Resource Company. The receptionist Juyu is a young girl with a sweet and cute look, and at the moment is secretly playing the small game King's Honor on her cell phone. Is using the time Shoyao to make a big kill. Seeing the general manager Hu Zongyi and a tall young man slowly walked in, his demeanor was a bit humble. A sense of dog's legs. He was a bit flustered, and hurriedly put the cell phone upside down on the table, stood up and respectfully shouted, "Good day, Mr. Hu." Hu Zongyi glared at her, laughed, turned his head and fawned so much that he introduced himself to Qin Chao. "Qin Dong, this is the receptionist Ju Yu." Immediately after the introduction, he looked at Ju Yu and loudly chided, "Ju Yu, this is the new boss of the company. Qin Dong, why don't you hurry over to welcome him?" Ju Yu's little face is still dumbfounded. She just saw Hu Zongyi and Qin Chao with a look of groveling dog's leg. She guessed that Qin Chao's identity is not simple. She didn't expect it to be the new owner of the company, and she had heard in the past few days that a big boss had acquired 50% of the company. "I just didn't realize it was so young. It looked like 24 or 5. Returning to his senses, somewhat startled, he hurriedly took a few steps forward, slightly bending over and bowing his head. "Hello Qin Dong, Welcome. Looking at the sweet little receptionist with a shivering look, Qin Chao was amused for a while, but it didn't show on his face, and with a slight glance at her, he said expressionlessly, "Hello." After saying that, he followed Hu Zongyi towards the company, with a sense of a high and cold president. Qin Chao sort of understands the benefits of a position of power. He is their boss and holds the power of life and death over them. They will both compliment and fear him. This feeling is indeed wonderful. For Qin Chao, who was merely a social animal and a beggar before, he tasted the flavor of power for the first time. All he could say was, "It's really, really cool." That feeling of being revered and complimented is truly mesmerizing. Walking into the interior of the company, Qin Chao briefly surveyed the surroundings. It's not a big company, maybe 300 to 400 square feet. The design is minimalist. The decor is modern. The style is atmospheric. And overall it's fine, but still not as good as their previous work of Tianyi Trade. After all, Tianyi Trade market value of more than 100 million. Bori compared to it is still a bit of a gap. As soon as Hu Zongyi went in, he hurried to the center of the office area and shouted, "Everyone stop what you're doing and come over to gather." Speed. Chapter 32 Sweet little receptionist Zhu Yu. What for? I've got work to finish. Really? What's the rush? Listening to the whispering of the employees coming from the surrounding area, which happened to still be in front of Qin Chao, Hu Zongyi's face was red and white for a while, feeling that he had lost a big face in front of Qin Chao, his new boss. At once, with a very angry face, he spoke, "Shut up, hurry up and come over to me, and those who don't come over are immediately dismissed." Hearing the general manager's angry tone and directly threatened with dismissal, the employees immediately did not dare to speak, and all of them flew over. The people were soon assembled. Hu Zongyi's face then looked a little better, took a deep breath, and brewed his expression. Smiling amiably, he looked at everyone, respectfully spread his hand flat in front of Qin Chao's body, and opened his mouth. "This is the new boss of our company, Qin Dong. Everyone welcome." The surrounding staff were dumbfounded. Most of them were young, basically under 30 years old, both male and female. They had actually noticed Qin Chao when he came in, but seeing that he was so young, they guessed that he was a new employee and didn't take it seriously. As it turned out to be the new boss of their company, and one of them was dumbfounded. They all knew there was a boss who paid $25 million for half of the company, but they didn't realize it was so young. What family give $25 million for a company in your 20s? Billionaires are 100%. I think my new boss's family is billionaires. Solid. Returning from their days, the employees greeted Qin Chao respectfully. "Hello Qin Dong. Welcome." They were both surprised and happy to have such a young boss, who should be quite nice to talk to. There were also a couple of good-looking female co-workers, baring their lips, fiddling with their hair slightly and adjusting their clothes, all trying to make a good impression on their new boss. In case he has his eye on any girl, that girl will just fly up to the branch and complete the class leap. Thinking of this, several girls who think they look good look at Qin Chao's gaze became more fiery. Qin Chao raised his head slightly and scanned the surroundings. Wherever his gaze passed, those employees' gazes immediately averted unnaturally, and none of them dared to line up with him. Qin Chao was very satisfied with this scene and his lips spread out in a curve. "Hello everyone. It's good to see you all. I hope you all work hard and will create a better future together." Hearing that Qin Chao drew a big pie for everyone as soon as they met, the employees looked a bit speechless. Qin Chao paused and then said, "Starting next month, the salary will be adjusted upward by a uniform 10%. As the owner of the company, he has that power. And he was also a laborer before. He knows these doorways too well. For the employees, all other things are false. Only payout is the most real." Wow. Oh, Qin Dong atmosphere. Long live the boss. Employees are cheering. General manager's office. Qin Chao sat in the general manager's seat and shook his chair from side to side. Hu Zongyi stood respectfully to the side. "Mr. Hu, I came here this time to ask you for a favor." Qin Chao directly opened the door. "Arrangements can't be talked about. Qin Dong, you have something directly command on the line." Hu Zongyi replied very respectfully. He is clearly divided. He can do it or not. Qin Chao has the most right to say. If Qin Chao looks at him unpleasantly, ironically want to open him, then he will have to get out. After all, Qin Chao is the largest shareholder, directly accounted for half of the shares. "I want to open a new company. Is dry internet clothing this piece? You help me to find a strong ability of professional managers. Men and women can. And then help me to recruit a few employees who have experience in this area of work. After recruiting, I will interview one by one." Qin Chao said. "Okay, got it. I'll get right on it." Hu Zongyi respectfully said. "As soon as possible, ha. Call me when it's done and I'll come and interview them myself." "Okay, Dong Qin." With one more admonition, Qin Chao stood up from his seat and walked towards the door. Hu Zongyi followed and walked out. When she arrived at the door of the company, this little girl at the reception desk was still immersed in the King's Canyon and couldn't get out of it. Hu Zongyi, who saw the scene, was about to go up to scold her when Qin Chao reached out and interrupted him. Walking silently to her side, he looked at her for a while and spoke steeply. Bailey Xiao is playing well. That's a must. Top 3 in our service. The little girl, Zhu Yu, picked up the conversation in passing. Suddenly, reacting, looking up, her sweet and cute little face instantly turned into a pig liver color, so anxious that she stood up and apologized. I'm sorry, Qin Dong. I didn't know it was you. Finished. I'm dead. The new boss caught me groping at work. I'm dead. Something to burn paper. Zhu Yu's heart despaired. The new boss looks so serious. He's not going to be easy to get along with. He's going to be fired. Just as she closed her eyes and waited for the notice of dismissal, a gentle voice rang in her ear. Just be careful next time. No touching fish while you're at work. Also, time is playing really well. Thump, thump, thump. The footsteps faded away. Zhu Yu slowly opened her soulful and good-looking eyes and realized that her new boss and general manager were long gone. A ripple went through her heart. The boss didn't fire me. And also, his voice was so soft and nice. The little girl's cheeks went red. Teenage girls getting horny. First floor. The entrance to the Fujin mansion. Mr. Hu, go back. Just send it here. Qin Chao said to Hu Zongyi, who was standing respectfully beside him. Ugh. Okay, Dong Qin. I'll go first. Then. Wait. At the last second, Qin Chao called out to him. No punishing that little girl. I'm still waiting for her game to take me flying. Yes, Dong Qin. Hu Zongyi turned towards the elevator entrance. 12/F. Fu Cam Mansion. In front of Boitsai Ingrue Human Resources Company, Zhu Yu sat on the seat at the front desk and fumed quietly. Thump, thump, thump. General Manager Hu Zongyi is back. I thought I was going to be scolded by Mr. Hu for a while, but Zhu Yu had already prepared for it in advance, left ear in, right ear out. I didn't expect Mr. Hu to stare at her for a while and say nothing. I'm surprised I wasn't scolded. That's odd. Zhu Yu ventriloquized in her heart. Qin Dong said to let you game to take him to fly. Good job. I will send you his cell phone number in a moment. You remember to add his microsignal. Hu Zongyi smiled and opened his mouth. Then another admonition. The game must take him flying. That's the mission. After saying that, he took a step into the company, leaving behind a confused Zhu Yu. What? Let me take the boss for a game. I'm not dreaming. Zhu Yu viciously pinched the flesh of her slender, round thighs. Hiss. It hurts. It's true. What kind of monstrous luck am I having that this kind of thing can happen to me? What a divine boss this is. Love it, love it. Thinking of this, the happy Zhu Yu hurriedly opened her cell phone, tapped WeChat, and dialed her best friend's video call. Chapter 33, Former Neighbors in the Countryside. Qin Yuandao's family. It didn't take long for the call to be answered. Hey, yeah, what's wrong? As a delicate and pleasant voice came out at the same time, a beautiful and attractive face appeared in the screen. A fair and compact melon face, narrow willow leaf eyebrows, charming and attractive peach blossom eyes, straight agaric nose, plump and upturned red lips, with a heart-stopping charm. Zhu Yu's best friend Zhou Jiejia, a saleswoman at a BMW 4 store in Tianhe district. Jiejia, let me tell you, our company has a new boss today. Joyfully, Zhu Yu told her best friend everything that had happened. How old is your boss? Zhou Jiejia was a bit puzzled. It is reasonable to say that the bosses of such big companies should be middle-aged and old men in their 40s and 50s. And this kind of men still play King of Glory? You guess? Zhu Yu sells a joke and looks at her best friend in the screen with a bad smile on her face. It's definitely not an old man by the look on your face. Let's see. He's probably in his 30s? Zhou Jiejia is after careful analysis before so guess. According to her understanding of the girlfriends, certainly not an old man of 50 or 60 years old. Otherwise she would not be so joyful. More than 20 and too young. More than 30 years old. After more than a decade of hard work, to become the boss of a company, is considered to be the most reasonable. Congratulations. Wrong guess. He looks 24 or 5. That's young. Zhu Yu's beautiful eyes curved. Usually often made fun of by her. Today she finally saw her mature and gorgeous best friend eat her words for once. BFF Zhou Jiejia aged than her 3 years older. As a BMW 4 store saleswoman. Life experience than her much richer. Usually makeup and dress. Tone of voice are more mature than her. They do not understand the problem will often ask her. In front of her, they are often like a white rabbit. Innocent. So young? The gorgeous saleswoman in the screen was a bit surprised. And her moving peach blossom eyes were slightly widened a bit. The 24, 5-year-old new boss really surprised her. After all, What Tsai Ing-rue market capitalization of 50 million. He owns half of the shares. That is 25 million. This is certainly a rich second generation. Or a very good family conditions of the rich second generation. The family property is estimated to run to 1 billion. If there's only a billion or two in the estate, where would you get 25 million for your son to squander like that? In Haichang, this is considered to be the proper level of luxury. Ha ha, I didn't expect that. I was shocked when I first found out. Zhu Yu laughed cheekily. Is the new boss interested in you? After all, you're so sweet and cute. Maybe he likes your type? Zhou Jiajiao had a derisive look on her face. You're talking nonsense. I'm not talking to you. Zhu Yu hung up the phone decisively, a blush on her face. She knew her best friend was deliberately making fun of her as a way to counter her earlier provocation. Come out of the Fujin mansion. Qin Chao had just gotten into his seat and was about to drive home. Jingle bells, jingle bells. The cell phone rang suddenly. Pick it up. It's Mom. Click to connect. Hey, Mom. What's up? Hey, son. Is this our previous neighbor's family? A few days ago is not just from the city of the sea back to our hometown to visit relatives. Their family group you know well. To our home to play dinner and chatting words outside the words to squeeze our family poor. Your father this person's temper bursts. The fire came up on the matter of you in the sea city to buy a large floor to disclose. A group of them last night back to the city of the sea. Said today at noon to invite you to dinner, to visit your house. You see okay. Said today at noon to invite you to dinner, go to your house to visit. You see if it is okay. After listening to his mom for half a day, Qin Chao understood what happened. Since their village was called Qinjiao village, basically all the people in their area were surnamed Qin. The neighbor's name is Qin Yuandao. His wife's name is Wang Guilan, and they have a son named Qin Han. He knew too well in his heart the virtues of this neighbor's family. Frankly speaking, he disliked this family, especially Qin Yuandao and he, Wang Guilan. These two fall into the category of people who display the word snob to the fullest. Their son is also Qin Han before the city of Haichang. Talked about a girlfriend in Haichang, has been ready to talk about marriage. The woman asked the man in the city of Haichang has a house. So the couple spent all their savings in the city of Haichang for their son to buy a set of 120 square feet of commercial housing. The couple followed the move to Haichang to live. After all, Haichang was a second-tier city, much more developed than their small county in Gan province. Qin Yuandao this family, living in Haichang for a few years, they feel that they are Haichang people. The past few years to return home on New Year's holidays is to squeeze this squeeze that. Do not look at this, do not look at that. Do not move to Haichang how? What about Haichang? Hanging in the mouth. In short, Qin Chao bottom of the heart is hate their family. They went back to their hometown to visit relatives, to their own family to dinner, the table and squeeze up their own dad. Their old man and happens to be a burst temper. Before the family conditions are bad even if, but yesterday just know that their son developed, make a lot of money. This is not directly stand up to dislike them. Here's your chance to make your dad look good. Before, he was incapable. But now, Qin Chao just wanted to laugh to the sky. Qin Yuandao this family sent their own face to the door to fight. This time do not give you face swollen to my father to eliminate anger. I am in vain as a son of man. Qin Chao directly said. Mom, don't worry. Small things. I've long looked at Qin Yuandao's family as unpleasant. I'll definitely hit them hard in the face this time. And give my dad a long wind. Ugh. Just have a plan in mind. Then mom hangs up. Bye. You and dad take care. Hanging up the phone and checking the time. 10:30 a.m. It's not time for lunch yet. Qin Chao frowned and planned how he would be able to hit them hard in the face later. Qin Chao himself had been waiting for this day for a long time. When I saw them every New Year's Eve for the past few years, I felt so sick that I couldn't even eat. Jingle bells. The cell phone rang again. No need to think. This would definitely be Qin Yuandao and the others. Qin Chao did not connect immediately, letting the phone keep ringing, and only after 2 minutes did he slowly connect the phone. Kill them first. Hello, is this Qin Chao? Qin Yuandao's trademark Cockney voice came from the cell phone. Hard to hear. Qin Chao was speechless for a while. It's me. Are you? I'm your neighbor Uncle Faraday. Remember? The voice on the phone was a little haughty. Oh, it's Uncle Yuandao. He was busy with work just now and was delayed. Qin Chao replied in a calm, unsavory tone. Listening to Qin Chao's waveless tone, which seemed to carry a bit of disdain, the person on the opposite side seemed to sense something and immediately skipped over the topic. Without any embarrassment, he smiled and said, I heard your father say that you bought a house in Haichang. Today at noon Uncle Yuandao's family invites you for a meal to celebrate you. And by the way, we will visit your house and recognize the door, so that we can come and go in the future. There's nothing wrong with this line of reasoning. We were neighbors in the countryside before, but now we're all in Haichang. so were having dinner to celebrate the purchase of the house and to get to know each other. However, Qin Chao knew in his heart that they just wanted to come to take a look at their house to verify that their dad was right. Afraid that he would reject them, he spoke in such a way as to make it difficult for him to do so. He knew all about the faces of this group of people. To hit the face hard, how could Qin Chao refuse? After a minute of silence, waiting for the opposite side to get a little impatient, he said, "Okay, where to eat? I'll be there in a while." Hearing that Qin Chao agreed, the opposite party immediately smiled. "At Hongyan Hotel. I'll pick you up at the door then." In fact, he has a small mind. He wants to see what kind of car Qin Chao drove. If you really buy a large flat, how to drive a car must also be a luxury car. So he offered to pick up Qin Chao at the door. Qin Chao is immune to this kind of small trick, but he is looking forward to the expression of this family when they see their luxurious large flat. That scene, just think about it, is cool. Straight away, he said, "Okay, well then, you're busy. I won't bother you." Qin Chao directly hung up the phone. Chapter 34, Pretty Li Feng. His own display of impatience, Qin Yuandao didn't seem to have much of a reaction. Instead, he was still smiling. Qin Chao was a bit strange, but after a while he figured out that this extremely realistic snob was actually scared of rich people. They are only able to strut their stuff and find confidence in the poor. Again, they are inferior in the presence of the really rich. It's both abhorrent and pathetic. Hongyan Hotel. Qin Chao is not a stranger at all. Their college classmates get together there. The environment is good. The consumption is not low. It is rare that Qin Yuandao's family is not stingy for a time. He is ready to pick the expensive points in a while. Let him out of the bleeding. Fujin Mansion is also not far from Hongyan Hotel, only about 5 kilometers away. A 10-minute drive. Qin Chao was prepared to kill some time and go over later. Taking out his cell phone, he opened Jitterbug and swiped it seriously, commenting on it from time to time. "This one has a pretty good body. A big ass. I just don't know if it has any technology. This face looks good. The bear is too small. Bad review. This one. Superb front and back. Will also twist. Just do not know, really fake." Soon, an hour passed. Counting the time, Qin Chao started the car and drove towards Hongyan Hotel. The entrance to the Hongyan Hotel. Qin Yuandao stood in the center position, scanning the oncoming traffic from left to right from time to time. He was a short, unassuming man, probably in his early 50s, with an occasional glint on his face that didn't make him very pleasant to be around at first glance. In his heart, for Qin Chao in the sea city to buy large flat thing is actually not very believe, but he knows. Qin Chao just graduated from the university. How can have so much money to buy a house? This is not a fool's errand. But he knew his decades-old neighbor, Qin Jihua, well, upright, honest, and not much of a liar. It made him curious to find out. When Qin Chao answered the phone just now, he had a subdued and indifferent attitude, not wanting to take care of him at all. This mature and stable appearance was worlds apart from the Qin Chao in his heart. The difference was too great. Therefore, there was actually a point in his heart where he believed what Qin Jihua said. If Qin dynasty is really developed, so rich, then to hurry more to come and go, deepen the deepening of feelings is right. After all, it is decades of neighbors, or have feelings, may also be able to dilly-dally a bit of benefits. After waiting for 10 or so minutes and not seeing Qin Chao's shadow, Qin Yuandao was a bit impatient at the moment. He just took out his cell phone and was ready to urge Qin Chao, but after thinking about it, he put it down again. In case Qin Chao really developed, he still used the previous attitude to him. That may cause him to loathe. Where can still get some benefits from his hands? Having figured this out, Qin Yuandao was in no hurry again, stopping in place and slowly waiting. Not long after, a black BMW car slowly drove over from the distance and stopped at the entrance of Hongyan Hotel. A tall young man with a calm demeanor pulled open the car door and stepped out. Qin Yuandao squinted his small eyes and confirmed that this young man was none other than Qin Chao, whom he had not seen for several years. The BMW 330, a car he also recognized, landed about 400,000 or so, which is considered a good car. He had a friend who drove this car, but his friend's car had a gray exterior. Qin Chao actually drove more than 400,000 yuan BMW 330. A thunderbolt exploded inside Qin Yuandao. If Qin Jiahua's words had only been believed by 1 point just now, he would have believed by 5 points by now. He patted his collar and greeted him with an amiable smile. "Qin Chao, come on. It's been a long time. Uncle Yuandao misses you." Qin Chao paced slowly, seeing Qin Yuandao acting so close to him. He laughed coldly in his heart, but did not show it on his face. He knew this Qin Yuandao too well. Snobbish and shrewd. Yesterday also in the old family dinner table to squeeze their own dad. Today to see themselves open more than 400,000 yuan of BMW. immediately put on a look with their own very close, but also really deep in the essence of Sichuan opera, the whole of a master of the change of face. But today he is here to hit him in the face, regardless of whether he changed his face, care about their own business. First help dad out of this bad breath before. Thinking of this, Qin Chao walked up expressionlessly, swept his eyes at Qin Yuandao, nodded, shouted Uncle Yuandao, and then did not speak again. Qin Yuandao's hot face stuck to the Kang's ass and touched a nail, and he looked embarrassed. But she didn't get angry, still smiling, saying, "Come in with me. Your Aunt Guilan and the others are sitting inside too." After saying that, he led Qin Chao towards Hongyan Grand Wine and went to the Roman holiday room. What a coincidence! It was the same restaurant that Qin Chao used during his last gathering with his college classmates. There's something about fate that can't really be told. Soon, the two arrived at the door of the Roman holiday hall. Qin Yuandao directly pushed open the door and Qin Chao followed. At this time, there were 3 people sitting in the Roman holiday room. Qin Yuandao's wife Wang Guilan, his son Qin Han and Qin Han's wife Li Feng. As the duo came in, the trio's 6 eyes looked at Qin Chao in unison, looking him up and down. Wang Guilan glanced at Qin Chao with a disdainful face and averted her gaze. In her opinion, Qin Jihua is definitely blowing the power. A young boy who just graduated. How can he afford to buy a big house in Haicheng? Just to save face. Qin Han didn't have any resistance to Qin Chao. Instead, he smiled and greeted Qin Chao. "Qin Chao, here you are. You look much more handsome." Qin Chao nodded at him and returned a smile. As for his young aunt Wang Guilan, he directly ignored it. Qin Han and his relationship is actually quite good. He was a child or followed by neighbors Qin Han but play. The back of the middle school high school. The feelings only slowly fade, but also usually need on New Year's Day will be pleasantries. Qin Han's wife, Li Feng, is a stylishly dressed, diminutive 30-year-old young woman with a delicate, feminine-looking face. She stood up and greeted Qin Chao eagerly. "Qin Chao, thank you for the honor of coming over for dinner today. It's like your own home here. Don't be polite." Qin Chao was a bit surprised by her enthusiasm. He was still in his senior year of high school when Qin Han got married, when he went to Haicheng with his parents to attend Qin Han's wedding. At that time, he was a middle-aged teenager from a small countryside county, dressed in dirt, and when he first saw this exquisite-looking, delicately built, forward and backward-looking city woman Li Feng, he was stunned by her beauty. Basically, she only dared to sneak a peek at her, and when she was introduced by her parents she was all red in the face and didn't dare say a word to her. That's why he never said a word to Li Feng until now. Li Feng's self-congratulatory and cordial opening made Qin Chao a bit overwhelmed, not to say anything else. At least in some nights during his teenage years, the beautiful and sexy Li Feng was often in his dreams. Qin Yuandao and his wife are indeed disgusting, but you can't generalize Qin Han and Li Feng, can you? At least they are nothing bad to him and his dad. Taking a deep breath, Qin Chao smiled faintly and said, "Thank you sister-in-law Feng Feng. I will." Li Feng's heart wasn't calm at this time. This Qin Chao, she also has the impression, she just married when she met once. He would still be a 17 or 18 years old teenager. The first time she saw her too shy to speak, she was actually amused for a moment, not realizing that after a few years of not seeing her, she was so tall and powerful, with a subdued temperament. What's more, he was dressed in LV fashion, which was worth a lot at a glance. That's why she greeted Qin Chao so warmly. Chapter 35, Adding Li Feng to WeChat. Qin Yuandao watched Qin Chao show a smile to his son and daughter-in-law. Judging from Qin Chao's attitude towards him, he must have known about the matter of squeezing his dad in the old house yesterday. Thus he was indifferent to himself. His own wife, what person they also know, rely on their own husband and wife. Want to get close to him? Dip some benefits will be difficult. Luckily, his son and daughter-in-law have a good relationship with him, so he might as well start with his son and daughter-in-law, so that the two of them will have more dealings with him, and there might be a surprise effect. Thinking of this, the smile on Qin Yuandao's face became even more eager. He turned his head to signal the waiter on the side to serve the food, then picked up the beer poured on the table and said, "I propose that we drink this glass of wine together to welcome Qin Chao. Furthermore, we are all from the Qin family village and we are all developing in Haicheng, so in the future, we must help each other." He glanced at Qin Chao with a slightly deeper meaning, and asked as if he didn't mean to, "Qin Chao, do you think it's right?" Wang Guilan's face was expressionless, and her hand remained unmoving on the table. "Joke, let her elders welcome this kid, dream on." Qin Yuandao, seeing this scene, had an instantly ugly face. This loser, is it not? How is the brain so stupid? How did he marry a such goods in the first place? He pulled Wang Guilan's clothes with his hand under the table while he kept giving her a wink. Wang Guilan seemed to understand what he meant and reluctantly raised her beer. "Welcome, Qin Han and Li Feng. on the other hand, were still enthusiastic, stood up, raised their cups, clinked them in the air toward Qin Chao, and said, "Welcome Qin Chao. We should contact each other more in the future and get together more often." Qin Chao expressionlessly looked at Qin Yuandao and Wang Guilan, the two old Bidens, and ignored them, and help each other out. Get the hell out of here. He was still filled with disgust for these two old Bidens and did not want to give them face. However, he still held a favorable opinion of his Qin Han and Li Fang, especially this gorgeous and plump woman who often appeared in his dreams as a teenager, and he didn't mind having more contact with her. Then he stood up, raised his cup, and toasted Qin Han and the two of them back, with a sincere smile, saying, "Thank you, Brother Han, Sister Fong Fong, cheers, and let's get together more often in the future." Qin Yuandao heard what Qin Chao said about getting together more in the future. The corner of his mouth sketched out a sinister smile, matched with this shrewd face of his, like a bad guy in a movie when his plotting and scheming succeeds. Quite obscene. Humph. You Qin Chao is developed, rich, and set face with me, but I have the means to take advantage from you, Qin Yuandao thought in his heart. Soon the food was served. The crowd feasted up. The flavor of this hotel was really good, and Qin Chao ate to his heart's content. Of course, a few chats came from within the gallery from time to time. Most of the conversation was between Li Fang and Qin Chao, and Qin Han, who was rather dull and didn't talk much, just concentrated on eating his food. Qin Yuandao talked to Qin Chao, who basically ignored him, and occasionally returned Seeing that Qin Chao didn't bother with himself, Qin Yuandao gradually stopped talking and ate his own. Li Fang started most of the conversations with Qin Chao. She was really too curious about Qin Chao. She first spoke as if she didn't mean to. "Qin Chao, how's your work recently?" "I resigned, Sister Fong," Qin Chao said directly. "Ah, so what are you going to do next?" "I'm going to start my own company," Qin Chao faintly said, his expression calm. "Oh, you still run a company? What a laugh." Wang Guilan on the side immediately jumped out and mocked. "It's not a stall, is it?" She is aware that Qin Chao has just graduated. Where is the money to open a company? Young people love to show off and blow awesome. In her opinion, Qin Chao is just like his father, a pure country bumpkin. Qin Chao swept a glance at her and ignored her. This Wang Guilan is a brainwashed person. He is simply too lazy to take care of him. Qin Yuandao on the side glared viciously at Wang Guilan, and she resentfully lowered her head and didn't speak anymore. Li Fang also has a deep hatred for her mother-in-law, who often has friction with her in life and says all day long that she can't give birth to a child. In fact, this aspect is all the husband Qin Han's problem. Before accompanying him to the hospital for examination, the doctor said that his sperm survival rate is extremely low, basically unable to make himself pregnant. For the sake of her husband's face, she didn't say this in front of them herself, but Wang Guilan is good. Often used this to satirize herself as a chicken that cannot lay eggs. Many times complained to her husband, let them go back to their hometown to live. But filial husband refused. He said his parents paid most of the money to buy this house. He cannot drive them back, otherwise in the old family will be poked in the backbone. So each time it is not settled. Today at the dinner table again to Qin Chao sneering, Li Fang really is speechless. I really fell into 8 lifetimes of bad luck, stalled such a mother-in-law. However, Li Fang was also a bit non-committal about Qin Chao's comment that he was ready to start a company, although he was wearing something of value, and maybe he did make a little money. Haichang was after all a second-tier city, not like their small county in Gan province. In the C city to open the company needs the capital network is not a little bit half a point. He is a fresh graduate college students are not a little too big, despite what she thought in her heart. But Li Fang did not intend to reveal Qin Chao. She smiled, her plump and upturned red lips opened her mouth and said, "Qin Chao, which aspect are you going to do?" "Internet clothing, the e-commerce section." "Really? I also do the internet women's clothing this piece. By the time your company opened, do not forget me Li Fang said with a coquettish smile. She actually do not quite believe, but compliments say a few words and it does not matter, or their husband's childhood neighbors, can make him happy. "Yes, no problem. When the company opens, welcome sister-in-law Fong Fong to come over. The salary will definitely satisfy you." Qin Chao chopped his head off with a serious face. He arranged for Hu Zongyi to help him recruit personnel, including professional managers, and it would be just a matter of days, and the company would be open in a week at most. Li Fang happens to be dry internet women's clothing in this area. For him is like a tiger to add wings, and his heart is quite like Li Fang. Can work with her is not just right. He had no intention of trying to pry Qin Han's corner, purely because he liked Li Fang as a person, good to get along with. Other than that, there was no other meaning. Of course Li Fang was also very pretty and had a great body. Working with a beautiful woman was something every man would love to do. Okay, then I'll wait for your good news. Right, we don't have WeChat. Add a WeChat good contact. After saying this, Li Fang opened the QR code and put it in front of Qin Chao. Yes, Qin Chao scanned the QR code and added on Li Fang's WeChat. Her WeChat ID is very unique, called Silence. Few young women would take such an ID, while Qin Chao's ID is Qin. All one word, kinda fits. Soon, after finishing the meal, Qin Yuandao went to settle the bill. This meal cost him more than 2,000, and his heart ached for a while. Chapter 36, People are afraid of comparisons. A group of people stood at the main entrance of Hongyan Hotel. When he was about to say goodbye, Qin Yuandao suddenly spoke up. Qin Chao, didn't your father say yesterday that you bought a big house in Haicheng, and we haven't seen it before, so why don't you take us to visit it? He didn't open his mouth and say big flat, but a big house. To be honest, he didn't know what a large flat was. Anyway, in his eyes a large flat was a large house, but for how large? He didn't have the concept. In his eyes, a house of 160 square feet or more is a big house. Ah, Qin Chao, you bought a house in Haicheng? The duo looked at Qin Chao with a surprised expression. Qin Yuandao didn't tell them about Qin Chao when he came back from his hometown because he wasn't sure if it was true, so he didn't open his mouth. Qin Han and Li Fang thought that today was simply everyone having a meal together. After all, they are all developing in Haicheng. It is normal to have a meal together. All of them expressed surprise after hearing Qin Yuandao's words. After all, Haicheng belonged to the second-tier cities, and the house prices were not low, not comparable to the small counties in Gan province. Yo-ho, the fox's tail is showing. Qin Chao sneered in his heart. He knew that today's meal, to put it bluntly, was Qin Yuandao's attempt to see if he had bought a big house in Haicheng and if he had gotten rich. If there was no such thing, it would be a real sunrise if these two would invite themselves to dinner. Yes, just recently, Qin Chao smiled. Looking at the expression of the two Qin Han, they should be unaware of this. Wow, Qin Chao, you're amazing, Li Fang sincerely exclaimed, knowing full well how difficult it was for a person to buy a house in Haicheng. Like Qin Han, it took their entire family's life savings to buy a 120 square foot house in Haicheng. The neighborhood you bought? Would you mind letting us take a look at it? I'm really interested in what kind of house you're going to buy. Li Fang stared at Qin Chao's eyes with a curious expression. Not only Li Fang, the younger uncles Qin Yuandao and Qin Han were also staring straight at Qin Chao with an interested look, including Wang Guilan, who was also secretly sizing up Qin Chao. She also wanted to go and see if the kid was blowing awesome, so she wouldn't get punched in the face later. Haicheng Celestial City. Let's go together then. I'll take you there, Qin Chao faintly said, his expression calm. Inside he was the opposite, quite excited. He had been waiting for this moment for a long time. In a moment, he was going to give Qin Yuandao and Wang Guilan a good smack in the face and shock them to death. Don't you look down on my dad? Damn it, I'll despise you hard in a while. You bumpkin. You've never seen a big flat, have you? Much less seen a large 388 square meter bungalow. Thinking of that scene, Qin Chao was now experiencing that feeling of pleasure. Dad, I'll help you take out a vicious breath right away, Qin Chao thought in his heart. What? Haicheng Tiancheng? Li Fang and Qin Han were lost in thought. Did they hear right? Is it Haicheng Tiancheng? On the side, Qin Yuandao and Wang Guilan were puzzled, not knowing what had happened. Why is the son and daughter-in-law so surprised after saying Haicheng Tiancheng? What Haicheng Tiancheng? What? Qin Yuandao asked directly. Dad, you don't know. Haicheng Sky City is a very famous upscale neighborhood in Haicheng, and the people who live there are either rich or noble. Basically all of them are rich, Qin Han explained to his dad. The Qin dynasty. Li Fang still wanted to ask something, but before she could finish her sentence, she watched Qin Chao walking towards a cool black BMW car parked at the side. That wouldn't be his car, would it? Li Fang thought in her heart, watching Qin Chao unlock the car neatly and start the car. Li Fang's heart suddenly relieved again. We all live in Haicheng Tiancheng. What's the point of driving a BMW? This Qin Chao, today is considered to have really opened their eyes. What's going on in his family? I know exactly what's going on. Having visited his house myself when I was back home with my husband. That is, he earned all of this on his own. And he, who just graduated from college less than a year ago. What a genius for making money. The crowd was in a daze when a voice came over. Get in the car. Only Li Fang was called, because he knew that Qin Han had driven up. And he didn't want to drive the two snobs, Qin Yuandao and Wang Guilan. Ugh, here it comes. Li Fang hurriedly pulled open the passenger door and sat in it. She hadn't been in a BMW in a long time, and she missed the feeling of sitting in one. Seeing that Qin Chao was all set to leave, Qin Han also stepped aside and got into his Volkswagen Maiden, turning around and saying, Mom and Dad, Get in the car. Qin Yuandao paused, looked at the black BMW in front with an envious face, pulled Wang Guilan, and got into his son's car together. Until she got into the car, Wang Guilan was still dumbfounded and incredulous. He couldn't believe that bumpkin, Qin Chao, actually drove a BMW. So, his house is also real. Wang Guilan's heart turned upside down. Han, stay close to me. Qin Chao stuck his head out of the window and shouted towards Qin Han behind him. After saying that, slowly started the engine. The car like a black arrow into the traffic. The back of the white Volkswagen maiden hastily followed. BMW, passenger seat. Li Fang's face was still a bit dull. She was still digesting the information she had just seen and heard. Haisheng Tiancheng, BMW 330. Then so it is also true that he wants to open an internet clothing company? Li Fang suddenly thought inside. Coughing softly, she opened her mouth and asked, "That, Qin Chao, you really amazed me. How did you do all this? Didn't you just graduate from college?" "Actually, it was me who made a killing in the stock market. I started playing stocks when I was in college." Qin Chao faintly laughed. It was still a familiar answer. Qin Chao had already figured out long ago that the existence of the system could not be disclosed to the public. Then the explanation is the same for anyone who plays the stock and earns it. There can be no argument about that. "You're so awesome. I really wonder if you're a legendary genius. Born to know." Li Fang was nothing but compliments. After all, these were all earned by Qin Chao himself. He was considered a rich generation who started from nothing. Suddenly remembering something again, Li Fang continued, "That, Qin Chao, is it true what you just said over dinner that you want to open an internet clothing company?" "Sure." Qin Chao chopped his head off. "So, look at me, okay? I also do internet women's clothing, and I'd like to work for your company." Li Fang finished one after another, some redness on her delicate and beautiful face. Just now dinner that she thought Qin Chao was blowing awesome, just casually talking, and did not really want to go to his company. As a result, now that she knew that people were really preparing to open a company and weren't joking, she felt a pang of shame and blushed. However, she did want to work at Qin Dynasty now. First of all, the company she was staying at now wasn't treating her well, and her boss was constantly harassing her in the name of her job. So she had wanted to jump ship for a long time. "It was because I felt bad about getting a job before that I never made up my mind. Now since Qin Chao wants to open the internet clothing this aspect of the company, just to help her make up her mind. And he's kind of on his own. So neighbors can communicate with each other if they have problems, and they don't have to be afraid of harassment at work." On top of that, her heart had a slight favorable impression of the tall and powerful Qin Chao with a light temperament. She had just turned 30, the most attractive age for a woman, and her husband was a bit frail, so she was usually a bit unloved. Qin Chao is not only charismatic, he is also so capable and rich. It must be very happy to work with him. "I don't know if he can," Li Fang thought inside. The more Li Fang's heart thought about it, the more confused she became. Her face became redder and redder, and her breathing became more and more rapid. "Of course there's no problem. What's wrong with you?" Qin Chao was concentrating on driving the car, turned his head to look at Li Fang, found that her face was full of red, even some of the bottom of her neck was red, thought that she had a cold and fever, so he hurriedly voiced his concern. The shrieks came out. Li Fang came back to her senses and realized what she was doing, and her face instantly turned as red as if it was about to drip blood. She hurriedly covered her face with both hands and said in shame and anger, "It's fine. Drive your car properly." Li Fang felt that she had really lost her face in front of Qin Chao and was still thinking about nonsense. "What the hell are you thinking? How can you be so shameless?" Li Fang secretly despised herself in her heart. Unknown to her, she is reaching the most bewitching age of a woman. Her husband's body is not working, and Qin Chao's appearance is like a deadly poison for her. Full of extreme attraction. Outside, inside, money, temperament, everything is far more than her husband Qin Han. This person is afraid of comparison. Compared to the gap, there is a gap. There is a gap. Want to make up for the gap. And the way to bridge the gap is to make him your own. So well, it's not really Li Fang's fault. She just made a mistake that all women make. Only this mistake is more. Chapter 37 Porsche Panamera. Looking at Li Fang's exquisitely beautiful face filled with a look of shame and anger, 10,000 question marks flashed through Qin Chao's mind. What the hell? What did I do to her? Why is she blushing? Forget it. Don't bother thinking about it. Qin Chao shook his head indifferently. It has nothing to do with him anyway. After all, it has nothing to do with himself. Returning to his senses, he proceeded to concentrate on driving. In a short while, Haisheng Tiancheng arrived. When entering the neighborhood, Qin Chao deliberately informed the security guard of the neighborhood, saying that the white Volkswagen at the back is driven by his relative, and he will leave after coming in to visit for a while. The security guard very quickly agreed to let go. After all, this neighborhood inside the residence, each and everyone is rich. A small security simply cannot afford to offend. So, Qinghan drove his Volkswagen Mitem to follow Qin Chao into the Haixing Tiancheng district. Parking the car, several people slowly got out. This is a beautiful neighborhood. The houses are like palaces, and there's a swimming pool. Walking onto the main street of the neighborhood, Qin Yuandao, while looking around, sighed. In his opinion, this neighborhood is so much better than the Butterfly View Garden where he lives, and the difference is so big in every aspect. It is indeed beautiful, luxurious and upscale. Next to him, Qin Han, who had always been a man of few words, couldn't help but open his mouth. And Li Fang at the moment, her eyes were full of stars. If I can live here is good. Here's so beautiful. Summer can also swim. Simply my dream love house. Alas, the same as a man. How the gap is so big. Li Fang's heart thought so. She is now a little envious of Qin Chao's future girlfriend or wife. What kind of fortune to be able to run into such a good man How come she, Li Fang, didn't have this luck? Glancing at Qin Chao in front of him, tall and straight figure, abstruse temperament, how charming. Then looked at the side of the husband Qin Han, a look of Lu into the grand view garden of the bumpkin look, unkempt groovy form, cannot help but heart to him a little revolting. Soon, the group arrived at building 2. While waiting for the elevator, Qin Chao gave them a general introduction of the neighborhood and the floor he lived on. Of course he didn't say how big his house was. He was going to keep this suspense, and in a while he would ruthlessly punch Qin Yuandao and Wang Guilan in the face to avenge his dad. Ding! The elevator stopped at the 20th floor. The group walked out. Soon, Qin Chao stopped in front of his house, unlocked with his familiar fingerprints, and pushed open the black armored door. All of their eyes went wide at the sight of the black, cold, armored gate. Honestly, never seen an armored gate like that. Black, deep, calm and heroic. At first glance it feels expensive and unaffordable. Qin Chao's clear and calm words interrupted their surprise. Everyone come in. No need to take off your shoes. I'll arrange for housekeeping to clean up from time to time. Qin Yuandao took the lead and stepped inside the door. He had long been impatient to see what was inside the house. One by one, the others came into the house. Qin Chao changed his shoes at the entrance hall and led them to the living room. Everyone's looks were synchronized, full of stupefaction and mouths hanging open. Their first thought was, big, big, big. How big this house has to be. This one living room is 70 to 80 square meters. I think. Qin Yuandao felt like his mind was already spinning. Yesterday, Qin Jihua was squeezed by himself in the heat of the moment and said that his son had bought a large flat. But in fact, his mentality was very unimpressed. He didn't know what a large flat was, and anyway, he thought that even if it was a large house, it would be more than 100 square meters at most. Coming here today, he felt his face had been swollen. He even developed a resentful mentality towards Qin Jihua in his heart. Damn you! Your son is rich. So rich, you do not say earlier. Make me now inside and outside the person. All he wanted to do now was find a corner to crawl into. His old face flushed red and white. As for Guilan Wang, cootie, ignore. Li Fang, at the moment, was glancing around in a daze. Although she already knew that Qin Chao was rich, but exactly how rich, she didn't have the concept. This house has to be 300 or 400 square meters, and the price of Haixing Tiancheng's house she saw before, 30,000 per square meter. That is to say, this house, it is more than $10 million? Li Fang's heart silently calculated. What a luxury! Suddenly, she saw an oversized floor-to-ceiling window next to her. She trotted over and stood by the window, peering out. The 20th floor has an extremely open view of the city. Tall buildings in the distance, endless streets, busy people. This really was her dream love house. She couldn't imagine what it would be like to wake up in this house every morning. One by one, Qin Chao swept over the expressions of everyone in Qin Yuandao's family. Seeing the dumbfounded and blushing faces of both Qin Yuandao and Wang Guilan, a smile appeared on his face. He's cool. Very cool. Ding! The host viciously beat Qin Yuandao's face. Earning face for his family. Filial piety is commendable. And indulgence is successful. This indulgence scores 7 points and a Porsche Panamera GTS 4.0T is awarded. Note 1, the vehicle is defaulted to be the top of the line. Insurance, documents, formalities, etc. are complete. Please go to the 4th store of Porsche Marketing Center in Haicheng to collect the vehicle. Note 2, the host can specify interior and exterior colors. Wow! System Dad showed up. Qin Chao really loved it. Like a tiger with wings, it was the time of spring when the system went straight out the window. Porsche Panamera. Porsche Qin Chao has heard of, but other specific models and styles and so on he does not understand. No matter. directly took out the phone. Baidu search Porsche Panamera GTS 4. 0T. Soon, the results came in. Starting at $1. 888. 800. The system defaults directly to the top. Xin Chao estimated the landing to be at least 4 million. Awesome. System dad. After driving the 400,000 plus BMW 330 for so long, Xin Chao is a bit visually fatigued. This wave, the system dad, is really powerful. The curve of Xin Chao's mouth rose higher and higher, and he could hardly suppress it. Xin Chao, your house is too big, right? How many square meters? How much did it cost? Li Fang was the first to snap out of her daze and went straight for a 3-in-a-row question. She was just too curious to resist wanting to know more about the house. 388 square feet. Cost almost $12 million. Xin Chao smiled faintly and opened his mouth towards Li Fang. He still had a good feeling about Li Fang and was happy to interact with her. Li Fang's delicate face rose slightly. Her delicate peach blossom eyes stared straight at Xin Chao's lips, revealing an expression that was not what I expected. Sure enough, it's more than $10 million. The house he is living in now is just a fraction of this big flat floor of Xin Chao. And even a little bit worse. People are more angry than people. He just graduated from college. How can he be so capable? Li Fang's heart began to float again. She deliberately walked a few steps and secretly looked Xin Chao up and down again. The features are correct. The face is slightly needy, but it does not affect the view. The shoulders are wide and narrow waist, long legs and buttocks. The overall shape, the temperament is calm. The appearance is definitely considered good. If she wants to score, she can hit at least 80 points. As for ability, he started speculating in stocks from his college days, and made such a handsome amount of money. Enough to see that he is far-sighted and has outstanding ability. Comprehensive score of 90 points. Economically, well, 120 points straight up. Mentally judging Xin Chao a meal, Li Fang's face gradually reddened. Her delicate peach blossom eyes were brimming with autumn waves, as if they were flooded with a touch of oily light. Being surreptitiously surveyed by Li Fang like this, Xin Chao's heart was flooded with a strange feeling. From the moment she finished answering that sentence just now, Li Fang had been staring at herself with that kind of autumnal, ambiguous eyes. What does she mean? So blatant? Her husband, Qin Han, is still on the side? Xin Chao looked back and realized that Qin Han had already walked to the other side and was about to enter the bedroom. Oh, that's all right, but would that be bad? The two villains inside Xin Chao began to fight. One said, let her initiate. We don't initiate. We don't take responsibility. Just don't reject. Another said, I agree with him. Well, we're all in agreement. So let's do it. To ask Xin Chao if he had any other thoughts about this beautiful and plump woman inside. Then he didn't deny it. After all, Senior had first seen her at the wedding banquet between Qin Han and her, and she was wearing a white wedding gown, a sexy career line, a gorgeous face, and a tall figure, deeply imprinted on the 18-year-old's heart. It was the first time he had seen what it meant to be a beautiful, sexy woman. Since then, how many midnight dreams had he thought of this gorgeous woman? What was once a dream may not be so hard for him to realize today. However, remembering Qin Han again, who was still a good playmate with him during his teenage years, Xin Chao felt that he still couldn't do this. It was just a matter of never taking the initiative yourself out of respect for Qin Han. It's the same old story. No initiative, no rejection, no responsibility. And let's see if Li Fang has that kind of meaning. Maybe he's overthinking it. He now has Tianjing, with Mo Shi, and with his ambiguous Lu coach, it is not necessary to have something with her. Chapter 38, You're Like This. Just as the duo were rambling in front of the oversized floor-to-ceiling windows, Qin Yuan Dao, his wife Wang Guilan, and his son Qin Han are visiting the master bedroom of the house. Fully 50 to 60 square feet of master bedroom, oversized space, luxurious decoration, high-grade furniture, all deeply amazed them. This little don't know how to make so much money. This house more than 10 million wouldn't be robbing a bank, right? Wang Guilan cursed with a displeased face. Shut your mouth. Just your pig brain. Don't talk nonsense in front of Qin Chao in the future. He is not something we can afford to offend now. Qin Yuandao glared fiercely at Wang Guilan with the look of a piggy teammate. He knew that the economy and status of the Qin dynasty was now no longer something he could poke fun at. Got it, Wang Guilan said sullenly. In her heart, she felt that Qin Chao is the traitor luck. She is just short of this luck. Otherwise she can make so much money. Son, Qin Chao now to me and your mom is 10,000 look down. But he to you and Fangfang is still quite enthusiastic. You and Fangfang to grasp. More with him to exchanges of feelings. Usually have time to invite him out to dinner or what? Qin Yuandao exhorted his son in a long and serious tone. Then added, he is now considered to be soaring, but also to open his own company. We are now tightening our relationship with him. He casually gives some benefits. Maybe it will make our family change drastically. Got it. Xinghan bowed his head in response. This silent Han Yu, in his heart, also had a heartfelt admiration for this little kid Qin Chao, who played with his buttocks when he was a child, and bought more than $10 million of houses in Haicheng at such a young age. And what about his future? He is only 24 years old. Looking at his son's calm demeanor, Qin Yuandao was speechless for a while. However, he also knows that his son is this kind of character. Silent and introverted. Not much to say. Expect him to go more in Qin Chao exchange feelings. Not too realistic. I'll go back later or give good advice to Fong Fong. She is more cheerful. Let her and Qin Chao more exchange feelings is also quite good. Qin Yuandao thought silently in his heart. Soon, the four people had toured the entire house. A quick look at the time and it's after 3 p.m. So decided to go home. Qin Chao had planned to drive Li Fong, but after thinking about it, he thought better of it. Her husband is on the side. Why do I need you to deliver it? What a pain in the ass. After saying goodbye to them at the door, Qin Chao returned home. Just took a seat on the couch. Ding dong. The WeChat message went off. Open it. Silence. Remember to tell me when Qin Chao Company opens. Don't forget me. It turned out to be Li Fong. Qin Chao immediately returned the message. Qin, don't worry. I've got you on my mind. I can't forget. It didn't take long for the message to ring out again. Silence. Do you really care about me? Is there anyone else on your mind? Qin, my mom. My dad. Silence. I'm talking about women. Are there any other beautiful young women? Qin Chao froze a bit when he saw this message. The message has been somewhat ambiguous. Not at all the kind of conversation that her relationship should be having. The fish is hooked. The corners of his mouth curved up in an arc as he typed slowly. Qin, that's gone. Just you. After sending the message, Qin Chao's heart was still thumping. Even though it was just typing, a feeling of nervous excitement flooded through him. No wonder people say that a wife is better than a concubine. A concubine is better than stealing. Stealing is better than not being able to steal. The ancients honestly do not deceive me. Qin Chao was bellyaching in his heart. Plus this side. The four of them, Qin Yuandao, sat in the Volkswagen Maiden as the car slowly traveled down the road. Li Fong looked at this message returned by Qin Chao and jumped inwardly. Stealing a glance at her husband out of the corner of her eye, she realized he was driving seriously. Looking in the rearview mirror, she saw her in-laws resting with their eyes closed, and she let out a long breath, thankful that no one was watching. What does Qin Chao mean by this sentence? Does he mean what I think he means? Li Fong secretly speculated in her heart. After thinking about it for a long time, she thought, let's try it first. Started typing a message on the screen. Silence. Really? You're so good. Young, golden and tall. There will be no girls who like you. I don't believe it. Then, she posted a cute doe-eyed emoji, anchoring a contrast. Qin Chao was drinking water when he opened the message, and when he saw that expression, he directly sprayed out the water in a mouthful of waterfall. I can't see that Li Fong is still a contrarian. Sexy and beautiful looks, charming and seductive peach blossom eyes, plump and upturned red lips, concave and convex body, typical imperial young woman type. I did not expect to turn out to be like this on the network. Got it. Qin Chao felt enlightened. He replied directly, Qin, more true than true. There are women chasing me, but I can't look at any of them. After saying that, he also sent an emoji, but that's all. JPG. This time, the message came straight back in seconds. Silence. So what kind of girls do you like? Silence. Innocent. JPG. Qin Chao was happy and didn't send the message immediately, but typed to delete. Typo deleted. Type to delete. Put in a long line and catch a big fish. On the passenger seat, Li Fong's white and delicate hand held her cell phone tightly, but there was a delay in receiving a response. What is Qin Chao thinking? Why didn't he reply for half a day? She was a bit puzzled, tapped the chat box and was just about to type a question. She saw the other party is typing appear at the top, so she stopped. After waiting a minute, though, she still hadn't gotten the message. She clicked on the chat box again, and found that the other party is typing appeared again. She felt her heart thieves itchy. Itchy? She is very curious. Qin Chao in the end is entangled in what? After a while, the message finally came through. She hastily clicked on it to see. Qin, I'm not. She was inwardly shocked and mildly surprised. It's hard to believe that. Is it really what I had in mind? She asked directly. You speak directly. Don't be afraid. Qin, that. Then I said. Li Fong replied inwardly with anticipation. Say it. Another long dilly-dally, and no news came. Li Fong's heart was in 7 places, hanging in the air, and she couldn't stop. At that moment, she suddenly saw a line next to Qin Chao's avatar in the chat box. You're like this. Boom. Li Fang's heartbeat slowed down by half a beat, and her entire body froze a bit. Then, his heartbeat accelerated again, and he couldn't stop. She was also surprised that with just a few words, the power was so terrifying. Chapter 39, You've appeared a million times in my dreams. After that message was sent, it's been 10 minutes and no message has come through. Qin Chao was getting a little anxious waiting. It's hard to believe that Li Fang wants to use the trick of mine to catch me, Qin Chao thought in his heart. He clicked on the chat box, but he didn't see the words "the other party is typing" appear. Strange. Qin Chao was all a bit confused. Car. Li Fang blushed a little strangely, as if she was in a state of flushing after a strenuous exercise. Her husband, who had sensed the difference, hurriedly said with concern, "What's wrong with you? Your face is so red. Are you not feeling well?" Hearing her husband's affectionate greeting in her ear, a touch of shame welled up inside Li Fang himself. Surprisingly, because of a few words, his heart was beating. Li Fang despised herself fiercely in her heart. Turning her head to look at her husband's concerned look at herself, Li Fang spoke. "It's fine. Maybe the weather is too hot. My body has sweated a lot. Hurry to the house. I'll take a shower." "That's good." Qinghan nodded faintly and turned back to continue driving seriously. Looking at her husband like this, the trace of guilt in Li Fang's heart immediately disappeared. Ask a question, and then there is no then. Li Fang was speechless for a while. Husband Qinghan, life of few words, do not know romance, not much interest, day after day boring, calm life without a little ripples, light and tasteless. Thinking of this, she unconsciously compared Qin Chao to Qinghan. Qin Chao is tall, powerful, distinctive, young, golden, capable and well-spoken. Qinghan, Qin Dynasty 100 points, Qinghan 0 points, cannot be compared, not a level. As if suddenly remembering something, she hastily picked up her cell phone. View chat logs. There were a lot more unread messages on it. "Qin, what's wrong with you? Why didn't you reply to my message?" "Qin, I'm sorry, my bad. Sorry to interrupt." "Qin, delete me. It's my brain that's short-circuited to say such things." "Qin, I'm sorry." Looking at these unread messages, Li Fang could think of Qin Chao's anxious look as he waited. Your own brain is really stupid. Cursing herself in her heart, Li Fang is very guilty to Qin Chao at this moment. This guilt far outweighs the guilt for her husband 100 times over. She hurriedly typed, "Silence, I'm sorry. I was busy with something else just now and didn't see your message. Just sent it and the message came back in seconds." "Qin, I'm glad you're not mad at me. You scared me to death." Li Fang's inner guilt increased. "I'm not angry at all. On the contrary, I'm very happy. I'm old enough to have a young handsome man like you in my heart." At this moment, Qin Chao was leisurely lying on the high-grade sofa, watching the 110-inch oversized LCD TV. There were a few hiccups in the process, but everything was under control. The corner of Qin Chao's mouth hooked up a touch of arc. "Not slow to type. You are only in your early 30s. It is the most delicate and blooming age of a woman. Where talk about old." Then he added, "I like mature women like you, with a bright, fragrant and refreshing temperament." This sentence is already a very straightforward tease, but since Qin Chao dared to send it out, his heart is quite confident and sure. She will definitely take the bait. Qin Chao was confident. Not long after, the message sounded. Open the message. "Silence, I'm ashamed to say it so bluntly. Are you shy?" Qin did not believe a single punctuation mark. "You're an old cow eating young grass. I'm a woman holding a golden brick. I'm the one who should be shy, right?" Qin Chao smiled evilly, did not reveal her, typed, "Then what do you mean? I've been waiting for many years. From the first time I saw you in my senior year of high school, I've put you at ease. You've appeared countless times in my dreams." Qin Han had already driven back to the neighborhood at the moment, and had just parked the car in the parking space of the neighborhood when Li Fang hurriedly opened the car door and got out of the car. She trotted straight up with a stride and turned back to her husband with the admonition, "I'm all sweaty and uncomfortable, so I'll go home and shower first." Returning home, Li Fang quickly went to her room and took out a change of clothes and ran towards the bathroom. Close the door. Unlock it. In one fell swoop. Sitting on the toilet, Li Fang took out her cell phone, opening the chat record with Qin Chao. The message, one word without fail, was reflected in her eyes. "I've had you on my mind since the first time I saw you in my senior year of high school, and you've appeared countless times in my dreams." Those two words irritated her deeply. Did Qin Chao have a crush on me the first time he met me and often dreamed about himself? Li Fang muttered. Her eyes were getting misty, her eyes watery, her whole being filled with lust. Another long time did not return the message. Qin Chao a burst of speechless. Heart at the moment as if there are 10,000 grass mudhorse passing by. What the hell is she doing? Maybe there is something delayed. Qin Chao reassured himself. Ding dong. The WeChat message sounded. Here we go. Qin Chao's eyes lit up, and he was a little curious as to how Li Fang would get back to him. Open the message. Silence, you're pretty good. I like you too. Silence, let's not talk about it. I'm sweaty today. I'm going to take a shower first. Looking at these two messages, Qin Chao stroked his chin. Indeed, unsurprisingly, the fish took the bait with ease. But it's not that hot today, so why are you sweating so much? Maybe it's personal health reasons. After all, men and women are physiologically built differently and may adapt differently to weather temperatures. Qin Chao secretly guessed in his heart. He licked his lips and held his forehead with one hand as he thought. For now it's better to not think about it so much and wait for your own company to be established. By the time Li Fang comes to work, there will be more time to spend together and we will be able to get to know each other better. Anyway, he couldn't take the initiative easily, and at most he could be passive, which was good for everyone. After all, Li Fang was Qin Yuandao's daughter-in-law, the wife of his childhood playmate Qin Han, so if something happened, word would spread back to the village that their parents' face are irrelevant, to be gossiped and made fun of by others. Qin Chao so filial, and do not want to let this kind of thing happen. So, it's better to be conservative and wait until she comes to work for her company. Chapter 40, Porsche's saleswoman Zia looked at the time. 4 o'clock in the afternoon. Qin Chao originally wanted to wait for Li Fang to finish her bath and then chat with her for a while, exchanging feelings. On second thought, forget it. He still understands the truth that too much is too little. You can't eat hot tofu in a hurry. She can't run away anyway, so there's no need to rush. Thinking about the Porsche Panamera that the system just rewarded, Qin Chao has long been itching to do so. The BMW 330 is certainly not bad, but it's not exactly a luxury car after all. He is now the big boss of Butsiangrui, and will soon open a new company. A car with a license plate is essential. A car is a man's face, and Qin Chao feels that it's time for him to get a good car for his current status. The BMW 330 is honestly still missing something. A 400k plus car is still several levels away from a $2+ million car after all. Thinking here, Qin Chao took out his cell phone and directly searched for Porsche Marketing Center 4 store in Haicheng on Gouda map. The distance is not too far and not too close. 15 kilometers. Grabbing the car keys and closing the dark, heavily armored gate, Qin Chao walked towards the neighborhood parking lot. 20 minutes later, Qin Chao arrived at the Porsche Marketing Center, parking the car on the temporary parking space specially provided by the Porsche 4 store. Qin Chao got off the car and walked inside the store. Just inside the front door, a sexy and gorgeous saleswoman greeted me. With a smile on her face, she opened her mouth and said, "Hello sir, welcome to Haicheng Porsche 4 store. I'm Sales Chia. May I ask what you need?" Qin Chao casually glanced at the saleswoman named Chia, and returned a gentle smile on his face. "I purchased a car in your store, and I'm here to pick up the car today." Mentally, he secretly made a comment to Zia. Slim black OL uniform top, black knee-length package hip skirt, legs are ultra-thin black silk, feet on a pair of 5 centimeters or so of fine high heels, tall and delicate body, waist to hip ratio is just right. The whole person is both sexy and beautiful and looks temperament. Not bad. Not bad for a Porsche saleswoman. No wonder the jitterbugs say that Porsche has one less female salesperson for every car it sells. It does have his reasoning, haha. Qin Chao sighed in his heart. "May I ask your name, sir?" Zia's expression was slightly surprised, but her professionalism quickly allowed her to recover, only for her smile to become even more enthusiastic. Such a young man had actually placed an order for a car in their store, although it was not clear what model it was. But to be able to afford a Porsche, he was bound to be a rich man. It is estimated that it is a rich second generation. Zia guessed in her heart. "My last name is Qin." Qin Chao returned mildly. "Mr. Qin, please give me your ID card so I can verify the information." Chia bowed slightly and spoke in a respectful tone. "Okay." Qin Chao nodded and handed over his ID card. Zia reached out and took the ID card, heading toward a computer station off to the side. Soon, her eyes lit up and she walked towards Qin Chao with a smile. Opening her mouth, she said, "Mr. Qin, I have inquired that you have placed your order directly through our Porsche Greater China headquarters and have paid the full amount. May I ask what color you choose for the exterior and interior?" To be honest, Chia was very surprised inside at this time. According to her estimation, Qin Chao bought a car. It is estimated to be Mekong this level, the price of less than 1 million cars. It was not bad, but she had seen a lot of similar rich kids before. But she was really a bit incredulous when the order information appeared in front of her eyes from the computer screen. Panamera GTS 4.0T, top of the line, landing close to $2.5 million. This is already considered a very high-end luxury car in Haicheng. In fact, this price also at best let her some high-look. Qin Chao really let her surprise as the car is through the Porsche China headquarters directly full payment order. What that meant was very clear in her mind. This is again which family's young master in Hai Chang has come down to the earth to practice. She is slandered in her heart. Nice guy. Not bad for a system out of the box. Ordering directly through HQ. Awesome. Xin Chao was a little surprised inside, but soon he came back to his senses and smiled. Black body plus volcano red interior. He still likes this pairing, and his own current BMW 330 is the same pairing, with a calm exterior and a passionate, fiery interior, which is also more in keeping with his personality. I don't think you'll be able to pick up your car so soon if you're at headquarters. Xin Chao had thought that this car, like the BMW last time, could be driven away directly, but this time I guess it won't work. After thinking about it, he went on to ask, "Hi, I was wondering when I could probably pick up my car, since HQ has everything set up for you. I'll send your color scheme choices to HQ and they'll be able to send the car over soon, probably in a week or so." She bowed slightly. The smile on her delicate face remained unchanged. Her tone was even a bit flattering. "Mr. Sheen, why don't you add me on WeChat first? When the car arrives, I will contact you on WeChat the first time, and I guarantee that I won't delay you for a second." Okay. Xin Chao numbly opened the QR code and let Chia scan him. Knock knock. WeChat friends added successfully. Now since he can't lift the car, Xin Chao turned around and prepared to leave the Force store. "I'll leave then, and I'll pick up the car when it arrives." Xin Chao smiled and waved his hand towards the sexy and delicate female sails. In fact, Chia gave him a pretty good sensation. Beautiful looks. The body belongs to the thin, but well-boned, curvy, the place where the meat is not quite a lot, but also can be considered a beauty that can beat 85. Being a girlfriend? Xin Chao can't see it though, but it's a good appetizer for the occasional toothsome meal. Of course, this is all just his why. Mr. Sheen, I'll see you off. Chia hurriedly paced over and walked in front of Xin Chao, reaching out to him and making a pleased gesture, then headed straight for the door. Xin Chao followed her slowly, staring at her back and sizing her up. Straight waist and back, long straight legs under the short black silk uniform skirt, rounded hips twisting and turning, walking with a sense of rhythm. As he walked, Xin Chao felt that the amplitude of her twisting waist was getting bigger and bigger, as if she was deliberately displaying her waist and hip curves. Xin Chao pursed his lips, his mouth a little dry. The fire's getting a little hot. Haven't eaten meat in 2 days. A little too much pressure on the knife. Mr. Sheen, take your time. Feel free to contact me anytime you need anything, 24 hours a day. At the entrance of the Force store, Chia leaned forward slightly and spoke respectfully. Really, anything you need? The corner of Xin Chao's mouth slightly hooked up an arc, and he said half-jokingly, "Yes, whenever you need it, 24 hours a day." Chia did not fail to understand the meaning of Xin Chao's words. However, this is the choice she made. This Mr. Sheen, in Hai Chang, is definitely a man of great importance. She didn't really want to pass up such an opportunity, and besides, he was young, tall, strong, and her type in appearance, and she didn't mind having a little super friendship with him, even though she knew she didn't have a chance to be her girlfriend. It would be nice to have a few more exchanges. What if he likes his own this it? Chia is very confident in her looks and figure. She was still the class flower in her class at that time of study. Hearing Chia's reply, the arc of Xin Chao's mouth opened wider. Not bad. It's very on. There's a chance. I'll flip you when I'm empty inside myself one night. Xin Chao made plans in his heart. Chapter 41, The Virtuous Long-Legged Wife. Leaving from the Porsche 4s, Xin Chao drove the BMW 330 towards his home. It wasn't like he could pick up the car anyway, and after being out all day today, he was pretty tired. Doesn't it smell good to go home? Take a hot shower, get comfortable on the couch and watch TV? Turning on the car music, Xin Chao played a song Ordinary Road and hummed along. BGM, Wandering on the Road. Are you going via fragile proud? That was me too. Xin Chao picked up his car at the Porsche 4 store. Sky Lake Home Subdivision, 5 Building 502. Li Fong stood completely naked under the silver-white shower. The warm, slender stream of water gently hitting her face. Her heart was quite complex at the moment. The content of the message Xin Chao had sent her flashed through her mind over and over again. It's you like this. I've liked you since my senior year of high school. Many years ago. She was both heartened and a little frightened. It's like a child who, faced with candy handed out from a stranger's hand, wants it so badly, but reason stops her. On the one hand, there is Xin Chao, a handsome neighbor who is young, golden, tall and fit. On one side is the husband in all the years of emotion. Her hands were clenched tightly. Her mind was at war with the sky, and it was hard to choose. The reason why she interrupted her chat with Xin Chao in time was also that her heart was running away. After all, I haven't seen Xin Chao for so many years, and today is still the first meeting in Hai Chang. The last time I'd seen him, he'd come to his own wedding, and at that time, he'd only been a senior in high school. Thoughts fizzled out as Li Feng's mind wandered. In the end, she decided to take her time and watch. Qin Chao was not soon to open a new company. Their own time to go to his side to work again. Step by step, time will give the answer. 15 minutes later, Qin Chao returned to Haisheng Sky City. Sitting on the wide and comfortable high-grade sofa, Qin Chao looked down at his cell phone. It's been over an hour and Li Feng still hasn't sent a message. Never mind. She's probably pretty messed up inside at this point. Qin Chao sighed and clicked on the Meituan takeout app, ready to order takeout to deal with a meal. Mainly he was out and about all day, running around, and it really wore him out both physically and mentally. After scanning up and down for half a day, Qin Chao finally ordered an old Chengdu handicraft risotto, roast duck, quail egg, yellow throat, tripe, duck blood. I ordered everything I couldn't bring myself to eat at my previous job and ended up spending $158. This was really too extravagant for Qin Chao a week ago. But now, sprinkle water. Waiting for the takeout effort, Qin Chao familiarly opened the jittery voice, ready to brush the jittery voice on the demonic Jin goods. See the fitness anchor to cultivate the sentiment. Haven't clicked on it yet. Buzz. The WeChat message went off. Qin Chao thought it was Li Feng, and his heart was so happy that he hurriedly clicked on the message. Tanjing, honey, have you had dinner yet? Oh, it's my long-legged wife. Qin Chao hurriedly returned the message. Qin, not yet. Just ordered takeout. Waiting for it at home. Message returned in seconds. Tianjing, how unhygienic is takeout? Wait for me. I'll be right there. Qin, okay wife, do you want me to pick you up? Tianjing, no need. I'll take a taxi quickly. Ended the chat. Learning that Tianjing would come over right away, a trace of warmth welled up in Qin Chao's body after an exhausting day today. She should have come to cook for herself, so worthy of her long-legged wife. She had a good day. Thinking of this, Qin Chao hurriedly cancelled the takeout order. Fortunately, since the order was just placed, the time was still not too late. Joke. Who eats takeout when you have a wife to cook for? Tianjing had bragged about her cooking skills with Qin Chao, and according to her understanding of her long-legged wife, what she said was basically true. Thinking of this, Qin Chao felt his hunger rise a few points higher. When he had lunch with Qin Yuandao and the others at noon, he hadn't actually eaten much at all, mostly drinking, so he was already quite hungry at the moment. Qin Chao took a few steps, opened the refrigerator, and looked at it. It was empty. Have to go out to the supermarket to sweep a few waves, at least have to fill up the refrigerator. And snacks, alcohol, beverages can't be less. Qin Chao made a mental decision. I'll be out sweeping after dinner in a few minutes, just in time for a walk date with my long-legged wife. And it couldn't be a better day. A short while later, the sound of a fingerprint combination lock unlocking came from the front door. Last night, Qin Chao had already recorded Tianjing's fingerprints on the system, so she could enter and exit the neighborhood and the house at any time. Although there are several fish in Qin Chao's fish pond, it is reasonable to say that it would be more dangerous to let one of the fish know the password of the door lock of the house, and it would be easy to expose the fact that he is the owner of the fish pond. However, Qin Chao knew Tianjing's character very well, and he knew that Tianjing was not the kind of person who would casually come to his door. If she comes, she will definitely notify herself beforehand. The probability of the fish pond turning over should be very low. Qin Chao believes in his eye for people. Honey, I'm coming. After Tianjing walked in the front door, she changed her house shoes at the entrance hall and greeted Qin Chao, clean and poised, as if the two were an old married couple. Hand also carried large bags of vegetables, meat, a look as a good wife and mother type of woman. Not to mention, after completing the transformation from a girl to a woman in the previous 2 days, Tianjing's body did have more of a flavor that only mature women have, and was more attractive. Wife, buying so many dishes. I'm in for a treat tonight. Seeing the long-legged wife carrying so many things in her hand, Qin Chao hurriedly went forward to receive a few things, and by the way, he kissed a mouthful on the sexy red lips of his long-legged wife. It's so fragrant. His own wife's whole body smells good. Qin Chao smiled and carried the things towards the kitchen. You just wait and eat. Tianjing's face was full of smiles and confidence. My mama's cooking skills are all far inferior to mine, and in a moment, I will designate my husband to be amazed. Tianjing snickered inwardly. After putting things away, Qin Chao was driven out of the kitchen by Tianjing. Her exact words were, "The kitchen is where women are supposed to be. Men just wait and eat." That's what my mom told my dad in my house. After hearing this from her, Qin Chao smiled and walked away. He felt that he had picked up a treasure. Tianjing, this kind of woman to marry as a wife is really a blessing in 8 lifetimes. Obedient, understanding, virtuous, good character, gentle, Not at all like the female children of Sichuan province. She did not have that kind of labor shootout mountain savagery, more like the south of the Yangtze River. Gentle and virtuous little girl, but her tall and sexy body, 172 meters tall, also does not look like a girl from the south of the Yangtze River. After all, there are more small potatoes in the south. Tianjing's height in the south is basically considered to be the top. In a nutshell, Tianjing is like the favorite of heaven and earth, combining the essence of heaven and earth, the spirit of creation, basically no shortcomings, at least that's what Qin Chao thinks in his heart. Chapter 42, Of course we wash together. As the old saying goes, when you marry a wife, you marry a wise man. Tianjing is a perfect candidate for a wife. However, Qin Chao shelved this idea for the time being. He has another cute and pretty school girlfriend, Shen Mox, as well as the full-bodied and powerful Lu Ruyan and the mature and charming Li Fan to pursue. How can you think about getting married when you haven't had enough fun on your own great day? Ridiculous. Qin Chao hurriedly removed this thought from his mind and took out his cell phone and swiped Jitterbug. Big Bear Fitness Yoga Pants Beauty. Sexy Body Stepmother Dress Beauty. Black Silk Uniform OL Beauty. What's this? What is this Jitterbug pushing on me? Qin Chao ruthlessly despised in his heart while admiring it with his eyes. By the way, post their comments on these sultry jians. Well, this one has nice boobs. The ass is a little small. This one's got the perfect body, but the face is a little worse for wear. This is wow. I wonder how much tech is in it. 1 hour later, the upscale yellow pear solid wood table was set with 4 dishes. Kung Pao chicken, wonton with hairy blood, boiled beef, stir-fried green vegetables and raw. The color was attractive and emitted a strong aroma. Qin Chao couldn't help but swallow his saliva as he looked at it. This dish is full of color and flavor and looks very tasty at first glance. Try it. It's enough to make 4 dishes for the 2 of us. Today, Tianjing gave Qin Chao and herself each a bowl of rice and took 2 pairs of chopsticks from the cupboard and handed 1 pair to Qin Chao. Wife has worked hard. This is a beautiful dish. Qin Chao chucked a piece of beef and gulped it into his mouth. Yummy. Wow. It's really so good. Honey, your cooking is too good. Qin Chao did not mince his words of praise and sighed from the bottom of his heart. This beef is slightly spicy, smooth and chewy, and really doesn't lose the flavor of a big restaurant. Taking a bite of Qin Chao was like eating hyunmai. You just can't stop. With an already deflated stomach and this slightly peppery Sichuan food, it's hard to say no to this meal without 4 bowls. It's delicious, you can have as much as you want. I'm on a diet and I usually don't eat much at night. Tianjing on the side looked at Qin Chao's devouring appearance and couldn't help but have a happy and doting smile on her face. Hubby is so cute. How childish this dinner is. Tianjing was secretly laughing inside. This was the first time Qin Chao showed such a childish side in front of her, contrary to his usual calmness and composure. It made Tianjing's insides unable to help but feel a little motherly. The saying that a man is a teenager until he dies also has some truth. Tianjing thought in her heart. Ah, you're so skinny and you're still on a diet. When Qin Chao heard Tianjing's words, he was a bit puzzled. Wow, long legs wife, 172 centimeters, 102 pounds. This weight still lose weight The legs are long, straight and thin. That's not fat. Qin Chao really did not understand the definition of a girl's definition of a fat or thin body. I think I'm still a little fat. Let's lose a few more pounds. Tianjing smiled sweetly. Don't. Qin Chao immediately had a bitter face. You feel just right in your hands the way you are now. If you lose any more weight and thin out your barren hips, what am I going to do in the future? Qin Chao strongly protested. Tianjing's body was just right now, very much to his liking. If she gets any thinner, she'll be slightly bony, and she'll be a little chunky to hold, and that will detract too much from the experience. Honey, I like you just the way you are. Slightly fleshy. Qin Chao revealed an aggrieved look and weakly opened his mouth. Okay, honey, whatever you want. I'll do whatever you like. Tianjing stroked Qin Chao's dog head and comforted him. When he finished, he went and served another half bowl of rice. With great execution. Love you wife. Qin Chao's fiery kiss told Tianjing his answer. Well, it was supposed to be a meal and slowly something went wrong. Finish dinner and clean up the house. The 2 of them nestled together on the soft and cozy upscale couch. Qin Chao hugged his long-legged wife tightly in his arms, fully feeling the softness and tenderness of her body. What more could a man ask for in a wife? A mount. Wife not for now. Girlfriend will do. It's so happy to have such a girlfriend who is perfect in bed and out of bed. Qin Chao sighed inwardly. Suddenly, a glutinous voice came from the ear. Very pleasant to the ear. Hubby. I've been better. After saying these words, Tianjing's face was instantly colored with a scarlet red. She was one of those gentle, shy, simple girls. Having a girl like her open her mouth to say such things with a hint really made her blush. Qin Chao snapped. And then got it. The wife knows me. As the saying goes, when you're full of warmth, Qin Chao will be full of wine and food, and he is indeed a bit on top. You'll change into a black OL uniform later and remember to wear black silk, Qin Chao secretly whispered in Tianjing's ear. He actually didn't have much of a fetish for uniform control or anything like that, but with a body like his long-legged wife's, it did seem like a bit of a waste not to wear it like that. She had to fully utilize her long legs to her advantage in order to get the jump on the next friendly match with herself and get herself squared away. Otherwise this fight would be too boring. Alas, the heights are too high. Xiao Jing, you have to learn more. Qin Chao silently cheered her up in his heart. No. Knowing. After hearing Qin Chao's whispered words, Tianjing's face suddenly turned even redder. She knew her body very well, and the black silk uniform really did work best to give her a sense of high-flying royalty. However, after all, she had only just made the transition from a girl to a woman, and at the bottom of her heart, she was still a little shy about these sensitive words involving gender relations. Unlike some female drivers, who chat and banter and drive like hell, even if they think a little more evilly than most men. Tianjing had a roommate in college who was this type. University that will, often in the dormitory to watch some love small movie, with the same dormitory chat dinner time, moving to drive on the highway, make everyone blush. Thinking of this, Tianjing thought of this housemate's name again, Lin Shui, a rather pretty girl too, with a face value similar to her own. Underneath the delicate exterior, however, there is a brain full of color and a soul that worships gold. Tianjing retrieved her divergent thoughts and looked at her tall and strong boyfriend in front of her. Unlike the initial time in the company, these days Qin Chao's face had lost a lot of meat, and the jawline on both sides was clearly contoured. The nice features themselves now looked three-dimensional and much more handsome than before. Tianjing reached out and touched his high nose and slightly thin lips, and said with infatuated eyes, "Hubby, you've lost a lot of weight these days. I feel like you're so much more handsome now than before." "Wasn't I handsome before?" Qin Chao had a smelly face and defiantly weaseled out. "Put." Tianjing laughed out loud and quietly watched him pretend. "Well, there did seem to be a lot of meat on my face before." Qin Chao scratched his head somewhat sardonically. Although he was thick-skinned enough, he hadn't practiced it enough to break it easily. "I am now but every day early to get up to work out and exercise. You watch. After a while, appear in front of your eyes as the level of handsome man of Daniel Wu," Qin Chao said with a confident look. Honey, most always look good in my heart. I love you." Tianjing's slightly upturned peach blossom eyes reflected Qin Chao's reflection, and she opened her mouth in a glutinous manner, her face full of sincerity. "I love you too. Shizuku, come on, let's go take a shower. You wash first. Of course we have to wash them together." Qin Chao directly held the waist with one hand and the bend of the leg with the other, easily picked up Tianjing and walked toward the bright and wide bathroom. Chapter 43, Intensification of Exercise. The next day, 7:10 a.m. Qin Chao was driving his car towards the Golden Power Gym. The mind still recalled everything from last night. After the two of them showered, Qin Chao returned to the spacious master bedroom where he had wrapped his arms around his long-legged wife. The two had a friendly and very harmonious friendly exchange match. Both sides went back and forth, fighting back and forth, and in the end, Qin Chao took advantage of Tianjing's inattention to sneak in and win the match in the end. 10 minutes later, Goldilocks Gym. Qin Chao walked through the door. "Good morning, Qin." The receptionist, Li Jiaojiao, still showed a sweet smile and greeted. Li Jiaojiao, this little girl, has a better relationship with Lu Ruyan and often chats with her in private. Under Lu Ruyan's description, she also knew that Qin Chao was a very gentle tycoon with a very gentle character. Nothing much, very good to get along with. Before was not clear about Qin Chao's temper, so he has been very respectful and awe-inspiring. After all, she cannot figure out the idea of such a rich person. It is correct to be respectful. Now, she could probably smoothly and calmly communicate with Qin Chao, just like she would to a big brother. Friendly and polite. "Good morning, Jiao Jiao." Qin Chao smiled gently and proceeded to the VIP room on the third floor. Soon, to the third floor, Qin Chao pushed open the door of the VIP room and a sexy and plump back reflected in his eyes. Willow, who was jogging at an even pace on the treadmill, with pink sports underwear on top and still brown yoga pants underneath. The rounded and full Korean manga heroine's body is in full view. Click. The sound of the door to the room being pushed open rang out. Lu Ruyan turned her head to look and after realizing that it was Qin Chao, she hurriedly pressed stop on the treadmill and jumped down. She walked over with a smile and greeted Qin Chao. "Good morning, brother Qin." "Good morning." Qin Chao returned gently, his voice slightly magnetic. Lu Ruyan looked Qin Chao up and down, with a hint of a smile at the corner of her mouth. "Brother Qin looks in good spirits today." Qin Chao's old face blushed, and his mind immediately recalled the friendly exchange match with Tianjing last night. "Ha ha, It's okay. Lu Ruyan stared at Qin Chao's face and looked closely. She blushed slightly. Previously did not look carefully. Why today I feel that brother Qin is quite handsome. Lu Ruyan thought in her heart. When he first came here before, Qin Chao had some flab on the left and right side of his face, and his whole face appeared a bit rounded, which definitely did not go well with handsome. Insisting on cardio every day these days, coupled with Lu Ruyan bringing her fat-reducing meals every day, made both sides of his face lose a lot of flab. The entire contour shape of the face came out as a typical heart-shaped face with hard lines and a well-defined jawline, which does make it a handsome man. No wonder it is said that all fat people are potential stocks. Qin Chao's faceline is clearer after a few days of aerobic exercise alone, and his face value has obviously risen by 2 notches. Of course, his features were good in their own right, which was key. A fat person with ugly features should still not look good when slimmed down, and that has nothing to do with being fat or thin. Ruyan. Qin Chao's call came from her ears, and Lu Ruyan gradually came back to her senses. Oops. Lost in thought. What was I thinking? Lu Ruyan's face swished suddenly red. Even the ears also stained a layer of scarlet color. Staring at someone's face and seeing it go away. This is too embarrassing. So, let's start today's workout. Qin Chao spoke out to ease the embarrassment for her. At the same time, he was a little jumpy. Last night's friendly exchange match had made it clear to him that he was still a small rookie, not exactly a tournament master. That's why he now holds 102% passion for fitness workouts. He wants to turn himself into that type of man with 8-pack abs, full pecs, and broad shoulders and narrow waist. The muscles should not be too big. Thin muscles will probably do, both good-looking and powerful. Of course, the main thing is to train endurance and lumbar and abdominal strength. This helps so much in the race. Okay, Qin. Ruyan Lu nodded and smiled slightly. Some gratitude. Qin is always so understanding, so gentle, and doesn't put people in awkward situations. Of course, what she didn't know was that Qin was not only good at understanding people, but also good at understanding people's clothes. Ruyan, I'd like to ask you how to improve your endurance, and your waist and abdominal strength. Qin Chao asked bluntly. He looked serious and upright, as if he were a studious student asking his teacher for the answer to a question. Of course it's a question that's a little less than decent. Anyone with a discerning ear will know what's going on. Ah, Ruyan Lu yelped in surprise. Oh, that. It's still mostly strength training, working on waist and abdominal muscle endurance. Despite blushing a little, Ruyan Lu gave an accurate answer. She also has some doubts in her heart. Qin, you ask these or not to be? She wondered if it was what she thought it was, but was still too embarrassed to ask. After all, the relationship hadn't gotten that far. However, she remembered the last time Qin Chao said he had no girlfriend. No girlfriend to exercise waist and abdomen for what? Lu Ruyan's heart was very curious. So I can start practicing today? Qin Chao stared at Lu Ruyan with a longing look on his face, looking at her a little hardily. Why is he staring at me like that? Is practicing this for me? Ruyan Lu looked down at her powerful body and secretly nodded. She supposed she hadn't guessed wrong. Qin must have taken a liking to himself, and his figure didn't match his, so he was thinking of improving himself to the point of matching himself. Thinking of this, Ruyan Lu was both worried and joyful in her heart. She rejoiced that Qin Chao liked her body, but worried that Qin Chao only liked her body. After all, if two people are in a relationship and they just like it because of their bodies, the relationship will definitely not last long. Forget it, don't want to. Ruyan Lu rolled both eyes. It can be. Originally according to the plan, today's aerobic can be reduced and mainly put on strength training. Since brother Qin you want to train waist and abdomen, then we will mainly work on these two parts of waist and abdomen in a while. Lu Ruyan explained to Qin Chao with a straight face. Well, then, hurry up. Qin Chao's face was happy and he was anxious. Come with me. Lu Ruyan's face was odd for a while as she led Qin Chao towards the equipment for waist and abdomen training. Is there such a rush? What are you doing? Ruyan Lu's heart belabored. Chapter 44, Truer Than Pearls. Goldilocks Gym. 3rd floor, VIP room. Plank support for 2 minutes. This flips the whole body fat switch. Weighted deep squats 20 reps for 4 sets. Sit-ups 10 at a time for 4 sets. Curls. Ruyan Lu's stern voice came out. Qin Chao was sweating and trembling. He felt like he had no strength left in his entire body and was about to collapse. This workout is also too tiring. Almost dry for the old man. Qin Chao spat in his heart. These programs are much more tiring than cardio, and he was a bit overwhelmed after 30 seconds of plank support, but he gritted his teeth and stuck it out later. Sit-ups he felt like his back was going to break after 2 sets. Sure enough, there are no shortcuts to exercise. It's all up to you. Self-discipline and perseverance are indispensable. Looking at Lu Ruyan's full breasts and plump, rounded buttocks on the side, Qin Chao clenched his teeth and fumed. For S sake, How are you going to improve your muscular endurance or your waist and abdominal strength if you can't stick to this bit of training? How to improve yourself on this sexy body of Lu Ruyan. At present, he is not a match for her 1v1 friendship exchange match, let alone in the future. Don't talk about it. The body is the capital of revolution. Thinking of this, Qin Chao continued to do deep squats. The face was grim and fierce. 10,000-foot high buildings are built from the ground. And today he is going to start laying a good foundation. The stronger the foundation, the more stable the house will be. A little over an hour later. Alright, that's enough for today. You can't train your waist and abdomen too hard for your first training. Your body won't be able to carry it. Looking at the sweaty Qin Chao, Lu Ruyan reached out and handed over a towel and spoke. Got it. Qin Chao panted heavily and responded breathlessly. He felt as weak as a W that ate a dog's head right now, and he was on the verge of going weak. It's exhausting. He felt like he had never been so tired in his life, and every cell in his body felt as if it was going to dehydrate, and he was very weak. Qin Chao even developed the idea of giving up. If he came this way every day, could he stand it? Brother Qin. Ruyan Lu snickered at him with a smirking look on her face. Exercising your waist, abdomen and muscular endurance is just very tiring, but I think you should be able to stick with it. Qin. After saying that, Ruyan Lu pretended to stretch her body without realizing it, and even jumped in place a few times. At that moment, a scene of choppy waves and ass waves floating in front of Qin Chao's eyes. Hiss. Qin Chao took a deep breath to ease his inner excitement. The Korean manga heroine's body really lives up to its name. Qin Chao's previous thoughts that he was ready to give up suddenly disappeared. If you don't have a good body, good waist and abdominal muscle endurance, and good competition experience, how can you harmoniously play a friendly exchange match with Lu Ruyan? Ruyan, this bit of training is like scratching an itch. Another 2 hours and I'll have no problem at all. Qin Chao's face was subdued and he looked as if this kind of training was nothing more than that. Only, the slightly trembling leg muscles betrayed him. Ruyan Lu secretly laughed in her heart, but her face didn't show it. She is not ready to expose him. Men, is not good face, especially in this area. The most is strong. She walked to the side of the sofa and took out the fat-reducing meal she had carefully prepared in the morning and handed it to Qin Chao. Mumble, your fat loss meal. I got up early today so I made some by heart. Try it. Thanks Ruyan. It's good to have you. Qin Chao took the lunchbox and couldn't help but sigh. He was really finding the beautiful and sexy female personal trainer sweet. Taking away his own thoughts about her regarding the relationship between men and women. Objectively speaking, as a private tutor, Ruyan Lu was definitely quite competent, and an ordinary private tutor would never have this service. Of course, it is not excluded that he is her gold master father, and the gold master father should enjoy this privilege. Qin Chao thought deeply. When Lu Ruyan heard Qin Chao unconsciously say, "It's good to have you," her heart suddenly thumped. The speaker has no intention of listening. She had originally held very much good feelings for Qin Chao. His gentle and calm, young and golden, tall and straight all very much called her heart. Even the slightly fat and only average face before, now there is a very big change. The face is even more handsome. The contour is clear. It has already been considered as a handsome in the quantum, at least in Lu Ruyan's eyes. It had been very much to her liking. She wasn't really a member of the Society of Appearance, but as a woman, she definitely hoped that her boyfriend would be a bit more handsome, and that she would have more face when she took him out. Qin, this is something I want to say to you too. It's good to have you too. I'm so happy to know you as a friend. Lu Ruyan pondered slightly and spoke with a sweet and innocent smile. She was really grateful to Qin Chao from the bottom of her heart. When she was in the most difficult time, it was Qin Chao who reached out and pulled her. Oh, just friends? Qin Chao furrowed his brows and squinted his eyes in a thinking manner. I thought we are. Qin Chao's voice dragged for half a day. Just didn't say it, hanging on to his appetite. What is it? Ruyan Lu immediately took the bait. Her eyes stared straight at Qin Chao's lips, inwardly very expectant. Expecting this mouth to say some words she wanted to hear in her heart. Yes, a good friend. Looking at Lu Ruyan's demeanor and tone, Qin Chao had some thoughts in his heart that he wanted to verify, so he deliberately said so. Oh yeah. Yes. The light in Ruyan Lu's eyes darkened, and the anticipation turned into disappointment. Qin brother, he just treats me as a good friend? Ruyan Lu thought in her heart. Right. His own family situation he is also clear. There is a father of this kind. In addition to the looks of the body is not bad, the other really do not have any advantages. Long beautiful body, good female, more to go. He is not necessarily see on their own. Thinking of this, Lu Ruyan's mind, which originally only had a hint of disappointment, was clouded over and suddenly saddened. Eyes slightly red, she took a deep breath and held back, not letting the tears fall. Even though she had only spent a short time with Qin Chao, She did have some fondness for him in her heart. What she thought was a two-way run turned out to be just her own self-interest, and she had a little breakdown. Qin Chao's eyes had been on Lu Ruyan's face since just now, and seeing that she looked bleak and the corners of her eyes were slightly red, he was a little overjoyed. I wanted to tease the sexy female personal trainer, but I didn't realize that she might actually like herself, and more than a little bit. Of course, in his heart, this female private tutor, whose figure and character were completely incompatible, had long been in his pocket, only that he did not expect this day to come early. Ahem. He cleared his throat and stepped forward, reaching out and wrapping his arms around Ruyan Lu. I'm teasing. I've had my eye on you since the first day I came to the gym and the first moment I saw you. Qin Chao looked serious and said that he was very serious and wasn't joking this time. When she was embraced by Qin Chao, Lu Ruyan was just a little surprised in her eyes. But when those heartfelt words, which basically amounted to a confession, reached her ears, she felt her whole body shake and her mind buzz. Really? Did I hear you right? Qin is confessing to me? Ruyan Lu's eyes were wide and somewhat frozen. Immediately afterward, great joy quickly covered the previous sadness and flooded her mind. Her whole body went red and she felt like she was flying. What you said, is it true? Lying in Qin Chao's arms, Lu Ruyan asked him in a glutinous manner. Truer than pearls. If I didn't like you, why would I just charge my card to you? There are so many female personal trainers at the gym, and a few of them are good looking. A scummy tone of voice. Pua guru. But Lu Ruyan didn't think so much about it. She naively believed it, and at this moment she didn't want to use her brain to think. In fact, it is also her segment is too low. If it is a senior green tea, it would have long seen the true face of Qin Chao, the Sea King. Chapter 45, First Kiss of a Female Personal Trainer of Han Man's Figure. He. Lu Ruyan had been lying in Qin Chao's arms for 5 minutes now, snickering every now and then. Why is this girl being silly? Qin Chao belly laughed in his heart. He was really a bit unable to top it. Ruyan Lu stuck close to him face to face, her whole body snuggled in front of his chest, the large and full chest pressed on Qin Chao's body. To know, he was wearing a thin sweatshirt, and still just finished exercising, completely wet state. Rounding it up a bit, it's the same as not wearing a top. This immense pressure caused him to instantly stress out and stand up. However, Qin Chao didn't have the good sense to stick to her. He tried his best to contract his abdomen and his hips slightly backward to avoid contact with her body. After all, it's too much of that to just say you like it and then turn around and do that to a human girl. Qin Chao, as a man, being horny is instinctive, but he didn't come to such a lewd point. At least in his heart, he still felt that he was still considered an innocent boy. Oh, no, pure love for the Sea King. Lu Ruyan noticed Qin Chao's small movements. She felt a little strange. Why did Qin keep puckering his butt back? Is it because you don't like me? With this extremely good body of yours, you still want to dislike me? Lu Ruyan's heart was instantly filled with resentment. As a novice, Lu Ruyan was obviously inexperienced in driving this road. Unlike those old CG, she was really considered a novice in some aspects. She slightly made a bad move in her hand, tightly wrapped her arms around Qin Chao's waist, and pressed her sexy body wrapped in dark brown yoga pants towards Qin Chao, and suddenly pressed it. This would be the two sides facing each other in a tight embrace, with no gaps between them. Her face instantly swished red, and the blush spread to her neck and behind her ears. She finally understood the meaning of his strange action just now, after practicing it. Practice is the only test of truth. Qin Chao felt that these words were very suitable for his state of mind at this moment. Indeed, it is so true that he understands what truth is all about. Ah! Lu Ruyan was a little alarmed and shouted, pushing Qin Chao away. You. It didn't come out right even after saying it. Even though the two parties had already counted on a preliminary relationship. In essence, Ruyan Lu was indeed considered a relatively conservative woman. She wasn't like those fitness wives who could sell their bodies to sell classes, so she basically had nothing in common with the other female personal trainers at those gyms and didn't get along very well. For Qin Chao she likes in her heart, and physical contact is not repulsive. But this is still obviously a bit over the top for her. That, like smoke, your body is too tempting to me. I don't want to either. Qin Chao snapped and explained. But your body is really good. Qin Chao gave another heartfelt compliment. Lu Ruyan actually this will have already forgiven him. In fact, her heart is not resisting. Is some shock, not ready for the stress reaction. Hearing his words of praise, a flash of pride and a small smugness appeared on her face. Humph, that is for sure. I am the great Emperor Lu Ruyan. Ruyan Lu snickered in her heart. The name is just a code name. Anyway, Dad gave her this name yet. She herself quite like it, just let it go. Humph, it's good to know. There are a lot of people who like me. You have to cherish it. Lu Ruyan patted Qin Chao's shoulder with a look of arrogance. I will. I really like you so much. Ruyan, one more hug. Qin Chao smiled gently and opened his hands. As Lu Ruyan's tone returned to normal, Qin Chao sensed that she actually didn't resist her physical contact with her, and just now it was just a bit of a sudden incident. Looking at the sexy body of the female personal trainer, he couldn't resist another invitation. Lu Ruyan hesitated for 1 second and swept Qin Chao's pants as if unintentionally. She instantly had no more hesitation and directly jumped into Qin Chao's arms. In her heart, she also liked the scent of Qin Chao's body. She was happy to have every physical contact with Qin Chao. The two of them were once again close together, smelling each other's scent and feeling the other's attachment to them. It's not about lust, it's about love. Faint affection lingered between the two. Qin Chao turned his head and printed towards Lu Ruyan's small mouth. Soft and sweet. This was Qin Chao's first reaction. Immediately afterward, a faint scent of a woman's fragrance reached his nose. He hugged the female personal trainer, who had the body of a Korean manga heroine, tightly and indulged in kissing her. Ruyan Lu was quietly immersed at first, in the arms of her brotherly boyfriend, who had just finalized his relationship. What Qin Chao gave her was indeed like a brotherly care, soft, warm, and secure, which was especially reassuring to her with her broken family. In her heart, Qin Chao was like a sun, always radiating light and heat to her, saving her from enduring the ravages of winter. When Qin Chao's heat-filled lips pressed against her delicate lips, she froze, then slowly closed her eyes and deeply cooperated with this romantic French wet kiss. Technically, it was her first kiss. During her college years, she didn't have time for romance. Part-time job, part-time job, part-time job. In a part-time job she has seen a lot of human warmth. Her college classmates were too childish in her eyes. She simply couldn't find a boy who could move her. Her heart had always been frozen and hadn't revived. In Qin Chao, her heart finally began to thump. He had too many points that she liked. First, the economic ability to excel. So many years of working experience told her, must find a boyfriend with economic ability, otherwise just suffer, poor and hungry. Secondly, the body temperament matches his own. He 181 himself 170. His face temperament is also one of his favorite. Face like a flat lake, waves. Third, mild temperament, stable emotions, delicate mind. His character is so good to get along with. He himself is very happy with him. He does things in a relaxed manner, and will think for himself. Lu Ruyan truly felt that Qin Chao was her ideal type. Perhaps it was the mercy of heaven that gave her a compensation for her miserable life. She will not let down such a heart. She will be with him forever and ever. Chapter 46, Huzoni is a talented man. After saying goodbye to Lu Ruyan, Qin Chao walked out of the gym and prepared to go home. Jingle bells. The cell phone in his pocket rang. It's Huzoni. Qin Chao guessed it was the task given to him that day. Searching for staff and professional managers with good candidates. Hurry up and get on the phone. Hello, is this Qin Dong? I am Huzoni. Go ahead. Qin Chao faintly responded. What you explained has been done. I have all their information ready. Should I send it to you now? Qin Chao would like to answer yes, but he has not yet interviewed these staff. Send the information to himself. Then he will notify them one by one to come to the interview? That's a lot of work to do on your own. After deliberating for a while, Qin Chao said, you contact all the people on the list for me, and inform them to gather at our company at 9:30 tomorrow morning, and I'll interview them personally. Okay, Dong Qin. I know. I will definitely complete the task. Huzoni sounded confident and punched the ticket. Well, hard work, Mr. Hu. Hearing Qin Chao's words, Huzoni on the other end of the phone was instantly a bit joyful. He has been working seriously and diligently for Qin Chao for the past 2 days just to show himself in front of his boss. It's all worth it now. As long as the boss is impressed with you, then you are a solid player in the company. He quickly said, no hard work, no hard work. I'm very happy to be able to work for Qin Dong. Next time you have something else, give it to me and I'll make sure it's done properly. Qin Chao secretly sighed a sentence. This kid is really on the road. Is a talent. No wonder he can be a general manager. That's a great way to sneak up on people. Indeed, to be the managing director of a company with a market capitalization of 5,000, the ability to see is missing. Okay, that's all for now. Qin Chao hung up the phone. He pondered in his mind. Tomorrow's appointment is at 9:30, so I'll have to take a day off from the gym myself tomorrow. This morning's workout is a bit hard to touch, will be their waist and abdominal muscles are a bit sore. Tomorrow morning I guess I can't practice. It's just as well, so you don't delay yourself, and you get the best of both worlds. Looking at the time, it's still early. Anyway, there's nothing today. Qin Chao decided it's better to go home first. Taking the elevator straight to the B2 underground garage, Qin Chao drove his black BMW 330 towards Haisheng Sky City. Unfortunately, The Porsche has not yet arrived. Xin Chao has long wanted to test drive the more than $2 million of the car. What is the feeling? Went home and rested for the afternoon. By the time Xin Chao opened his eyes again, it was already 5:30 in the afternoon. Xin Chao opened his cell phone and found several unread messages. Click on it and it's all from the schoolgirl. Hitomi Jam, Xin Chao. Dinner tonight? 1:30 p.m. Hitomi Jam, why are you ignoring me? Poor expression. JPG, 2:30 p.m. Hitomi Jam, Stinky Xin Chao. You wait for me. Dare not reply to my message. Humph. 4:48 p.m. It's over. The schoolgirl's got this petulant little temper. She must be angry. Xin Chao hurriedly dialed the video call to her. Dun 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 dun. The phone rang for a minute before being answered. Shin Moxie's kind of sweet and cute goose egg face appeared on the screen. Delicate and cute round face with a perky nose and little flared lips in a secondary style. At this moment, schoolgirl Shin was frowning and pouting with a condescending face. It's almost as if it says I'm very unhappy. Come and cheer me up on your face. Hitomi is still as cute as ever. Xin Chao snickered in his heart. What is it? Shin Moxie was the first to speak, with an expression of don't bother me if there's nothing else. Hitomi, I didn't mean to not reply to the message. I slept all afternoon and I just woke up now. Xin Chao opened his mouth to explain in a sincere tone. Forgive me, I really didn't mean it. In that case, I'll treat you to dinner tonight to express my apologies. Xin Chao was bombarded with some sincere apologies, and Shin Mo's heart had long been smiling. But the schoolgirl is a person who wants to save face. She pretended to think for half a day and said in a noisy tone, in that case, I forgive you, but I'm going to eat a lot of good food later. She took the opportunity to add more. No problem, eat whatever you want. Tonight's consumption will be paid for by Mr. Chin. Put. This sentence made Shin Mosta finally couldn't hold back and directly laughed out loud. Immediately afterward, there was some stopping. Ha 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 ha. A loud, crisp, pleasant laugh came out of the cell phone. Xin Chao was also infected by the schoolgirl's loud laughter and giggled along. With a secondary school girlfriend, the atmosphere will always be joyful and fun. Then get ready. I'll pick you up now. Looking at the time, it was almost 6 o'clock. Xin Chao was ready to leave. This is just in time for the end of the day. The road is more cars. Driving to the Greenview Garden will take a while. Aha, okay da. The school flower sweetly returned, a flower-like smile blooming on her sweet face. After ending the call, Xin Chao directly rushed out the door. He didn't want to get stuck in traffic later. That would be too much of a pain in the ass. He had been stuck in traffic for 10 minutes once just 2 days before, and he didn't want to experience that again. Coming to the underground parking lot, Xin Chao drove his soon-to-be-retired BMW and drove away from Haisheng Sky City. Stumbling along the way, more than 20 minutes later finally arrived at Greenview Court. A trip that normally takes only 10 minutes would have taken over 20 minutes. More than double that. Xin Chao secretly resolved in his heart that the next time he eats with a girl, he must make an appointment in advance and go to a restaurant. He didn't want to spend a day in this traffic jam. Xin Chao. Here. Shin Moxie has been waiting at the roadside for a while, saw Xin Chao's black BMW and directly waved her hand and shouted. Xin Chao slowly pulled the car over. You're so slow today. I've been waiting for a while. The schoolgirl muttered and grumbled. She felt that Xin Chao had upset her today and couldn't help but want to spit. Sorry, Moxie's wife, there was a traffic jam on the road. Xin Chao lowered his head and apologized. He did feel quite sorry for his schoolgirl girlfriend today, and he sincerely admitted his mistake. Just let her give this gas and smooth it out. It's okay, I don't blame you. Shin Moxia's face blushed a little, indicating that she had already forgiven him. In fact, she was a little shy when she heard him call her Moses' wife. Secondary schoolgirls are still thin-skinned and don't stand up to teasing. Get in the car. We should go. Shin Moxie opened the passenger door and bowed her body to sit on it. Where are we going to eat? Any place we want to eat. Oh, and don't save me any money. Xin Chao looked at her with a smile and asked. Let's go eat Japanese food then. There's a new Japanese-style restaurant that recently opened over at Pearl Plaza that has a very good reputation, but it's just a bit expensive. Xin Chao waved his hand. What's the point of being polite with your husband? Let's go. Started the car immediately afterward. Schoolgirl Shin followed suit and clenched her small fists and swung them forward. Go. I've been craving this for ages. Chapter 47, Schoolgirl's Girlfriends Touched. 20 minutes later, Xin Chao drove his car and reached the Pearl Plaza, parking the car in the underground parking lot of the mall. The two of them took the elevator to the 3rd floor of the mall. This floor is basically all restaurants, and at the moment it's meal time. The whole 3rd floor is full of people, and the walkway is full of people. Schoolgirl Shin was wearing a white dress today. The whole person was like a pure little white flower. Pure, lovely and beautiful. As the duo exited the elevator, The gazes of the people around them were on the duo. 182 Qin Chao and 160 Shin Moxin. One tall and strong, one petite and cute. The most adorable height difference. Especially Shin Moxie. Her sweet and cute innocent face and petite but dimpled figure attracted most of the men's gazes. Even some of the men walked by and had to look back. A small murmur also came from the surroundings from time to time. Wow! This girl is so pretty. She looks like my white moonlight from high school. What a blessing for this guy to have such a beautiful girlfriend. I'm so envious. Damn. If I had a girlfriend like that, I'd let me drive a luxury car and live in a villa. Qin Chao's ears were quite smart. He heard a few of these murmurs. He put an arm around his school wife's shoulders, his face full of pride and pride. It's worthy of being the school's wife. It really honors me. It's so dignified. A woman's looks and figure. A man's face. Shin Moxie also heard the whispering around her. At this moment, her face was a little scarlet. Tightly put her head against Qin Chao's embrace and slowly followed him forward. Soon, the two of them arrived at the Japanese-style restaurant that Shin Moxian had said. Sushichi Japanese Restaurant. The name is kinda weird. Qin Chao hadn't eaten Japanese food before, but he probably knew that it was all raw seafood, and he was used to eating cooked food, which he actually resisted. But since the schoolgirl's wife wanted to come, he could only fulfill her wish. The two walked in. Qin Chao looked around the store. Typical Japanese style. Wooden floor. Decoration simple and fresh. The overall environment looks good. Seeing a pair of handsome men and women walk in, the waiter on the side rushed forward to greet them. Good day, ma'am, and welcome to Sushi Ichi Japanese Restaurant. How many of you? Please, 2 bits. Please follow me. The waiter reached out with a pleased gesture and led the way. The two took their seats by the window. Sir, our store is on a set menu. What set menu would you like? We have 3 levels of packages in the store. 980, 1480, 1980. The waiter handed over the menu. Qin Chao reached out and took the pitch and handed it to the schoolgirl's wife. It was also the first time for Shin Moxin to come to this restaurant, and she picked up the menu and looked at it. There are only 3 set menus on the menu. The dishes corresponding to the 3 price packages are different, and the pictures of the various exquisite dishes make Shin Moxin a little dazzled. So expensive. The cheapest are $1,000. Shin Moxie secretly spat in her heart. Your own boyfriend's money doesn't come from the wind. After thinking about it, she whispered to Qin Chao. It's so expensive. Qin Chao, why don't we leave and go eat something else? Qin Chao heard this, smiled and gently touched the face of the schoolgirl's wife, waving to the waiter on the side. The waiter immediately trotted over respectfully. Sir, I'll take the 1980 package. Place your order. The school flower wife is so virtuous and saves herself money. Qin Chao's heart was both pleased and distressed. It was comforting to know that the schoolgirl really liked herself as a person and not because of money. The heartbreaking thing is that it's only a $1,000 package and she has to hesitate. As his girlfriend, Qin Chao would not let her suffer a bit. Her face, her body just deserves to enjoy the best. And one has the system and the capital and the obligation to let them enjoy these things. After placing the order, Qin Chao turned his head again and pulled up the white and soft little hand of the schoolgirl's wife. Speaking softly to Shin Moxin, your husband has money. You don't need to save me money. In my eyes you are just priceless. You should enjoy the best things. This sentence coming from the ear was like a Cupid's arrow filled with love, shooting directly at Shin Moxin's heart, hitting steadily. Shin Moxie's heartbeat missed half a beat, and her eyes froze. For the first time in her 24 years of life, a man told her such moving words that she felt her heart melt. When men and women get together and communicate, sometimes touching is just a moment away. She already liked Qin Chao and agreed to be his girlfriend a few days ago, but actually the feelings between them were not that deep. They hadn't been through a lot together and had only really spent a few days together. But after today, Shin Moxie felt that she was considered to be in love with Qin Chao in the true sense of the word. Honey, what she had previously called very shamefully, she called naturally, wanting to say something, half knowing what she wanted to express. Honey, these are nothing at all. You don't have to bother. With me, you're in charge of looking good, and I'll do the rest. Qin Chao somewhat understood Shin Moxian's mood at this moment. He lowered his head and kissed her face, gently comforted. Aha! Shin Mozu's eyes gradually reddened, and she nodded her head like a chicken pecking at rice. She felt that she was really too happy. Qin Chao was really an ideal type of boyfriend. He will think for you, pay for you, stand in your point of view to comfort you, character and temper and good, in addition to a little horny. But men, if they're not horny, they're not eunuchs. Thinking of this, Shin Moxie raised her head, took the initiative to probe over and kissed on Qin Chao's lips. A touch of separation. After all, it was in public, and schoolgirl Shan was still shy. Qin Chao's heart was filled with joy at the moment. He could feel the schoolgirl's affection for him obviously a few points deeper. Just now, she even took the initiative to call herself husband, which represents a qualitative leap in their relationship, sort of a milestone. Xin Chao thought silently in his heart. The food is served. Enjoy. The waiter's voice interrupted the atmosphere filled with intense love between the two. Xin Chao really wanted to give him a slap on the face to wake him up. No eyesight at all. You'll be a waitress for the rest of your life. Eat it, wife. Taste it. Xin Chao smiled and chucked a piece of tuna midsection into Shen Moxie's bowl. Aha! Schoolgirl Shen nodded and lowered her head and opened her small mouth to slowly savor it. It's delicious. You try it too. Xin Chao picked up a piece of the middle belly. His hands moved slowly, and he didn't dare to put it into his mouth for half a day. He still had some difficulty accepting raw fish. It was a psychological resistance. Just like some people love cilantro very much, some want to vomit when they take a bite of cilantro. It's actually a psychological problem. The author doesn't eat cilantro, and when he smelled it as a child, he wanted to vomit. Watching Xin Chao not moving his chopsticks for half a day, the schoolgirl Shen who was feasting was a bit curious. She directly clamped a piece of raw fish and stuffed it into Xin Chao's mouth. Xin Chao's heart was hard. He closed his eyes and chewed. Slowly he realized that the taste seemed to be quite good. He then tried several other types of seafood sashimi, and his taste buds instantly opened up, and he chowed down. It was as if the door to a new world had been thrown open all at once. I always thought this raw stuff would be fishy and gross, and today I suddenly realized that it doesn't seem to be, and it's quite tasty. Xin Chao opened his mouth and explained to the schoolgirl's wife what he had just done. Ha ha! Shen Moxie laughed twice and lowered her head again. She now realizes that Xin Chao doesn't eat sashimi, yet he promises himself to come for Japanese food. Thinking of this, Shen Moxie's heart was moved for a moment, and the corners of her eyes were slightly moist again. She was an emotional woman by nature, easily moved by things. She didn't say another word and quietly took small bites. Chapter 48, Call Me Husband. It was after 8 p.m. when I came out of the Japanese restaurant after dinner. Honestly, the timing is kinda awkward. It's too late for a movie and too early to go home and go to bed. After pondering in his head for a while, Xin Chao decided to drag the schoolgirl to the nearby People's Park for a walk. By the way, exchanging feelings. After all, he and his schoolgirl wife had only kissed. Hitomi, are you full? Xin Chao opened his mouth and asked. It's so filling. I'm bursting at the seams. Schoolgirl Shen's hands gently touched her small stomach with a contented look on her face. It kind of satisfied her appetite today. The food at this restaurant is so good. It's kind of the best Japanese restaurant I've ever had. Sure enough, it's expensive for a reason, she exclaimed. Xin Chao glanced at her, reached out to rub her head, and said with a face full of favor, What do you want to eat next time? Tell your husband. I'll take you to eat any time. He then went on to suggest, Isn't there a People's Park nearby? We'll go there for a walk, take a stroll, and get rid of the food. Yeah, the schoolgirl giggled. It just so happens that I'm a little full, letting my little tummy digest. Ha ha. Go. Xin Chao shook his head and held the small hand of the schoolgirl's wife and walked towards the outside of the mall. Coming out of the gate, the two walked down the path by the road. It was early June at the moment, and the early summer evening breeze was cool and pleasant, giving a moment of refreshment. The People's Park was close to Pearl Plaza, and they walked there in 7 or 8 minutes. Walking in through the park's entrance, the sound of dynamic music immediately reached the duo's ears. The pale end of the earth is my love. A large group of older women danced neatly in a square dance, glowing with passion. Sure enough, when big moms have square dances, they are like fish with water. Xin Chao mentally belabored. Schoolgirl Shen on the side stared at them with interest for a while, with some eagerness in her eyes. Not long after, the small waist and delicate buttocks under Shen's white dress couldn't help but follow and twist up. Put! Xin Chao directly burst out laughing. God knows how cute and sweet the schoolgirls are, learning to square dance like the Amazons, twisting their waists and hips. He was really a little sprung. Although the schoolgirl is only about 160 tall, she has a very well-proportioned body with a very good waist-to-hip ratio. The dress's small waist and arse twisted rhythmically, revealing a different kind of temptation. Don't you dare make fun of me. Shen Moxie's delicate red lips pouted with a face of dissatisfaction. No, I'm so adorable. You just looked so cute. Xin Chao hurriedly explained that the desire to survive was very strong. I command you to jump with me. Hurry up, or I'm going to get mad. Shen Hitomi's eyes turned smartly and threatened Xin Chao. Okay, I'll jump. I'll just jump. Xin Chao used his hands and feet, and his waist and buttocks twisted in the same way as the Amazons. He's 182, slightly stocky, and looks very funny square dancing. Ha 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 ha. Shen Moxie burst out laughing, her voice crisp and pleasant. Ouch. I can't. My stomach hurts from laughing. The burst of laughter was a little loud, and the eyes of the older women were drawn to it. Goo. This young man can dance well. Oh, twisting is not bad? The lad's tall. Can't tell. He's quite talented. A few of the older women whispered. Seeing this scene, Xin Chao felt a sense of social death and hurriedly went forward to pull the hand of the schoolgirl's wife and ran towards the depths of the park. Ha 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 ha. Schoolgirl Shen's laughter didn't stop along the way. She felt that Xin Chao was really amusing and interesting, and she was simply too happy to be with him herself. Soon there was no one around the duo. It was also close to 9 p.m. At the moment, and it was silent as I walked along the quiet park paths, surrounded by dimly lit street lamps. Xin Chao took Shen Moxi's hand and sat down on a stone table on the side. Funny? Xin Chao glared at Shen Moxi with an expressionless face. Ha ha. Not funny. Shen Moxi replied with an air of wanting to hold back but not being able to. I'll make you laugh. Xin Chao directly pulled Shen Moxi into his arms, letting her sit face to face on his lap, and wrapped his hands around her small waist. Shen Schoolflower suddenly some panic. This will be around the dim. Not a single person. Only their two lonely men and women in the park stone table. You. What do you want? The words were blocked before they were finished. Xin Chao directly kissed her delicate red lips. Xin Chao kissed her while smelling the fresh and light fragrance of his schoolgirl girlfriend. The big hand placed on her waist was also a little restless, roaming around her body in a big way, feeling her soft and tender delicate body. You. Pop. A crisp sound rang out in the silent space, like thunder exploding. Xin Chao directly slapped her on her delicate buttocks. Call me husband. Xin Chao stared straight at schoolgirl Shen with both eyes and said viciously. Under the dim light, Xin Chao's vicious eyes stared at her like a hungry wolf staring at its food. Shen Moxi felt like she was all out of strength, soft and unable to move. Old husband, she said in a sticky voice, her hands also wrapped around his neck, matching Xin Chao's kisses and exploration of her body. So good, like an obedient little sheep. I just love obedient little mirthy pupils. Xin Chao greedily felt her scent and opened his mouth. The tone was somewhat imperious, like a domineering president in a TV show. To be honest, Xin Chao is indeed the domineering President Benjamin, who has 50% of the equity of Buetsiang Rui and is also about to open his own new company. Xin Chao feels as if he has somewhat figured out the XP of this schoolgirl girlfriend of his. The ones who play the second generation seem to be like this. They like to be roughly commanded. It's one of those types that's both cute and deceivable. It won't be a jittery Xin Chao guessed in his heart. He'd heard his college roommate talk about how those who played second chance were masochistic, but the truth of the matter remained to be seen. Well, I'll listen to my husband, Shen Moxi murmured daintily. Ever since she was smoked, it was as if she had opened up her Rendo 2 chakras, and she was very obedient to what Xin Chao said. Xin Chao was a bit incredulous in his heart. No way. Is the schoolgirl really little M? Xin Chao was a little excited in his heart. He didn't know much about those messy circles, just a little bit. But he was well aware of how exciting it would be to have a little M girlfriend that he could bully at any time during a friendly exchange match. Unimaginable. Xin Chao at the moment some scalp numbness. Chapter 49. I'll give you a surprise next time we meet. 10 minutes later. Their lips parted. Both sides gasped for air. I can hardly breathe. You stinking Xin Chao. Shen Moxi pouted daintily. The schoolgirl returned to her innocent and lovely nature, as if nothing had happened just now. It's the wife's little mouth that's so tantalizing, Xin Chao said with a bad smile on his face. He was satisfied. And in his normal life, such a schoolgirl with her own sweet and cute personality endeared herself to him. The schoolgirl had another side to her at the friendship exchange. The contrast between these two sides made him a little horny. He felt that he had picked up a treasure. And the taste of having this kind of girlfriend was really hard to describe. Oof. That must drop. I'm Shen Moxi. Schoolgirl Shen raised her eyebrows and said, with a stinky, proud look on her face. She was famous in her college days, sort of the school's man of the hour, president of the cosplay club, and named one of the top 3 schoolgirls on the school's posting board. At the time, Xin Chao was just a white guy with good grades, dressed in the dirt, had a terrible haircut, and had little presence in the class. Although they were in the same class, Xin Chao neither participated in activities nor clubs, so Shen Moxi had never really paid attention to Xin Chao. However, after graduating from college, she had to take on clothing orders from those platforms because she often fished for 3 days and didn't want to work. Living in a second-tier city like Haicheng can only be considered a mixed bag. It's hard for me to believe now that the schoolgirl from my college days, the goddess in the hearts of many boys, became my girlfriend. Xin Chao couldn't help but lament. He. It's really cheap for you. You have to cherish the schoolgirl. Shen Moxin laughed. Then said, the next reunion you will have face. Then pull me a face. Those boys in the class shall not be envious of you. How dignified. Hey, I'm really looking forward to it. Qin Chao let out a giggle and silently pondered in his mind. In fact, with his status position, when the time comes, the reunion is bound to be the focus of the crowd, the center. It was reasonable to say that there was absolutely no need for him to go to any more reunions. However, the schoolgirl had become his girlfriend, and he always felt a little bit out of place and imperfect if he didn't show up in front of those classmates. Consider it a complete farewell to your past self when the time comes. Qin Chao silently gave himself reasons in his heart. After having the system, he had seen towering mountains and magnificent scenery, but his mind still vaguely remembered that he had once been just a mole cricket as well. It's just luck. The entrance to the Greenview Court neighborhood. Qin Chao stopped the car. The two sat quietly in the car, not saying a word. Shen Mozi's eyes were full of reluctance. She didn't want to separate from Qin Chao in her heart, but she doesn't want to give herself to Qin Chao so early. After all, it hasn't been long since they really established their relationship. In other words, wanting to be in a relationship but afraid of being grassed up. Qin Chao's heart was also a little restless. Just now in the park, he clearly felt how hot the schoolgirl's delicate body inside her dress was. After a moment of deliberation, he opened his mouth to ask, "That, Hitomi, can I come to your house for a cup of tea?" Hearing this, schoolgirl Shen's heart was somewhat moved, but then she turned her mind to the meaning potentially conveyed by the words and hesitated. She knew what consent meant, but she wasn't fully prepared in her mind. Her brow furrowed and she looked very torn. Qin Chao could see what she was thinking. After thinking about it, after all, it's only been a few days since the relationship was finalized, so it's a bit premature. I've been drifting lately myself, always wanting to drive on the highway. Forget it, next time. I have things to do when I get back later. Qin Chao took the initiative to open his mouth. He didn't want to make things difficult for schoolgirl Shen. Maybe if he kept grinding himself he could get her to finally agree, but that would be pointless. He wanted Shen Mosia to open her legs to him on her own, inviting the king to enter the urn, not this semi-compulsive style. Aha! Hearing this, Shen Moxian's heart let out a sigh of relief. She looked at Qin Chao as if she was somewhat grateful. She knew very well that Qin Chao did not want to make things difficult for her, and remembering that he accompanied himself today to eat Japanese food that he didn't like, Shen Moxian's heart again blamed herself a little. Qin Dynasty was really nice to himself and he was. After thinking about it, she stretched out her hands, wrapped her arms around Qin Chao's neck, and took the initiative to kiss it. Qin Chao, faced with the schoolgirl's initiative, of course, came to the rescue. The two of them were as close as lips can be. A few minutes later, Shen Mose got down from Qin Chao's body and gently whispered in his ear, "I'm a little bit over it in my heart right now. After all, we've only been dating for a few days, so when I figure it out, I'll give all of myself to you." It was one of her few serious moments. Usually she was basically sweet and cute and big-headed. Qin Chao touched her delicate and lovely face, probed over and kissed her, saying, "Don't have any psychological pressure. You are priceless in my heart. I respect your thoughts. I know, I should get back." Shen Moxie resumed her petulant tone, opened the car door, and jumped down. As she walked towards the neighborhood, she urged Qin Chao, "At night, drive slowly, pay attention to safety, and send me a WeChat when you get home." Okay. Qin Chao started the car and drove into the night. Crunch. 301. Building 2. Greenview Court. Shen Mosia pushed open the door of the house and walked in. After changing her slippers in the foyer and hanging up her handbag, she sat straight down on her ass on the living room couch. The house she rented was a one-bedroom, one-bathroom. The rent was not expensive, only $1,500 a month. In Haicheng, it is still considered to be the cost-effective quite high house. Thinking of Qin Chao's despondent look when he drove away alone just now, schoolgirl Shen's heart was a little hard at the moment. She so regretted why she hadn't retained him. He's so good to himself. He should give himself to him. It's just a membrane. What an age. It's not decades ago. The social climate has long been different, and one is still so. Shen Mosia's mind was muddled, and he didn't know how long had passed. Buzz. Suddenly, the WeChat message sounded. She hurriedly picked up her cell phone and tapped the message. "Qin, I'm home. Don't think too much when you go home. I'll look for you in a couple of days." The corner of her mouth curved up when she saw the content of the message. Qin Chao was still worried that he was thinking too much when he arrived home, and he even came to admonish himself. She felt truly captured by him, mesmerized and enjoying his constant concern. Shen Hitomi's heart secretly made a decision that the next time they met, they would hand themselves over to him in one piece. Having really made the decision, her heart suddenly relaxed and her whole being felt at ease. Picking up her cell phone, she quickly typed on the screen and replied, "Got it, hubby. I'm going to take a shower. I'll surprise you next time we meet." As if she thought of something, a smile appeared at the corner of Shen Mox's mouth, closed her cell phone, and walked toward the bathroom while undressing. Chapter 50, Mu Xueqing, who applied for a job as a professional manager. The next day. Jingle bells dash. The sound of the alarm clock stung in the quiet bedroom. Qin Chao frowned, and in a daze, he reached for his pillow for a long time before he touched his cell phone and pressed the stop button. Looked at the time, 8:30. Since he had business not to go to the gym to work out today, Qin Chao had messaged and communicated with Lu Ruyan in advance last night. His usual alarm is at 6:50, but today he tried to be lazy and set it for 8:25, and slept straight through until 8:30. Thinking that the interview time agreed with Hu Zongyi was 9:30, Qin Chao jumped up from the bed with a carp, going to the toilet, washing up, shaving, and simply making a breakfast. Qin Chao dealt with a few mouthfuls carelessly and went out directly. Since today was considered the first day of officially selecting talents for his new company, Qin Chao did not want to be late, and he himself was a punctual person. When he worked at Tianyi Trade before getting the system, he was never late, and he took a solid 200 for full attendance every month. At 9:15, Qin Chao rushed to Fujin Mansion, parking the car in the ground parking lot. Qin Chao rushed straight to the 12th floor of Bo Kai Rui Company. Good morning, Qin Dong. Just after stepping into the doorway, the sweet and cute female receptionist Ju Yu hurriedly stood up and greeted respectfully. Good morning, Ju. Qin Chao smiled gently, glanced at her, and walked directly inside. He was quite fond of this female receptionist, who was pretty and had a somewhat comical personality. Groping for fish during work hours, playing cell phone games, talking and acting timid. All in all a fun girl. Good morning, Qin Dong. You're here early. General Manager Hu Zongyi greeted him and bowed with a fawning face. 1,000 wears a horse's ass, and it's 9:20 in the ing morning. Still can say early. Really ing talent. Qin Chao sighed in his heart. This Hu Zongyi put aside in ancient times will certainly be a big official. This a hand of slipper patting the horse's skill. Must be the green cloud straight up. The career smooth. Although there were 10,000 slots in his heart that he could spit, but Qin Chao's face didn't show it in the slightest, and his expression was calm and relaxed as he opened his mouth. Good morning, Mr. Hu. Are there a few people here for the interview? They're all here. Qin Dong. All waiting in the conference room. Okay, I'm on my way. Qin Chao made an okay gesture and walked in the direction of the conference room. In fact, the reason why Qin Chao wanted to interview was not because he was looking for competence. Hu Zongyi is the boss of a specialized human resources company. He will look at the resume and deeds before selecting people. So the professional managers and staff he recommends must be passable or even good in terms of ability. Qin Chao just wants to be the gatekeeper himself. He wants to make sure that his new company's employees and professional managers are obedient and good, and their character has to be passable. The kind of even if capable of pricks he will not want. Once in the Tianyi Trade work to do, he is very clear about the workplace this set. Mutual ostracism, back and forth, head-butting, and even sometimes the success of the company's projects. He was trying to put an end to that. The company he ran had to at least have everyone working together and united. So he had to get a feel for the personalities as well as the temperaments of these employees first. Ability he will not measure. He himself does not understand these things. Professional things should be left to professionals. He is responsible for grasping the big picture can be. As a boss, know how to harness the talent is enough. Appropriate decentralization is better. Everything has to be their own personal. It is not exhausting. Qin Chao came to the door of the conference room, pushed open the door and walked in. When he walked in, several people inside were whispering, I really don't know who our boss is. I heard from Mr. Hu that this boss is also the major shareholder of their Rui. I've heard about this one too. I heard that he has half of the shares, so this boss must be treated very well for opening a new company. If we apply for the job, we'll be veteran employees, so we have to take advantage of this opportunity. Qin Chao glanced at the conference room. There were 5 people inside, 4 men and 1 woman. The ones who were whispering were exactly those men. As for the female, she was sitting alone in the front row. She had delicate features and a serious and haughty look, with a cold and icy appearance. Qin Chao was interested in her at once. Looking at her sitting posture should be the candidate who came here to apply for the job of professional manager. Looks like a beautiful woman with character. Qin Chao secretly guessed in his heart. He walked over to the leader's seat and sat down. Hu Zongyi followed him and sat down. Hello everyone. I'm the boss who interviewed you. My name is Qin Chao. Qin Chao directly opened the door. Hello boss. Hello, Mr. Qin. Hello, Mr. Qin. These few employees who applied for the job were surprised that the boss looked only 24 or 5 years old. Too young. Ironically, it is a rich second-generation bar. Their hearts all guessed so. Even the woman with the condescending face had a flash of surprise in her pretty eyes. Mu Xueqing's expression was a bit surprised. but she quickly came back to her senses. She was an old friend with Hu Zongyi, and she knew very well that this boss was the biggest shareholder of Bokai Rui. She didn't expect him to be so young. He should be relying on his family, she thought. She looked down on this kind of rich second generation. They have no skills, relying on the family to do good, jumping up and down. Thinking of this, her pretty eyes looked at Qin Chao with a trace of preconceived contempt. Qin Chao noticed a trace of contempt in Mu Xueqing's eyes, and he was very puzzled in his heart. What's going on? What happened? He felt confused. Ahem. He cleared his throat and said, all of you are talents carefully selected by General Manager Hu, and I have no doubts about your abilities. So our interview today should be different from the ones you've encountered before. Qin Chao then continued. Let's all introduce ourselves first. I'll get to know everyone first. Ladies first. After Qin Chao finished speaking, everyone's eyes were on Mu Xueqing. Her face didn't change at all, confident and cold, and revealing a sense of calmness. She stood up, opened her mouth and said, hello everyone. Hello Mr. Qin. My name is Mu Xueqing. I'm 28 years old this year. I graduated from Capital University of Science and Technology. I used to work for a medium to large internet company as the operation manager of the e-commerce department. Due to the existence of disputes with the company, so I resigned. I heard that Mr. Qin wanted to recruit a professional manager for an internet company in the e-commerce category. So I came here. I'm very confident that I can be competent for this position, and I am confident that the new company will quickly get on track and realize profitability. Thanks. Mu Xueqing's words were filled with strong confidence, and her clear voice carried a magnetic, very English air. Her aura was quite powerful, and each of those male staff members had admiration and awe in their looks. Qin Chao is also a bit shocked to the Capital Polytechnic is 985 double first-class university. This kind of academic degree of high school students to him, this kind of newly opened internet company, is really a bit too big to use. Not to mention that she also worked as an e-commerce operations manager inside a major internet company, which is simply a talent with a full score of both education and experience. People are condescending and they do have a condescending streak. Qin Chao really had to sigh at his luck. Ever since he had the system, he himself had been getting lucky. This time pick up one of these big hits straight away. System, did you use a good luck card for me? Otherwise how can this be explained? Qin Chao silently asked in his heart. There isn't, please don't fantasize. There is still a possibility that you are the chosen one. The system was still so toxic. Qin Chao was powerless to spit. Chapter 51 Mu Xueqing's move. Returning to his senses, Qin Chao ignored all the inexplicable contempt in Mu Xueqing's eyes. With this kind of talent, it's fine with me if you just point your nose at me. After Mu Xueqing sat down, followed by the other 4 male employees introducing themselves one by one. But with Mu Xueqing Zhuyu in front of them, their resumes are just average. No big problem to be a small staff. Qin Chao listened carefully to their introductions and had some general judgment about their basic situation and character. Mu Xueqing, the proud daughter of the sky, self-confidence, ability is very strong. Hand over the company to her. Qin Chao put 100 hearts. Wang Kuan, the accountant, careful, serious, prudent, is considered the best employee in these 4. Qin Chao feels quite at ease to leave the money to him for safekeeping. The other 3 are just ordinary, but they are also conscientious put. Qin Chao decided to take them all. Ahem. Qin Chao stood up and said with a sincere smile, I'm very satisfied with all of you. Congratulations, you've all been hired. In terms of treatment, let Mr. Hu talk to you in detail. As long as everyone does a good job, what I can guarantee is that everyone's future salary will definitely be higher than before, even much higher. Good. Mr. Qin is awesome. Fantastic. Mr. Qin is so nice. Just after Qin Chao's words, several staff members cheered. They were both happy to have been accepted and had a strong longing for the pie drawn by Qin Chao. Qin Chao understands very well that to motivate employees you have to throw money at them, and that is the most practical thing, much better than the rest. It looks like Hu Zongyi is quite reliable. Qin Chao feels that his definition of Hu Zongyi has to be changed. It's encouraging that the first task was done so well. Qin Chao turned his head to look at Hu Zongyi next to him and gave him a thumbs up and nodded, signaling that he did a good job. Hu Zongyi's face was so joyful that he could hardly hold himself. Qin Chao was his big boss, and even if he was the general manager, being praised by his boss gave him the joy of having his efforts recognized. At this moment, Mu Xueqing's eyes flashed with doubt. From Qin Chao's temperament as well as the scale and tone of his speech, she felt that he didn't look like those rich second-generation people she had met before. Those rich kids are all arrogant and bossy. The Qin dynasty, on the other hand, was just the opposite. As the owner of the company, or the major shareholder of Bokai Rui, he didn't have a hint of being superior. The tone of voice is kind, cordial, polite, and also personally interviews the staff. A courteous image of a superior person, combined with his hard young face, the whole man looked very attractive. Mu Shueching at this moment, deep down, to this new boss, all added a hint of goodwill. Perhaps, is my preconceived idea of it? Sheen should not be the kind of only rely on the shade of the father's residual hand without some ability of the rich second generation it. Mu Shueching heart secretly thought. Alright then, let's leave it at that for today everyone. Mu Shueching, you come with me. Qin Shao opened his mouth with a smile and nodded towards Mu Shueching in a gesture. The company's registration as well as the relevant formalities and documents for these processes he intends to hand over to this proud flower of the high mountain. Mainly because he wants to be lazy. After all, to finish these things also have to spend a lot of time. Qin Shao does not want to waste time on these trivial matters. Hearing Qin Shao's naming, Mu Shueching straightened up. A decent black lady suit, tall figure, long straight legs, coupled with a calm and cold temperament, bright atmospheric features, the whole person shows a sense of asceticism. Qin Shao took the lead and walked out of the conference room towards Hu Zoni's office. There was no way that Buetsaying Rui had not set up a special director's office, so it directly occupied Hu Zoni's. Shao Hu, hard work for you, Qin Shao thought secretly in his heart. Pushing the door into the general manager's office, Qin Shao sat down on the office seat, followed by Mu Shueching. Have a seat. Yukari, is it okay if I call you that? Qin Shao spoke cordially. His tone was gentle and there was a hint of magnetism in his voice. Mu Shueching's eyebrows slightly knit, tangled for a moment or agreed. She just thinks Qin Shao is obviously a few years younger than himself, so call yourself a slight twist in the heart. But, after all, he is his own boss. A name is just, it's okay to let it be. No problem, Mr. Qin. That, Shueching, our company is currently unregistered, so I'll leave the processing of the relevant documents and procedures to you, okay? Starting today is considered your first day on the job. I want the processing to be done as fast as possible, preferably in a few days. Qin Shao gave his first task to this ascetic-feeling high ridgeflower. Okay, no problem. But, Mr. Qin, it will take a month at the earliest to complete the registration of the company. Ha? Qin Shao was a bit confused. Is it going to take this long? He thought it would be over in a few days, but he didn't realize it was such a hassle. It can take considerably less time if you get someone to do it for you, but it can take about 10 days at the earliest. Hearing this, Qin Shao's wrinkled eyebrows stretched. That's okay, 1 month. Really can't wait. Too long. Oh, that's fine. Just 10 days. This matter will be fully entrusted to you. Finish as soon as possible. Hard work. This card has $1 million. The password is 6/8. Is our company's registered capital? There will be additional. You registered a series of company spending from which you can draw. Qin Shao reached out and handed Mu Shueching a bank card and spoke faintly. Yes, I'll get it done. Mr. Qin. Mu Shueching reached out and took the bank card, her complexion moving slightly. Her hands were white and slender, well-boned, typical manga hands, and very pretty. For Qin Shao's first meeting, he dared to hand over $1 million directly to her. This heavy trust made her a bit touched. She didn't say anything like thank you for trusting to repay or anything like that. That wasn't really in her character, but she made a mental note of it. She would only repay his trust by accomplishing everything he told her to do, even accomplishing it very well. Throw me a wooden peach and I'll return the favor. Okay, then let's do this first. When the company registration is completed we will sign the contract again. I guarantee that your annual salary will not be lower than your annual salary in the previous company, and I will also give you equity rewards. Qin Shao stared at Mu Shueching's beautiful narrow eyes and spoke sincerely. He wouldn't skimp on money for this kind of talent, and gave equity to tie her down. She herself is a shareholder of the company. Her own company, can she not be interested? Thank you, Mr. Qin. Mu Shueching's heart was even more touched. She had fallen out with her previous company because of this aspect. The company awarded her shareholding to the nephew of the company's vice president, and she was so furious that she left the company after making a scene. It was because she had experienced such dirty things in the workplace that Qin Shao's generous offer to her and his unreserved trust in her made her feel a trace of warmth and touch in her heart. He is really a boss who was different from others. Mu Shueching's inner mind thought, it's fine. Go about your business then. Yes. Chapter 52, Qin Dong invites to eat seafood buffet. Mu Shueching left. Qin Shao leaned back alone on the comfortable boss chair and stretched his hands. 10 days. Qin Shao murmured unintentionally. He suddenly remembered the previous system rewards entrepreneurial project feasibility plan, 11 chapters. With this thing, the new company after the opening of the objectives, the overall direction of the general outline. After all, he is still a blank in this aspect of the opening of the company. As the owner of the company, For the company's overall plan, decision-making or to have a clear idea, cannot be two eyes black. Do not know anything. Anyway, there is not much to do in the next few days. Go to check the information. Do research. The project feasibility plan, Mr. Cheng said. After thinking about what he was going to do next, Qin Chao's heart was a little bit pleased and proud. It's not that you don't know anything, it's that you won't put in the effort to learn. It's true that you are a novice when it comes to starting a company, but the road has to be taken one step at a time, and the meal has to be eaten one bite at a time. Slowly and a little bit of their own feel it, and then do not help. There is Mu Shueching, such a highly educated professional managers and systematic plan. Iron will not screw up. I'm sure I won't mess it up. Looking at the time, it was 11:15. Qin Chao thought that as the big boss of Bo Kaiying Rui, he hadn't invited the company's employees to dinner yet, and he didn't know them all very well, at least as also their own employees well. Appropriate treats, but also as a boss should give employees the benefits. He pulled open the door to his office and walked over to the office area. Hu Zongyi, whose office was currently occupied, was sitting on an office chair, playing with his cell phone in boredom. Seeing Qin Chao walking out, he hurriedly stood up and went forward, saying, "Qin Dong, things are done, and it's almost lunchtime. Can you give me the honor to be your host and invite you to have a meal?" Qin Chao smiled slightly and patted him on the shoulder. "To say clear, it should also be me treating you to dinner. You did me a big favor. I still have to thank you. Dare not dare. This is all Qin Dong, you wise, discerning eyes to recognize people. I just do I do. Do not dare to be greedy for credit." Hu Zongyi hastily waved his hand with a modest look. No wonder they say that people can be GMs. This kung fu for people is really on point. Qin Chao was flattered by this horse's ass, knowing that he was telling lies, but he just couldn't control the corners of his mouth that were slightly rising. He glanced at Hu Zongyi with a playful expression and wasn't speaking. Taking a few steps forward to the center of the entire office area, he cleared his throat and opened his mouth loudly. "Everyone stop what you're doing for now. I'll be the host for lunch today and treat everyone to a seafood buffet." As soon as the words left his mouth, the entire office area resounded with warm and excited cheers. "Wow! Qin Dong atmosphere! Qin Dong awesome! Wow! Seafood buffet! I can't even afford to eat it. I'm blessed today. Qin Dong is so great. It's great to have such a boss. I swear I'll follow the boss from now on. I'll fight wherever he points me." Everyone was soaking in the joy, smiling and talking to each other. Even Zhu Yu, the little beauty who was sitting at the front desk playing Honor of Kings and maneuvering Bailey Xiao for a big kill, was attracted over. She wasn't sure what had happened, so she hastily pulled over a close female coworker and asked in a whisper. When she learned that Qin Dong was going to treat everyone to a seafood buffet, her sweet and cute face was also filled with a happy smile. She usually cannot afford to eat seafood. On her small receptionist's salary is only 4,000 a month out. In addition to the rent of the basic expenses, are not much left. There are also cosmetics and clothes. She is basically a moonlighter every month, and sometimes she even has to rely on her good girlfriend Zhou Jejia to support her a little bit, and she is living a tight life. Luckily, I didn't eat it in the morning. Zhu Yu was proud of her cleverness and wit in her heart. Well then, let's all get going. There happens to be an Amazon seafood buffet around here, so let's all walk over there together. Qin Chao smiled and opened his mouth to the employees, taking the lead and walking out with his steps. In fact, when he was in the office just now, he looked for a good place to eat on Volkswagen Dianping. This Amazon seafood buffet restaurant is just a few hundred meters away from Fujin Mansion. Just a few minutes walk. So many employees, Qin Chao roughly counted, estimated that there are more than 30 people. If the restaurant is far away, it is not really good to set off, so he deliberately chose the home close. The company, with a group of more than 30 people, attracted the attention of most pedestrians on the road as they walked to the restaurant. They were all puzzled as to what the group was going to do. All of them so happy. The group walked and talked all the way. The atmosphere was very cordial. Even the general manager Hu Zongyi told everyone a few dirty jokes, amusing those female staff members, one by one, their cheeks slightly red, laughing. "I didn't expect you to be like this, Hu Zongyi." Qin Chao bellyache in his heart. He felt that the old Hu this person is really quite attractive. As a boss, friend, he is quite happy to get along with him. With him and a piece of basic atmosphere is very good. Will not be cold. Soon we arrived at the Amazon Seafood Buffet restaurant. At 299/seat. It's considered a top buffet in Haicheng, which is only a second-tier city after all. Everyone entered the restaurant in a single stream, and the manager at the reception had a smile on his lips. He decided to give everyone an extra order of baked Bronto with cheese. The restaurant had a limit of 1 baked bolognese with cheese per person, so the staff was even happier to hear that they could have one more. Cool. Following Qin Dong is cool. I have to eat him 12 times full today, and definitely give Qin Dong his money back. Remember guys, don't drink the drinks, don't eat the staples, and build the seafood hard so you can get your money back. The employees discussed what to eat while they followed the waiter to their booth seats. This restaurant has a beautiful setting and modern decor that makes for a pretty good view. Qin Chao and Hu Zongyi sat together, and the other staff stayed away from both of them. After all, they are the big boss and general manager of the company, and everyone's heart is still a bit in awe of them, which is the sense of oppression that the top management of the workplace inherently carries with it for ordinary employees. Hu Zongyi sat on Qin Chao's left, and the seat on his right remained empty, and in the end, a female employee sat on it with her but a fresh and light aroma came into Qin Chao's nose. Qin Chao looked up, Juyu, the sweet and lovely female receptionist. Her face was slightly flushed. She forced herself to be calm and waved her hand to greet Qin Chao. Good day, Qin Dong. Hu Zongyi, who was on the side, saw this scene, and an anti-smile appeared at the corner of his mouth, and the wrinkles at the corners of his eyes narrowed slightly. Hello, Ju. He then continued. It's not working time now. There's no need to call me Qin Dong, seeing as you should be younger than me. Just call me Brother Qin. Qin, Brother Qin. The little girl was a little nervous, a little shy, and stuttered a little in her speech, not daring to look straight into Qin Chao's eyes. Juyu felt her heart beating so violently that it felt like it was going to jump out of her chest. Her hands were clenched so tightly that her palms were slightly sweaty. Qin Chao saw her nervousness, smiled slightly, reached out and touched her head, gently comforted. Don't be nervous, just treat me as a big brother. After dinner in a while let's double row Honor of Kings. I can't play well. You have to take me flying. Feeling Qin Chao's head touching in kindness to her, and hearing him talk about playing games with her in a while, her heart gradually relaxed. Smiling sweetly, she said, Aha, Brother Qin, my Bailey Shayo is awesome, and I'll definitely take you flying in a while. I'll see what happens then. The corner of Qin Chao's mouth curved, feeling that this little girl is a bit simple but the person is quite pretty and has a good figure. Soon an assortment of food was served. Foie gras, crayfish, Arctic shellfish, grilled durian, abalone, crab, polenta. The employees were all glowing and eager to try it out. Some of the female staff took out their cell phones, adjusted the angle, and clicked photos. Circle of friends eats first. The old rules. With a copywriter by the way. The big boss of the company is treating me to a $2.99/seat buffet, so I'll take my chances. Before long, there were many more comments below the text. What a company. What a boss. Why can't I touch it? Wow. Sister, I'm envious. I've been wanting to go to this restaurant for a long time, and you're eating for free. What is this? I'd rather eat my steamed buns on pickles. In my eyes this smells the best in the whole world. Qin Chao glanced at the fiery atmosphere around him, and he, who had casually dealt with a bite in the morning, joined in and feasted. Chapter 53, 20% Equity in Tianyi Trading. After a full meal, Qin Chao ran to the front desk to check out. Hu Zongyi took a timely step back and did not grab the check. He knew very well in his heart that the big boss was treating the employees to buy his bill, so he should not be redundant. Hello sir, you've spent a total of 900 yuan. The little girl at the cash register gave a sweet smile and opened her mouth. Weebly it is. Qin Chao directly scanned the QR code and paid. Ding! The host did not skimp on treating the company staff to a big meal, successfully harvesting a large wave of goodwill and sincerity from the company staff, increasing their sense of belonging to the company, and indulging in successful indulgence. This indulgence scores 7 out of 10 and awards 20% of the equity of Tianyi Trading Company Limited. Note, the system has been remitted to the reality. All formalities have been completed. Contact Wang Tian lawyer can be. I'll go. Qin Chao's heart thumped. Surprisingly, it was Tianyi Trade. It's the same Sky One Trading he worked for before. Returning to his senses, great joy suddenly welled up in Qin Chao's heart. In chicken, he remembered that pussy Li Kong. He was put on the spot by him. He couldn't do anything about him before, but now that he has become a shareholder of the company, the time for revenge has come. Qin Chao could probably already imagine how ugly Li Health's face would look when he attended the board meeting of Tianyi Trading as a shareholder. Ha ha ha. Let's see how I can concoct you this time. Qin Chao sneered inwardly. Returning to his senses, Qin Chao walked outside the restaurant. At the moment, the guys from the company were all chatting and joking outside the door in 2s and 3s, mostly waiting for him. Of course, who dares to go first before the company boss leaves? You want to die? Lunch break Everyone should do what to do. Do not have to wait for me haha. On time to work in the afternoon on it. Qin Chao came out and saw that everyone was waiting for him. His heart was a little embarrassed, and he quickly opened his mouth. Okay, goodbye, Dong Qin. Bye, boss. To be honest, he was still young after all, and his mentality had not yet shifted in time. Had it been Hu Zongyi, when faced with this situation, he would have just nodded his head calmly and would not have reacted in any other way. Being a boss means having the compulsion of a boss, having the majesty and authority of a boss. You are the one who feeds them, and you should have been entitled to this privilege. After thinking for a while, Qin Chao gradually understood this. The boss can be amiable, but he must also have a sense of mystery and majesty so that he can manage the company better. Come on, slowly learn to be a good boss. At present I'm still far from it. Qin Chao silently cheered himself up in his heart. It was, at the moment, close to 1 o'clock in the afternoon. The scorching sun shone straight down on the earth, scorching hot and making people a little drowsy. Qin Chao did not intend to go back to Buetsai directly. He had already finished his interview in the morning. Next he was going to contact lawyer Wan Tian and go directly to the Tianyi Trading Company to manifest himself in front of the people. He couldn't wait to smack Li Health's face hard, but he had to walk back to the Fujin mansion first and drive to the Rongtai mansion where Tianyi Trading was located. The distance between these two buildings isn't exactly close, nearly 2 kilometers, and it's not practical to walk. Thinking of this, Qin Chao accelerated his pace and walked towards Fujin mansion. Brother Qin, wait for me. A clear, pleasant voice came from behind. Qin Chao turned his head to see that it was Zhu Yu. This sweet and cute little beauty trotted all the way to Qin Chao's front, panting heavily, with some fragrant sweat on her face. Her delicate features, goose egg face, peach blossom eyes, petite nose, rosy and somewhat slightly pouty lips, were somewhat stunning. On top of that, Zhu Yu's skin was also very fair, and some of the slight sweat stains on her forehead reflected colorful rays in the sunlight, just like the colors of the rainbow, adding an otherworldly beauty to her. Qin Chao stared closely at her pretty face, his gaze slightly lost in thought. Qin, this little girl has become much bolder after chatting with Qin Chao at dinner just now, and now she can calmly call out Brother Qin. Ah, it's Xiao Zhu. Qin Chao came back to his senses and looked slightly unnatural. Shame on you, looking at other people's faces and getting mesmerized. But Zhu is really pretty. What's wrong? Qin Chao went on to ask. Zhu Yu opened her mouth to say something. Her complexion suddenly twisted a little again, and she didn't say a word in half a day. From the last time Qin Chao came to the company for the first time and said he wanted to play games with her in double rows and added WeChat. This little girl has been looking forward to the happy double rows with her boss, but there has been no news, and she didn't dare to bother Qin Chao on WeChat, so she never cared. She didn't expect that Qin Chao would tell her again to find her to play the game in double rows today, and her heart was very joyful and excited. After eating she kept her eyes on Qin Chao, waiting for her boss to go over and find her to hack, but she didn't see him go to her until he left. So, on the way back, when the little girl saw Qin Chao's back, she somewhat couldn't help but run up, wanting to remind him and somewhat not knowing how to speak. Qin Chao looked at this very tangled look of hers. Then he remembered that he said he wanted to play the game with her during the meal just now. It seemed like the last time he had talked about letting her take him flying, he just hadn't been able to put his mind to it either, and gradually forgot about it. Sorry, I forgot, just promised to play the game with you, but I have something now. You see, how about this? I do not have your WeChat. Evening home we WeChat open black play, okay? Qin Chao's gaze was somewhat apologetic, and his tone was gentle and full of sincerity. He is indeed quite embarrassed. Zhu Yu is a young girl, simple and naive, not so much city. He let people 2 times pigeonholed, always is not good. He wasn't looking at the fact that the other little girl was pretty and had a good body, that he could guarantee. It's fine, Brother Qin, if you have something to do, go and get busy. I'll wait for you tonight. Hearing Qin Chao's words, a smile gradually appeared on the little girl's face. She knew that Qin Chao was the big boss of the company and must have a lot of things to be busy with, and she was already very satisfied to be able to play together in the evening. That's fine. WeChat contacted Night O. Looking at the sweet smile on the little girl's face, Qin Chao was also infected by her. The corner of his mouth slightly grinned, revealing a sunny smile. Chapter 54. Li Health's face is like a death trap. 5 minutes later, Qin Chao was sitting in his black BMW. He first made a phone call to notify lawyer Wang Tian and asked him to go with him to Tianyi Trading to complete the handover of equity procedures. Then he dialed his long-legged wife Tian Jing's number. Soon the call was answered. Hey, hubby, Shizuku, are you at the company now? Yes, I'm resting in my seat. What's wrong? I'm fine. I'll give you a surprise later, Qin Chao said with a smile, selling the story. What surprise? Secretive. I'm waiting for your surprise. The long-legged wife's little head was a little puzzled, but out of her trust in Qin Chao, she didn't ask specifically, but in her heart, she still had some expectations for this surprise. You'll see in a minute. Bye-bye wife. Aha, bye hubby. Hanging up the phone, Qin Chao started the car and drove towards Rongtai Mansion. 10 minutes later, parking his car in the building's above-ground parking lot, Qin Chao walked towards the main entrance of the building. Just as he walked to the door, he saw that Wang Tian was already standing there in a suit waiting for him. Seeing Qin Chao's arrival, Wang Tian hurriedly welcomed him and said in a respectful tone, "Good afternoon, Mr. Qin." "Hello, Counselor Wang." Qin Chao shot him a glance and nodded at him. Wang Tian is still the last elite people dressed up. A black suit, with a pair of brown glasses, hair care meticulous, the whole person a streamlined and competent manner. "Come on, get up there." After saying that, Qin Chao directly stepped into the building, and Wang Tian lagged one position behind and followed closely. As the elevator stopped on the 20th floor, the pair stepped out. Just out of the elevator, the big logo of Tianyi Trade appeared. It's still a familiar scene, familiar style, familiar decor. Qin Chao's heart at this moment, however, did not have the slightest fluctuation. His face was expressionless. A high-cold stranger do not approach style. Today's him has long been no longer a Wu Xia Mang. In a moment he will ruthlessly whip the face of Li Health. Yuli in the day a trade in the front desk has been half a year. Although the salary is not high, only 4,000 out of the beginning of each month, but wins in the relaxed and happy. She is also satisfied with their work. At the moment, she was sitting in her seat, bored and swiping on Jitterbug. As the elevator opened, two men walked in the doorway of the company. The one walking in front of her looked familiar, but then again, she couldn't believe her eyes a little. Directly speaking, he inquired, "Qin Chao, is that you?" "Hello, Ray." Qin Chao returned a gentle smile. You've changed so much. I haven't seen you these days. How did you become so handsome?" Yuli was in awe. She had a sort of good relationship with Qin Chao before and often chatted and joked together. She remembered that Qin Chao was a bit slightly fat before, dressed and earthy. The whole person was not cultivated, and gave people not a good view. Only more than 10 days have not seen. The whole person has a new look. The features are straight and handsome. The jawline is clear. The face value has improved a lot. He was wearing that light blue suit, which was obviously of high class and worth a lot of money, judging from the fabric and handwork, coupled with his tall and robust figure, calm and collected temperament, a whole elite man's sense of vision. She was a little afraid to recognize him. Worked out and lost weight. How's that for instant results? Qin Chao joked with her with a light smile. It was so successful. I really can't even believe it's you. Yuli remained in awe, unable to stop herself. What brings you to the office today? I thought you left your job? Returning to her senses, Yuli asked with some curiosity. Before Qin Chao could open his mouth, Wang Tian, who was on the side, snatched his words. Mr. Qin has acquired 20% of your company's shares, and he's here today to handle the equity handover procedures, so please inform your president. Wang Tian's speech was not slow, but he spoke clearly and his voice was bright, so Yuli quickly understood. She was dumbstruck, her mouth open in disbelief. You acquired a stake in the company? As she walked inside, she turned back and continued to look at Qin Chao incredulously. Soon, a large number of former colleagues gathered around and came over, and the one who walked in the forefront was none other than Jiang Tian, the president of Tianyi Trading. Long-legged wife Tian Jing was also among the group. When she saw Qin Chao standing there in a light blue suit meticulously straightened, her whole body was a bit dumbfounded, and immediately showed a joyful look. Qin Chao had long since seen his long-legged wife and sent her a wink as he locked eyes with her. The few female co-workers around Tian Jing, who were full of shyness, thought that this wink was for themselves. Jiang Tian slowly walked in front of Qin Chao. He recognized Qin Chao, the previous newcomer to the company, who in the blink of an eye had become one of the major shareholders of the company with 20% of the equity, and had joined the board of directors. He took a deep breath to ease his shock and extended his hand to Qin Chao with a smile on his face. Welcome, Director Qin. Congratulations on becoming one of the shareholders and a member of the board of directors of Tianyi Trading. Standing next to Jiang Tian was none other than the director of the project department, Li Health, who recognized Qin Chao at the first moment. Then he was trembling and his eyes were very wide, and there was something inexplicably comical about the whole thing. He couldn't believe that the major shareholder who had acquired 20% of the company's equity, which he had only learned about this morning, was Qin Chao, the small employee who had previously been sidelined by him. It's over. It's over. Everything is over. Li Health's eyes were godless, and there was a dead silence inside. He knew that he had a tough time ahead of him, offending a company owner, or the kind that makes for a deadly feud. He doesn't know how he's going to survive in the company next. Hello, Mr. Jiang. I'm also very happy to be a shareholder of Tianyi Trading. After all, I've worked here for half a year. I have a deep affection for this place. Qin Chao reached out and shook hands with Jiang Tiansha, then shook hands with several department directors around him in turn, And when it came to Li Health, Qin Chao directly ignored him. Li Health's face became pale all of a sudden, and even a bit bloodless. He reads the meaning of Qin Chao. He will absolutely screw himself. Jiang Tian, the president on the side, saw this scene, but his expression didn't change and he directly ignored it. Even if he was the president, he wouldn't dare to arbitrarily offend a major shareholder and board member who held 20 shares of the company. He knew about the specific feud between Qin Chao and Li Health before in the group, but he didn't care about it at that time. After all, at that time, Qin Chao was just a minion who had just joined the company for half a year, and he would not put his sight on such a small person. And now, he wouldn't care. Li Health made his own death and suffered it. After Jiang Tian introduced Qin Chao's identity, the company staff behind him, each one of them was dumbfounded and whispered at once, "Wow, this handsome guy is Qin Chao. Am I right? The newbie who just turned up before? He's become one of the big bosses of our company and joined the board of directors. My God, he can't be the illegitimate son of some tycoon who came down to the earth to practice. Wow, he was a bit chubby before. Now he's so handsome. The whole thing is so stylish." Tianjing heard the whispers of several female co-workers on the sidelines, her face beaming with pride and pride. "This handsome man is my husband. Didn't even think of that. The new owner of the company is my husband. What kind of divine drama is this?" Thinking of this, Tianjing's eyes were flooded with autumn waves as she looked at Qin Chao with her eyebrows. "Xiao Jing, I remember, aren't you quite close to Qin Chao? He's so handsome and rich now. You have to seize the opportunity. This is your chance to cross the class." Sister Chiu, who was at the side, reminded Tianjing in a low voice. "She's the big sister of the company. She's in charge of all the company gossip." Previously, Qin Chao was very close to Tianjing in the company, and with her old-fashioned vision, she could tell that Qin Chao was fond of Tianjing at that time, only that he didn't dare to expose his heart because of his low self-esteem. Now Qin Chao directly reversed the trend and became the boss of the company. Tianjing is so beautiful, she just can set them up, so that Qin Chao will definitely remember her a good, and in the future she will have a backstage in the company. No one dares to mess with her. If Qin Chao knew this idea of hers, he would have to praise her. "You are still good. Aha." Tianjing's pretty face slightly blushed as she responded in a small voice. She didn't know how to talk to Sister Chiu, so she could only make a casual perfunctory remark. There was a burst of discussion in the company, and soon, President Jiang Tian spoke up. Please ask Dong Qin and Lawyer Wang to come into the office with me for a moment, and we'll hand over the relevant formalities." With that, he turned and headed for the office first. Qin Chao and Wang Tian followed closely behind, and as they passed by Li Health, Qin Chao glared at him with a fierce gaze and whispered in his ear, "You wait." After saying this, if nothing else, looking ahead, calmly walking forward, leaving Li Health, face as gray as death, body trembling. Chapter 55, Buying LV Bags. After completing the equity procedures, Qin Chao slowly paced out from the president's office, with Wang Tian respectfully following behind him. He turned his head around and looked around for a moment. The style of the company's environment remained the same as before. Nothing had changed. It became only him, Qin Chao, the man. Same place, different state of mind. From a conscientious small staff, transformed into one of the bosses of the company. Qin Chao's self-confidence at this moment is unprecedentedly strong. Before casually dominate their own performance of the department director, a turn of the eye into their own random kneading minions, eye for the knife and chopping board, Li Health for the fish and meat. Qin Chao does not intend to directly jack him. Li Health is the department director, already considered the middle and high level. Qin Chao also does not have this right to directly fire him. Qin Chao intends to find a chance to transfer him to a cold department first, then get rid of his department director position, let him be an ordinary staff, and then next give his top boss an order to find him trouble all day long, messing with his mentality, and treating him the same way as he is treated. For someone like Li Health, who had been in a leadership position like superintendent, this was more difficult for him than killing him. Qin Chao intends to torture him until he can't stand it and take the initiative to resign, so that Qin Chao's heart can be relieved of this bad breath. Qin Chao paced and walked slowly, and soon walked to Tianjing's workstation. Tianjing was at the moment looking intently at her computer, in the middle of her serious work. Thump, thump, thump. Qin Chao knocked lightly on her desk. Tianjing was instantly a bit puzzled, and when she looked up, her pretty eyes were instantly filled with joy. "Honey," Tianjing purred sweetly. Sister Chiu's workstation was next to Tianjing's, who had a good temperament and was very much to her liking. Plus, their workstations were next to each other, so the two of them usually got along very well and often chatted and joked together. From the moment Qin Chao slowly walked towards Tianjing, she had been surreptitiously sizing up Qin Chao out of the corner of her eye. Before the Qin Chao in the company at most counts a small transparent, wearing dress earth, face is also some slightly fat, a beggar look. But now, she had to admit that the tall, handsome, extraordinary and multi-golden Qin Chao was already the sealing male god in the hearts of countless women. She was also very puzzled in her heart. It was also only like 10 days. A person could completely metamorphose. It really felt incredible. When she heard the word husband from Tianjing's mouth, Xiao was dumbfounded and stupefied. Good you Tianjing. Together you have long been with Qin Chao, is it? Loss I still kindly. Sister Qiu's heart burst with slander. She was kind enough to remind Tianjing just now, but it turned out that they had been together for a long time, and even called their husbands, so she really ate carrots and didn't worry about it. Jing, how's this surprise? Do you like it? Qin Chao directly reached out and touched Tianjing's tender face. Smiling, hubby, I really didn't expect you to become a shareholder of the company, and I'm very happy, so I'll be able to see you more often from now on. Well, why don't you go ahead and work, and we'll have dinner together when you get off work. Aha, yes, Qin Chao is gone. Sister Qiu, who was on the side, immediately gathered around, and together with her there were some other female co-workers, whose hearts were filled with gossip. The male staff members, on the other hand, shook their heads and sighed with a look of despair. They needed to calm themselves down. Tianjing is the goddess of their Tiani trade. Beautiful, tall, convex and curvy. The male colleagues in the company basically have ideas about her. Before, everyone knew she was single and everyone thought in their hearts that they had a chance. But this is great. Everyone is hopeless. Xiaojing, when did you get together with Qin Chao? You didn't even tell me. Really not enough? Qiu asked with a sultry look. We've only just gotten together. That, Sister Qiu, I didn't mean it. I just didn't think of how to say it. Tianjing hurriedly explained. In the company, Sister Qiu was considered her good sister, and she kinda cared what Sister Qiu thought. Okay, then I'll forgive you for now. You've developed and got a golden son-in-law. Don't forget sis in the future. Just as she finished speaking, the other female staff members on the side, one by one, teased Tianjing. I'm so envious of you. Jing, wise eyes, looking at such a diamond in the rough in advance. Don't you guys realize that Qin Chao has become very handsome now? Tall and handsome. His temperament is extraordinary. Xiao Jing is really blessed. As the crowd laughed and poked fun at Tianjing, no one noticed that a female staff member on the far side clenched her teeth and looked very ugly. Wang Shui now remembers in her mind the night of the gathering at the Gathering of Fragrant House, when she and another female colleague, in the car, joked about Qin Chao and asked him if he had a girlfriend. During the period, the two of them shirked and joked with each other, making fun of Qin Chao. In fact, in their hearts, they fundamentally despised Qin Chao as a bumpkin. How long has it been? Qin Chao has already become a male god-level character, becoming a class that they could never reach in their lifetime. At this moment, Wang Shui's heart is filled with strong regret. She really wanted to not do that at that time, but to take the initiative to pursue Qin Chao, so that perhaps Qin Chao's girlfriend is not Tianjing, but their own. Wang Shui's face value and figure is a combined 5 points, while Tianjing's is a combined 9 points. After parting with lawyer Wang, Qin Chao drove back to his home in Haixing Tiancheng and locked the relevant positive equity documents into the safe. There's no way around it. These things are more precious. They can't be lost, and it's not safe to keep them in the car. Looking at the time, 17:05. It's still early. In the evening, I asked my long-legged wife to have dinner. Qin Chao remembered that the closing time of Tiani trade is 6 o'clock in the evening. 1 hour to go. What to do? Qin Chao muttered. I just realized that after being with Jing, I haven't even given her a gift. As a boyfriend, it's so wrong. Pop. Qin Chao gave himself a slap in the face. He felt that he really did a poor job in this aspect of getting along with his girlfriend. What should I buy? Qin Chao pondered for a while and had an idea in his mind. Girls should all like bags. I think, before I bought bags for my school wife. She is very happy, cannot lose sight of the other. Thinking of this, Qin Chao walked into the master bedroom's cloakroom, changed into a casual and decent outfit, and walked out of the house. He drove directly to the Wanxiang Center. As the upscale comprehensive commercial center of Haichang, this side was full of luxury stores. Qin Chao went straight to the LV store and finally bought a speedy 35 worth 14,000 yuan on the recommendation of the salesman. This is a multi-purpose bag with high utility, which can be used for work, traveling, and gym, and is perfect for a 172 tall royalty like Tianjing to carry. After buying the bag, Qin Chao bought another bouquet of 99 roses at the flower store on the roadside. After everything was completed, Qin Chao drove to Rongtai Mansion. This will be Tianjing is almost off duty. Qin Chao rushed to Rongtai building when the time is just 6 o'clock, parking the car in the parking lot. Qin Chao walked towards the entrance of the building with the flowers in one hand and the orange box with the LV logo in the other. Chapter 56, Too expensive. I can't take it. Qin Chao did not enter inside the Rongtai mansion. He stood outside the revolving glass door of the building, a conspicuous position to ensure that Tianjing could see him the first time she came out. At this moment it was the peak of the off-work period, and there was an endless stream of people coming and going in front of the building. Many urban elites walk in twos and threes, chatting and joking. Qin Chao stood straight there, tall and straight, with handsome features and extraordinary temperament, plus a high-grade LV leisure suit, instantly attracting the attention of many women. Wow, that guy is so handsome. What a great body, broad shoulders and narrow waist, my kind of guy. Then why don't you get up there and ask for a wee bit of cheek? Two girls passing by whispered about it as they walked. He had flowers and an LV gift box in his hand and was obviously waiting for his girlfriend. So let's just forget it. Noticing what Qin Chao was holding in his hands, the girl sighed and said with some disappointment, "What are you afraid of? You have a chance if you're not married. Come on, I'm looking at you." The girl's companion on the side egged her on, with an ill look at you expression. "What nonsense. Go go go." The duo quickened their pace and left. Scenes like this happened 3 times in no time. Qin Chao actually noticed it, but he didn't think anything of it. The girls' faces and bodies were so average that he couldn't even be sexually interested. After experiencing the baptism of Tianjing, Shen Schoolgirl and Lu Ruyan, a few high-quality specialties, Qin Chao's appetite was obviously spoiled. There is also a threshold to become a fish in his fish pond. At least the face and body should have a combined rating of 8.5 or above. Below 8, don't even look at it. Ding dash. Level 1 is here. Tianjing walked out of the elevator on Sister Chou's arm, followed by several female employees of Tianyi Trading. Wang Shui was clearly among them. Jing, aren't you going to have dinner with Mr. Qin Dong? Didn't he call you? Do you want to call and ask him? Sister Chiu asked with some curiosity. She wouldn't dare to call Qin Chao's name directly now. After all, Qin Chao's status was already different, and the shrewd one wouldn't make this kind of low-level mistake. No, forget it, I think he's busy with something. I'll just wait a bit. Although Tianjing was a bit strange in her heart, she didn't rush to call and urge, but chose to wait. Her personality is such that she is gentle, delicate, and understanding, and anyone who has spent time with her feels comfortable. You have such a great personality, beautiful person and sexy body. No wonder Qin Chao chased you down early. If I were to be put aside, I wouldn't let go of a superb girl like you. A bad smile spread across Sister Chou's face as she teased. Sister Chou, don't tease me. Tianjing spat and took Chou's arm and walked forward, her pace quickening a bit. Just as she stepped out of the front door, a face that was too familiar to be true surfaced in front of her eyes. Tall and straight, with an unassuming, handsome demeanor. Not only Tianjing, Sister Chiu on the side and several female employees of the company all saw Qin Chao at the first time. There are some people that are a sight to behold just standing there, and it's hard not to notice them. Not to mention that Qin Chao's hand was holding a large bouquet of roses and a large LV gift box. Tianjing let go of Sister Chou's arm and quickly walked to Qin Chao. Honey, why are you waiting for me downstairs? Her eyes showed joy, and a hint of excitement. Looking at his long-legged wife who was standing in front of him, the corner of Qin Chao's mouth rose, revealing a nice smile. Coming to get you. After saying that, he handed Tianjing the brightly colored and beautiful roses in his hand. For you, my Jing. In my heart you are as delicate and beautiful as a rose. Tianjing received the rose, her pretty eyes slightly moist. She was a little touched. Tianjing took a deep breath and stepped forward to give Qin Chao a kiss on his lips. Hubby, thank you, I love you. Wow, a kiss. There was an uproar from the back, with Sister Chiu screaming the loudest. It caused all the people around them to cast their eyes over, seeing a tall, shapely beauty kiss the handsome man in front of her. One by one, the male compatriots are sour in their hearts and cry out that there is no justice. How come that man is not me? Listening to the uproar from her co-workers, and surrounded by countless pairs of watching eyes, Tianjing's face suddenly turned a little red with shame, and she hurriedly picked up her handbag to shield her face. Out of sight is out of mind. As long as I am not embarrassed, it is others who are embarrassed. Tianjing silently comforted herself in her heart. Qin Chao's skin is so thick that he gently pulled up Tianjing's soft and delicate little hand and said greeting towards those female staff. Hello everyone. One by one, the female co-workers came up to greet Qin Chao. Hello, Qin Dong. Qin Dong is so lucky, taking the goddess of our company. Hello Qin Dong. Congratulations to Qin Dong for holding a beautiful woman. Jokes are jokes. The status gap is there. In front of Qin Chao, they don't dare to talk nonsense. They can only flirt slightly. Wang Shui, who was standing in the last row, was dripping blood in her heart as she watched the scene in front of her. Her hand was clenched tightly. Her torso trembled a little, causing the colleague beside her to wonder a little and ask with concern, "What's wrong with you? Are you uncomfortable somewhere?" "I'm fine." Wang Shui took a deep breath and said slowly after calming down. She knew exactly what she had missed out on in her life, and it was something she had worked her whole life to achieve. Qin Chao also saw Wang Shui in the back row. He nodded slightly toward her, and immediately afterward, waved his hand to the female staff. "Then we'll leave first. Bye. Bye-bye. Bye-bye Qin Dong. Bye-bye Xiao Jing. Bye-bye." After saying goodbye to the female colleagues of the company, Qin Chao pulled Tianjing towards the parking lot. Along the way, the two of them clasped their fingers and didn't let go. Tianjing even hummed a little song, in a very happy mood. When they reached the parking lot, Qin Chao unlocked the vehicle and the two of them sat in it. Qin Chao took the LV gift box in his hand and handed it to Tianjing. "Honey, a little gift for you. Open it and see if you like it." "Aha!" Tianjing nodded and slowly opened it with some anticipation in her heart. The lagoon the outside of the gift box. Of course, she recognized LV, a luxury brand from abroad. She didn't own a single piece of this kind of high-class luxury goods, and her salary couldn't afford this kind of stuff that could easily cost thousands or tens of thousands of dollars. Can't afford it, but there is no girl who can resist the temptation of high-grade luxuries, and Tianjing is no exception. Just like a man can't resist the seduction of a sexy woman, unless he's a eunuch. Tianjing carefully lifted the box, and a double-handled bag in a classic old-fashioned color caught her eye. She gently ran her hand up over the bag, as if she were caressing a child, fearing that she might hurt it if she wasn't careful. She was very familiar with this bag. Her roommate Lin Shui had a bag exactly like this one during her college days, only the one she had was A-OK, bought for a couple $100. For that matter, Lin Shui still treats it like a treasure all day long, lovingly and infrequently carrying it. Now that Qin Chao sent himself a real one, Tianjing's heart was a little complicated. "Thank you, husband, but it's too expensive for me to take." Although she liked it in her heart, Tianjing still refused. She didn't want Qin Chao to think that she was with him because of his money and status. Qin Chao looked straight at his long-legged wife, his eyes full of heartache. There are still women as stupid as her these days, and they are still so beautiful and fit. They are really traitorous luck. He slowly stroked her white and tender face, and said gently and sincerely, "Baby, you are my wife. I can share everything with you. Can you bear to reject a piece of your husband's heart for you?" Hearing these heartfelt words from Qin Chao, Tianjing froze, tangled her mind for a while, and figured it out. "Well, I'll take it, then. Thank you, husband. That's right, baby. Just remember, you have to accept everything I give you from now on, no matter how expensive it is." Qin Chao laughed and continued, "Your whole person is mine, and mine is yours. Could it be that you are willing to leave me?" "No, I want to be with you forever. I love you, husband." Tianjing's eyes were flooded with autumn waves. Slightly moved, jumped into Qin Chao's arms and tilted her head to ask for a kiss. Qin Chao cupped Tianjing's delicate face, and his lips printed on top of her full and plump red lips. Well, inside the car came the sound of their excited lips and tongues meeting, passionate and lingering. Chapter 57, Love is like climbing a mountain. After a period of lingering, Qin Chao drove Tianjing to the Pearl Plaza. Pearl Plaza is considered to be the top one of Haicheng eating and drinking. This side of the restaurant, hotel, snack street, very much, and loved by young people. The last time Qin Chao took schoolgirl Shen to dinner, the place was also here. "Jing, what do you want to eat tonight? Sichuan or Cantonese?" Qin Chao put one hand on the steering wheel while turning his head to look at his long-legged wife and inquired. Tianjing's fair and pretty face was still rendered with some redness at the moment, as if she hadn't yet regained her senses from the full 10 minutes of deep French kiss just now. "Ah, I'm all right. Why don't we go for a snack? It's been a while since I've eaten. I'm missing it a bit," she said with a smile, her whole body looking lively and angry, a bit very different from her usual temperament. "Okay, it just so happens that I have some cravings as well. Today, let's eat openly." Aha! Since this would be close to 7 p.m., there weren't a lot of cars on the road. 5 minutes later, the BMW arrived at Pearl Plaza. Parking the car in the mall's B2 parking lot, the duo walked towards the elevator entrance. Qin Chao pulled Tianjing's soft and delicate little hand and prepared to head to the B1 level of Pearl Plaza. Snack Street is on the negative floor of Pearl Plaza, and the whole floor is full of all kinds of snacks. Spicy hot pot, stinky tofu, grilled squid skewers, iced lemon tea, crispy pork, all handmade and freshly made. The main one is made to order to prevent pre-made products. It's also much more affordable compared to restaurants, often a couple dozen bucks for a very filling meal that tastes pretty good. Qin Chao had come here to eat a few times before, but he usually came alone in the evening after work. A bowl of egg fried rice, a serving of stinky tofu, and 2 Suzhou duck heads were the standard fare he had always ordered before. For just over 20 bucks, the food is satisfying and has a city vibe that's pretty nice. Ding! The elevator is here. The two of them walked out of the elevator, looking at the familiar food stalls around them, smelling the unique fireworks of the food street. Qin Chao gradually lost some of his concentration. Wow! I'm going to eat this. Honey! Tianjing pointed at the ice candy gourd in the glass cabinet of a stall aside and looked at Qin Chao with a delicate smile. She seemed particularly happy to be here, looking around with a wry smile and beautiful eyes, as if Qin Chao was also infected by her. He directly went up to pay. Buy. Let's buy whatever we want to eat. There are many types of icebergs, including strawberry, sunny rose, hawthorn, and blueberry. Qin Chao asked for a bunch of the same. Very few people buy so many bunches at once. The boss's eyes are a little smiling. After the ice candy gourds were packed, Qin Chao was in charge of taking them, and Tianjing drew out a string of strawberry ones from it, directly biting off one with her little mouth open and chewing it slowly. When she finished eating, her eyebrows arched with a look of contentment. It's so delicious, sweet and sour, with a great texture. Hubby, you have one too. After saying that, she extended the ice candy gourd to Qin Chao's mouth, and Qin Chao directly opened his bloody mouth to bite off 2 of them. You return my. Tianjing beamed her little mouth and looked at the only 2 strawberry candy canes left in her hand with a heartbroken expression, turning away and enjoying them alone, leaving Qin Chao in place with a bad smile. I'm not to blame for the big mouth. Wandering around in the negative layer, the 2 people bought a whole bunch of snacks. Qin Chao's hands are not going to be able to carry. Even Tianjing's hands are holding several plastic bags. Finding a spot against the wall, the pair sat down, ready to enjoy the day's dinner. Brightly colored grilled squid, crispy and deliciously crunchy pancetta, and red oily and clanky chicken. The 2 of them ate with pleasure and enjoyment. Restaurants have the quality of restaurants. Snacks have the flavor of snacks. Qin Chao knows this very well. I'm full. Hubby, I'll leave it to you next. Tianjing took out a wet wipe from her bag and wiped the oil stains around her lips with a satisfied look. She hadn't actually eaten much of anything, basically just one bite of the same, a taste, and then she was full. Qin Chao looked at the basically untouched food on the table, gulped, and was a bit speechless to his long-legged wife. These things are basically all bought by Tianjing. Together, they are all reserved for himself. This is to treat himself like a pig. I'll do my best. Qin Chao responded breathlessly. In the end, after eating only a few things, Qin Chao could no longer eat. The rest can only be packed and taken home. Waste is shameful. This reason, Qin Chao still deeply understand. Qin Chao drove Tianjing back to Haisheng Sky City. Tonight, his long-legged wife will not come home. And Qin Chao, who has been hungry for 2 days, is a little bit stupid inside. Looking at Tianjing's sexy and charming petite body, straight and slender long black silk legs, Qin Chao's inner small universe exploded. There was too much flood of energy in his body that needed to be released. Just after opening the black armored door and changing slippers at the entrance hall, Qin Chao directly hugged his long-legged wife from behind, kissing her softly on her neck and hair. Her hands roamed over her body, feeling the softness and delicacy coming from her fingertips. Tianjing was obviously a bit moved, her eyes tightly closed, feeling the burning breath behind her, her body slightly trembling. The little surprise Qin Chao gave her today made her whole body both happy and touched, and this emotion still has a lingering effect even now and has not stopped. Qin Chao first became one of the shareholders and bosses of Tianyi Trade, then picked her up from work at the entrance of Rongtai Mansion and sent her luxury goods worth a lot of money, and lastly, accompanied her to the snack street to eat as much as she wanted, which honestly didn't fit Qin Chao's status. But he was still happy to do so, and it all stemmed from his love for himself, which Tianjing knew very well in her heart. Thinking of this, Tianjing's whole body went soft. She only wanted to deeply exchange feelings with Qin Chao now, wanted to let out all the emotions in her heart for him, painfully, until she was exhausted. Honey, I love you so much. Love me. Tianjing's sweet voice reached Qin Chao's ears, and there was a hint of teasing in her sweet voice. Wait for me. Qin Chao obviously heard that hint of seduction. His breathing obviously thickened, and he opened his mouth with a fierce tone. You help me first. Qin Chao whispered in Tianjing's ear. Tianjing daintily glanced at Qin Chao, nodded, and slowly began to enjoy the taste of love. Love between a man and a woman is like climbing a mountain. Starting from the foot of the mountain, full of energy, the whole body with energy. At the moment the whole fast start climbing, without stopping. Halfway up the mountain, I was quite exhausted and slowed down, so I took a break while climbing. In the second half of the journey, the gas gradually recovered. Not far from the summit, continue to climb with full force. The speed is even far beyond the foot of the mountain when the start, until, climbing to the top, enjoying the beautiful and boundless view from the top. The whole person is like a dream, as if being between the clouds, the brain lack of oxygen. Tonight, Qin Chao and Tian Jing deeply understood this metaphor for love. Chapter 58 Sweet Canyon Double Road Trip with Zhu Yu. An hour later, long-legged wife Tian Jing fell into an exhausted sleep. Qin Chao was still in high spirits. He picked up his cell phone and looked at the time. 2100 hours. Suddenly remembered that during the day, he had promised Zhu Yu, the little pretty girl at the reception desk, that he would go home at night and play King's Honor with her. As a boss, you can't break an appointment with your subordinates. Qin Chao hurriedly opened WeChat, found Zhu Yu and sent a message to her. Qin, Xiao Shu, are you there? Buzz. Message returned in seconds. Bailey Shoyue, yes. Qin Dong. Bailey Shoyue, this WeChat ID is really worthy of her. Qin Chao secretly laughed in his heart. He knew that she had a hobby of playing Bailey Xiao. Who knew that her WeChat IDs were all about this? So he guessed that she was an internet-addicted girl. Qin Chao proceeded to send a message. Qin, I'm going home. Come on, get on the number. Pull me directly from the WeChat area. Flat Lake Subdivision. Building 2, 203. Zhu Yu was currently sitting on the sofa in the living room, her eyes glued to the screen of her cell phone. Buzz. The WeChat message tone sounded. Zhu Yu hurriedly clicked on the message, and after reading it, the whole person shrieked, her face overflowing with excitement and joy. Zhou Jiajia, her best friend by the side, was full of doubts as she scratched her head and asked curiously, what's the matter? What's all the fuss about? Zhu Yu hurriedly shared with her girlfriend, our company's Qin Dong, the one I told you about last time. The young handsome guy pulled me to play games with him. With another look of surprise, she continued, he's pigeonholed me 2 times, and I thought I'd get pigeonholed again tonight, but I didn't think he'd actually come to me. Young and rich typical diamond bachelor. You have to grasp this if you let you shell out on it, you will directly cross the class. Zhou Jejia's pretty face was a little surprised and slightly sour. How come she couldn't run into this kind of rich and good-looking handsome guy? Goo, what a bad life. After saying that she was a little curious about how this Diamond King handsome man looks like, she quickly asked, don't you have his WeChat? Let me see. How handsome does your boss look? Zhu Yu, who was on the side, clicked on Qin Chao's friend circle and handed his cell phone over. Hurry up. I have a game to play with him. I don't dare make the boss wait for me. I know. I'll just take a look. Zhou Jiajia took the phone and briefly scanned over the background of her friend's circle avatar, and her gaze inadvertently landed on the micro signal again. She felt some deja vu and couldn't remember. Returning the phone to Zhu Yu, Zhou Jiajia took out her own phone and opened WeChat. She pulled the chat screen all the way down to about 10 days ago, and an avatar exactly like the one she'd just seen came into view. She clicked on the tweets again, and it was still exactly the same. Her eyes instantly went very wide and her heart gave a thump. It was as if one had discovered some great secret. Ye's boss, Qin Dong, is the Qin Chao who approached him earlier to buy a car? The young man who was a little chubby at the time. I'll go. Zhou Jiajia's heart shook tremendously, feeling somewhat incredulous. At that time, I just thought that he might be a rich second generation with an average family, but I didn't realize that he was the big boss of Ye Company, the major shareholder of the company with a market value of $50 million. Listen to you said their boss occupies half of the equity. This, Zhou Jiajia only felt shocked and at the same time a little surprised in her heart. She still remembered that Qin Chao's gaze that surveyed her body at that time carried a hint of eagerness. If this is taken, I will change my fate from now on against the sky. Zhou Jiajia thought secretly in her heart. Her eyes flashed with a refined light. Her bright red flexible tongue licked her lips, and she secretly resolved in her heart that she must take the initiative and go all out to take down Qin Chao, and looked aside to concentrate on playing the game of girlfriends. Zhou Jiajia's heart silently said, I'm sorry. Yeah. This man, you cannot grasp. Sister to help you grasp together. We good girlfriends. Together. Zhu boarded the game and directly invited Qin Chao, who directly entered the room straight away, and the two of them entered the game after a 1-minute row. Zhu played the middle, Qin Chao played the field, and the two of them opened the happy voice double row. Bailey Shoyo, hurry over and help me. Opposite Liu Bei is coming against my field. Coming. Hold on threes. I'm almost there. Oh, it's coming fast. I'm dead and the wildlife is gone. Break it up. Looking at the 0 to 3 on the gray shield, the corner of Qin Chao's mouth twitched and he had an egg on his face. Actually, I don't blame Zhu. It's just that I'm a vegetable and can't beat Liu Bei. But the game is all about taking your own pot and dumping it on someone else to make yourself feel better. Qin Chao just made the same mistake that most of the dishes then would make, even though the party being dumped on was a dainty, pretty sweet girl. Qin Dong, I'm sorry, it's all my fault. I'll make sure that soldiers don't even come over directly to help you next time. Sweet and lovely female receptionist voice, some aggrieved, some timid, even to the back or a little choked. Ahem. Qin Chao's old face suddenly reddened, feeling that he had sinned greatly in his heart. It's so humiliating for someone who was a dainty sweet girl to mess around with dumping pots on others and making them cry. He quickly and gently consoled. It's not your fault, Xiao Zhu. I didn't play well either. Don't be sad. Let's cast this one first, and then play the next one. Aha, come on. So they just surrendered and moved on to start the next hand. This hand finally let Qin Chao to pull out on. Little Miss Zhu Yu had been supporting him all game long, giving him headshots and making him go straight to overdrive. Qin Chao's face is going to smile. Xiao Zhu, this is a good game. No need to specially make heads for me. While saying that, he used his big move to grab the head of the bloodied Sun Shangxiang in front of Zhu Yu, and pretended to apologize. I'm sorry, Xiao Zhu. I'm afraid that he won't be able to die. So next time, I'm sure to let the head go to you. Zhu Yu's face was a bit speechless. She felt that Qin Dong's persona in her heart was completely overturned. I did not expect Qin Dong to play the game so green tea. Zhu Yu belly aching in her heart? The time spent playing games always passes very quickly. Soon the time came to 11 p.m. Ending the game, Qin Chao was the first to speak. That's enough for tonight. Zhu, we'll continue tomorrow night. He actually wanted to continue to play, and the next few games he played were just the right time for him to get his head in the game. But he's got an early gym workout tomorrow morning, so forget it. The game is just entertainment. Fitness and self-discipline is fundamental. He must have a good body to deal with so many confidants with ease. Aha, okay, Dong Qin, have fun. Today, there's no need to call me Qin Dong. Still call me Brother Qin. Qin Chao corrected. Always feel that the sister called Qin Dong is very awkward. Call brother how good. Brother Qin, brother love, how nice. I know, Brother Qin. Have an early night, good night, Sister Zhu. After saying that, Qin Chao exited the game. Zhu Yu heard Qin Chao's last sentence, and at this moment, her fair pretty face was colored with a scarlet red. The heart was both shy and surprised. A guy like Qin Chao, who was a male god and her boss, was mega rich. To say that she was not moved in her heart would be a lie, but she was also self-aware and did not dare to show it. This sentence, little sister Zhu, made her feel that her relationship with Qin Chao had moved a step forward, and was no longer the relationship between the company's boss and staff, more like friends who could chat and banter. The corners of Zhu Yu's mouth rose slightly at the thought of this. Take your time. One day, it will go further. Zhu Yu secretly cheered in her heart. Chapter 59, Zhou Zhejia's Initiative. Watching Zhu Yu and Qin Chao end tonight's happy double row, Zhou Zhejia on the side had some hidden intentions in her heart. Yeah, it's late. I'm going back to my room to sleep. Good night. She hurriedly found an excuse to sneak back to her room and prepared for her first strike against Qin Chao. Okay, good night, Sister Jia. Innocent Zhu Yu, with a sweet smile on her face, like a simple white rabbit. Her heart didn't feel the impending backstabbing of her best friend in the slightest, and she still had a big grin. Of course, she didn't know that her best friend would know Qin Chao. Back in her room, Zhou Zhejia quickly took off her shoes and burrowed into her comforter that was filled with the scent of a mature woman. Putting the quilt over her head, Zhou Zhejia carefully took out her cell phone and clicked on the chat record with Qin Chao. Above is still the friend verification from the last time, and Qin Chao just added friends. I passed your friend verification request, and now we can start chatting. Since adding their friends, they hadn't chatted a single word, and Qin Chao seemed to have forgotten her as well, making Zhou Zhejia unable to help but have some doubts about her own charm. Thinking of this, Zhou Zhejia hurriedly turned on her cell phone's camera to take a selfie and aimed it at her face. On the screen of the cell phone, a white, veiled face with delicate, three-dimensional features appeared. It's quite nice. Why hasn't he sent me a single message? A flash of doubt surfaced on Zhou Zhejia's pretty face. After tangling in her mind for a while, she decided to strike first herself and try to find out if Qin Chao still had any impression on her. Slowly she tapped up on the screen, typed out a sentence, shook her head again, and deleted it. After a long time of brewing, she finally sent her first message. Tianhe District BMW 4 Shop, Zhou Zhejia. Hello, is it there, Mr. Qin? After sending it, Zhou Zhejia's heart was a little nervous, and the cell phone she was holding tightly was trembling slightly. She was wearing a white halter nightgown with very little fabric, and her entire body was sprawled out on the bed, her ample ferociousness squeezed into an oval shape. Buzz. The WeChat message sounded. She hurriedly clicked on the message. Qin, yes. MS. Chao. Seeing the words Miss Show, Zhou Zhejia's heart let out a breath. Fortunately, he at least remembered himself. Her eyes lit up and she sent the message quickly this time. Tianhe District BMW 4 Store Jojija, Mr. Sheen. Is this because you are in our store to buy a new car? Our store free to send you some decorations and small objects. Last time I was in a hurry and forgot to give you. You see if you have time to come to our store to take a look. To be honest, this reason was a bit lame, but it was as good an idea as Jojija could come up with in her little head. In fact, when Qin Chao brought the car last time, all the things that should be given to him were given to him. The reason why Jojija said that was because she was planning to spend her own money to buy some car perfumes, holders and other small items to give him. She needed to have a reason to meet up with Qin Chao first, and then she would invite him to have dinner or a cup of coffee in passing after the meeting. In short, it was important to make Qin Chao feel that this was a very normal meeting, nothing special. Soon after, Qin Chao replied, Qin, sure, then I'll go over there tomorrow morning after my workout. Around 10 a.m. Tianhe District BMW 4 Store Jojija, that's great. I'll wait for you at the store tomorrow. See you there. Good night. Qin, okay, good night. Ending the chat, Qin Chao scratched his head, somewhat puzzled. He remembered that he had already given himself some small gifts last time. So it was reasonable that he shouldn't give them again. Still, it wouldn't hurt to make the trip. Qin Chao thought of that beautiful female sales Jojejo again. That black silk uniform short skirt, the front and back figure. He still remembered in his mind. I'd forgotten about her myself, and hadn't even chatted a word since I'd friend her. Mainly that will be with Tianjing and the school flower to fight hot, and did not have the heart to think of other women. It can't be helped. One is surrounded by too many beautiful women. Qin Chao sighed slightly. Sometimes being too sexually happy is also a kind of trouble. Looked at the time, immediately 12 o'clock. Qin Chao ducked into the quilt, hugging the long legs wife's sexy body. Slowly sleep. The next day, 7 a.m. Qin Chao got up from the bed with a Harrier roll, put on his clothes, and looked at his long-legged wife who was still sleeping. Qin Chao probed his face and kissed her white and tender face. Honey, you get some more sleep before you go to work. I'm going to the gym. After getting a sleepy nod from Tianjing, Qin Chao went out of the house with a smile, walking on the tree-lined main road within the small area of Haixing Tiancheng, enjoying the fresh air in the morning. Qin Chao's mood was very cozy. He walked slowly and leisurely, stretching and moving his arms and legs from time to time. After all, he had put in hard labor that lasted an hour last night, although he was still swimming with ease at this point. However, his body still needed to be strengthened. After all, later on, the number of one's female friends will increase, and the number of exchanges of affection will also increase. How can one do without a very strong body? Even 100 refined steel is also afraid of soft fingers. Not to mention, these soft fingers one by one this beautiful sexy body and good. He has to make himself into 1,000 refined steel or even 10,000 refined steel is afraid in order to manage them. Soon, Qin Chao arrived at the parking lot. Unlock, get in, start, all in one go. Qin Chao drove his cool black BMW towards Jinli Gym. 15 minutes later, Qin Chao arrived at the Golden Power Gym. Just one day did not see Lu Ruyan. Qin Chao heart but the body sexy and seductive seems to be Korean comic heroine Lu Coach missed a little. The ancients said one day does not see like 3 autumns. He turned out to be 3 years did not see Lu Coach. No wonder some want her. After a simple greeting with the receptionist Li Jiaojiao, Qin Chao quickly walked to the VIP room located on the 3rd floor. Pushing open the door and walking in, Qin Chao's eyes instantly widened. Lu Ruyan, who was dressed in a white one-piece fitness outfit, was currently sitting quietly on the fitness equipment, her head lowered without knowing what she was thinking. Her eyes were slightly lost in thought, and her whole person seemed to have a bit more of a softer vibe. Not as strict as she usually was during training. Being in a seated position accentuated the voluptuous curves of her body. Full and firm breasts, delicate waist, sexy rounded buttocks and legs curve. The whole person is quite hot, full of a kind of seductive power that makes people's mouth dry, probably immersed deeper in his own thoughts. When Qin Chao pushed open the door and walked in, Ruyan Lu didn't react and still silently lowered her head. A bad smile appeared on Qin Chao's face. Up with a little mischievous thought, he gently tiptoed to her side and didn't make a sound. He slowly poked his head behind Ruyan Lu's ear and let out a gentle and magnetic voice. Ruyan, good morning. Ruyan Lu was startled for a moment and cried out. She hurriedly turned her head, but her eyes met Qin Chao's gentle and bright eyes. At this moment, both parties' pupils reflected each other's silhouettes, and Lu Ruyan's expression was instantly delighted, a bright smile appearing on her face. Brother Qin, you're here. Chapter 60. So, do you like it? It's me. Qin Chao smiled slightly and reached out to touch the tender face of Han Man's statured girlfriend. If the face value and body were scored separately, Lu Ruyan's face value Qin Chao could give it 85 points, and her body was undoubtedly a perfect score. So altogether, Lu Ruyan's score was 92.5 points. This is already considered a high score. After all, the reality is that a woman with a combined score of 80 is considered beautiful in the eyes of most people. Did you miss me? Qin Chao continued, with both a sincere inquiry and a derisive jab in his eyes. Lu Ruyan's pretty face suddenly blushed a little, although the two had sort of settled into a relationship the day before. Where in her past 20 years of life had she ever heard such blunt titillation? Moreover, Qin Chao's hand was still gently caressing her delicate and tender face. She was a bit unable to top it. There's some, she stammered in reply. Looking at Coach Lu's shy petite little girl look at the moment, Qin Chao's heart was secretly happy. I didn't realize that Ruyan Lu was still an innocent little girl. In terms of relationship experience, she's basically a blank slate. Qin Chao wanted to carve out his own shape on this white paper and then fill it up. After looking down and measuring Lu Ruyan's powerful body again, Qin Chao took a deep breath to ease his inner excitement. Another contrast. This is the second contrasting girlfriend after schoolgirl Shun. It's hard to imagine how much psychological stimulation a contrasting woman like Lu Ruyan will bring to herself when exchanging feelings. Qin Chao is afraid that he can't top it. At this rate, is it possible that I want to do a series like My Contrasting Girlfriends? Qin Chao asked in his heart. Retrieving his divergent thoughts, Qin Chao explained the reason why he didn't come yesterday. Although he had sent her a tweet to inform her the night before, he simply said that he had something to do and didn't inform the specific situation. Ahem. That, I went to interview employees yesterday, so I didn't have time to come. Interviewing employees? What does that mean? Ruyan Lu was a bit puzzled. It's just that I've started a new company that's about the internet clothing industry, and I went to interview a bunch of employees yesterday. So how did it turn out? Have you recruited any good employees? Lu Ruyan's eyes were a little joyful. Besides knowing that he was rich, she actually knew nothing about Qin Chao. This was the first time that Qin Chao took the initiative to talk to her about him. She was a little happy and couldn't wait to know more about Qin Chao. Very nice. I recruited a very impressive elite talent who graduated from a 985 university. Looking at the strong desire for knowledge in Han Man's girlfriend's eyes, Qin Chao also lifted his spirit and chattered away, sharing his work and life with her. She had previously been an e-commerce department manager at a major internet company and was very experienced and capable. I was really lucky that I was able to recruit her. She had a falling out with her previous company and resigned. Otherwise a newly opened company like mine would definitely not be able to accommodate such a big fish. Qin Chao's eyebrows fluttered and his speech was very fast. For some reason, he felt very energized to talk about these work topics with his personal trainer girlfriend. He didn't spit it out, although she didn't understand much, but looking at her face of admiration with little stars in her eyes, Qin Chao had a feeling of satisfaction that he couldn't help but feel. Wow, he's so great. Brother Qin, it's great that you found such a good employee. Lu Ruyan had a bright smile on her face. She was really happy for Qin Chao. As long as he was good, she was happy. After saying this, she seemed to think of something else and asked, is this employee a man or a woman? Female, and very pretty, with a very high-strung demeanor. Qin Chao was still chattering about his evaluation of Mu Shuetching, and did not feel the killing aura slowly permeating around him. So you like it? There was a hint of hidden threat and dissatisfaction in this voice, but Qin Chao, who was immersed in the desire to share, did not hear it. Of course I like it. Who wouldn't like such a good employee? After saying this, the surroundings suddenly quieted down, and Qin Chao said in his heart, it's broken. Turning his head to look at Lu Ruyan, he was immediately startled by the look in her eyes. Cold, icy, and somewhat fierce. This was the meaning Qin Chao read from Lu Ruyan's eyes. I'll go. That can be jealous too. Qin Chao hurriedly and sincerely explained. That, Ruyan, I don't mean anything else. I mean the boss's liking for his employees. Don't think too much. Girls are really troublesome. God pity me. I really didn't have a single thought between a man and a woman towards Mu Shuetching. Qin Chao cried out in his heart that he was wronged. Well, that would be for the best, if I knew. Looking at Qin Chao's sincere look, Lu Ruyan nodded, signaling that she believed it, but still opened her mouth to remind him. Don't worry, I have absolutely no thoughts about her. I promise. Qin Chao's eyes were serious, and his handsome face was permeated with a righteousness. He really didn't expect that Han Man's girlfriend was really a jealous person, so he would have to be smart in front of her in the future. If she found out about her other girlfriends, the shura broke out and it would be over. One doesn't want to lose this little white flower of contrasts who has the body of a Korean manga heroine but looks like a blank sheet of paper. Aha! So let's start today's strength training. Ruyan Lu's delicate eyebrows curved, and the corners of her mouth sketched out a smile of triumph. She knows how popular a young and golden boy like Qin Chao is with girls in the society. Even though she trusts Qin Chao very much in her heart, there are some things that she is not afraid of. so she warned Qin Chao in advance, so that he would not have any other ideas. She is not a good nature to deal with. Couldn't control the sultry women who pounced on her, but she could control her man. Besides, with a superb girlfriend like himself, Qin Chao wouldn't necessarily look at other women. After all, their own body their own most clear. Every time after the bath naked looking in the mirror, their own are a little bit unable to resist on the hands to feel. Not to mention men. Lu Ruyan could think of what kind of expression he would have when he stood naked in front of Qin Chao. Wait, there's something I haven't done yet. Qin Chao's voice reached Lu Ruyan's ears, causing her to be a bit puzzled at once. What is it? As soon as the words left her mouth, her pretty face was cupped and a blazing lip was printed on hers. Lu Ruyan's eyes suddenly widened as she foolishly looked at the handsome face in front of her that was close to her. The only thing that caught her eye was his tightly closed eyes and his nice eyebrows. After a minute of frozen silence, she too slowly closed her eyes and opened her moist lips to his exploration. Well, sounds of gulping slowly emanate from the quiet gym. Chapter 61 The Hunter and the Prey. 1 hour later, under the attentive guidance of his personal trainer girlfriend, Qin Chao went through intense strength training. At the moment he was drenched in sweat and his shirt was soaked, and he sat his butt right down on the yoga mat on the floor. I can't top it. I'm too tired. Qin Chao waved his hand while breathing heavily. Where is this going? Aren't you supposed to be working on your waist and abdominal endurance? Lu Ruyan glanced at him with her beautiful eyes, the corner of her mouth somewhat derisive. Qin Chao's face was slightly red and a little hot. After all, he had said this just a few days ago, and now he was having a face-slapping moment. He smiled sarcastically and said, Take your time. You can always raise your endurance by exercising slowly. He. Coach Ryu rolled his eyes and threw him a direct pinpoint blank stare. This blank stare paired with her sexy and plump body had a different kind of serene temptation, making Qin Chao's thoughts flip a little. Imagine both parties in a profound exchange of feelings. Han mannequin figure female personal trainer, while rolling her eyes and shouting, I'm going to die. How beautiful that scene would be. Thinking of this, the corner of Qin Chao's mouth sketched a smile. What are you thinking about? Smiling so lewdly? Lu Ruyan's clear voice interrupted his why, and Qin Chao instantly came back to his senses. Mother asterisk. What's wrong with yourself lately? Ever since I've exchanged feelings with my long-legged wife, I can't help but want to drive and seethe all the time. He was well aware that his relationship with Ruyan Lu was just starting out, and there was still a lot of room for improvement, and it hadn't gotten to the point where it was as good as glue. Hurriedly made a casual excuse. Nothing, just thought of something funny. Thief funny. Lu Ruyan gently glared at Qin Chao. Did not say anything? Men have some of their own little secrets. She did not want to ask more people annoyed. She stepped aside, opened the gym bag she brought with her, and took out a clear glass lunchbox and handed it to Qin Chao. Take it. I carefully made the fat loss meal in the morning. You have to eat all of it. Qin Chao reached out and picked it up, opening it. Wow! Corn, mixed grain rice, poached eggs, shrimp, nuts, quality carbohydrates, proteins, and fats complete a balanced and healthy nutrition. Qin Chao's eyes instantly glowed and he spoke with a smile. Thank you, wife. I'm not polite then. Guarantee the CD. Who's calling the wife? Hearing Qin Chao's address, Lu Ruyan's pretty face slightly reddened and retorted in a small voice. The term of endearment was still a little too blunt for her, and her face was plastered with shame, yet with a hint of sweetness. Of course it's the angel-faced, devil-bodied stunning beauty in front of me. Qin Chao's mouth was stuffed with food, and he still couldn't help but mouth flowery road. Eat yours, you can't gag on so much food. Lu Ruyan was a little angry, but the slightly upturned corners of her mouth betrayed her. It is clear that women eat this set, not to mention that it is still from the praise of the lover boy. A direct blitz. Fitness is over. After passionately kissing his personal trainer girlfriend goodbye, Qin Chao walked out of the gym. Look at the time. 9:30. Remembering that the appointment with the beautiful female saleswoman last night was at 10 o'clock, Qin Chao decided to send a message to inform her first. Qin, MS. Joe, I'm leaving for your store now. I'll be there in about 10 minutes. Soon the message was answered. Tianhe District BMW 4 store Joe Jija. Okay, Mr. Qin. You drive safely. I'll wait for you in the store. Putting away his cell phone, Qin Chao walked towards the parking lot. 15 minutes later, the black BMW 330 arrived at the BMW 4 store in Tianhe District. Pulling the car into a parking space on the side of the road, Qin Chao jumped out of the car and walked towards the store. Just as he walked to the door, a sexy and hot beauty greeted him with a smile. Who is it if not Zhou Jia? Her features were exquisite, and her shiny black hair was tied into a ponytail and held high. Her whole person looked elegant and competent. The top half of his body was dressed in a gray blazer with a white undershirt that was bulging and extremely eye-catching. The lower half of her body was a matching gray wraparound short skirt. Her plump thighs were tightly wrapped in black silk, and on her feet she stepped on a pair of pointy high heels, making her hips look unusually perky. Although the last time she came to pick up the car had already seen her sexy, but today Zhou Jia still gave Qin Chao a big surprise. Looking at her outfit today, Qin Chao's mind only came up with a very famous sentence. "You're so flirty." Just for the sensual stimulation she gave herself as a whole today, Qin Chao didn't mind having some kind of super friendship with her. "Hello Mr. Qin. Welcome." Standing face to face in front of Qin Chao, the gorgeous female salesperson politely nodded to him and opened her mouth to greet him with a smile. Looking at the handsome man in front of her, Zhou Jiajia's heart was very shocked at the moment. Is this person really the same Qin Chao from half a month ago? I still remember when he first came to pick up the car. His face was slightly fat, his eyes were dull, his stomach was slightly bulging, he was dressed in dirt, and the whole person looked very ordinary, belonging to the kind of people who can't be found when thrown into the crowd. As for the man in front of him, he was tall and straight, with a hard contour of face, clear jawline, eyes shining, and the whole person was dressed properly, with an outstanding temperament, which was definitely counted as a high-quality handsome man. It's hard to believe that this is the same person. "Hello, Ms. Chao." Qin Chao smiled gently, but his eyes couldn't help but fall on her chest. The white inner hitch was bulging, full and tantalizing. Qin Chao could not control his eyes a little, although he exchanged some feelings with his long-legged wife only last night. But Qin Chao is only 24 years old this year. Young people, it is the time of fire. Easy to be influenced is also normal. Women are sensitive to men's gazes. Zhou Jia easily noticed where Qin Chao's sight was. She didn't resist in any way, though, on the contrary, she slightly pushed out her chest and tucked in her stomach, making the white lining appear even more prominent and alluring. Leaving aside the face value, only on the economic strength, he is the big boss of the company where his best friend works. Young and rich, even if he is ugly, the women who want to pounce on him will never be less. Not to mention he's so handsome and stylish now, just like a piece of golden treasure. Basically women can't walk away when they see him. Zhou Jiajia's heart is very clear. A man like Qin Chao has to get down before it's too late, or else he will easily be cut off. When she thought of this, her eyes were brimming with autumn waves, flooded with a hint of charm, staring straight at Qin Chao, saying, "That, Mr. Qin, please wait for me for a little while. I forgot to make up for the small item I told you on WeChat last night. I'll go get it for you now." Yes. After saying those words, the gorgeous saleswoman turned around and walked towards the store. Qin Chao, on the other hand, kept his eyes on her sexy and moving back, under the black silk high-heeled uniform short skirt. With the steps, the sexy buttocks twisted rhythmically. Looking at Qin Chao for a while, his mouth was dry. Damn, that's a head-turner. Qin Chao exhaled a mouthful of turbid air and cursed. Soon, Zhou Jia returned, holding a bottle of perfume in two small holders. This is the Diptyque Skin Flower fragrance we were given at the store. It has a musky base, soft and light, gentle and supple. I think it suits you perfectly. Zhou Jia handed the perfume to Qin Chao while explaining to him in detail. In fact, this is her before in the counter to buy. Spent more than 1,500 yuan. They have not been reluctant to use, but to give Qin Chao she does not hurt at all. As long as he took him down, they will have what they want in the future. In fact, it is not that she worships gold, mainly because she is 28 years old this year, and after so many years of fighting in society, she has been beaten by reality many times. She understands too well how cruel the reality is. This society is just not fair to the poor. If you have money, you are great. Her beauty and figure were her backbone, and there were many men who offered to adopt her, but they were all in their 40s and 50s, and there were even old men in their 60s, all with big bellies, bald heads and beer bellies. For this kind of uncle and grandpa, she was really a bit disgusted and rejected them all. Despite being a bit of a gold digger and wanting to fall for a rich man, Zhou Jia didn't want to condemn herself, so she kept herself clean and didn't have a man all these years. Now that a high-quality male god like Qin Chao appeared in her field of vision, she would never let go of this one-step opportunity to reach heaven. Really, this perfume is quite expensive. Right, your store sends such a good perfume, ah? Qin Chao took the perfume, and by the way, he took his cell phone to check the brand, and found that this perfume was priced as high as 1,500, and it was definitely considered a high-end perfume. He had some doubts in his mind and directly opened his mouth to ask, that. Qin Chao's question caused Zhou Jia to be a bit speechless for a moment, and her brain turned rapidly, preparing to think of a good excuse to cope with it. This expression of the beautiful saleswoman made Qin Chao secretly have a guess in his heart. Did she give it to me? Why did she give me such an expensive perfume? Could it be that? See me as rich and handsome? Qin Chao estimated that 8 or 9 was not too far away. Now he can be said to be a real highflyer, and has a great attraction to women. Just look at his several beautiful girlfriends. But it's not like she'd seen me before she messaged me last night, so her impression of me would still be from the time she got in the car half a month ago, when I was still a bit chubby and not exactly good looking. I don't suppose? Qin Chao stroked his chin. This was sort of what he couldn't figure out the most. He would never have thought that Zhou Jieji would be Zhu Yu's best friend. Forget it, don't think about it. Soldier up. Water down. Qin Chao made a decision. The Zhou Jieji one was also his favorite type. Of course, he was not referring to the personality but the body. A few of his other girlfriends, Tian Jing, Shen Schoolgirl, and Lu Ruyan, all looked a bit young compared to her. They were still relatively green and yet to be developed. Zhou Jieji a body, with a mature womanhood they do not have. Typical of the city-like mature woman style, which is a taste he has not seen. He is a little curious and want to try. It's the one the owner bought more of earlier, and I thought it would suit you, so I brought it over. Zhou Jieji let out a long breath and finally came up with a suitable reason, admiring herself for her resourcefulness. That's really appreciated. Thank your boss for me. And of course, thank you. Now that I've got it, I'll leave if there's nothing else. Qin Chao pretended to propose to leave, but actually wanted to test the reaction of the beautiful female sales. A skillful hunter always appears in the form of prey. A saying that Qin Chao understood somewhat. If she really was just giving away a perfume, then she was overthinking it. If she really did have something else in mind for her, then she shouldn't have let herself go so easily. After saying his words, Qin Chao turned around and walked towards the door, but his steps were slow, as if he was waiting for her. As he walked, he counted silently on his lips. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 2. Finally, as he counted to 1, a clear voice came from behind him. Mr. Qin, wait. Hearing this wait, Qin Chao's eyes immediately lit up, and the corner of his mouth slowly sketched an arc upwards. Prey, hooked. He adjusted his facial expression and slowly turned around with some confusion on his face. What's wrong? MS. Zhou, yes. Well, I'd like to take you to lunch, and I was wondering if you could do me the honor? Zhou Jieji blushed slightly and spoke with forced composure. She never expected that Qin Chao would pick up his things and leave without stopping at all. There's really no other reason to get involved anymore. People have picked up their cars and taken their stuff, so they have to be explicitly licensed. There was some anticipation and some fear in her heart. If she was rejected, she really didn't know what to do. She really didn't want to give up a quality and gold man like Qin Chao. This was considered the first time she had offered to invite a man to dinner, and with her face and body, it had never been the only time a man had invited her to dinner in the past. Yeah, just as well I'm hungry. Qin Chao stared straight at the beautiful saleswoman and said with a smile. There is a strange feeling in his body. Never only he is a hunter to tease the woman, now when the prey is teased by the woman. Not to mention, the feeling of being the prey is really not bad. Despite knowing that Zhou Jieji probably coveted his face and money, he was willing to do it. A beautiful woman of this caliber, who treats you as prey and teases you, does she covet your ugliness and your poverty? Don't be naive. It's all just a beggar's ego fantasy. This is an era of face and wallet. Qin Chao thought deeply. Of course, he was the final hunter. He also figured Zhou Jieji's beauty. He wanted to exchange feelings and learn knowledge with this sexy body. Feminine and beautiful female sales. Well then, wait for me. I'll go ask the manager for a vacation. Zhou Jieji's face flushed and she said with great excitement. He really promised me. Ha ha ha. At this moment, all the uneasiness she had just felt was gone, and only happiness and excitement filled her heart. Soon. Her eyebrows arched and she smiled like a flower as she trotted toward the manager's office inside the store. Chapter 62, Brother Qin Chao. 3 minutes later, the gorgeous saleswoman walked out of the manager's office. Let's go, Mr. Qin. I took a day off directly from the manager, so I don't even have to work today. She stepped on her black silk high heels and walked in front of Qin Chao with a sweet and charming smile on her face. Okay, you don't have to keep calling me Mr. Qin. It seems too raw. Just call me Qin Chao directly. Hearing these words, Zhou Jieji gently pursed her lips to hide her inner excitement. It's clear that this is a good start and that the relationship between the two is deepening. She raised her hand, lifting a mischievous strand of hair from her forehead behind her ear, and opened her mouth a little embarrassed. Would it not be good to call directly by name? I'm a few years older than you. Can I call you Qin Chao's younger brother? Zhou Jieji actually had her caution in asking this. She was already a few years older than Qin Chao, and it was too impolite to directly address Qin Chao by his name. Furthermore, their relationship has not reached this point. Calling Qin Chao's younger brother is both affectionate and polite, and it can also test Qin Chao's heart, judging whether he has any good feelings for himself through his answer. This was simply a ploy to kill two birds with one stone. Zhou Zhejia's heart couldn't help but give herself a thumbs up. Of course you can. I'd just love to have a pretty sister like you, Qin Chao said with a smile, his eyes flashing with a meaningful light. The prey couldn't help herself and started to make a move, so of course she had to play along with her performance. Qin Chao snickered inwardly. He was like a cunning fox at the moment, setting a trap for a colorful broodhen to deliver itself to his mouth step by step. When the time came, he simply ate it in one bite and enjoyed this tantalizing delicacy. Really? I've always wanted a handsome brother like you too? I couldn't be happier. The expression on Zhou Zhejia's face was so vivid that her delicate features were dancing as if she was cheering for her to have such a brother. Of course, my good sister. Qin Chao deliberately adjusted his voice, and his voice was both gentle and magnetic when he said this. He. Zhou Zhejia's eyebrows curved in a beautiful way, and the whole person giggled a little. She didn't expect Qin Chao to be so good at getting along with her, and called her good sister so quickly. It was progressing beyond even her expectations, and the happiness was justified and the smile was heartfelt. Alright, brother Qin Chao, let's set off then. I know a very good store around. Let's eat there at noon. Zhou Zhejia enthusiastically suggested that she was familiar with the area, and it was only right that she should be the host. That's fine. Then I'm quietly looking forward to seeing how nice he is. Qin Chao laughed and said, finishing with one more question. It's not far. If it's far I'll drive there. It's not far. We're just a few minutes walk away. Come on, brother, come with me. Let's go. The gorgeous saleswoman took the lead and stepped forward. Between the steps, the legs tightly wrapped in black silk were alternately marching, and a pair of white jade hands were also slightly swinging. The charming back was full of the flavor of a mature woman. Beautiful female sales, urban-like mature woman. Charm is really not ordinary. Qin Chao secretly sighed in his heart. He clasped his hands to his chest and followed her nonchalantly, his eyes looking up and down her back the whole time. Qin Chao's line of sight was mainly on her arse. When she walked, the roundness wrapped in the black silk hip skirt twisted and turned in a rhythmic way. Very eye-catching. Qin Chao has even fantasized many times in his mind. What kind of scenery will be when he lifts up this skirt? How tempting would it be? He made a secret resolution in his mind that he would have to fulfill this fantasy today. 10 minutes later, the duo arrived in front of a small restaurant. Qin Chao looked up at the restaurant's signboard. Sister Wan's Small Fry. Very ordinary fly tavern with an ordinary name and even a bit of poor selling. Qin Chao's heart was a little disappointed. In his opinion, what can be good about the dishes fried in this kind of small store? Despite some disappointment in his heart, Qin Chao's face did not have any expression. This point of human feelings he still understood. Sister Wang, I'm coming. Dinner for two. As soon as she entered, Zhou Zhejia shouted, her voice clear and bright. I can tell by her self-conscious look that she comes here to eat often. She found a table and greeted Qin Chao and sat down together. The boss's wife, who was washing dishes in the back kitchen, heard her shout and was startled. Getting up in a hurry, with a pen and small notebook in her hand, she walked quickly over to their table. Yo, Ms. Chao, it's you. Welcome. Seeing Zhou Zhejia's pretty face, the boss's wife's face was filled with a warm smile. This Miss Zhou often come to her store to eat. She is beautiful. Good figure. Every time she comes to eat here can attract a lot of men to follow the restaurant to eat. It's turned her business around. It's almost a sign for the restaurant. Of course the boss's wife was happy to see her come. And this handsome man beside you is? Seeing Qin Chao on the side of Zhou Zhejia, the boss's wife was a bit puzzled and asked. After all, she had never come to dinner alone in the past, and today was the first time she had brought a man to dinner. Hello boss lady, I'm her brother. My last name is Qin. Before the beautiful saleswoman could open her mouth, Qin Chao grabbed the answer first. Her last name is Zhou. Your last name is Qin? The boss's wife scratched her head, a little confused. Hearing Qin Chao's answer, Zhou Zhejia's eyebrows arched and she looked very happy. Her eyes rolled and she spoke with a bad smile. It's like this. He's my boyfriend. Only he's younger than me and usually likes to call me sister. Oh, that's right. Your boyfriend is very handsome. You two are a perfect match. Handsome man and beautiful woman. The boss's wife suddenly realized. She said, different surnames how can be sister and brother? It turns out to be a male and female friend. Hoping to be a part of their play? Young people can be a lot of fun. Hearing the beautiful female sales blatantly flirting with herself, Qin Chao's eyes widened, somewhat startled. I didn't expect this prey to be quite bold enough to play such a trick. Today I'll let you know the consequences of playing such tricks. I'll let you not be able to get out of bed tomorrow. Qin Chao thought viciously in his heart. So, what do you guys want to eat? The boss's wife has spoken. She does not want to continue to be a light bulb in the way. hurry to finish ordering away. This sour and smelly romance of young people was a little too much for her. Men and women were subtle and shy in her day. Not at all like the young people of today. The world is going downhill. The boss's wife sighed in her heart. Well, let's have some fried cashews, scrambled eggs with leeks, spicy oil-soaked fish, and a big braised turtle. Joe Judge's small white hand waved and placed the order neatly. Okay, wait. The boss's wife cheerfully wrote the names of 4 dishes in her book and bundled into the kitchen. Chapter 63, Forced Kiss. After the boss's wife left, the two's gazes instantly locked focus. Oops. I'm really sorry, brother. I just casually said you were my boyfriend. I didn't mean it. You won't be mad, will you? Joe Jia apologized on her mouth, but her beautiful eyes looking at Qin Chao were full of playfulness, and there was a hint of teasing flickering in her eyes. As the saying goes, a man chasing a woman is separated by a mountain, and a woman chasing a man is separated by a veil. And Joe Jia thought it deeply. She believes that with her looks and figure, and the womanly odor that she exudes, and she also takes the initiative, there should be no problem to take down a year-old little brother like Qin Chao. How come? I don't mind. Qin Chao looked indifferent and smiled, not reacting too much, as if he didn't comprehend the teasing in her eyes. Actually, no. At the moment, his mind was roaring loudly. Fried cashew flour, leek scrambled egg, bastard soup, all this kind of great tonic dishes. Looking down on who? You wait for me. I'll make you look good in a while. Not mad then. Joe Judge's delicate face revealed an expression of disappointment, and her tone was not as lively and spirited as it had been a moment ago. Instead it was a bit light. She also thought that Qin Chao playing this game of sister-brother name calling with her was sort of a hint of ambiguity between them already. He was about to step up his efforts and proceed to tease Qin Chao, but it turned out that he didn't seem to have too much heart for himself. His tone was flat and his look was bland. Even the few dishes that he had deliberately ordered with great tonic, it was as if he didn't notice it, and there wasn't any doubt at all. It was a bit of a big disappointment and her whole being was a bit discouraged. At this moment, the surroundings suddenly quieted down, and neither of them spoke, each immersed in their own thoughts. Not long after, the food came. The dishes are ready. Please enjoy your meal. The boss's wife smiled so brightly that she brought up the food and walked away as quickly as she could. Joke. She didn't want to be a light bulb between the young couple anymore, or a part of their play. Hurry up and eat. The flavor of Sister Wang's fried food is really good. Try it. The gorgeous saleswoman was the first to break the silence and spoke with a smile. So little tribulations want to defeat me, Zhong Jia. Impossible. Joe Jia inwardly cheered herself up. Good. Qin Chao picked up his chopsticks and picked up a piece of cashew flour and put it into his mouth. Tender, Q-tip, crisp, and somewhat surprisingly delicious. He chucked another piece of fish in oil. Soft and bouncy, spicy and fresh, also delicious. It's really good. Quite tasty. Qin Chao exclaimed from the bottom of his heart as his face was struck hard. He had thought that this ordinary little store wouldn't taste good, but he didn't expect it to really teach him a lesson. A lot of things cannot be judged from the surface. You have to see its connotation to draw conclusions. Qin Chao understood this truth in his heart. Yes, it's delicious, isn't it? I have a good eye, don't I? Seeing the satisfied look on Qin Chao's face and hearing the words of praise from his mouth, Joe Judge's face was a bit proud. She leaned forward, rather like a king's wife selling herself, looking like a lively little girl, somewhat at odds with her previous image. Could be. Qin Chao just faintly responded, then continued to eat with a big mouthful, completely in the posture of a dry rice man. The beautiful saleswoman's face instantly pulled down again, secretly muttering in her heart, what stinking brother, can't even see such an obvious seduction. It can't be no, right? If Qin Chao knew what was in her mind at this moment, he would probably storm out and then teach her a hard lesson to let her know why flowers are so red. Soon, the two finished their meal. Joe Jia went to pay the bill. Qin Chao did not grab the bill. These dishes are just over 100 yuan, not a few dollars, not to mention, he is now the prey. How can he take the initiative to jump the hunter? Brother, let's go. Back to the store. The beautiful saleswoman lowered her head and said somewhat dejectedly. Her 2 waves of straightforward attacks were both ignored by Qin Chao. She was a little unstable in her Dao heart at the moment, and she was ready to go back to the store to continue to study other methods. Anyway, after adding his WeChat, the big deal is that I will often find him to chat and ask him to eat. I don't believe that I can't tease him. Joe Jia silently planned in her heart. Okay, go. Qin Chao smiled and didn't say anything more. He saw the beautiful female sales some discouragement. The appetite is almost enough to hang. A moment to let her see his revenge. Revenge from a high-end hunter who vowed to keep her out of bed. 10 minutes later, the duo returned to the Force store. Saying bye-bye, Joe Jia slowly walked towards the store with her head down. Qin Chao, on the other hand, pulled open the door of his black BMW and sat on it. Sitting in his car, he watched the wolfish figure of his prey. A wicked smile appeared on Qin Chao's face. He took out his cell phone, opened WeChat and sent a message. Qin, want to come over to my place now? There's a cat at my house that does backflips. Wanna see? I'll wait for you in the car. Zhou Jiajia walked into the store, and was currently sitting on a chair with her hands folded and her face lying between her hands. Her eyes were lifeless and stagnant. She just couldn't figure out why he didn't respond to her teasing and seduction. Are you not pretty? Not in good shape? Not sexy? Buzz. Suddenly, the WeChat alert tone sounded. She was a little confused and took a moment to respond before realizing that someone had tweeted her. Slowly picking up his cell phone, he tapped the screen and it was from Qin. Her eyes lit up and widened considerably. Hurriedly, he unlocked the screen and opened the message. The message sent by Qin Chao floated directly in front of her eyes. She rubbed her eyes incredulously, and after realizing that the screen hadn't changed, her heart pounded violently. The great joy instantly washed away the negativity in her body, and her entire body jumped straight up from the chair, waving her fists in excitement. She hurriedly stepped into her heels, took a step, and ran outside. Since she couldn't run fast in her high heels, she stopped halfway and took them off, her feet wrapped only in a layer of black silk, and took one step at a time to the black BMW. Looking at the handsome youth in the driver's seat, her eyebrows arched and a sweet, happy smile bloomed on her face. Qin Chao is now looking at the beautiful female sales with a teasing face, and he is a little smug in his heart. He was the final hunter. The prey was in his mouth, just waiting to be enjoyed. Click. The passenger doors opened and Zhou Jiajia sat in. Qin Chao turned his head and just when he wanted to open his mouth, two wet and sexy lips printed on his lips. Wild, passionate, greedy and full of desire. Forcibly kissed. That was Qin Chao's last thought. Chapter 64, The System's Mainline Mission. 20 minutes later. Haisheng Tiancheng Neighborhood. Building 2. Room 2001. Qin Dynasty Luxury in a large bungalow. The black solemn armored double doors were slowly pushed open, and the duo of Qin Chao and Zhou Jiajia walked in one after the other. Without too many words, the eyes of both parties touched, and the eyes pulled straight up. The beautiful saleswoman's eyes are not on this luxurious flat. Her beautiful eyes are looking at Qin Chao as if saying, "Officer, come on." Qin Chao had wanted to eat this tempting prey in one bite since a while ago, and at this moment, being provoked by Zhou Jiajia, he couldn't help it at once. "I won't be called Qin Chao until you can't get out of bed today." He stepped forward and cupped the gorgeous saleswoman's delicate face with both hands, and his blazing lips kissed it directly, excited and open. Zhou Jiajia was also deeply immersed in this passionate French kiss at the moment, her eyes flowing, deeply enamored with the blowing and pulling between her lips and tongue with Qin Chao, her heart filled with joy, like drinking a cup of iced tea on a hot summer day. Her whole body had an indescribable feeling of unrestrained pleasure. As they kissed, the two of them were hot and increasingly unsatisfied with the moment. Qin Chao's hand was directly placed on top of the black silk leg of the beautiful saleswoman, rubbing it to his heart's content, feeling its tenderness and softness. Immediately afterward, it wandered all over Zhou Jiajia's body, like a brush writing and drawing to its heart's content on a blank piece of paper, the brush walking and the dragons flying. When he was going up and down, Qin Chao's eyes were also observing the color of Zhou Jiajia's face. If there was some displeasure or resistance on her face, Qin Chao would stop even if he was excited. After all, he would not want to force women to do things against their will. However, when Qin Chao sensed that the beautiful female salesman did not reject his behavior and even cooperated somewhat, a flush surfaced on his face, which was a sign of extreme exuberance and excitement. He directly copied Zhou Jiajia and picked her up in a princess carry, heading towards the spacious master bedroom of the large flat floor. Soon, a soft moan came from the wide, bright bedroom, accompanied by violent gasps for a long time. Ding! Detection of the host's first defeat of a high-quality woman other than a girlfriend in a confirmed relationship is considered a successful indulgence. The score of this indulgence is 8 points, rewarding a powerful kidney tonic, Kidney Treasure 1 bottle, and accidentally triggering the mainline mission of the indulgence system. Kidney Treasure, men must have the magic weapon, with which both the golden gun cannot fall. A bottle of refreshing 2 bottles never fatigue 3 bottles of immortality, can be superimposed. Main quest, for every high-quality woman that the host conquers and develops them into her confidant, girlfriend, lover, she will receive an ordinary blind box treasure chest, which can be opened by silently chanting open in her heart. Blind box treasure chest, open it to get 1 random item, including and not limited to money, equity, medicine, home, vehicle, etc. Treasure chests acquired before now. 4. Treasure chests can be opened. 4. Treasure chests can be synthesized. And 3 normal treasure chests can be synthesized into 1 high-level treasure chest. 1.5 hours later. On the high-grade soft Simmons bed, the beautiful female saleswoman Jo Jeja was currently flushed with a strange redness all over her body, panting slightly. Her eyes were half closed, a look of satisfaction on her face, as if she was still reminiscing about the passion she had just experienced. She'd had boyfriends before when she was studying, and she'd had times when she'd exchanged feelings with them, and hadn't been a pure little white flower who didn't know anything about anything. In the BMW 4 store as a sales for the past few years, but also often with colleagues to talk about this aspect of the day, joking and so on, so she is very clear. Xin Chao exactly how powerful. The previous boyfriend compared to him is simply a war 5 dregs. No matter which aspect, completely not a level. Jo Jeja silently spat after comparing them in her heart. Xin Chao's eyes were not on Jo Jeja. At the moment, he was concentrating his mind on the system's mainline quest. Just now, when he was exchanging feelings with the beautiful saleswoman, he heard the ding in his head, the sound of the system triggering. However, at that time, he did not have the time to check it out, busy with his business, and only now did he have the time to check out the changes in the system. The main quest is to develop a confidant, that is, to make a girlfriend, or a lover. This is good. I just don't know what this treasure chest can open. Is it the same as the system's rewards? Xin Chao thought silently in his heart. What's the use of thinking? Might as well just practice. Xin Chao hurriedly recited open blind box treasure chest in his mind. Soon after, the cold electronic voice of the system came in his head. Congratulations! You have opened an ordinary blind box treasure chest and gained $1 million in cash. $1 million? Xin Chao was a little bit surprised. This is not less, and it is only the lowest ordinary treasure chest. What if it's an advanced treasure chest? Xin Chao's heart was a little tickled. He has 4 treasure chests, which must be 4 females related to himself from a red herring perspective. His own 3 girlfriends and the saleswoman Jo Jeja just now. In other words, a woman who has established a relationship or with whom one has exchanged feelings is considered one's confidant. So if I go out and get a massage from a different technician, I wonder if that counts? Xin Chao silently thought in his head. If he can fight words, this system of wool he gathers. No, please don't be delusional. You have to have a mutual relationship to be considered a confidant. The system's cold voice ruthlessly interrupted the thoughts in Xin Chao's mind. Well, I'll just think about it. System, don't think about it too much. Xin Chao smiled back, a little embarrassed. Mother This system knows everything. Xin Chao suddenly felt something wrong. Feelings? I don't think I should count myself and Jo Jeja as having feelings for each other, right? Then why does she count? Xin Chao scratched his head, a little puzzled. Given the host's heroic play in exchanging feelings, Jo Jeja has counted her love roots towards you for now, so it counts within the confidants as well. Hearing the system's explanation, Xin Chao's eyes glazed over. I see. I'm too strong, and found the only direct access to her inner depths. Eileen Chang honestly did not deceive me. Buzz. Suddenly, the cell phone next to the bed suddenly vibrated. Xin Chao hurriedly picked up his cell phone and unlocked the screen. It was a message that the bank card had arrived. Looking at the 7-digit number starting with 3 on the bank card balance, Xin Chao's face showed a big smile. It's $3 million. It's energizing. Thinking of this, Xin Chao hastily synthesized the 3 treasure chests into a high-level treasure chest. He would like to see what he could open out of this high-level treasure chest. Silently chanting open in his heart, Xin Chao closed his eyes tightly. The system's voice came from inside the head, so that didn't help. Soon, the cold mechanical voice of the system reached Xin Chao's heart. Congratulations to the host for opening a high-level treasure chest and obtaining a set of 700 square meter villa in Imperial Bay. Note, the system has been handed over to show that the villa all formalities have been completed. The host directly to the Imperial Bay Property Department to collect can be. The property fee has been delivered 10 years. Chapter 65. What do you take me for? I'll go. Villa. 700 SQ. FT. Empire Bay. Xin Chao was dumbfounded. This high-level treasure chest. It's too powerful. Of course, Xin Chao has heard of Daijingwan. As the most famous villa area in Haicheng, Daijingwan is the No.1 in Haicheng, both in terms of environment and price. It sells for as much as $50,000 per square meter. What's the concept? It's amazing that the price of a second-tier city can exceed $50,000 per square foot, which is already more than the price of most first-tier cities. Basically, the residents inside God's View Bay are all powerful and influential people in the business world of Haicheng, and it is very difficult for ordinary people to buy it even if they have money. Xin Chao took a deep breath and slowly came back to his senses. It's just a little too unbelievable. Normal treasure chests open for $1 million, and premium treasure chests surprisingly open properties worth more than $40 million. The difference between that and the other is simply too great. As long as 3 normal can be synthesized into a high-level treasure chest, Qin Chao's heart instantly caught fire. He had to hurry up and complete the mainline quest before he could do so. He silently CPU'd himself in his heart. This is a quest required by the system, so I can't be blamed for it. I don't want so many confidants either. When Qin Chao was still immersed in his thoughts and could not extricate himself, the beautiful female sales who had rested for a while slowly sat up from the bed. After all, she is not a rookie, although she has been single for a long time, but she usually did not have a lot of DIY, so her physique and recovery ability is still good. You have such a big room and such a big check room. It's so beautiful. Zhou Zhezhe twisted her head around to survey the environment of the master bedroom and exclaimed with some surprise. Just now, because she was too mesmerized by exchanging feelings with Qin Chao, she didn't focus on this house at all and didn't have the time to look around until now. She didn't know about the scene outside. The master bedroom alone had scared her. The master bedroom, which was up to 50 or 60 square feet, was bigger than the house she and Zhu Yu had rented. The two of them rented a 2-bedroom apartment that added up to just over 40 square meters. It's too exaggerated. Zhou Zhezhe's heart shook violently. The room was lavishly decorated and furnished with upscale furniture, and it just looked very expensive. It was the first time in 28 years that Zhou Zhezhe had seen such a beautiful bedroom, and it produced a small shock to her little mind. Do you like it? I'll carry you in to see it. Qin Chao got up and took a step and stood in front of the bed, smiling and extending his hands towards her. He was also quite fond of this beautiful and moving saleswoman. Her body was very white and soft, just like the waves of water that could easily embrace him, and it was a perfect match for his phallic nature. If he wanted to use one word to describe her, then Qin Chao would only give the word very moist. Of course I like it. It's the first time I've realistically seen such a beautiful room with a huge check room. I've just seen it on TV before. Zhou Zhezhe's eyes were shining brightly, and she very obediently climbed to Qin Chao's side, stood up and jumped into his arms. After having a profound exchange, this beautiful female sales obviously regarded Qin Chao as her lover, and behaved in a very intimate manner, not caring at all about the spring light leaking from her body. Qin Chao smoothly hugged on her, his hands tightly wrapped around her slender and tender waist and hip, feeling the softness of her body. Looking down at the sexy legs wrapped around his waist, Qin Chao gently smiled, tilted his lips forward and booped on her red lips, and took a step toward the check room. Qin Chao's intimate interaction with herself made Zhou Zhezhe feel a little sweet inside. With a bright smile on her face, she took the initiative to wrap her arms around Qin Chao's neck and offered her red lips again. There was another exchange of lips and tongues, and the two of them were like a couple caught up in passionate love. Like glue, not wanting to part for a moment, they didn't slowly separate until they entered the check room. Qin Chao paced around the check room, letting the humanoid pendant on his body so he could take a closer look around. U-shaped walk-in design, open space, warm lighting, staggered center island. All of this was very unimaginable to Zhou Zhezhe, who felt that at the moment she was like Cinderella on TV, admiring his castle in the arms of the prince. So beautiful. I love it here so much. Her eyes flashed with a blazing light, staring straight into Qin Chao's eyes, almost saying I want to live in here. Although Qin Chao also liked this female salesperson with a very moist body, he could not let her live in. He still had a few girlfriends of his own. Zhou Zhezhe was at best a comrade in arms who exchanged feelings. If he let his girlfriends find out, it would be a fire in the harem, and he didn't have the means to deal with this kind of thing at the moment. Then I'll bring you here often from now on. Qin Chao ignored her straight eyes, turned his head to look away, and said faintly, there was no way around it. This would have to be hard-hearted and cut her off from that, but it could be made up to her elsewhere. Qin Chao's look of concern made Zhou Zhezhe understand what he meant, and her eyes darkened with some disappointment, but then thought, after all, the two only know not long. Although there has been a physical relationship, but ultimately the two feelings are not very deep. Refused is also normal. She secretly vowed in the bottom of her heart that she would hold on to Qin Chao's heart, no matter in terms of money or face value or body. Qin Chao was her perfect ideal type, and she felt that she had fallen in love with him and was somewhat unable to extricate herself. Got it, hubby. Zhou Zhezhe hugged Qin Chao tightly and took the initiative to shout out this intimate name. In her heart, Qin Chao has been equal to her husband, and she felt that she would probably never look at another man in the future. Qin Chao suddenly felt a touch of guilt welling up in his heart when he saw how sensible she was. Whatever you like, I'll give it to you as my gift to you today, Qin Chao said tenderly in her ear. He wanted to compensate her something. I don't want your gifts. Having you is enough. You are the best gift God has ever given me. Zhou Zhezhe's eyes stared tightly at Qin Chao, with an incomparably warm sincerity flashing in her gaze. Obviously, her segment is not low. It's not quite a premium green tea, but a quantum micro-medium kind of can't run away. Qin Chao was a little shocked by her words. From her eyes can really feel her sincerity. and thought of the system to judge her as a confidant, still cannot help but produce a little touched inside. It's hard not to be affected by the fact that a beautiful woman with such a good-looking body and such a sexy body is fawning over you so much, as long as he's a man with a warm heart. I'll transfer you $50,000. You can buy whatever you want. I kind of like you too. I'll look for you more often in the future. Xin Chao picked up his cell phone to initiate the transfer and said indifferently. To be honest, he hadn't figured out how to treat Zhou Jie. Think of him as a girlfriend. And honestly, he's not even close to that with her. And he's already had 3 girlfriends. It would be irresponsible of her again to just be a comrade in arms for exchanging feelings. Scummy behavior. So, take a step and see what happens. Take the money and keep it. She should love money quite a lot. Xin Chao guessed in his heart. Is that how you see me? What do you think I am? A whore? Zhou Jie's eyes instantly turned red as she lowered her head, tears falling down her face. At this moment she was really very sad. Maybe at first she was running after his money, but at this moment she really had him in her heart. Hearing that he was bluntly ready to hit her with money, a huge amount of aggravation and sadness inexplicably welled up in her heart, and she exploded straight away. I don't want your money. I'll just leave. Zhou Jie quickly got down from Xin Chao's body, walked to the bedside with tears in her eyes, picked up the clothes on the floor and started to wear them. Black silk, short skirts, lingerie, one piece, well organized. A figure hugged her tightly from behind as she put on her gray blazer. I'm sorry, I didn't mean it like that. It's just, I already have a girlfriend. Xin Chao's inner guilt deepened a lot. Zhou Jie's tears did make him a little lost, so he bluntly showed his hand to her. I don't care. I just want to be with you. Zhou Jie's answer made Xin Chao a little surprised. He paused, suddenly hugged the shapely body in his arms tightly, and tenderly said in her ear, collect the money. Buying things for your wife is not what a husband should do. When he finished speaking, he kissed her neck gently from behind, and his hands around her waist slowly traced their way to her heart. Hearing Xin Chao's words, the eyes of the beautiful female sails flashed brightly, and her face blossomed into a bright and colorful smile, as if the rainbow after the rain was beautiful and touching. She turned around, slowly stood on her tiptoes, and offered her delicate red lips once again, her eyes flowing and her brows winking. Soon the room resounded with another moving moan. Chapter 66. 3 Fronts in Action. 2 hours later, Zhou Jiaxing left Haishang Sky City. Although she was once again slaughtered unilaterally by Xin Chao in the second battle, she still tried very hard to cooperate with him. Every look, every movement of Xin Chao, she could perfectly get his mind. Simply tacit understanding to the extreme. Even Xin Chao had to sigh that this was by far the most perfect and soundest emotional exchange battle in his life. After the battle was over and she got Xin Chao's recognition of her girlfriend status, Zhou Jie's mood was obviously very pleasant and she walked away with a sweet smile on her face. 4:15 p.m. A quiet figure stood in front of the oversized floor-to-ceiling windows within the large flat floor, overlooking the view beyond. The golden sun was still high in the sky at the moment, continuing to radiate light and heat to the ground. Xin Chao's consciousness was immersed in the system at the moment. Kidney bot? He mumbled in his mind. If he remembered correctly, there was such a hilarious scene in the love apartment he had seen before. The system's kidney treasure seems to even have the exact same lines as in love apartment. Xin Chao is a bit speechless in his heart. It's not a spoof, is it? There was something in his heart that wanted to take it right away, but there was also some concern, and there was some hesitation on his face. Host, please don't think of me with suspicion. If not, we'll break up. The cold electronic voice in his head caused Xin Chao's gaze to clear. Yeah, you've got the system yourself. What could be more exaggerated than that? The system produces a fine product. Thinking of this, Xin Chao no longer hesitated. Directly in your mind. Say take kidney bio. Soon a cool breath came from the loins. Cool, comfortable and refreshing. Xin Chao felt that he was in a very good state at this moment. Even if he exchanged feelings with the beautiful female sails twice more, it was totally more than enough. It must be known that after 2 high-intensity battles, he would have already experienced a noticeable soreness at his waist, and his entire body had become somewhat weaker. But now, he was directly restored to his full state, and even far surpassed the state he was in before the battle. The system is out of the ordinary. System, I was wrong. I shouldn't have looked at you with suspicion. I'm kneeling down for you. Please accept my knees. From now on, I will have nothing but heady admiration for you, and will never dare to think of anything else. Xin Chao directly weakens his knees and kneels in front of the floor-to-ceiling window. It can be said that the system is his regenerative parents. Without the system, he is now nothing. To the system father kneel down. Deservedly. Not at all kowtow. Forget it. We'll just do more missions from now on. Seeing that he was sincere in admitting his mistake, the system took a step back, and his tone of voice eased up quite a bit. appearing to be very humanized. Even the still-cold electronic voice seemed to have a touch more of a human touch to it. Sure enough, the jungle is not about fighting and killing, it's about the human condition. Marshal Zhang's words still work well today. Don't worry, I will do the main quest seriously and add new redheads as soon as possible. Qin Chao made a promise with conviction. Even if the system didn't say anything, he would have completed more mainline quests. After all, he was also moved. A high-level treasure chest opened a 700 square feet villa in Imperial Bay. What about the next high-level treasure chest? Who wouldn't be tempted by such a fortune? I'm afraid that only Jack Ma's father. His sentence, "I never like money. Money to me is just a string of numbers," is still being talked about by many people. This will be close to evening. Go to the Emperor's View Bay to receive the villa. Obviously the timing is not in line. Qin Chao pressed down his inner excitement. Thought about it, or ready to act tomorrow morning. It's not so bad for one night. Standing on the 20-story high building, through the floor-to-ceiling windows, looking out at the magnificent beauty of the city under the setting sun in the distance, Qin Chao's whole body was a bit dazzled. There was a time when he could think that he would have these things that were previously out of reach. Not even in his dreams. Thanks to System Dad. It's better to hurry up and complete the main quest. Maybe there will be other extra rewards for completing more. Qin Chao muttered, revealing a touch of anticipation within his heart. I can no longer open treasure chests on the few girlfriends I'm currently connected to, so I have to develop new targets. With the current situation, there are only a few females who are related to me. Portia saleswoman Chia, small receptionist Zhu Yu, and Qin Yuandao's daughter-in-law Li Fang are a few to consider getting their hands on. Once it's done, it's another premium treasure chest. Premium treasure chest, TSK. Qin Chao's eyes were clear and he was self-analyzing. With 3 people, it takes too long to raid one by one. Qin Chao held his forehead with one hand for a while in contemplation and decided to open all 3 lines. First, talk about on the cell phone to deepen the relationship. Then choose different rates for the character's personality. For example, Xia. Qin Chao still remembered that she said last time that she was available anytime within 24 hours. A girl saying this to you is a clear sign you can communicate your feelings to her. However, just exchanging feelings is useless. Have to make her feel good about herself, or like herself, so as to be considered a confidant as determined by the system. Thinking about this, Qin Chao couldn't help but feel a bit headstrong. Sure enough, the mainline quest wasn't that simple. It would be good if one could smash a confidant with money. Qin Chao silently lamented in his heart. Thinking more than doing, Qin Chao took out his cell phone and sent a message to Chia. Qin, are you free tonight? I'd like to invite you out for dinner and a movie on the side. This piece of information was not appropriate for the relationship between the two of them, and even said that it was a bit abrupt, but Qin Chao had no choice but to ask tentatively. He couldn't have just sent, "Is it a date tonight? XX room XX number." That would have been too cerebral. A short while later, the message received a reply. "Zia, I'm free, Mr. Qin. I'd be happy to." Looking at the message on his cell phone, Qin Chao's eyebrows raised upwards and the corners of his mouth moved slightly upwards, outlining a smirk. Upper Road. He decided to make it quick and take Zia tonight. It's obvious that she is pure gold-digging female, the kind of woman who has no resistance to money. Although she is not currently favorably disposed to herself, money can be converted into favor. Luxury goods. Cosmetics. A high class of service. All these things translate into pleasure, which translates into her feeling good about herself. I did not expect that Chia can really use money to smash, but not directly smash, but turn a corner to change the law on the line. Qin Chao couldn't help but be a little proud of his clever wit. Chapter 67, Slow Apricot Restaurant. Thinking of this, he hurriedly messaged Zia back. Qin, Slow Apricot. Map. Qin, dinner at this restaurant tonight. Want me to pick you up? Zia, no. I'll just take a taxi myself. See you tonight, Mr. Qin. Qin, no need to be so polite. Mr. Qin is too polite. Just call me Qin Chao. Zia, okay. Qin Chao. Brother. Zia, you're younger than me. Is it okay to call you that? He. Cute. JPG. Qin, of course no problem. After ending his chat with Chia, Qin Chao slowly exhaled a cloudy breath and thought deeply. The night was bound to take her, so a few preparations had to be made. Dining, movies, gifts of luxury goods and cosmetics, booked hotels, but also the top-of-the-line upscale hotels. Looking at the time, it was close to 4:30 p.m. Without hesitation, Qin Chao trotted back to the master bedroom's cloakroom and changed into a dark blue slim-fit suit. Dinner is set for tonight at Slow Apricot, and a suit is the perfect accompaniment. Slow Apricot is the most famous Western restaurant in Haicheng, with a beautiful environment, exquisite service, and a decoration design that conforms to the typical European aristocratic style. which is very popular among high-end people in Haicheng. Of course, the price is also extremely expensive. More than 1,500 per capita is considered the ceiling of the same level of Western restaurant in Haicheng. Said here, Qin Chao certainly has his little mind. Today he intends to be an elegant handsome man plus lickspittle who delivers luxury goods and cosmetics plus warmth. In short, everything was to increase her favorability so that she would willingly spend the night together, paving the way for the completion of the system's main quest. After changing clothes and everything was ready, Qin Chao opened the black solemn armored door and slowly walked out. After buying a carry-all small handbag bag worth 27,000 at the LD counter in Wanshan Plaza and purchasing a set of high-grade cosmetics worth 10,000 yuan at a side-by-side aquamarine mystery loading counter, Qin Chao hurriedly drove his car to the Slow Apricot restaurant. When we arrived, the time just came to 6 o'clock in the evening. Parking the car in a parking lot space reserved for restaurants, Qin Chao opened the door and jumped out of the car, slowly pacing to the main entrance of the restaurant. Through the bright glass door, Qin Chao saw the rough outline of the interior of the restaurant. With its spaciousness, luxurious decor and unique style, it really has a different feel. Xia had not arrived at this moment. Qin Chao looked down at his cell phone and did not receive a message, so he stood in front of the door of the restaurant and waited silently. Xia was currently sitting in the back seat of the cab, still wearing the same black OL uniform suit she had worn to work today. Her sitting posture was erect, her curves were smooth and graceful, her long, plump legs were tightly wrapped in black silk, and her whole body appeared both sexy and classy. Her delicate eyes blinked slowly as she looked out through the window of the car, a complex mix of pleasure and nervousness permeating her mind. Qin Chao took the initiative to ask her out on WeChat was a very pleasant surprise for her, and she was very impressed with this handsome young man, tall and straight, with handsome features and an extraordinary temperament. He could be considered her heavenly dish, not to mention the $2.4 million Porsche Panamera he ordered directly from headquarters. With money, face and temperament, Zia couldn't think of any reason why she could refuse his offer. It's safe to say that Zia was onto him from the first time he came to pick up his car, but in herself, Zia didn't have much confidence. Qin Chao so outstanding, like his beautiful girls must be quite a lot. There must be rich beauty. Compared with this kind of white rich beauty, I have no bottom. Zia let out another long sigh at the thought. The cab slowly pulled up to the curb, and after paying, Zia got out with her head down and sideways. She stepped on her gray spiked heels and slowly walked towards the Slow Apricot restaurant, and when she was still 20 meters away, a straight figure in a light blue suit entered her sight, tall and straight, with handsome features and a well-defined jawline. That's right, it's him. Seeing Qin Chao's figure, Xia's eyes instantly lit up with a glimmer of light, and even her pace quickened by a few points. Hi Ms. Z, it's nice to see you. Thank you for your time. Qin Chao grinned slightly at the corner of his mouth and greeted with a smile. You. Hello, Qin. Mr. Qin. Xia shouted for half a day, her delicate face slightly reddening, and finally shouted out Mr. Qin. She was really embarrassed to call her Qin Chao's brother in front of him. It was too shameful. Chatting online is classified as on the internet. Offline basically direct GG. Is the name so rusty? Didn't you just call me brother? Qin Chao's eyes rolled and a bad smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Ah, that. Xia made a big red face by his snide banter and stammered for half a day without saying anything. In fact, she was an atmospheric and calm character, and for some reason, in front of him, she was always unconsciously prone to shyness and blushing. How about this? Why don't I call you Sister Qi, and you call me Brother Qin? It seems much closer. How about that? Qin Chao pretended to make a suggestion to ease her embarrassment and blush. Okay, good. Then, Sister Qi, let's go in. Ladies first. Qin Chao reached out and made a gesture of invitation, smiling brightly. Aha! Zia nodded dumbly, her mind going blank, feeling like she couldn't think anymore. His smile was like magic, affecting her deeply. The duo walked into the restaurant one after the other, and just as they reached the door, a waiter greeted them warmly. With a smile on his face, he spoke politely. Welcome, sir, ma'am. How many of you dine? Please, 2. Yes, please follow me. With one hand behind his waist and one hand vainly held forward, he stepped forward, his whole person looking very respectful and humble, obviously having been trained for a long time. This service is really good. No wonder it's so expensive, Qin Chao secretly said in his heart. The duo followed the waiter to their dining location. As she walked, Xia slightly surveyed her surroundings, which were luxuriously decorated and dazzlingly styled. Her hands were half-clasped, and her whole body looked a little rattled. Slow Apricot, this top Western restaurant in Haicheng. Although she has heard of it, she has never been here. The per capita minimum of 1 500 is a bit beyond her spending power. As a Porsche salesperson, her salary consists of a base salary plus commission on car sales. The base salary is only $2,000 and the Porsche cars are hard to sell due to the high price and the fact that they are so expensive. She usually doesn't sell more than a couple cars a month, so her average monthly salary isn't that high. She was a gold digger, but she wasn't like those saleswomen the internet says sell their bodies for money. In her mind, that was just shameless. The reason why she agreed to Qin Chao was solely because this young handsome man was indeed her cup of tea, and at her point of aesthetics, she didn't mind having some kind of super friendship with him. Sister Qin, this way. Qin Chao saw her shortness and took the initiative to reach out his hand to pull her in, smiling gently. Zia nodded stupidly, inwardly feeling a little more favorable towards him. Chapter 68 Eating Western Food and Talking About Snacks. Chia's delicate white hand was very soft and tender, like a piece of sheep's fat beautiful jade. It felt very good in the hand. Feeling the tender touch on his fingertips, Qin Chao somewhat couldn't help but stretch out his little thumb and gently hooked it at her palm. He turned his head slowly to look at her, a wicked smile on his lips. At the moment, the curvy, slim and sexy Porsche saleswoman had a blush on her face, and she slightly lowered her head, somewhat afraid to look directly at his burning gaze. The two took a seat at a window seat. Sir, here is the menu for the restaurant. A sidewalk attendant handed over a huge, beautifully illustrated atlas and half-bowed. Qin Chao smoothly took the menu, flipped it open and scanned it roughly, and handed it to Chia. Sister Qi, take your order. Eat whatever you want. Don't ever be polite to me. He had a bright smile on his face that warmed his heart like a warm winter sun. At least Chia had no resistance to such a smile. From the moment she walked into the restaurant, her heart was pounding and she couldn't stop. Zia reached for the menu and slowly flipped it open. The patterns and prices on the menu made her eyes widen momentarily. The minimum price for appetizers was 98, and none of the steaks on the entrees were less than 2,000. She took a deep breath, her delicate eyes lifted slightly, and said, I haven't eaten much Western food either, so it's better for you to order it, brother. Okay, let's see then. In fact, it is also the first time for Qin Chao to come to this kind of formal and lofty Western restaurant. He is actually not quite sure what to order. After thinking about it, Qin Chao beckoned to the waiter waiting not far away, signaling him to come over. Soon the waiter who had noticed what was going on came trotting over. Hello sir, what can I do for you? What's your restaurant's recommended meal? Qin Chao asked bluntly. Anyway, he did not know what to eat. Directly let the waiter recommend it. Sir, our restaurant's best seller is the exquisite premium set meal for two, which not only contains several of our slow apricot signature Western dishes, such as French foie gras with red wine sauce, black truffle cream pasta, Wellington steak. It also comes at a discounted price, making the overall value for money very good. Okay, then order this premium set for two. Qin Chao nodded and decided straight away. In fact, for Western food, his inherent impression was only steak, cream soup, knives and forks, and so on. After all, with his family conditions, he really hadn't gone to a formal Western restaurant since he was a child. And if he didn't have the system, maybe in his whole life he wouldn't go in to eat a meal. It's not that you can't afford it, but you don't have to. In his opinion, China's food in the world is the highest level. No matter what Korean kimchi, Japanese sushi, American fast food, Western food and so on are far from being able to be compared with the food of Greater China. China's 5,000 years of cultural leadership in the world, which also includes the culinary culture. Yes sir, the order will be placed for you. The waiter smiled politely and stepped back respectfully. Actually, I don't eat much Western food. This stuff isn't as good as our Chinese snacks. Qin Chao smiled at Chia and said, yes, I think so too. How delicious our country is. The two chatted about domestic food and drink, and the atmosphere was unusually hot, with a growing rapport between the two. Talking about Chinese food in a Western restaurant, even though it seemed a bit awkward, didn't bother them in the least, and the more they talked, the more they got into it, completely immersed in it. The waiter at the side who was preparing to serve the food heard their conversation and rolled his eyes, his face suddenly a bit speechless. You guys come to a Western restaurant to talk about snacks? Stinky tofu? Lamb kebabs? Barbecue? Hot pot? Why don't you guys go for a snack? Why don't you come for Western food? Despite the frantic vomiting in his heart, good professionalism allowed the waiter's face to remain politely smiling. Sir, ma'am, this is the appetizer for the set menu. French foie gras with red wine sauce. This dish is also one of our slow apricot signatures, rich and layered in flavor. Enjoy. Hearing the waiter's introduction, the two stopped communicating and each picked up a knife and fork aside to fork up a small piece of foie gras and bring it to their mouths. Tender, creamy, full-bodied and rich with a hint of red wine. The flavor is indeed good, but just one bite. Qin Chao thought in his heart. The portion of this dish really makes him a little speechless. Delicious is delicious. Eat a mouthful is gone. It feels like eating a lonely. Might as well not eat it. It's delicious. After Chia on the opposite side had tasted it, her delicate eyes brightened up significantly, and she couldn't help but extend her thumb in praise. It tastes okay, it's just gone in one bite. Qin Chao eventually couldn't hold back and spat. Ha ha, I was going to say the same thing. The portions are really small. Just now in Qin Chao's burst of free chatting, let this delicate and sexy woman obviously relaxed. The whole person is no longer slightly constrained, vivid and lively a lot. Let's have the main course later. I'm only asking for an 8. I don't think so. There's spaghetti. That can be. Between waiting for their food, the two chatted again, and their relationship grew closer. Soon, a fine dish was presented, but the portions were still small, and even the main course was only a slightly larger looking steak. Qin Chao, who had experienced 2 high-quality battles in the afternoon, had long been famished, and looking at the dishes in front of him, he hurriedly feasted on them. Half an hour later, the two walked out of the restaurant. At the moment, the sky was already dark, and the neon lights flashing everywhere set off the bustle of the city at night. Standing in front of the restaurant, Qin Chao looked at the time displayed on his cell phone. 1900 hours. It's still early. Let's go see a movie. There's a movie that just came out. I heard it's good. Qin Chao smiled and suggested. He will definitely not let Chia run away today. Just now chatting and exchanging, he already roughly knows the character of this Porsche saleswoman, and he also knows that she has a very good feeling about herself. The probability of getting it tonight is very high. There was no way around it. Everything was for the system's main quest, although he had already had 2 battles in the afternoon. With the system bug kidney treasure in place, he would have no problem at all fighting a few more times. Yeah, I haven't been to the movies in a while. Hearing Qin Chao's words, Chia's face bloomed into a bright smile. She was also very happy in her heart to have more interaction with this tall, handsome, young and handsome brother. If Qin Chao knew what she thought in her heart at this moment, he would definitely give up watching the movie and pull her to the hotel without hesitation, directly exchanging in-depth communication and exchanging feelings. After all, what he did was to accumulate her good feelings and then step out the last step, and now the good feeling seems to be almost over. Okay, let's go then. Qin Chao took the initiative to reach out and pull her, striding towards the slow apricot parking lot. Zia looked down at the hands the two were holding and nodded, a blush appearing on her face. Chapter 69, Falling in Love with You. Click. Vehicle unlocked. Qin Chao opened the main driver's door and sat in. Immediately afterward, the passenger door was pulled open, and a delicate and shapely body appeared on top of the seat. Qin Chao probed over and reached out to take the 2 gift boxes on the back seat, which were the LV bag and the cosmetics of aquamarine puzzle that Qin Chao bought in the afternoon at the Wanxiang Center. 2 little gifts for Sister Qi. Qin Chao handed the gift box to Chia with a gentle smile on his face. This is. Chia looked at the 2 gift boxes in front of her, and a flash of surprise flashed across her face. As a saleswoman for Porsche, as a beautiful woman with a delicate face and a hot body, she knows a lot about these luxury brands. Even though she may not be able to afford a bag in a month's salary, she can't afford it, and being in such a professional environment, she often pays attention to such information related to the fashion world. LV, Aquamarine, a woman's most irresistible luxury. For my beautiful, beautiful sister Qi. Thank you for your honor today. Qin Chao's eyebrows arched and his smile was very bright. Open it and see if you like it. Zia carefully took the 2 gift boxes and slowly opened the yellow packaging. In the back of her mind, she was also very curious as to what was inside the gift box. The lid of the gift box was lifted. A touch of black light into her eyes. LV Carryall Cargo Vibe Small Handbag. Soft sheepskin leather presents a fashionable slightly wrinkled effect. Polished metal parts and slouchy configuration makes this bag as a good choice for day and night occasions. The moment she saw the bag, Chia's eyes widened in disbelief and surprise. It was her dream bag, and she had wanted to splurge on it more than once, but the whopping 27,000 asking price put her off. The bag that she had been begging for suddenly appeared in front of her eyes today, and it was also sent by a young handsome man that she had a very good feeling about inside. Chia's heart was overflowing with joy and excitement. She directly leaned forward and kissed Qin Chao's face. Thank you, brother. I really like this bag. I love you. After saying that, she kissed Qin Chao's face several times in a row, and the whole person appeared to be very excited. It's good that Sister Qi likes it. There's another one. Don't you want to open it and take a look? The corners of Qin Chao's mouth lifted upward slightly, and a smile hung on his lipstick-stained face. Steady. I guess I'll get the blind box again tonight. Let me see this then. Zia hurriedly opened another gift box, a whole set of aquamarine mystery cosmetics. including essence water, essence milk, essence, face cream, and eye cream. This whole set adds up to 10,000 or so. That means these two little gifts alone are worth over $40,000. Thinking of this, Chia's heart beat violently, and her gaze toward Qin Chao became even more fiery. She was already pulling full favorability to Qin Chao. Whoever thought that he is still so generous? A shot directly send 40,000 gifts. This can be too trenchant. Let her immediately sacrifice her body. She is willing to. Men who are rich, but men who are so generous to women are still relatively rare in reality. And Chia is very clear about this, because she's seen examples of it. She is now working in the store originally had a little girl called Sharo. Evening a rich middle-aged Mediterranean. That will be every day in their sales of private exchange group blowing pussy. Said the Mediterranean, how good for her. Please eat a big meal. Buy a gift. Send a bag. Send bracelets. She will also receive gifts or sent to the group. Chia also secretly checked the price of those gifts. Basically more than 1,000 did not more than the price of those gifts is basically more than 1,000 without more than $2,000. They colleagues have also teased Xiaoro, saying that the Mediterranean Sea to send gifts are all worth more than 1,000 gifts. Too cheap. Let him send a bag worth more than 10,000 yuan. Being a colleague a derision. Xiaoro, this kind of little girl, immediately on the head, directly turned back to find the Mediterranean Sea to over 10,000 bags. The results were rejected. The back was also that the Mediterranean Sea's original partner made a mess to the Force store. And ultimately, this little girl was directly fired. Zia to now still remember that Mediterranean look. More than 40 years old. Big belly, bald, long thief shabby. Let a person see all a little stomach. And then look at the young handsome man in front of him. With hard features, calm demeanor, young and rich, and super generous. What kind of luck am I to meet such a superb man? Chia even suspected that she was a green smoke from her ancestor's grave. One day this kind of thing could hit her head. It was simply a novel shining into reality. Could she be the heavenly chosen heroine? Well, how about this? Do you like it? Qin Chao's gentle and magnetic voice interrupted Chia's thoughts and she gradually came back to her senses. I like it very much. Brother, you're really nice. I feel like I've fallen in love with you. Chia's eyes flashed brightly, staring straight at Qin Chao, as if what was in front of her were stacks of $100 bills. Come on then. Qin Chao hooked the corner of his mouth and said with a bad smile. What's coming? Zia looked puzzled, her eyes flickering with doubt. After a while, she reacted and understood what Qin Chao meant. She didn't blush. Her eyes glistened with autumn waves and were flooded with charm. After a while, she directly jumped onto Qin Chao's body and nibbled towards his lips. The moment the lips of both sides came into contact, the winks in Chia's eyes intensified, and directly went a bit up. Qin Chao's body had a light men's fragrance, a flavor that refreshed her heart and made her a bit mesmerized. Maybe this position is not comfortable. After kissing for a while, she directly crossed her long black silk legs and sat face to face on Qin Chao's body, then passionately kissed again. Facing Chia's active attack, Qin Chao felt that he had turned into a little sheep, and Chia was the big gray wolf that ate people. A man's dignity made him fight back uncontrollably. How can a black silk uniformed, petite little woman ride me as her master? He stretched out his wide hands over Zia's body for a while, and soon the little woman in his arms was all limp, as if she had turned into a pool of spring water. Instead of going to the movies, why don't we go bonding? Qin Chao gasped slightly and whispered in Chia's ear. The woman in her arms didn't say anything. Her hands tightly wrapped around Qin Chao's neck and printed her lips on his lips again. Her actions told Qin Chao her answer. Chapter 70, Hilton Hotel Presidential Suite. 15 minutes later, in front of the Hilton Hotel in Haicheng, as the most famous and expensive 5-star hotel chain in Haicheng and even the whole country, the Hilton Hotel is indeed worthy of its fame. The main hotel building, which is more than 50 stories high, has an opulent appearance. The building has a minimalist design, with a facade made up mainly of large surfaces of glass and metal composites, giving the building a light and modern appearance. Under the dark night, the huge Hilton logo at the very top of the building flashed with white neon light. Definitely the most famous landmark in Haicheng at night. Arrived. The BMW stopped and Qin Chao turned his head to Chia. Let's go down. Aha! The long-legged black silk beauty on the side smoothed the rubbed and wrinkled clothes on her body and nodded nervously, a hint of flushing still remaining on her face. The passion in the car just now had left her whole body in a state of ecstasy, and even now there was still a hint of fluttering pleasure. The two men opened the doors of their respective cars and got out, greeted warmly by a hotel porter. Hello sir, ma'am, I'm Yi Xiu, the doorman at the Hilton Hotel. May I help you? Qin Chao pulled open the collar of his suit, took out his wallet, and drew out $300 bills and handed them to him. Help me park the car. Hard at work. Yes sir, happy to oblige. Seeing the $300 bills, the eyes of the doorman Yishio glowed slightly as he bowed and expressed his gratitude. A five-star hotel porter like him has seen countless luxury cars, but there are not many guests who really give tips, and even those who do usually only give 50 to 100. Although the car driven by Qin Chao is only a BMW 3 Series, he directly and generously gave a 300 tip, which is indeed a little out of his expectation. Thinking of this, his gaze towards Qin Chao became even more eager. He lowered his head and respectfully said, "Sir, if you have any other needs you can contact me at any time. I guarantee to do it for you." "Okay, got it. Go park the car." Qin Chao smiled lightly. His look was confident and calm. With an amazing male charm, he directly took the hand of the gorgeous woman on the side with one hand and walked into the hotel with a wide step. The Porsche saleswoman with delicate eyebrows was staring at Qin Chao's handsome face with burning eyes. Da 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 da. Spiked heels made a crisp tap on the smooth marble floor of the hotel. Soon, the duo arrived at the front desk of the hotel. "Hello, sir, what can I do for you?" The young lady at the front desk asked politely with a bright smile on her face. "Get me a presidential suite." "Yes sir, how long are you staying for?" Hearing the presidential suite, the front desk's young lady's eyes widened slightly, expressing some surprise. Generally live in the presidential suite of people basically in addition to the social elite, is the top of the group. One of the age is not low, basically are over 40 years old middle-aged men mostly. This handsome guy looks so young that he can afford to stay in the presidential suite. The front desk lady's heart can't help but why up. If only my boyfriend let me live in a big villa and drive a luxury car, I'm willing to. One night is all it takes. Qin Chao's gentle voice interrupted the female receptionist's why. "Oh, okay." Glancing at the sexy and moving Chia behind Qin Chao, the receptionist instantly understood. At the same time, the heart is flooded with sourness. What kind of luck is this woman, with this kind of handsome and gold room, and also live in the presidential suite? Could it be that the domineering president's text has come into reality? "Sir, if you check in tonight, you have until 12 o'clock tomorrow night to check out for a total of 108,000. Do you have a membership card, or a discount to take advantage of?" Membership card? Qin Chao recalled that, with his 24 years of assurances, this was his first time in a five-star hotel. The reason why he chose to come to the presidential suite tonight, apart from wanting to give Zia a surprise, he also wanted to experience a life that he had never experienced before. After all, for an ordinary person, up to $100,000 a night, that's an unattainable dream. "No, just swipe your card." "Good." The female receptionist took the bank card handed to him by Qin Chao, scratched it on the POS, and soon showed that the payment was successful. She had a bright smile on her face and reached out to hand Qin Chao a black card with a gold border. "Sir, please take your room card. Later our Hilton Hotel will have a professional butler to contact you. He will do his best to satisfy all your needs. I hope you have a pleasant stay." "Thanks, don't bother tonight. I'll contact you on your room phone if I need to." Qin Chao reached out and took the black card, politely refusing it. It would obviously be the fight of the century in a few moments, and he didn't want to be interrupted while he was fighting. That would be too much of a balls up. All he wanted to do tonight was enjoy a good time for two with this black silk high-heeled saleswoman, as well as a wild exchange of affection. It just so happened that he had just taken the kidney buster this afternoon, and he was a little anxious to test its power. Qin Chao's words had some obvious meanings, and Chia on the side blushed a little when she heard it. "It's too blunt. I want everyone to know what we're going to do later." Although her heart was 10,000 times willing, she was still a bit shy in front of this female receptionist. She reached out and tightened her arm around Qin Chao, and her pace on her high heels quickened by a few points, just wanting to hurry up and escape from here. Ding dash. Qin Chao swept the elevator dedicated to the presidential suite with his black gold card. Then the elevator door slowly opened and the two of them stepped in. The presidential suite was located on the 53rd floor of the Hilton Hotel, which belonged to an extremely high floor, basically considered to be the top of the sea city, with an extremely wide view. "Brother, would the presidential suite be too expensive?" "No, we'll just go to another one." Chia wrapped her arms around Qin Chao, her whole body tightly leaning against him, whispering in his ear, her tone seductive and provocative. The soft and warm touch came from his arm, and coupled with the woozy whispers coming from his ears, Qin Chao's heart was on fire, and he was a little bit unable to hold down his hands and feet. He reached out and wrapped a hand around Chia's slender and tender little waist, his fingers stroking slowly over her waistline, feeling the tantalizing touch coming from her body. "It's okay, I just want you to experience the most expensive things and have the best experience." Qin Chao's eyes looked straight at Chia, the corner of his mouth slightly upward, sketching out a bad smile. Although his heart was very hot inside, Qin Chao was not an acute person. there was still surveillance in the elevator. And he didn't want to be the leading man in the domestic area for people to watch after today. Brother, you're so nice. My sister won't let you down today. Chia winks, her heart filled with emotion. She decides that she has to cooperate with him in a while, using all kinds of knowledge. As a natural yoga saint, her body's flexibility was very good, and she guaranteed that Qin Chao would have a very unforgettable experience tonight. Chapter 71 Learning Knowledge and Exchanging Feelings. Ding dash. The elevator stopped steadily on the 53rd floor. The two of them walked out of the elevator. Qin Chao took out his black card and dripped on the door of the presidential suite. The door opened in response, and the luxurious and honorable decor of the presidential suite instantly dazzled Xia, her red lips slightly open as her eyes kept scanning the room. This room is too big. The decoration is too luxurious too. The two words too were enough to show the shock she felt inside. Even Qin Chao, who was on the side, was surprised by the luxury of the presidential suite, knowing that he was a man with 388 square feet of large flat. Comparing with this presidential suite, Qin Chao instantly felt that his large flat floor did not smell good. It is indeed luxurious. But shall we visit later? We have business to attend to. Qin Chao scowled at Chia and had a bad smile on his face. This smile was actually a bit lewd, but with his handsome face and extraordinary temperament, it surprisingly didn't look lewd, but rather had an electric full feeling. Chia was a bit overwhelmed by his smile. Her face flushed and she lowered her head. I'll take a shower first. I'm a bit uncomfortable after being outside all day. Before she could finish her sentence, she felt her entire body lift up in the air and fly. Qin Chao directly intercepted her and picked her up, walking towards the bathroom with a vigorous stride. Let's wash together. It just so happens that I haven't either. I want Sister Chi to rub my back. Is that okay? Qin Chao had a smile on his face, pampered himself, and intentionally made a clip sound that only a little puppy could make. Hearing her younger brothers pouting under the ear, Zia's goosebumps instantly rose all over her body. All she felt was her heart beating so fast it seemed like it was about to pop out of her chest. At the same time, the blood in his body flowed faster, and his whole body was filled with an aura of desire. So much so that he wanted to have a good fight. Her eyes winkingly gurgled, and she looked at Qin Chao with a slightly drawn look. She no longer hesitated, quickly stretched out her hands, tightly wrapped her arms around Qin Chao's neck, and her fiery red lips kissed up. The two were hotly intertwined, feeling the warmth of each other's mouths, and the most instinctive urges of the creatures surfaced in their minds. Xia's body is delicate and well-proportioned, convex where it should be, curved where it should be, and her body shows off her feminine and soft posture. Qin Chao held her delicate buttocks with one hand, and one hand roamed around her exquisite body to his heart's content, expressing his inner fire. Soon, the pair stepped into the shower. No one mentioned the need to run the water or take a shower, and the two remained engrossed in the high level of kissing. Gradually, one by one, the clothes on the two men disappeared. After silently glancing at each other, Qin Chao gently placed the shapely Porsche saleswoman on the ground. Zia's eyes were rippling with water, and she gave him a flirtatious look and turned around. In the luxurious presidential suite of the Hilton Hotel in Haichang, Qin Chao and Chia enjoyed learning knowledge and exchanging feelings. One of them worked hard, the other listened and learned, leaving the duo studying everywhere in the bathroom, on the windowsill, on the couch, and on the carpet. Worthy of being born with a yoga holy body, the degree of cooperation is really high. Qin Chao marveled in his heart. If he were asked to rate Zia's ability to learn knowledge, he would have to give her 82 points, and 18 more in the form of 666. It's too moist. For the first time, he knew that some knowledge could be posed in this way, and it was quite an eye-opener for him. He decided that he would enroll several of his girlfriends in a yoga class, and one by one, they would give me a good practice to come before he could do so. More than 2 hours later, the two lay quietly on the large, soft Simmons bed. Xia's whole body was weak at the moment. One hand was wrapped around Qin Chao's neck and the other hand was placed on his waist. She buried her face in Qin Chao's arms and quietly listened to his vigorous and powerful heartbeat. Boo-hoo! Her eyes were slightly closed, already too tired to talk. She actually has good stamina and basically practices yoga every day. Unfortunately, she ran into Qin Chao, a bug with a system. When the system is produced, it will be a good product. Looking at the system's main quest, progress on 4 became 5, and a new ordinary blind box was added. Qin Chao's heart was very happy. Today's raid was successful. 2 hours of great battle. Qin Chao now only feel a drop of fatigue. Another 2 hours, he thinks he should also be able to eat. Brother Tuanzi is awesome. I am considered blessed. From now on, if you let me go east, I will never go west. Qin Chao silently made a promise to the system in his heart. Just be obedient, host, and complete more mainline quests. There are unexpected rewards. The icy electronic voice responded in time. still so high-strung. Returning to his senses, Qin Chao reached out and gently caressed Chia's delicate face. He found that she seemed to be the legendary cold white skin. After taking a bath, she was now in a veiled state, and the whole person was still amazingly white, like a piece of fine suet jade, glistening. Without the modification of delicate makeup, her face is still beautiful and attractive, and not like those jittery beauty bloggers who are like ghosts after removing their makeup. It's almost like they've changed their heads. Her face was bouncy, her skin was tender, and her features basically didn't change much from what she saw during the day. A typical cold white-skinned vegan beauty. You're awesome, brother Qin Chao. Chia was the first to speak, and she couldn't help but praise Qin Chao. Do you like it? Qin Chao's eyes were filled with complacency and pride, and the corner of his mouth hooked up a bad smile as he asked, like it and don't like it? Oh, how? I like it because it's you and you're really good at it too. I don't like it because I can't take it and I feel like my body is falling apart. Ha ha ha. Hearing these words, Qin Chao couldn't help but laugh out loud. He reached out and tightened his arm around her slender waist, asking gently in her ear, Sister Qi, do you still have the strength? Are you hungry? Should we order something to eat to replenish our energy? Kind of hungry. That's all there is to Western food in the evening. I don't feel like I'm even full. Just now, Zia's face was slightly red, and she was a bit unable to say the words that followed. Wait, I'll order food. Qin Chao got up from the bed and dialed the front desk. Soon the call was answered. Greetings, esteemed Mr. Qin. May I ask what you need? Don't you have a butler at your hotel? Tell him to arrange some food for me. Something with a high protein content. Beef, lobster, king crab all round. Qin Chao said indifferently. Yes, Mr. Qin. I'll arrange it for you right away. Please wait. Hanging up the phone, the female receptionist's eyes widened in some disbelief. Almost 3 hours had passed since he had just come to the hotel to check in, minus the time spent in the shower. That means he's at least 1+ hours in? Holy, is that a human being? Chapter 72, Enjoying Food Time. The entrance to the presidential suite on the 53rd floor of the Hilton Hotel in Ocean City. A middle-aged foreign man in a white chef's uniform and chef's hat stood upright, followed by a large group of waiters, all of whom were carrying beautifully crafted food of attractive colors. You guys pay attention to your posture etiquette in a while. Mr. Qin is the most honored guest of our hotel. Make sure you serve him well and make him feel at home. A gentlemanly young man in a black tuxedo with a bow tie on his tie by the foreign man's side admonished. Understood, the waiter replied in unison. After making sure everything was ready, the young man took a deep breath and tapped gently on the door. Knock, knock, knock. When the knock on the door came, Qin Chao was on the bed, playing around with the sexy and beautiful Sister Qi. You scratch me, I touch you. It's so fast and fun. Hearing the knock on the door, Qin Chao guessed that the food should have arrived. He stopped playing with Chia and whispered in her ear, it should be the food coming. I'll go open the door first, so get dressed and get ready to eat. I've ordered a lot of delicious food. Aha! Zia smiled and nodded, her face filled with anticipation. After eating so little at night and a 2-hour battle, she was already hungry in the front and back. Qin Chao put on his clothes 3 times and walked out of the master bedroom of the presidential suite. Walking to the door of the suite, Qin Chao didn't open the door first. He asked through the door, who is it? When you are out and about, you must be aware of safety precautions. A respectful response immediately came from outside the door. Mr. Qin, hello, I'm your personal butler Li Han. The food you ordered is all ready. Hearing these words, Qin Chao lowered his guard and slowly opened the door of the room. Good evening, distinguished Mr. Qin. Everyone outside simultaneously raised their heads and posture and spoke in unison. Qin Chao was directly taken aback. Holy, that's a scary thing to do at night. Hello guys. Qin Chao nodded calmly and headed inside the room. The door opened and a line of people walked in, with the young butler Li Han leading the way, followed by the middle-aged foreign man with a chef's hat on his head, and then a single waiter. With the exception of Li Han, each of them was carrying an attentively plated and attractively colored food in their hands. Aromatic grilled tomahawk steak, red and steamed giant porcupine, king crab trio, steamed eastern star spot. All of them are top quality and expensive ingredients that ordinary people cannot afford to eat. Put it here. Qin Chao paced towards the living room and pointed his finger, signaling them to put the food on the table in front of the sofa. One by one, the waiters obeyed the instructions and scaled the food trays in their hands, and when they were done they exited the room in an orderly fashion. The room was left to the young butler and the middle-aged foreign man with the high nose and deep blue eyes. The young butler's hairstyle was combed meticulously, with a pair of thin gold-rimmed glasses perched on the bridge of his nose, and the whole man was a gentlemanly do-gooder, kind of like a big butler in a luxury family on TV. Only younger. He stepped forward to the front of Qin Chao, slightly bowed to him, and respectfully said, Mr. Qin, hello, my name is Li Han. I'm your one-to-one private butler, 24 hours a day, 24 hours a day. For your service, you want to do things within a reasonable range can be handed over to me to do. Qin Chao smiled at him and nodded, signaling that he understood. After introducing himself, Li Han silently took a step back and stood aside quietly. As the private butler of the presidential suite, he has a high degree of professionalism and the ability to detect words and colors, and has a clear judgment in his heart about the basic behavior and language of his clients. He has a good idea of what to do, what to say and what to do when, and his main focus is to provide exquisite service and satisfactory emotional value to his clients. After Li Han retreated, the middle-aged foreign man in white chef's uniform next to him stepped forward to Qin Chao and introduced himself. Honorable Mr. Qin, hello, I'm your personal chef. My name is David. I'm very happy to serve you tonight. I hope you'll enjoy the food tonight. After introducing himself, he went to the front of the table and introduced the dishes for Qin Chao tonight separately. This steak is an A5 grade Wagyu from Kobe, Japan, which is rich in fat and tender, making it the best of the best in steaks. This lobster is from king crab. He carefully introduced the source of ingredients, basic practice and general taste of each dish for Qin Chao, and his service was very thorough. Is this the rich man's enjoyment? Qin Chao secretly muttered in his heart. Should I say no? It was indeed a blast. This is what I call life. This is what I call life. Money or no money is really two worlds. Qin Chao coughed twice, cleared his throat and spoke calmly. Li Han and David Wright, thank you both for your service and hard work. After hearing Qin Chao's words, they immediately understood the meaning. The duo owed Qin Chao respectfully and left the presidential suite one after the other. Both smart people. Qin Chao gave the two of them a nod. After they left, Xia, wrapped in her bathrobe, twisted her small waist and walked to Qin Chao's front, gently turned around and asked with a charming smile, Is sister beautiful? Beautiful. Qin Chao directly pulled the big sister with one hand and put his hand on her heart, rubbing it restlessly, feeling her soft heartbeat. After pulling their big sister up and down for a while, the two sat down on the wide, soft, upscale couch. Wow, this food is too rich. Looking at the delicious and tantalizing tomahawk steak and large boiled dragon on the table in front of her, Zia's eyes were glittering and she couldn't help but let out an exclamation. Eat up, aren't you hungry already? I ordered this food specially, full of protein. The big sister was really nonchalant, directly picking up the grilled aromatic tomahawk steak as soon as she could, and biting into it fiercely. Smooth, tender, and juicy, the taste was excellent, and Chia's eyes narrowed slightly, her delicate face filled with the pleasure of enjoying the food. Sometimes, food can really make you feel happy from the inside out. It's so delicious, so satisfying. Brother, take a bite too. Chia purposely stretched the part she had just bitten to the front of Qin Chao's mouth so that he could eat his saliva. Ah! Qin Chao directly opened his huge mouth of the abyss and tore off a large piece. His entire gills were swollen and he slowly chewed it. You don't have to say. This five-star hotel is different. Qin Chao has had steak before. One of those tens of dollars steak packages with a poached egg and a small handful of pasta. I thought it tasted good at the time, but it was a far cry from the steak I'm eating now, and not at all in the same league. It does taste good. I'll have another bite. No, don't go. Stay for me. Ha 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 ha. The duo ate and joked around, fully enjoying their sexual bliss. Chapter 73, You're All I've Got. The next day, 7 a.m., Qin Chao squinted his hazel eyes and woke up from the luxurious presidential suite of the Hilton Hotel. Reaching out to touch his arms, his big sister was still sleeping peacefully, her whole body wrapped around him like an octopus. After resting for a while after last night's full meal, the two began to share their feelings again. This time, though, the main battleground became the soft, wide Simmons king-size bed. The big sister, who was born with the holy body of yoga, had a soft and flexible body, and all kinds of knowledge were at her fingertips, so that Qin Chao's psychology and physiology were doubly satisfied. Still, big sister is so moist. Qin Chao slowly moved around, trying to break free from his big sister's close wrapping without waking her up. After working little by little for 10 minutes, finally, Qin Chao was relieved and his whole body was liberated. Can't see that big sister is quite strong all over. Qin Chao spat in his heart. He slowly got down from the bed, his feet solidly on the ground, and just after taking 2 steps, the soles of his feet suddenly went soft, and his whole body fell on the expensive carpet. Ouch! I can't. I kind of overstudied last night. Qin Chao reached out and gently rubbed his waist, feeling a slight tingling sensation. He should know that he had taken the kidney treasure rewarded by the system, and his fighting ability was not something to be reckoned with. Better watch out next time. Not too hard. Thinking of his big sister's spontaneity and cooperation last night, learning the wildness of the battle, Qin Shao's face heated up and reminded himself in a small voice, even if there is a kidney treasure. But human beings are ultimately carbon-based organisms. After all, their energy is limited, and they can't build endlessly. Time to go work out. Qin Shao slowly got up from the ground, put on his slippers and walked towards the bathroom. He had to rinse himself off and get all the big sister odor off of him, or else he'd be screwed if his personal trainer girlfriend smelled him out at the gym later. Coach Willow is just now getting started in her relationship with herself, and she doesn't have her in full. Therefore, it was all the more necessary to be careful and cautious in front of her, not letting her find any traces. After taking a shower, Qin Shao didn't wake up his big sister, but left a message on her cell phone. Big sister, I'm leaving. I sent you the butler's phone number on WeChat. Call him directly when you wake up and are hungry so he can arrange it for you. Contact on WeChat. See you next time. Butler's phone number. By the time I got to the Goldilocks gym, the time had come to exactly 7:30 p.m. Smiling and greeting the lovely female receptionist Li Jiaojiao, Qin Shao took a quick step with his legs and went straight to the VIP room on the third floor. Slowly pushing open the door of the VIP room, Qin Shao's eyes were immediately attracted by the figure of his private tutor girlfriend. Full top, wasp waist and buttocks, beautiful curves and graceful posture. This is the best description of Coach Lu. Although it is not the first time to see this scene, even Qin Shao also reached out and secretly felt the full waist and hip curve of Lu Ruyan. But every time I saw it, I still marveled over it. Qin Shao vaguely remembers that when he was in college, he used to sneak under the covers in the middle of the night to read comics, the kind of Korean comics with exaggerated drawing style. The two most famous books Qin Shao still has an impression in his brain now. One is called Beautiful New World and the other is Fitness Trainer. Lu Ruyan's body was really just like the heroine of the latter book, and the two of them, except for their different hairstyles, even their face shapes were very similar. My girlfriend is a Korean comic heroine? Qin Shao's mind self-YYY said. The sound of the door pushing open reached the ears of the sexy female personal trainer who was jogging at an even pace on the treadmill, and she quickly turned her head back, her face instantly springing to life the moment she saw what her visitor looked like. Brother Qin, you're here. Lu Ruyan stretched out her white hand and operated on the treadmill for a few times, and after the treadmill stopped, she immediately jumped down and quickly came in front of Qin Shao. The delicate and soulful peach blossom eyes stared straight at Qin Shao. Her eyes flashed with delight and leap. Yeah, I'm a little late today. Got held up in traffic. Qin Shao touched his private tutor girlfriend's soft and tender face and spoke with a smile. Lu Ruyan is a typical goose egg face. Smooth facial contours, soft lines, features are very coordinated. Standard Oriental beauty. If you were in a TV show, you'd basically be the perfect hostess choice. Her face, body, and character Qin Shao loved. So in Qin Shao's heart, Coach Lu had a significant position. It doesn't matter. It's not like it matters anyway. Just come on. Ruyan Lu waved her hand, indicating that she didn't care at all. It's not like fitness picks a time, so as long as Qin Shao is here, she'll be happy. By the way, how did things go with your dad last time? Qin Shao suddenly remembered the last time he heard her chatting with her father, his father-in-law who loved to gamble. I don't know what's the situation now. Don't mention him. I get angry when I do. Hearing the words Qin Shao asked, Lu Ruyan's face instantly pulled down and the whole person gritted his teeth and cursed. I gave him the money that day and then a couple days later came back to me for $10,000, which I didn't give him. Then he called me a dozen times a day and I got so annoyed that I just blacked him out. I'll just pretend I don't have this kind of father and be an orphan. Speaking of sadness, Coach Lu's eyes reddened slightly, and his eyes slowly became a little moist. She threw her head back to keep the tears from falling from her eyes. Qin Shao suddenly blamed himself a little. He realized that he didn't care enough about his private tutor girlfriend at all. He didn't even think of asking her about this until now. Pop. He gave himself a hard slap, so strong that all 5 slap marks were clearly imprinted on it. I'm sorry Ruyan. I should have asked you earlier. It's my fault. I was stupid. What are you doing? Why hit yourself? Continuous teardrops flowed down from Lu Ruyan's eyes. She took a step forward and tightly grabbed Qin Shao's hand, and her whole body jumped into his embrace and cried bitterly. What's it to you? It's my bad luck. It's my poor fate to come across such a father. Qin Shao folded his hands and tightly wrapped his arms around his private tutor girlfriend's slender waist, his eyes full of heartache. The tender, elastic touch coming from her slender waist limbs made it easy for people to think about it. But Qin Shao couldn't bring up sexual interest in the slightest right now. His hand slowly moved up to her shoulder, gently patting it, his mouth comforting. It's okay, Ruyan. You have me. I'll always love and adore you. Qin Shao's comfort played a role. She cried bitterly for a while, gradually stopped, poked her head out of Qin Shao's arms, choked. I only have you. In this world, if you do not want me, then I will die. Her eyes were sincere and didn't look like she was joking. Qin Chao was inwardly shocked. He knew that this stupid girl could really do this. He hastily stretched out his hands, cupping her delicate cheeks, his two thumbs gently brushing away the tears that flowed down from the corners of her eyes. Deeply and earnestly, I swear that we'll be together for the rest of our lives, and I'll hurt you and love you, and give you the best life possible, and be the most sexually blessed woman in the world. In addition to not being able to marry you, everything I have can be given to you. Even if you want the moon in the sky, I will try my best to pick it for you, Qin Chao silently added in his heart. Chapter 74 For the Gambler's Solution. Qin Chao's affectionate gaze and compassionate and loving tone of voice caused a slight warmth to arise within Lu Ruyan's heart. It's good to have you. Unconsciously, Qin Chao already had a very important position in her heart. She couldn't imagine what she would have done if she hadn't had a father like Qin Chao. Thank you, husband. Lu Ruyan raised her head and looked straight at Qin Chao's eyes, and the name that she couldn't call out before due to her shyness was naturally shouted out. Perhaps just cried for a while, her eyes red, but her eyes are bright and godly. Not those weak women's I see pity, but a strong and upright heroic. Fool, say thank you to me, your whole being is mine. Qin Chao reached out and pinched his private tutor girlfriend's cheeks and smiled. He frowned and pondered for a moment, then said, however, he is your father after all. Do you really not care about him? How am I supposed to control him then? This gambling thing is a bottomless pit. How many people have lost their families and their wives because of gambling? Hearing Qin Chao's words, Lu Ruyan's emotions were suddenly agitated, and her delicate face was filled with helplessness and distress. After all, he is her father. Blood is thicker than water. Raised her since childhood. She can't bear it. But how is she? A little woman, supposed to control a gambler. Tell you what, I'll take a trip back with you to meet your father. And as for this matter of his gambling, I have a solution. The corners of Qin Chao's mouth rose slightly, and he already had an idea in his heart. For this kind of gambler, a single-minded persuasion is useless and will make him rebellious. If you won't let me gamble, I will. Human nature is like that. It's better for others to say 1,000 things than to open your eyes and see for yourself. Only when he is made to see the nature of gambling from the bottom of his heart will he himself be remorseful. After all, he is his own cheap father-in-law. Qin Chao doesn't want to make him lose face too much. Really? Do you really have a solution? Ruyan Lu's eyes snapped wide, her delicate brows filled with both surprise and some curiosity. Of course, your husband can do anything. Qin Chao's face was full of pride and complacency, typical of a king's wife selling herself. So, honey, what are you going to do? Lu Ruyan stared at Qin Chao with curiosity, with a look of hurry up and tell me. Qin Chao smiled slightly, pondered for a long time, and narrated his method. When gambling, the brain releases dopamine, which gives a sense of pleasure. And long-term gambling increases the brain's dependence on dopamine and creates a strong psychological craving, which is why gamblers become addicted. What is gambling for? Isn't it to win money? That's why the first step is for me to show your dad that gambling can be manipulated, and that winning or not winning isn't about luck. When we go, I'm going to hire a master of the 1,000 tricks to go with us and give him a good lesson, so he'll know that it's all up to me whether he wins or not. After he recognizes the nature of gambling, the second step is the need for environmental isolation, so that he is away from those who gamble, invisible and naturally have no idea. After listening to Qin Chao's method, Lu Ruyan's beautiful big eyes were filled with little stars. The same person. Her head was blank. While Qin Chao's head actually came up with such a subtle solution, she took the initiative to lean forward and gave Qin Chao a hard boop on the face. Honey, you're awesome. I think what you said is very doable. Ruyan Lu's eyebrows arched and a bright smile blossomed on her face, as if she had already seen her father after he quit gambling. But there's another problem if we do that. Where do we isolate him then? Qin Chao timely interrupted her fantasy and threw out a difficult question. The corner of Lu Ruyan's eyes twitched, and she silently spat in her heart. Stinky Qin Chao. Words don't finish at once. She ruffled her temples and thought hard about whether there was anywhere she could arrange for her father to stay. There aren't many relatives left in the old country, and there's basically no communication with those relatives since my mom left. Even if they did, I don't think Dad would agree to stay at their house. Thinking about it, Ruyan Lu's face sank in some distress. Tell you what, if it doesn't work out, bring your dad to Haichang. I'll rent him a house and arrange a job. Looking at the distressed look on his private tutor girlfriend's face, Qin Chao made a suggestion. Would this bother you too much? Ruyan Lu's face stagnated as she asked with some hesitation on her face. Although Qin Chao was her boyfriend, she didn't want to bother him with everything and add to his troubles. Pop! A crisp sound came from Lu Ruyan's rounded buttocks. It was Qin Chao who slapped her hard on her buttocks. All of a sudden, the buttocks were rippling and bouncing under the tight shark pants. Ah, why are you Hitting my ass? When the key part was attacked, Coach Lu was shocked and asked with a floral expression, "The next time you say something out of the ordinary like that, I'll give you more than a smack." Qin Chao glared at her viciously with a serious expression, expressing great dissatisfaction at her politeness. No, I don't want to trouble you all the time. Why are you so mean to me? Lu Ruyan's small mouth slightly pouted as she stubbornly retorted. Her voice was very small and a little broken, afraid that Qin Chao would give her ass another hard slap in anger. However, the slap that Qin Chao had just smacked, she seemed to have a strange feeling in addition to a slight pain. The feeling, which is hard to describe in words, seems to be one of a direct hit to the heart and a numbing penetration of the scalp. Since you've already called me husband, we're one and your dad is my dad too, so how can you use the trouble? I'm sorry, I was wrong. Husband, I shouldn't have said that. Coach Lu was able to submit and know that his words just now had angered Qin Chao, so he transformed into a good boy and very sincerely admitted his mistake. It's good to know you're wrong, so pay attention next time. Aha, I think I hurt you in the heat of the moment just now. Let me rub it for you, Qin Chao said with concern, a worried look in his eyes. Not a single problem could be seen from the surface. Inside he was the polar opposite of that. The feel of that hand just now was truly amazing. It's worthy of being Han Man's girlfriend. The feel of this body. Absolutely. If there's one word to describe it, it's extremely beautiful ass. No need. Ruyan Lu's voice was very small, even a little broken. For his private tutor girlfriend's refusal, Qin Chao expressed his great unhappiness, and he directly glared at her sternly, as if he was threatening her. Okay. Two little people were fighting in his head, and after a moment of agonizing, Ruyan Lu still agreed. She bowed forward slightly, her perky buttocks suddenly puckering backward as she spoke with a shudder. You do it. This nervous look of hers seems to be contagious. Qin Chao was infected by her. His hands trembled slightly and slowly put them up. This, hands down, the shutout. Chapter 75, I need to go to the bathroom. Goldilocks gym. Third floor VIP room. Broken voices came from the chamber. Light, gently, Coach Ryu whispered, his body trembling a little. Water waves flowed in her eyes, her teeth slightly biting her lower lip, and her entire person was delicate and bright and poised. For Han Man's girlfriend's reminder, Qin Chao treated it as a whisper, going in the left ear and out the right ear. His hands were on his shark pants, scratching and kneading them fiercely, as if he were kneading an elastic ball of sponge. Okay. Lu Ruyan's face was flushed and her eyes were a little hazy. She felt like she couldn't hold it any longer and somewhat wanted to go to the toilet. Qin Chao gasped and his hand that kept kneading slowly stopped. It doesn't hurt, does it? The corner of Qin Chao's mouth rose slightly and asked with a bad smile. It doesn't hurt anymore. Much better. Both of them tacitly didn't mention what had just happened. Coach Lu's face is relatively thin. For this kind of thurible thing, she is embarrassed to talk about it face to face. Qin Chao also take care of the face of the private tutor's girlfriend. Anyway, the welfare enjoys. The other go with her. That, hubby, I want to go to the bathroom. After saying this, Lu Ruyan's already flushed face added a touch of redness. She still understands about this kind of physiological knowledge, so she was even more shy and impatient. Even lowered her head and didn't dare to look directly into Qin Chao's eyes. Go on, Qin Chao said lightly and did not flirt with her. The private tutor's girlfriend is still too thin-skinned to say a lot of things to her face. Hearing Qin Chao's words, Lu Ruyan was relieved and quickly walked towards the toilet. As soon as she pulled down her tight shark pants and sat on the pure white toilet seat, Ruyan Lu's mind was still replaying the scene from earlier frame by frame. Qin Chao's hands were like magic. When he massaged her, it made her very comfortable and her whole body was losing her mind. She actually didn't resent the intimate contact with Qin Chao at all, and even liked it very much. The poor man's child is an early starter, and since she stepped into society early with a part-time job, she was more precocious and well aware of men as a species. Men are typical lower body animals. For the more easy to get the less cherish. Although she has identified Qin Chao as her partner in this life, but she is more cautious. Do not want to give herself to Qin Chao so early. In her view of love, a pair of lovers should go from knowing each other to knowing each other. Falling in love and then falling passionately in love. All of which is a process of water falling into place. When the time is right, it just goes with the flow and merges into one. Qin Chao and her are not at this point yet, so she wants to wait until she wholeheartedly accepts and recognizes Qin Chao as her other half in this life. Then she will give herself to him completely. If he knows that he is still intact, he should be very happy. Lu Ruyan secretly thought inwardly. Girls like her are few and far between in this complex, fickle, emotionally spirited society. As the message in the Sheikh's comment section says, if you want to find a girl like her, you have to go to elementary school. 10 minutes later, Ruyan Lu returned to the VIP room. Qin Chao was currently swiping his cell phone in boredom, watching the sexy hot dance of the yoga pants beauty on the screen. Was it good? Ruyan Lu's crisp voice rang out, her tone inaudibly salty, but it was clear that the private tutor's girlfriend was pissed. It's not pretty at all. I just swiped this as well. My girlfriend is much prettier than her. Not at all in the same league. Qin Chao's expression remained unchanged, and he explained with a decent face, not forgetting to pat a horse's ass after explaining. Count your blessings. The corners of Coach Ryu's mouth rose slightly, clearly taking this horse's ass in stride. I'm already prettier than her. I have a better body than her. And Shakeology has a beauty and leg-pulling effect. So this isn't necessarily true. She emphasized it again. And it was clear that women, especially beautiful women, valued looks and body shape far more than men could ever imagine. They are afraid that their boyfriend's eyes will be on other women instead of themselves, which will make them feel hurt. My girlfriend is the prettiest, hottest, most gorgeous woman in Hightown. No, in the world. I swear I'm telling the truth, and no one shall die for lying. Qin Chao's tone was extremely sincere, and he even stood up his finger when he swore, expressing his loyalty. Moreover, Ruyan Lu was indeed much prettier and had a much better body than that yoga anchor woman just now, and what he said was just the truth. Blah blah blah. What nonsense. Lu Ruyan grabbed Qin Chao's hand and broke off his fingers one by one, looking dissatisfied. I didn't say I didn't believe you, so why make such a vicious vow? Qin Chao smiled sarcastically and scratched his head. Right, hubby, when are we going back to my hometown? Ruyan Lu asked in passing. She wanted to solve her own father's problem early. Because of this matter, she could not sleep well for many nights, often lying in bed and tossing and turning. I'm alright, I'm free for a few days. Tell you what, I'll have someone find me a master of the 1,000 arts first, and when he arrives we'll head out. Qin Chao smiled and responded. Ruyan Lu nodded, her eyebrows pleased. With Qin Chao backing her up as her backstage, she felt that the stone that had been blocking at her chest fell off. People are not like the grass, they are not like the trees. Although she had blacked out her father, he was after all the father who had raised her since she was a child, and in the back of her mind, she still thought and worried about him, fearing that something might happen to him. After all, her dad was the only blood relative she had left in this world. Speaking of looking for a master of the 1,000 arts, Qin Chao tapped on his address book, flipped through it, found Hu Zongyi's phone number, and dialed it. In Haicheng, he could only look for old Hu. Soon the call was answered. Hey, Qin Dong, good morning. Hu Zongyi still greeted Qin Chao respectfully and politely. Good morning, old Hu. I have a private matter I'd like to trouble you about. You name it, I'll do it. Qin Chao cleared his throat and said in a deep voice. Here's the thing. I need a master of the art of millinery, the kind with great skill in manipulation. Can you help me find one? Ha ha ha, no problem. Qin Dong, you're right to look for me. This kind of Jianghu capable person. I really know a lot. Hu Zongyi's bright laughter came from the other end of the phone. Obviously, he was very happy to be able to help Qin Chao. Ha ha, that's really great. Then like this, you find someone to call me. I'll wait for your news. Next time we meet I'll treat you to dinner. Don't refuse. That dares to be good. I'm really honored when Dong Qin invites me to dinner. Okay, for now, bye. Bye, Dong Qin. Hanging up the phone, Qin Chao looked up at his sexy personal trainer girlfriend and made an okay gesture to her. Okay, I've already asked someone to look for it. I should have news soon. I guess I can leave for your hometown tomorrow. Hee. Great. Lu Ruyan was instantly beaming and very happy. Right, where's your hometown? Far away? Qin Chao asked. He really didn't know where Coach Lu was from. It's not far. My hometown is also a prefecture-level city in Jiang province like Haicheng. Only it's far less developed than Haicheng. Not even a third-tier city. It belongs to the kind of small city that doesn't make it to the top. It's not far. Then I'll pick you up in my car and we'll drive back to see our dad. That's my dad. What are you screaming about? A blush surfaced on Ruyan Lu's face and she said with some shame. It's all the same. You're my wife. And your dad is my dad. Qin Chao teased, with a bad smile on his face. You. Ignore you. Chapter 76 Li Jiaqian. Let's start today's workout. Returning to her work, Ruyan Lu resumed her sternness and meticulousness. Okay, wife. The corner of Qin Chao's mouth slightly raised, somewhat deliberately provoking. This caused Lu Ruyan to instantly become a bit irritated, and her nice-looking eyebrows frowned as she seriously said, Please address me as Coach Willow during work hours. After saying that, she didn't wait for Qin Chao to reply and directly waved her arms and legs and started to warm up. First follow me for 10 minutes of cardio to flip the muscle switch on your entire body. Prepare. 1, 2, 3, 4, 2, 2, 3, 4. Looking at the private tutor girlfriend shouting slogans serious movement, Qin Chao also had to withdraw the playful smile, followed her action jumping up and down. After 2 hours, Qin Chao walked out of the Golden Power Gym exhausted. Fitness is great for a while, but fitness all the time is great all the time. Although the exercise was very tiring, Qin Chao's whole image and temperament changed radically, so he felt it was worth it even if he was tired. Coming to the parking lot and opening the main driver's door, Qin Chao directly sat on his butt. There doesn't seem to be much going on today, does there? Qin Chao muttered at the corner of his mouth. The Porsche Panamera hasn't arrived yet, and the company registration hasn't been successful. After thinking for a while, Qin Chao suddenly realized that he was like an idle man with nothing to do. Right, the system's main quest. Qin Chao's eyes suddenly lit up. He had almost forgotten about the three-front strategy he had formulated. Currently, they have already raided Chia, as well as Zhu Yu, a small receptionist, and Li Feng, a light mature woman. However, Li Feng, she still has a husband now. Qin Chao is still a bit unable to lay his hands on her at the moment. After all, Qin Han was from the same village as him. In case he accidentally went east and let the village people know about it, and his own parents knew about it, then he specified that he would not have the face to see them. After thinking deeply for a moment, Qin Chao decided to take a shot at the little receptionist first. From the bottom of his heart, Qin Chao felt that she should be easier to raid. Ta-da! The black BMW started up and pulled out of the parking lot. Destination, Fujin Mansion. Wutsai Rue Company. 15 minutes later, the BMW 330 arrived at the Fujin Mansion. Steadily backing into the garage and parking the car in the parking space at the side of the building, Qin Chao pushed open the door and jumped down. He half squatted by the door and looked in the car's rearview mirror to briefly compose his image. Well, that's good. That's handsome. It's another beautiful day. Narcissistically taking half a day's photo to make sure that he was still so handsome, Qin Chao stood up straight and idly walked towards the building. Qin Chao, is that you? Suddenly, a pleasant voice entered Qin Chao's ears from behind. The voice was crisp, soft, and it was clear that the owner of the voice was a young woman. Hearing someone shouting at him, Qin Chao suspiciously turned his head to look backward. Not far away, a workplace beauty in a black OL uniform stood there in a watery manner. She was draped in a head of black hair, delicate and soft features, well-proportioned body, a very tall figure, visual estimation of at least 175. The feet also stepped on a pair of Valentino's fine high-heeled shoes. The entire popularity of the scene is not extraordinary. A city elite Li Ren's dress. Qin Chao surveyed her pretty face for a long time, very sure as well as certain that he didn't recognize this beauty. How could she call her name when she didn't know her? Qin Chao was very curious in his heart and tentatively opened his mouth and asked, "This beautiful woman, who are you? You don't remember me? I'm your junior high school classmate Li Jiaqian. Ah, we were also the same table for 2 years." Listening to Qin Chao's words, Urban Beauty rolled her eyes and said with a breathless look on her face, "Li Jiaqian?" Qin Chao scratched his head as his memory started to go back. He remembered the junior high school table Li Jiaqian, head of short hair, face a little freckles, but also a little fat. In the class at that time basically not much presence, and there are not many girls to play with her. However, Qin Chao and her relationship is good, because it is the same table, and the temperament is compatible. Qin Chao and a school bully, so she was often asked to teach Qin Chao learning problems. Qin Chao is also very serious to give her answers. After the midterms, though, they never got in touch again. Qin Chao vaguely remembers that someone in the class group said that she went to a lesser high school. This tall, sexy urbanite is Li Jiaqian? Qin Chao mentally exclaimed, impossible. Absolutely impossible. There's really too big a difference. It's not the same person at all. Qin Chao carefully stared at the face of the urban beauty again for a long time, and realized that her eyebrows and eyes were indeed a bit similar to Li Jiaqian's eyebrows and eyes in his own memory, and they were really one and the same person. Li Jiaqian, is it really you? Qin Chao's eyes widened and his mouth slightly opened in disbelief. It's really a woman's change. You've become so beautiful that I don't even dare to recognize you. Hearing Qin Chao's praise, Li Jiaqian's beautiful eyes curved and her eyes were full of joy. You've changed a lot too. You're so handsome now. She praised Qin Chao from the bottom of her heart, and a trace of surprise flashed in her eyes. I didn't realize that this boy that I had a crush on in middle school had become so colorful now. Not only is he tall and handsome with a subdued demeanor, but he has money. She just watched Qin Chao come down from the BMW. To be able to drive a BMW, at least financially it should be pretty good. Ha ha, wherever, each other. Qin Chao smiled and waved his hand in modesty. He was obviously in a pleasant mood to be reunited with his late friend after a long time. And a great beauty. I'm going to be late for work. Why don't we add a WeChat first and have dinner together after work to talk? Li Jiaqian glanced at her cell phone and said with a bit of haste, fine, You sweet me. Qin Chao opened the QR code and handed his cell phone over. Drop. The two added WeChat. I'll leave you then. Bye. After saying that, the urban beauty directly stepped on her long black silk legs and trotted on her fine high heels. Bye. The sexy back gradually disappeared from the line of sight. Qin Chao tapped WeChat and agreed to her friend request. Her WeChat ID is you at the same table. Qin Chao felt a little strange, but he didn't think much about it, closed his cell phone, hummed a little song, and walked towards the entrance of the building. Chapter 77 5% Equity Award to Huzongi. 12/F. Fu Cam Mansion. Wutsai Ingrue Ltd. Sweet little receptionist Juyu is now staring at the cell phone screen in front of her with bated breath and unblinking eyes, and her hands are constantly operating on the screen. Control him, he's out of skills. Control him, I'm 5's big. Holy, how stupid is that? Looking at the red defeat on the screen, Juyu is speechless. Her ranked this morning's luck is really bad. All of them are pit than teammates, not moving super ghost, so that she directly came to a 3 consecutive kneeling as soon as she went online. Ever since Qin Chao named her to accompany the game, Huzongi has been very indulgent with her, and it has become a routine for her to play games at work. Mr. Who also said beautifully, you practice your skills so that you can better take Qin Dong to play. She also accepted this explanation with peace of mind. Last time she played a few games with Qin Chao, she knew very well in her heart what kind of persona Qin Dong was on the game, so she also planned to strengthen her skills so that she would be better able to help Qin Chao pedal next time. Ju, what's going on? Qin Chao's voice suddenly came out, and her entire body was startled. Speak of the devil. When she came back to her senses, she found Qin Chao standing pensively in the doorway, looking at her with a smile. Juyu hurriedly got up and respectfully greeted. Good morning, Dong Qin. After greeting and hearing Qin Chao's question just now, she said in a broken voice, playing, King's honor, don't be afraid. I'm not going to do anything to you. Qin Chao laughed out loud, looking at this little girl with a trembling look. He felt a burst of laughter. Go ahead and play. I'll find you later. After saying that, Qin Chao took a step and walked towards the company. Along the way, employees within the company greeted him respectfully. Good morning, Qin Dong. Good morning, Qin Dong. Good morning, boss. Zhu Yu, the small receptionist, stood frozen in place, her face filled with doubt. She scratched her dainty little head, thought for half a day and couldn't figure out what Qin Dong was looking for himself to do. Could it be looking for a game to play on your own? I don't think so. It's business hours. Unable to think of her, she simply did not want to. The little girl naive rate, soon immersed in the game again. Qin Chao slowly arrived at the door of the general manager's office, reached out and pushed the door open, and walked in. Huzongi was sitting pensively in his own office chair at the moment, his eyes glued to the screen and his hands pounding on the keyboard, obviously working. The sound of the office door being pushed open reached his ears. His face tightened, and when he was about to shout a reprimand, the corner of his eye inadvertently swept Qin Chao's face. At once, Mr. Who was transformed into a master of Sichuan opera face-changing. The taut face immediately disappeared and was replaced by a bright and respectful smile. He hurriedly got up and fawned. Qin Dong, good morning, welcome. After saying that, he hurriedly left from the seat, ready to let Qin Chao sit. Don't bother, old Hu. You go about your business. Qin Chao reached out and squeezed his shoulder, making him sit back down. I'm just bored and came to the company to take a look around. And by the way, I'm asking if there's any progress on what I asked you about this morning. Already found. Qin Dong, this is his phone number. I was just about to call you. You came. What a coincidence. After saying that, Huzongi handed Qin Chao a palm-sized piece of white paper with a phone number memorized on it. Qin Chao took it smoothly, took a look at it and put it into his pocket. That's great, old Hu. You do things I put a million hearts. Next time I come to the company I'll treat you to dinner. Today I have something to do even. In fact, Qin Chao's so-called something is to raid the small front desk. His mainline quest is still too short. The temptation of high-level treasure chests is really too big, so he intends to speed up the pace. In fact, he also had doubts in his heart. Within his 3 girlfriends, only Tianjing was considered to be truly his own. Lu Ruyan and Shin Schoolgirl had not yet exchanged feelings with him. I don't know if exchanging feelings with them counts as accomplishing a task that can reward a treasure chest. Qin Chao thought silently in his heart. Since the host's other 2 girlfriends are both virgins, double rewards will be triggered when exchanging feelings. The system's cold electronic voice promptly solved Qin Chao's confusion. After hearing the system's reply, Qin Chao's eyes lit up. That's right. That's too nice. Double that, or 4 regular treasure chests. I already have one myself, plus this one at the small front desk. That makes 6. 2 advanced treasure chests. Thinking of this tantalizing reward, Qin Chao's eyes were covered with stars and his mouth was watering. Calm down. The 8s are not even close. Although the 2 girlfriends are very close to you, you can't rush yourself in such matters. You can't just run up to your girlfriend and say, let's exchange feelings. That would be too low. I'm very happy to be able to help Mr. Qin. If you have something to do, go ahead and don't mind me. Hu Zongyi said with a humble face, with a sense of a chivalrous man who has brushed off his clothes after the matter, and who has deeply hidden his achievements and his name. Qin Chao were touched. Should not say, Hu Zongyi such a talent. Use it is really too comfortable. For such a subordinate, it's time to enlist him and give him a little kudos. After thinking for a while, Qin Chao slowly opened his mouth and promised to Hu Zongyi, Old Hu, you do a good job. To the end of the year, I personally give you 5% of the equity reward. As a reward for you to help me do something, and not every time to work hard for nothing. Giving 5% equity is the result of Qin Chao's careful consideration. Hu Zongyi, as the general manager of Bo Kaiying Rui, has an annual salary of several $100,000, so it is too vulgar to give him money, and the weight is not enough. Letting him take equity and be a shareholder is the best option. On the one hand, he will be more attached to the company earns more. Qin Chao and he also earn more. On the other hand, he will be more enthusiastic to help Qin Chao in his work, because he has learned that Qin Chao is really not stingy and will really give a. With a 5% stake and a market value of about 2.5 million, Qin Chao doesn't care about this. Hu Zongyi this kind of talent. Use in the hands. The value is far more than 2.5 million. This deal, Qin dynasty not only not lose, but also earn a lot of money. Thank you, Qin Dong. Thank you so much. You have things to explain at any time. I guarantee that I will do what you explained properly. Hu Zongyi's eyes were slightly red, some hot tears, and he had a feeling in his heart that a soldier would die for a friend. In fact, he didn't want to do anything for Qin Chao. He just wanted to have a long face in front of him and prove his ability. After all, Qin Chao is the big boss of the company. He never expected that Qin Chao would think so highly of him that he would be willing to privately take out 5% equity to reward him. Now, although he is the general manager, he is still a wage earner, to put it bluntly, only counting himself as a senior wage earner. If he had the shares, he would have directly transformed into one of the company's owners, and that status would be completely different. Old Hu, say what thanks I like you this person. Will come to things. Qin Chao smiled, patted Hu Zongyi's shoulder, and said in a serious tone, you believe in me, follow me, and I guarantee you a great future. I understand, Dong Qin. From now on, wherever you point, I will fight. On the road. Ha ha ha. Qin Chao laughed openly. His heart was very happy. He hummed a little song and slowly walked out of the general manager's office. Chapter 78. Sight has magic powers. 10:30 in the morning. Coming out of the general manager's office, Qin Chao's mood became good. He had a big smile on his face, and even took the initiative to greet his employees when he passed by the office area and the pantry. And the whole person appeared to be very friendly, not at all like the big boss of the company. These ordinary employees were instantly somewhat flattered as they immediately responded respectfully to Qin Chao. Hello, Qin Dong. Good morning, Mr. Qin. Qin Dong, you are so handsome. I think you can debut as a star. Ha 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 ha. The crowd in the office was all smiles and the overall atmosphere of the company was very cordial. The one who made fun of Qin Chao was a department manager of the company called Shintang. He looks gangly and handsome, a bit like Wang Chung Chuk. He is humorous and witty. His temper is also good. He is well liked in the company, and there are a few female staff members who are secretly in love with him. You kid, your looks are not bad. Let's directly form a group, make a handsome and compelling combination, and debut in situ. Qin Chao smiled and disliked it. In that case, I'll be called handsome and you'll be a pushover. Qin Chao words just finished. The company's male and female staff are ha 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 laughed out loud, some with one hand on the forehead, some touching their stomachs. They didn't expect that the big boss of the company would be so funny and humorous. It was so interesting. Okay, Dong Qin, you are handsome and I am pushy. Shintang finished and laughed himself. Everyone work in peace. The laughter ended. Qin Chao waved with them and walked towards the company's entrance. Things have been done. It's time to ask the little receptionist to have dinner and chat to talk. The system's main quest still has to be completed. Take care, Qin Dong. Take care, Qin Dong. Don't see me off. Take care, handsome. Immediately arriving at the entrance of the company, Qin Chao slowed down his pace. He paced slowly to Joy's side without speaking. This sweet and cute little girl's eyes were staring at the screen, carefully maneuvering Bailey Shayo. Qin Chao glanced down at the stats at the top right of her screen. 803. That's not bad. It's superb. Qin Chao didn't bother her. Obviously she had reached the critical moment of the game. She and her teammates were already hugging in front of the opposite high ground tower, preparing for a wave. With a victory from the cell phone, Zhu Yu won the game. Not bad, quite impressive. Qin Chao gave her a thumbs up and smiled. The little girl's pretty eyes were confused and she turned her head to see that Qin Chao was standing beside her. Obviously, he had been standing here for a while and did not disturb her. She rose hastily, a little alarmed throughout. Qin Dong, you, why are you here? What? I can't come? Qin Chao's face slumped, pretending to be angry. No, you can't come. Looking at the innocent and naive appearance of the little girl, Qin Chao stopped teasing her and directly said his intention. I also haven't played the game for a few days. Take me to play the game in double row. Play for a while and go out to eat together. For an internet-addicted girl like Zhu Yu, using the game as a jumping-off point before introducing dinner seems appropriate and less likely to be rejected. If Qin Chao directly asked her to have dinner, the intention would be too obvious. Instead, it would not be conducive to the situation of quickly rating her. Sometimes it's better to go step by step than to go on a high note. Ah, good. Yes. Hearing Qin Chao's words, Zhu Yu's sweet and cute face was colored with a layer of redness, and she lowered her head and answered, Mr. Qin wants to have dinner with me later? I didn't dream it. There was some disbelief, surprise and anticipation within the naive and uninitiated little girl. Who wouldn't like a young, handsome and rich diamond like Qin Chao? She, Zhu Yu, was no exception. If she could fall in love with a man of this caliber, she was afraid she would wake up laughing in her dreams. Okay, come with me then, go play in my car, and we'll go to dinner later when it's time. Qin Chao said. There was a reason why he said he'd play in the car. As the boss, he had to lead by example. If the two of them play games blatantly in the company during working hours, it will easily affect the working atmosphere of the company, which is not conducive to the development of the company. After saying that, Qin Chao took a step towards the elevator entrance. Well, the sweet little receptionist agreed, and she quickly cleaned up on the table, put on her small satchel, and followed Qin Chao's back, quietly in the elevator. The two stood one behind the other. Zhu Yu is in the front and Qin Chao is in the back. It was only now that Qin Chao had the time to take a look at the sweet female receptionist's outfit today. A tight white cotton t-shirt on top outlined her well-proportioned and supple upper curves. Swan neck, water snake waist, collarbones hidden, breasts upturned. The size is not big, but the shape is very tempting. The lower body is a knee-length denim skirt under the package. The delicate buttocks rounded and erect, legs thin and straight. There is a fresh and elegant beauty. Not bad. Qin Chao made an evaluation in his heart. Zhu Yu this style belongs to is a small family type, a bit like just grow-up neighbor girl, used to eating big fish and meat, occasionally eat a meal of this kind of home-cooked food. Qin Chao think it is also completely fine. The elevator slowly descended. Standing in front of Qin Chao and turning her back to him, the little girl Zhu Yu's body trembled slightly, a little nervous, with her eyes staring ahead. She used her afterglow to peek at Qin Chao from the mirror on the side, and she realized that Qin Chao's gaze was currently looking up and down her body, from the swan neck to the slim, straight and pretty back, from the water snake waist to the round and firm ass, to the long and straight legs. Qin Chao's sight was like magic. Wherever his gaze surveyed, it was like something was caressing her, making Zhu Yu's whole body soften and she almost couldn't stand on her feet. Her heart was pounding so hard that sweat broke out on her forehead and she felt like going to the bathroom. Ding dash. The elevator reached the first floor. Zhu Yu's taut body instantly loosened up. She slowly exhaled a mouthful of turbid air and stepped out of the elevator. Qin Chao caught up. Looking at the little girl's flushed face and drops of sweat on her head, he cared with concern. Xiao Zhu, what's wrong with you? Are you not feeling well? I see your face is a bit red. Nope, it's okay. After listening to Qin Chao's words, the blush on Zhu Yu's face became heavier. She felt shameless. It wasn't like people were doing anything to her. She was imagining things on her own. Is it really okay? Qin Chao was not too assured and confirmed again. It's fine. Probably a little stuffy. That's fine. Take your time. My car is over there. Qin Chao reached out and pointed a direction, leading the little girl towards his BMW. Chapter 79, Spicy Girl Zhu Yu. Soon, the duo arrived at the BMW. Qin Chao took out the key, gently pressed. The vehicle beep unlocked, pulled open the main car door and got into the driver's seat. Get in the car. Come on. Hurry up and start playing. I'm still playing the field. Qin Chao's eyes were glowing and his face was a bit eager to try. He hadn't played pesticide in 2 days, and his hands were getting a little itchy. Aha! The little girl slowly pulled open the passenger door and sat her butt in the car. The car door was closed, and in the confined space, the lone man and woman sat next to each other, separated by a mere 20 to 30 centimeters. Suddenly, a fresh, light, and somewhat wintry smell came into Qin Xiao's nose. He twitched his nose a bit and took a few hard breaths. I don't know how to describe the smell. It's a little nice and a little tawdry. It's like the smell that emanates from women that increases male hormone production when men and women exchange feelings. The smell of perfume on Zhu Yu. But why is it this kind of smell? Qin Xiao was puzzled. I'm on the number. Pull me. Zhu Yu's sweet voice interrupted Qin Xiao's thoughts. He didn't bother to think about it and directly pulled her into the room. Click play to start matching. After 10 seconds, it entered the room where the people were chosen. I play Liu Bei. Qin Xiao directly chose Liu Bei in seconds. The painful memory of the last time he was countered by the field is still fresh in his mind. His game purpose is, if you can't beat it, join it. Looking at the screen where Qin Xiao directly locked Liu Bei, the corner of Zhu Yu's mouth curved slightly with some amusement. Okay, then I'll still play center and be able to work with you. Okay, remember to help me more. The duo kicked off another sweet double team. Perhaps the opposite party was too good. The game had only been going on for 8 minutes when Qin Xiao went over the top. Of course, this can't be done without the sweet front woman, helping him with damage, feeding him heads, and mainlining a dog-licking act. A Bailey Shoyo was born to be played as a support by her. Soothing, keep going. Next hand. The game was won, and Qin Xiao's face sprang to life. Sharply. Today in Zhu Yu double row. The first game on the Over God. He thought to hurry to enjoy a few games. After all, usually play by yourself but it is very difficult to over God. Well, open it up. Go. An hour later, the duo ended their double teaming, not losing a single game. Over gods all the time. Qin Xiao experienced the pinnacle of cool games since he played this game. Although the game played was only a gold game, but before when he played by himself, even gold he couldn't beat, and was often abused. Okay, that's enough of the game. It's time for lunch. Qin Xiao put away his cell phone, smiled and asked Zhu Yu, what do you want to eat for lunch? My treat. I'll do whatever. It's all good. Qin Dong. Qin Xiao's eyebrows knitted, his face somewhat dissatisfied. Don't call me Qin Dong. How did you call me that night? These words directly brought Zhu Yu's memory back to the night when she double rode with Qin Xiao. Before going to sleep, when saying good night to each other, she called Qin Xiao as Brother Qin, and Qin Xiao called her as Little Zhu's sister, which made her a moment of heart and soul at that time. Thinking of this, Zhu Yu's face slightly reddened as she whispered, Brother Qin, that's right, in the future, besides calling me by my position in the company, just call me Brother Qin the rest of the time. Got it. The little girl snickered and nodded, a joyful smile blooming on her face. She had always had a lot of good feelings for Qin Xiao in her heart, and due to her status, she didn't dare to express them easily. After all, he was a high roller, the director and boss of the company, and he was just a small receptionist. The gap was too big. Now, Qin Xiao took the initiative to show kindness to her and cared for her intimately, making her heart very satisfied and enjoyable. Can you eat spicy food? Qin Xiao asked. It's okay, I'm from Hunan province, and the most famous thing on our side is chili peppers. Spicy girl. We're kind of old folks then. I'm from Gan province. Qin Xiao's eyes lit up and said with some surprise. Gan and Xiang are one family, and many people from abroad affectionately refer to people from Gan and Xiang provinces as their old cousins. Yeah, that's quite a coincidence. Zhu Yu's face also revealed a smile. I didn't expect Brother Qin to be a hometown with himself. In Haicheng, it's too hard to run into a hometown. Since you can eat spicy food, then let's do this. Let's go eat Gan cuisine. I know there's an authentic Gan restaurant in Haicheng. It's very authentic and overly spicy. Yeah, I'm getting a little greedy hearing you say that. Zhu Yu pursed her lips, and a hint of desire for food flashed in her eyes. Qin Xiao's words about Gan cuisine tickled the cravings in her stomach. This side of Haicheng is not very spicy, preferring sweet, so her diet are a bit with the flow. Slowly out of the heavy spicy, eat a little light. But as an authentic Hunan girl, a spicy girl, she has the gene for spicy food in her bones. Qin Xiao today directly stimulated the spicy gene in her bones. In Haicheng, after eating light for so long, she also misses the richness of Hunan cuisine that is heavy in oil, bursting with spice, salty and fresh. Okay, then let's go. After saying that, Qin Xiao slightly stepped forward, probed his body, crossed over Zhu Yu, and pulled out the passenger's seatbelt to buckle her up. Zhu Yu was still sitting in her seat with a stagnant face, and at the moment, her mind was blank. When Qin Xiao probed over to buckle her seatbelt, he was face to face with her, so close that the tips of his noses almost touched each other. Qin Xiao's burning breath hit her face, and his finger joints unintentionally touched the side of her neck, making her body sensitive and abnormal. Her straight long legs under the denim skirt rubbed uncontrollably, and goosebumps even rose on her arms. Well, thank you Qin. Returning to her senses, the sweet female receptionist's pretty face was slightly red, and she lowered her head and thanked Qin Chao. In front of Qin Chao, she could not help but blush and be shy. She didn't know what was wrong with her. Maybe she really had a crush on this handsome young boss. You're welcome, little sister Zhu. Qin Chao smiled and turned his head to look at the sweet little girl in the passenger seat. With a glance, his entire body was dumbstruck. A head of long black and beautiful hair, sweet and lovely features, tight cotton t-shirt very close to the body, showing off her soft upper body curves to the fullest. The seatbelt cut across her breasts, strangling a deep mark on a firmness that had already been squeezed a little too much, and there was a spreading of something called series. Qin Chao took a deep breath, looked ahead, drove seriously, and forced himself to stop turning his head to look at her. I didn't expect this kind of girl next door. See her up. Temptation is also so big. Qin Chao secretly sighed in his heart. Chapter 80 Gone Cuisine Old 3. 15 minutes later, the BMW arrived at its destination, parking in an empty space off to the side. The pair stepped out of the car and stood at the doorway, taking a cursory scan of the restaurant. This is a typical nostalgic style restaurant, with Old Three Kinds written on the signboard. As a well-known chain restaurant, Lao San Yuan has a different status in the hearts of Gone Province people. People in Gone Province love spicy and salty, and Gone cuisine is on the heavier side. Lao Sanzou's signature is basically a representative dish of Gone cuisine. It can be said that it is because of it that the popularity of Gone cuisine in the country has greatly increased, and even Haichang, which is thousands of miles away, has a branch of it. Let's go inside. It's been a while since I've been here. The store was still the same familiar look. Qin Chao looked around and realized that it was pretty much the same as the last time he was here. Nothing had changed. Aha! Zhu Yu nodded naively and followed Qin Chao's footsteps towards the restaurant door. The duo pushed open the transparent glass door, and the store's waitress immediately greeted them and politely opened her mouth. Welcome, may I ask how many of you are dining? Gentlemen, get me a seat by the window. Qin Chao smiled and said, the reason why you want a window seat is because ganjiang has a lot of oil and a heavier flavor. If you lean against a window, the air can circulate and dissipate your body odor. Yes, please follow me. The waitress smiled slightly, indicating that she understood this guest very well, and after finishing, she walked ahead to lead the way. The two followed the waiter to a clean and tidy table near the window. You two please take a seat. We don't have paper menus in the store. Ordering directly scan the QR code on the table to place an order. Okay, thank you. Qin Chao nodded and gave the waitress a bright smile. His features were handsome. He grinned with a mouthful of white teeth, and his whole person unintentionally exuded a charming charm. The waitress is a young girl in her early 20s, who brushes handsome men and women on jitterbug every day, just at the age of love. This handsome smile of Qin Chao directly dried her up and she froze in place. When she came back to her senses, her heart was pounding and a blush appeared on her face. You're welcome, call me if you need me. She stole a glance at Qin Chao and slowly walked to the side, standing quietly. It's a waiter's mission to do just that. Stand on the sidelines after entertaining guests and wait for them to call. After sitting down, Qin Chao took out his cell phone and scanned the QR code on the table and entered the ordering app. Then he handed his cell phone to Zhu Yu. Let's see what you want to eat. You go ahead and order. Good. The sweet female receptionist responded daintily, took her cell phone, and checked out the electronic menu. Her pretty eyes were glued to the screen, her hand gently sliding downward as she frowned slightly. So entangled, do not know what to order. Look at all want to eat. Zhu Yu touched her white and smooth chin and finally made a decision. I'll have the crab legs with vermicelli and braised chicken claws. Just those two. She looked rather cute with a smile on her face and some slight puckering of her brightly colored lips. After saying that, she returned the cell phone to Qin Chao. Qin Chao reached out to take back the cell phone, his gaze moving away from her bright red lips as if without thinking. God knows what he was just thinking in his head. If you use this mouth. Qin Chao shook his head to remove this evil thought, and his expression was focused in the electronic menu on his cell phone screen. Unlike Zhu Yu's entanglement, as a regular customer of this restaurant, he had a clear goal and directly ordered a braised fish mashup and a small fried green vegetable. 10 seconds later, he was done placing his order. The two sat at the table and waited in awe, smiling at each other every now and then. Luckily, it was midday, not too many people, and the restaurant served food fairly quickly. 10 minutes later, all four bright red, passionate dishes were served, red and full of chili peppers. This is Gone cuisine. In other cuisines, chili peppers are a side dish with a small portion. Gone cuisine has the most chili peppers, and you can find meat in the chili peppers. There is even one of the hottest and most famous dishes in Gone Province called chili pepper stir fry, featuring a jet fighter. Eat it, taste how it tastes. Qin Chao put a chicken claw into Zhu Yu's bowl with his chopsticks and spoke with a smile. Aha! The little girl nodded nervously and picked up the bowl of chicken claws and brought them to her delicate red lips. Spicy, very spicy, very spicy. This is the first feeling of the little girl. But, as a Hunan girl, this bit of spiciness is within her acceptance. She sipped the bone delicately, taking in the flavor of the food in her mouth. Yummy. The chicken claws are so soft and mushy. They come off the bone when I sip them. Jiu kept her lips, but her face showed a pleasant smile. This dish was very much to her liking, and she now felt an appetite. Have some rice to relieve the spice. Don cuisine is just more rice intensive. Upon hearing this, the little girl quickly took a bite of rice and stretched out her chopsticks to take another chicken claw and stuff it into her mouth, her eyes revealing contentment. She thought the gone food was so good that she could have dried 3 bowls of rice with just this bowl of chicken claws. Looking at Juyu's appearance of enjoying the food, Qin Chao shook his head in amusement, also picked up chopsticks and feasted. Speaking of which, he hadn't eaten authentic gone food in a long time, and kind of missed the flavor. After finishing their meal, the pair paced out of the restaurant. Their stomachs were full. Juyu, a well-built little girl, ate 2 bowls of rice, and Qin Chao even directly dried 3 bowls. I can't help it. Ganjiru is so filling. Sometimes you just can't stop eating it, and it's easy for your stomach to fill up. No, brother Qin. I'm so full I can't walk. Juyu reached out and touched her soft little tummy under her white cotton t-shirt, her eyebrows drooping a little. I didn't feel it when I ate it just now, but now I realize that I seem to have eaten a little too much, and I have to lose weight. It's fine. Then we'll sit down and rest for a while. Then we'll walk slowly to get rid of the food. There are a few empty tables and chairs in front of the restaurant, presumably for his customers who are waiting in line for their meals. Qin Chao reached for 2 stools, handed one to Juyu and sat down himself. Thank you, brother Qin. You're so kind. Juyu's beautiful eyes overflowed with a moving radiance as she smiled sweetly. When she finished, she felt something was wrong. So what? Isn't that a bit ambiguous? The little girl's mind wandered silently. Her face was slightly flushed and she secretly used her afterglow to gauge Qin Chao's reaction. Only, Qin Chao's expression was flat and calm, as if he didn't hear it. Juyu's face gradually pulled down, her eyes flashing with disappointment. It's me who's narcissistic, isn't it? People like this kind of high wealth handsome. There are beautiful women like, how can they look at me? I'm thinking about fart eating. Having said that, Juyu also had this self-awareness, but she couldn't help but feel a tinge of sadness flooding her heart. She really quite liked Qin Chao. He was young, rich in gold, handsome, gentle, and as a boss he was also kind and affectionate, considerate to his subordinates. From that aspect it was her heavenly dish. Unfortunately, it does not belong to me. The more the sweet front woman thought about it, the more she was mesmerized, and her eyes reddened slightly. She silently lowered her head, not wanting to show this posture in front of Qin Chao. What's wrong with you, little sister Zhu? A warm, magnetic voice rang in her ears, and a light suddenly lit up again in her bowed eyes. Chapter 81, Can I Call You Baby? Qin Chao did not know at this moment that this cute little girl had brainstormed many images. He just thought it was strange that she had been silently keeping her head down since she had said that earlier, as if her mood wasn't quite right. The little girl is not in the right mood. It's a good time for me to play. Qin Chao was happy inside. Raiding Juyu will allow you to complete the system quest and get a treasure chest. So isn't this an opportunity? Was worried about finding some excuse to do it. With that thought in mind, he cleared his throat and adjusted his voice, trying to sound as magnetic as possible. What's wrong with you, little sister Zhu? Qin Chao asked with slight concern, and also reached out to gently stroke Juyu's head, since Juyu was silently bowing her head. What Qin Chao touched was the back of her head in the place where her ears met. Even his wrist touched the little girl's delicate and sensitive ear. Feeling Qin Chao's gentle caress, Juyu's fair face was a little slightly red, but her body did not resist in any way. She enjoyed Qin Chao's intimate behavior towards her, and the disappointment under her eyes just now had long disappeared. Right now, she had nothing but excitement and joy in her heart. She thought that maybe she was overthinking herself. Qin Chao didn't necessarily dislike her. If you don't like her, you'll let her have special treatment at the company? If you don't like her, you'll play games with her at night? You'd invite her to dinner if you didn't like her? These things at least proved that he had some weight in his heart. Otherwise, why didn't he do this to other female employees? The more Juyu thought about it, the more penetrating it became. As if she had opened up her spiritual wisdom, her brain turned faster and faster, and her thoughts kept jumping to the good side of the brain. She was silent and did not answer Qin Chao, just quietly enjoying the caress of Qin Chao's big hand on her head. Even, her head was slightly raised upwards to match Qin Chao. Qin Chao felt something wrong when he touched it. When she asked the little girl, she didn't answer, but just kept her head up to match her strokes. What does that mean? Ha? You're testing the cadres with this? Which cadre can withstand this test? The corner of Qin Chao's mouth rose slightly, hooking up a bad smile. Raid her anyway, whatever, add some yardage. His hand slowly moved down and away from her small head, his entire palm resting on her pale, slender neck, with the fingers of his pinky and ring fingers still resting gently on her delicate ear. This time, the little girl finally reacted a little. Her ears instantly turned red, and the blush even spread to her neck. Apparently, the little girl was shy. However, she still didn't resist, still silently lowered her head, not daring to raise her head to look Qin Chao in the eyes. The ears and neck, being the private parts of a woman's body, are generally only to be touched by a loved one or a loved one, and it is unlikely that a man in an ordinary relationship would be in a position to do so. So, what does she mean? Qin Chao's eyes flashed with wisdom and understood. So that's how it is. I'm worried about how to get my hands on you, and you've come straight to my door. Isn't this a typical two-way street? Thinking of this, Qin Chao's eyes lit up and a happy smile hung at the corner of his mouth. The little girl was shy and embarrassed to face me. Okay then, let's just keep quiet and act silently. Since it was broad daylight and still sitting outside the restaurant, Qin Chao didn't have any evil thoughts. He just gently ruffled his slender fingers, stroking and hovering back and forth over Zhu Yu's ears, earlobes, and showy neck. There was no thrashing, just a flirting and teasing. Zhu Yu's lowered face was red, but she couldn't stop the corners of her mouth from grinning. Out of shyness, she didn't dare to confess to Qin Chao openly and honestly, so she secretly told him her feelings with her actions. Qin Chao's response told her his answer, and luckily for her, she had made the right bet. Zhu Yu's heart overflowed with fondness and excitement. She slowly raised her head and her eyes met Qin Chao's line of sight. For eyes met, no one said a word, and it was all in the air. Looking at the sweet female receptionist's delicate and lovely face, Qin Chao couldn't help but reach out and pinch it. Slippery, bouncy, nice touch. He was the first to speak, breaking the silence. Rested? Aha. Good. Okay, the little girl said daintily, her pleasant voice with a hint of trembling. Okay, then get in the car. Qin Chao stepped forward with a natural look, took Zhu Yu's small hand and walked towards the car. Since both parties had nodded their heads, it was only right that one should exercise some basic powers, such as holding hands, kissing, touching and the like should be fine. The little girl looked a little dumbfounded, but quickly came back to her senses. She glanced down at the hands held by the two of them. The corner of her mouth slightly grinned, a bright smile on her face, the depths of her eyes full of joy and delight, and she stepped up her long legs to follow Qin Chao's pace. Soon, the duo arrived at the car. Unlocking the vehicle, Qin Chao pulled open the driver's door and sat in the car. Zhu Yu also followed and got into the car, sitting on the passenger seat on the side. Her face was still flushed, her head was slightly lowered, a little anxious, not quite daring to look into Qin Chao's eyes. This timid look of the little girl attracted the attention of the big gray wolf. Qin Chao's heart moved and he couldn't help but want to molest and flirt with her. Little sister Zhu. When she heard Qin Chao calling her, she turned her head a little puzzled and looked at him. Why are you so cute? Qin Chao's next sentence made her whole body froze. Instantly startled, like a frightened beautiful sheep. Her mouth was open for half a day, but she didn't know what to say. She obviously didn't know how to respond to this kind of love talk yet. Can I call you baby? The corners of Qin Chao's mouth rose slightly, outlining a bad smile, and he directly offered a killer weapon. In his opinion, molesting this little girl, Zhu Yu, was just too much fun. She had never even heard of such blunt love words, and for such a pure little white flower, he would have to popularize her knowledge. Qin Chao's king bomb speech made Zhu Yu's heart like instantly fluctuate violently. Her face swish red, her eyes are slightly lost in thought. She never expected that Qin Chao's words were more revealing than one, although the two have been considered to be the default feelings. However, in her impression, feelings are not supposed to step by step, gradual advancement. Well, how Qin Chao does not follow the common sense of the cards. The first up to open the big move. Her brow furrowed slightly, her mind a little torn. Qin Chao's pace was a little too fast for her, letting her reject Qin Chao. Her heart didn't want to do so. After half a day of hesitation, she nodded silently. Yes, forget it, Qin brother likes it on the line. Anyway, it is all sooner or later, just take it as an advance. Zhu Yu silently brainwashed herself in her mind. Baby, I'm going to kiss you. This sentence Qin Chao said very fast and even a little blurred. After saying that, he directly probed half of his body and kissed Zhu Yu's delicate red lips. The main theme is fast, lightning fast. Looking at the handsome face that appeared in front of her, Zhu Yu's brain went blank and directly went down. Brother Qin, kissed me. Chapter 82. Men are so fickle. Inside the cool and smooth black BMW, Qin Chao slightly rested his hands, gently cupped the tender face of the little girl and tenderly kissed on her delicate red lips. While kissing Zhu Yu's lips, His eyes carefully observed her facial expression. If an expression of resistance or revulsion showed on her face, Xin Chao would stop in time. As a big old man, Xin Chao was not so lickety-split as to bully a little girl. Fortunately, Zhu Yu didn't show any resistance or aversion. The little girl's eyes were closed tightly, her face trembled slightly, and her hands were waving feebly in the air somewhat out of place. It was obvious that she was very nervous. Looking at her flustered and raw look, Xin Chao felt that this should be her first kiss. Winning the lottery. Xin Chao's heart cheered. Is this the protagonist's aura? Several of his own girlfriends were daisies, and in this materialistic society, that was a stretch. It's literally less likely than even winning $5 million in the lottery. If they were all miserably ugly, it would be perfectly understandable that they were fledglings. But the reality is that each and every one of them is a great beauty with an overall rating of over 90. Ordinary people would have to burn their bridges if they owned one. Have this kind of big beautiful wife? Bring out on New Year's festivals double face. And even will directly occupy the center of the friend's party or relative's chatsy seat. Such girlfriends have a whopping 4 of their own, and there are 2 older sisters who have exchanged feelings that aren't counted. Thinking of this, Xin Chao couldn't help but feel an extremely pleased pride leaping up inside his heart. It's ing called life. It's ing called life. Retrieve the roaming thoughts. The 2 kissed some gradually into the good. Xin Chao's head slowly a little on the head. He was no longer satisfied with kissing his lips, but tried to lightly clasp Zhu Yu's teeth, wanting to have a profound tongue chase with her. The little girl's teeth were clenched shut and her hanging hands were slightly fisted, her expression faintly displeased. Zhu Yu's heart actually did not resent Xin Chao's intimate contact with her. She just felt it was a bit too fast. What's with the kissing? Years of good parenting have made her a woman of simple life and lively yet very traditional character. Since she was a child, she has not had a boyfriend, has not tasted the flavor of love, so it is not easy to be the first time is considered a little bit of a seedling. How to directly want to go deeper into the kiss. Feeling Zhu Yu's teeth clenching and the resistance on her face, Xin Chao's gaze gradually cleared. I'm sorry. Xin Chao reached straight up and greeted himself on the head, his face filled with guilt. In order to complete the main task as soon as possible, they are just a little carried away. People, little girls so simple and naive. How to come up to give people on this intensity? Zhu Yu and Xia. Zhou Jiajia is obviously different. She is the kind of fresh out of society, pure little flower, shallow experience, and is the first time to fall in love. Cannot be so casual treatment of her. You have to take one step at a time, step by step, but that would slow down the progress of the main quest, so it would have to work on his 2 girlfriends. Xin Chao could still remember that the system said that he could get 2 treasure chests by exchanging feelings with them. Qin, brother Qin, you don't want to be like this. It's my bad. I just think we're going a little too fast like this. Looking at Xin Chao ruthlessly pumping himself, Zhu Yu's eyes were slightly red. Her eyes were full of self-reproach, and there was also some aggression. It's my fault, Zhu. It's me who didn't consider your feelings. Hit me. I'll never fight back. Xin Chao slightly turned his head sideways and turned his handsome face to her, signaling that she could do it. No way. To such a little girl is to use a bitter trick. See the effect. Unfortunately, Xin Chao's bitter trick failed. Zhu Yu didn't even hear what Xin Chao said. Her attention was all on that Xiaozhu. Just a moment ago it was called baby, now it's Xiaozhu. Men can be so fickle. Does he not want to recognize? The little girl's mind was messed up, and the more she thought about it, the more sad she became, and the tears in her eyes finally couldn't stop flowing down. Hey, what's wrong? Why are you crying properly? It's all my fault. You can hit me and scold me. Don't cry. Okay. The little girl's tears directly made Xin Chao's hands busy. He frowned slightly, somewhat at a loss for words. He was most afraid of girls shedding tears. When he was a child and the neighbor girls grabbed toys, snatched the other people's toys. Little girl cried when he surrendered directly. The toys are still hands back. Xin Chao's demeanor and tone of voice made Zhu Yu's heart settle down a little. He should not have meant that. He was overthinking. She stopped crying. Her nose twitched. Her red lips slightly pouted. And she muttered in a small voice. You just called someone baby, and now you're calling Xiaozhu. Xin Chao's face instantly froze when he heard this. Women's brain circuits are really different from men's. After half a day, she cried, or because of this, Xin Chao was a little crying and laughing. He adjusted his tone and reached out his hand, tenderly caressing Zhu Yu's tender face, saying, it's me who didn't pay attention. Baby, I'll call you that from now on, okay? Due to the fact that she had just cried, there were still a few transparent teardrops remaining on the little girl's face, and her entire face was watery, looking even sweeter and more appealing than it had just been. Xin Chao couldn't help but lean forward and gave her a kiss on her smooth face. Zhu Yu answered in a small voice, a bright smile blooming on her face after the rain. Her heart was as sweet as honey, as if she finally understood the feelings of those heroines in love and romance novels. Looking at Juyu's sweet and satisfied look, Qin Chao smiled slightly, while his heart was quite saddened. It's so tiring to fall in love with such naive little girls. You have to guess this and that all day long, trying to figure out their moods. It's better to be a big sister. They know everything, they cooperate, they know what to do when given a wink. But since Juyu is a fledgling, then exchanging feelings with her should also have 2 treasure chests. Thinking of this, Qin Chao was relieved again. For the sake of one more treasure chest, I'll have fun with this little girl, just to experience the wonders of being in love. Those who can do it, do it. A heavenly chosen pigfoot like me is a laborious life, either on the ground or in bed. Qin Chao mentally sighed silently. Chapter 83, The Third Appointment at Hong Yen Restaurant. Baby, let's go then. I'll take you back to the office, Qin Chao said softly. It would be late and the little girl had to work in the afternoon. Since Juyu is a relatively simple and traditional little girl, the progress of the strategy is not estimated to be so fast. Step by step slowly. Good ground. Juyu's face was filled with lightness and pleasure as she responded daintily. She was already satisfied today, getting Qin Chao's liking and confirming his relationship with herself. There was a little overcast halfway through, but that was because of myself. She secretly resolved that next time she would not be able to refuse his request for a deep kiss. She knew that look would break her boyfriend's heart. 15 minutes later, the BMW arrived at Fujin Mansion. The little girl stamped Qin Chao's face and then happily ran into the building. Qin Chao didn't follow him in. He had finished his business. There was no need to go to the company. Since there's nothing to do, it's a good time to go home and take a nap. He started the car and drove towards Haisheng Sky City. As for the master of the 1,000 arts, Qin Chao is not in a hurry. In the evening in contact with him put. Anyway, he is his father of the A party. At any time to be able to call him over. Back home, Qin Chao simply washed his face, directly lay down on the sofa, and soon fell into a deep sleep. It was 5:30 in the afternoon when I woke up again. He habitually took out his cell phone ready to brush a little Jiayin to see beautiful women. Just tapped the screen. A few WeChat unread messages on it attracted his attention. You at the same table, Qin Chao. Are you there? You at the same table, I'm off work. Are you free? Come out for dinner and chat? You at the same table, why don't you reply to me? You're not ignoring me on purpose, are you? The messages were all sent at different times. Basically 10 minutes between each of the 2 messages, with the first message sent at 5 o'clock sharp. Yeah. Oh. When she left in the morning, she said that she would have dinner and chat together after work, and it was only then that Qin Chao remembered. To this tall and sexy changed greatly junior high school table Li Jiaqian. Qin Chao is also very happy to exchanges with her, together to recall the youth that passed away in those years. He picked up his cell phone and typed the message on the screen. Qin, sorry, I didn't wake up until now from my nap. Qin, okay, where to eat? My treat. You pick the place. Messages are returned directly in seconds. You at the same table, okay, the restaurant address will be sent to you in a moment. Succinct and clear, and not overly polite, with a big personality. Qin Chao silently analyzed in his heart. So many years have not seen each other. This former table character Qin Chao also do not quite understand. Can only be from the next chat with her to get along with the gradual figuring out. Qin Chao was really curious about her. He wanted to know how the short-haired freckled little girl in junior high school came out to be this kind of tall and sexy urban beauty, even though the woman had changed. This was a bizarre change. Even the freckles she had on her face before were gone. It is also possible that the makeup hides it. When he met in the morning, Qin Chao didn't take a serious look at her face. He intends to take a closer look when he eats in a while. Men, until they die, are teenagers and care 120 times about the things they are interested in. Qin, good. After typing this, Qin Chao put down his cell phone and paced into the bathroom humming a little song. After releasing a full afternoon's worth of piss on the upscale toilet, shaking lightly and wincing, he began to undress. Although it was only early summer at the moment, the weather in Haicheng was already very hot, and the temperature of over 30 degrees could easily make people sweat all over. I'm going to have dinner with a sexy urbanite tonight, so I have to clean myself up anyhow. Regardless of other conditions, a clean and tidy image is definitely a plus in the eyes of girls. No girl will like a lazy and unimaginative beggar man. If there is, then she must be blind, or the man by the billion close to the people. After simply taking a cool shower, Qin Chao walked out of the bathroom wearing a soft textured towel. After more than half a month of working out, it was obvious that his body had changed drastically. Tall and robust body, well-proportioned body type, broad shoulders and narrow waist with long legs. The basic external attributes of a type of man he already has completely. His pecs protruded slightly, his abs were not yet visible, but the contours were beginning to show, and his small stomach from before was completely gone. looking at his own figure in the floor mirror. The corners of Qin Chao's mouth rose slightly, somewhat unable to suppress his smile. This is only more than half a month. If you insist on a few more months, when all the pectoral muscles and abdominal muscles are molded, and then with his tall and straight body, Qin Chao can't even dare to imagine how big his charm will be. Even if you are penniless by then, with your face and body, it should be easy to be a gigolo and eat the soft rice of a rich woman. The corners of Qin Chao's mouth grew wider and wider as his thoughts rambled on. Buzz. Suddenly, the WeChat beep sounded, interrupting Qin Chao's thoughts. He stepped forward, picked up the cell phone on the table, and tapped the message. You at the table, Hongyan Restaurant. Map. It's the address of the restaurant that Li Jiaqian sent. It was Hongyan Restaurant again. Qin Chao's face was a bit crying and laughing. This was already the third time he had a dinner date with someone there. This fate was too marvelous. The first time was a college reunion in Haichang, where he met his schoolgirl girlfriend, Shun Ma Xin. The second time was the family of his former neighbor, Qin Yuan Dao, the day he met Li Feng, the enlightened teacher he had dreamed of as a teenager. Then again, this time, it's another date with his junior high school classmates. Not to mention, this restaurant is really a blessing for himself. Qin Chao was a bit floored. Every time I come here to eat there's a pretty girl who makes a bit of a connection with herself. Qin, okay. After replying to the message, Qin Chao walked into the master bedroom's check room, ready to pick out what to wear today. With his face and body elevated, he now has gradually improved his taste for his outerwear and accessories. As the saying goes, Buddha depends on gold and man depends on clothes. And good dressing is also very helpful in enhancing the image and charm of men. Looking at the closet empty, inside hanging a few pieces of clothing, pants only a few, Qin Chao's eyebrows slightly hair wrinkled up. Last time, although he had shopped once with schoolgirl Shen at the Wanshan Center, he had only bought a few sets of casual clothes and 2 suits. With his current status and position, these clothes were far from adequate and completely unworthy of his taste. It looks like we'll have to find an opportunity to spend hard. Qin Chao stroked his chin and muttered to himself. Who will I get to accompany me then? Tianjing? Schoolgirl Shen? Alas, there it is. Qin Chao's eyes glowed and a good idea came to his mind. Almost forgot the soul sisters. Zhou Jiajia, Xia, 2 soul sisters together to accompany me, not on the line. They're both mature women who certainly don't think like little girls and aren't so jealous of their possessions. As long as the bills are well spent, the big sisters should be happy to do the same. Thinking of this, Qin Chao's gaze grew brighter and brighter, giving a thumbs up for his brilliant idea. Chapter 84, the high-cool imperial sister who takes the initiative to hit on her. After comparing in front of the wide floor-to-ceiling mirror in the check room for a while, Qin Chao finally chose the combination of a white t-shirt with light blue loose jeans. Simply changing his clothes, he stood in front of the floor-to-ceiling mirror and smiled slightly at himself in the mirror, revealing his white, neat teeth. The handsome man in the mirror returned the smile politely. A valuable LV casual style wear, tall and straight body, hard and handsome face, infectious smile, a good handsome and decent rich boy sense of vision. The corners of Qin Chao's mouth rose slightly, looking very satisfied. Nowadays, he has long since not been a Wu Xia Mang, more than half a month has not seen. When scratching the surface of the eyes, this money thing really feeds people. Qin Chao sighed in his heart. Without the system, he would never have gotten to where he is today. I guess I'm still working as an ordinary cowhorse in the company, saving up to go back home to take out a loan to buy a house and be a house slave, find another wife on a blind date, have kids, and live a normal life like most people. Thanks again, System Dad. Your good oldest child is on his knees to you. Qin Chao directly knelt on both knees and threw himself on the ground to show his sincerity. Hey, remember to finish the main quest properly. The system's voice was still cold, but this tone was a bit different. Ah, Qin Chao's eyes were stagnant, and his face looked a little strange. I'm just being polite myself. You really want to be my father? Hey, no matter. Father is father. Anyway, the system is better than my real father to me. One more father is not a loss, and one more person to love. Qin Chao inwardly quickly accepted the reality. Yes, Dad. When Qin Chao rushed to Hongyan Restaurant, the time had already come to 6:15 p.m. This will be the evening rush hour. The road on the car traffic jam. People crowded. 3 kilometers away, Qin Chao hard to drive more than 20 minutes before rushing to the restaurant. Nimbly parking his car in the restaurant's dedicated parking lot, he got out and walked towards the restaurant's front door. Before going out, Qin Chao had already made an appointment with Li Jiaqian to meet in the hotel lobby and decide the follow-up situation then. The days are long and the nights are short in the early summer in the city of Haikao, and it would be after 6 o'clock in the evening, and the sky is still very bright. The distance from the parking lot to the front door of the restaurant is not far, estimated at 300 or 400 meters. Walking on the road, the surrounding people's sights were placed on Qin Chao's body from time to time. and their eyes were full of marvel. Wow! Shaowen, have you seen that handsome guy? He's so handsome and has a great body. He's my type. A sweet and innocent-looking young lady said to a tall and cold imperial lady next to her, her face full of surprise. She didn't think she'd run into such a handsome guy when she came out to dinner with her girlfriends, and to be honest, she was a little heartbroken. Is quite handsome then still consider what? Directly go up to ask for WeChat I'm a little scared. The young lady blushed slightly and squirmed. Coward. So useless. Wait, I'll go get it for you. Spitting a sentence of her own girlfriend? Tall and cold imperial sister directly thundered with long legs and walked towards Qin Chao. Behind the ear also came her girlfriend's whispered, "Thank you, Shaowen." Wu quickly walked behind Qin Chao, reached out and patted Qin Chao's shoulder and generously said, "Handsome guy, can you give me your WeChat?" When she finished, she pointed to her best friend, who was not far away. "My best friend wanted to add you, but she was too embarrassed to come over and ask for it, so I came and asked for it for her." When his shoulder was tapped, Qin Chao was a bit puzzled and slowly turned his head. What met his eyes was a beautiful woman with delicate features and a tall figure. She had a cold face and was wearing a black sheath dress with a plain white t-shirt on top. Her temperament was cool and she didn't look good to approach. "This beauty has a good-looking body, but I don't seem to recognize her," Qin Chao said in his heart. His brain turned hard, pondering whether there was such a beautiful woman in his memory. After listening to what she said and knowing her intention, Qin Chao suddenly realized, it is to help people to ask for their own WeChat. My old Qin also have this day also can be in the street by beautiful women want WeChat ha ha ha. Qin Chao had an inexplicable sense of pride in his heart. This kind of plot in the novel actually happened to himself. You don't say. It's really quite cool Returning to his senses, Qin Chao followed this beauty's finger and glanced at her bosom friend not far away. She is wearing a uniform short skirt similar to noble schoolgirls. Sweet face, not tall, about 164 or so, petite and cute, slim figure. The most striking thing is her chest, heavy 2 piles, fine branches bear fruit. Qin Chao are a little worried for her. "Sure, you sweep me or." Qin Chao smiled politely and agreed. Both are beautiful women with good face and body, or they are sent to the fish pond by themselves, so don't want them for nothing. Anyway, he had the main quest hanging over him, so wasn't this just to deliver a treasure chest? "I'll sweep you up." After getting Qin Chao's consent, a trace of joy flashed in the eyes of the cold beauty Wuan, and all the icy coldness on her face receded a bit. She was really afraid that Qin Chao would reject her. In that case, she would be disgraced in front of her girlfriends and might be ridiculed by her for a while. "Okay," smoothly adding her friend. Wuan's exquisite eyes looked at Qin Chao and said, "Thank you, then I'll leave first, bye." After saying that, Qin Chao quickly walked towards the door of the restaurant not far away. He had already seen Li Jiaqian's shapely and sexy figure. Wuan slowly walked back to her best friend's side, clicked on the WeChat of Qin Chao that she had just added, with a face that lived up to her expectations. Mumble, "Added it, you useless ghost." Hearing her best friend's words, Chenli's face blossomed into a happy smile as she directly hugged Wuan and said fondly, "Anan wife, it's great to have you. Know me well. Then today's your treat. It has to be on the house. You can have anything you want." "Really? I'll order whatever I want then?" Wuan's face overflowed with a bad smile as he deliberately asked. She was aware of the extent of Chen Li's bulging wallet, and asked this just to tease her bestie. "That, sack, you watch." Chen Li's face surfaced with a blush as she squirmed. She didn't have much money left this month, and it was still a long time until next month's paycheck, so she didn't want to go back to eating instant noodles every day. "Fool, don't I know your little family background? Let's eat spicy hot pot tonight. It's been a long time." Wuan glanced at her best friend, a hint of favor flashing in her eyes. Her best friend, Chanli, is simple, sweet and innocent, like a little girl who hasn't grown up. "And you're the best. I'm so blessed to have a bestie like you." Chanli leaned forward and gave her bestie a hard kiss on the cheek, sighing from the bottom of her heart. "Just know, cherish me." The two of them were warmly teasing and joking around, and the atmosphere was very cordial. In front of her girlfriends, Wuan's high-cool imperial lady appearance in front of people no longer exists. Chapter 85 The Power of Money Power. After seeing the slender silhouette at the entrance of the hotel, Qin Chao quickly walked to her side. Li Jiaqian is still wearing the same outfit that Qin Chao saw in the morning in the parking lot of Fujin Mansion. Black silk high-heeled OL uniforms. Typical city girl style. Apparently, she came straight from work and didn't go home to change. "Hello, middle schoolers. Sorry I'm late." Qin Chao briefly said hello. "It's okay, dudes have privileges." Li Jiaqian's beautiful eyes overflowed with radiance, and she smiled and joked. Qin Chao's outfit is different from what she saw in the parking lot in the morning, which is a bit out of her expectation. making her heart thumping and secretly exclaiming so handsome. A simple white t-shirt, jeans, his broad shoulders and narrow waist with long legs completely set off his body. And then with that handsome face, Lee Jiaqian felt that her heart had fallen another point. The first 2 years of junior high school. He is not tall. People grow fat. Face also a little freckles. In the class does not have a strong sense of existence. And no girls are willing to play with themselves. Only this table with excellent grades. Do not mind at all. Not only usually after class will often chat and play with themselves. In the study of their own patience to teach themselves. Resulting in their grades soared. And ultimately admitted to the high school of their choice. Li Jiaqian knew from that time in middle school that the seed of her heart and adoration had long ago broken through the ground and planted itself in him. Although the high school duo were separated and not in the same school, but one never forgets one's heart and love for him. And this feeling, to this day, remains the same. She studied hard and tried to become beautiful. Didn't she want to be able to stand in front of him and tell him I like you? Thank God for making it possible for us to meet again. Ha ha, you're a big beauty too. Qin Chao was amused by the joke, and business blew each other off. In all honesty, and not really blowing each other off, the two are indeed handsome men and women. Well, let's not stand in the doorway for a while. Let's go inside and talk while we eat. Noticing the awe-inspiring gazes that swept around from time to time, Li Jiaqian suggested. There was no way. Two handsome men and beautiful women whose face value was above 90 points stood at the entrance of Han Yan restaurant talking and laughing. A proper bright scenery line. Okay, let's go in then. The two walked side by side, slowly into the restaurant. One hard and handsome, one tall and shapely, a match made in heaven. Just as he reached the doorway, a waitress in a black staff uniform greeted him. With a smile on her face, she spoke politely. Good evening, sir, ma'am. May I ask how many of you are dining and do you have a reservation for a private room? 2. No reservations, Li Jiaqian replied with a calm demeanor. It was mainly just her and Qin Chao for dinner in the evening, so she didn't choose to book a private room. In her opinion, there was no need for that. And it was still Qin Chao who said he would treat her. And in her heart she sincerely wanted to save him money, even though he probably wasn't poor. Okay, you two come with me. There's still room in the hall over here. The waiter said with a slight bow and took a step to lead the way. The two quickly followed. It was mealtime at the moment, and the hall of the restaurant was crowded with people, drinking and buzzing. Looking around the crowd of people coming and going, listening to the noisy sounds, Qin Chao's eyebrows slightly knit, turned to Li Jiaqian and said, Will it be too noisy? Do you want to go into the box to eat? Listening to her middle school white moonlight, the tall urbanite smiled and nodded. All yours. As long as it was Qin Chao's words, she didn't want to object to a single word. She wanted to do what he said unconditionally. What's more, the hall was indeed a bit noisy, and there were also those horny gazes sweeping over her body from time to time, which made her feel very disgusted in her heart. She had some secret regrets in her heart. Had she known that she should have booked a compartment in advance in the afternoon? Waiter! Qin Chao shouted loudly to the waitress who was leading the way in front of him, fearing that she couldn't hear. After all, this will be too noisy hall. All kinds of voices gathered together. Ha! What's wrong? The waiter turned his head to Qin Chao with some curiosity. Are there any more boxes? Help us change boxes. Sir, I'm really sorry. The store box is already booked out. The waiter bowed slightly, his face slightly embarrassed. Tell you what, you call your manager and tell him I have something for him. Qin Chao's face remained unchanged and said blandly, mainly this will then change the restaurant is too troublesome. He does not believe that he has the ability to money, but still cannot get a box. Yes, please wait. The waitress bumbled off to the backstage of the restaurant. Within moments, she was back, followed by a middle-aged man in a black suit. This middle-aged man wore a pair of black flat-framed glasses. His features were a little chubby, his hair was combed meticulously, his eyes flashed a hint of shrewdness from time to time, and he looked to be a person who was smooth in dealing with things. He slowly walked in front of Qin Chao and spoke with a smile and politeness. This gentleman, hello, I am the lobby manager of Hong Yan restaurant. May I ask what you are looking for me? I tried to book a booth, but the waiter said there were no more. I'm really sorry sir. Today's box is indeed booked out. Qin Chao reached out and stroked his chin, asking with a slightly deeper meaning. Are there really no empty compartments? I can double the price. He remembered seeing a video posted by a shop-hunting blogger on Jitterbug before, saying that all these restaurants had unspoken rules and would leave a few compartments empty by default to be used as backups in case of emergencies. The specifics were not clear to Qin Chao. He just wanted to try it out. Qin Chao's appearance of being rich and not poor in money made the lobby manager's eyes light up. He smiled and said, We do have 2 private rooms available in the store, but they are for the boss's exclusive use, generally used to entertain special guests, and are not open to the public. After saying that, he continued, "Why don't I go make a phone call to ask my boss for his opinion? Do you think it's okay?" "Go on." Qin Chao waved his hand, signaling him to ask for instructions. The manager turned around, walked quickly to a quiet corner, took out his cell phone and dialed. Looking from Qin Chao's side, one could only see his mouth constantly moving, supposedly describing the situation to his boss. Soon, the middle-aged manager returned with a joyful smile on his face. "Sir, our boss has agreed. You two please follow me." "Good." Qin Chao turned to look at Li Jiaqian with a happy and pleased smile on his face, as if to say, "See, this is the power of the ability to banknote." Getting to the deep meaning in Qin Chao's smile, the tall urban beauty's eyes rolled over and threw him a soulful blank stare. The duo picked up their pace and followed the slightly chubby lobby manager to the box. Chapter 86, Thank you for remembering me. Following the lobby manager into the box, the two of them sat opposite each other. Qin Chao turned his head and looked around at the surroundings of the box. Luxurious central chandelier glowing, smooth and textured marble floor, high-grade solid wood dining table seats. All of this speaks to the splendor and dignity of this box, which is, to put it bluntly, high class, worthy of the boss special reserved box. This grade is estimated to be used to greet the powerful people it. Qin Chao thought internally. The manager on the side smiled politely and spoke. "Mr. Qin, then I'll retire first. Feel free to greet me anytime you need something." The smile on his face was sincere, even with a touch of respect. "Okay, it's really troublesome for you, Manager Jiang." Qin Chao smiled slightly in appreciation. "It's no trouble, Mr. Qin. You're overstating it. It's all part of my job." After saying that, Manager Jiang nodded slightly to Qin Chao and walked out of the box. He came outside the box and instructed the waitress waiting at the door. "Greet Mr. Qin well. He is an honored guest of our restaurant." "Yes, manager." This waitress instantly looked up and nodded with a straight face. The waiter respectfully handed over 2 menus, and after studying them for a while, the two of them ended up ordering 2 of the restaurant's signature dishes each. After all, there are only 2 people. Qin Chao is not so much as to order a table of food. Wastefulness is shameful. This reason he still understands, especially food. More cannot be wasted. The waiter took the menu they handed back and jogged out of the box to go backstage to place the order. The luxurious box was suddenly left with only the 2 of them. A handsome man and a beautiful woman, looking at each other. "Handsome man, I've followed you to enjoy your fortune today. It's the first time I've come to such a luxurious box." Li Jiaqian's delicate eyebrows rose slightly, and a bit of snickering showed in her eyes as she said with a smile, "Ha ha, I'm not going to lie. It's my first time here as well, and I still swiped Jitterbug to learn about the unspoken rules of this kind of tavern." Qin Chao explained with a wide smile on his face, although he had come to Hongyan restaurant to eat twice before, but basically in the reserved ordinary hall. The decoration is just average. With this kind of high-end luxury boss reserved box is not a great at all. "Old classmate, haven't seen you for a long time. You've gotten rich now. Do you have mines at home?" Li Jiaqian had a bad smile on her face and somewhat teased Qin Chao. Hearing this question from his former junior high school deskmate, now a beautiful woman in the city, Qin Chao really wants to return a sentence, "Having a mine counts for nothing. Lousy has a system." But this kind of thought can only be self-eye in the heart. Qin Chao touched his chin. His face calmly said, "No, just made some money by luck." Qin Chao feels that showing off in front of Li Jiaqian, a junior high school classmate, is completely unnecessary. After all, it's been a long time since we've seen each other, and it's fate to meet in Haicheng. As expected, you were the best in your class in middle school, and you still stand out so much. Li Jiaqian stared closely at Qin Chao's handsome face, her beautiful eyes sparkling with little stars. After saying that, she changed her tone and continued, "You know, since the first year, there was a girl in the class who had a crush on you, and she still likes you until now." "Ah, really? Who is it?" Qin Chao's mouth was wide open and there was some doubt in his eyes. To be honest, he couldn't even remember the names of many of his junior high school classmates now, and if he really named a person, he wouldn't necessarily be able to recall what she looked like. "You guess?" Li Jiaqian's beautiful eyes turned and sold the story. How can I guess? I don't even remember those classmates." Qin Chao smacked his lips and expressed some speechlessness. "Just to give you a heads up, female classmate, not very tall, a little freckled, and a little chubby." Li Jiaqian smiled and said. After finishing, her soulful beautiful eyes stared at Qin Chao, her eyes full of expectation. Her heart was pounding a little, both nervously and fearfully. She was really afraid that Qin Chao had forgotten all about her middle school appearance. Hearing Li Jiaqian's description, Qin Chao instantly understood who she was talking about. "Isn't it just you? Like me, since freshman year?" Thinking of this, Qin Chao's heart was very surprised. He didn't know at all. When he was studying, He just thought that this tablemate was not bad, quite good communication, so he also quite liked to chat with her. She didn't get good grades and asked herself any questions she had, and she was all eager to answer them out of classmate love. I didn't realize that it was this simple help that had such a deep impact on her, that it even made her like herself since her first year. What a passionate emotion it is for a girl to like you for more than 10 years from her first year to now without changing her mind. Qin Chao took a deep breath and was a bit touched to the core. He didn't answer her directly. His eyes rolled slightly and he spoke with feigned hesitation. I know who it is. Who is it? As soon as the words fell, Li Jiaqian's eyes instantly brightened by a few points, and she hurriedly opened her mouth to ask. Yes. Qin Chao frowned slightly. His face was a little hesitant, as if he was a little unsure. This look on his face caused Li Jiaqian's eyes to darken. A little disappointed and even a little sad. Was it really all in my head? He doesn't even remember my middle school appearance now, and his heart feels so hard. Li Jiaqian inwardly choked. A little difficult to accept. It's a tall, sexy, beautiful woman in a professional OL uniform. Qin Chao's gentle and magnetic voice reached Li Jiaqian's ears. Her eyes widened. Her eyes suddenly erupted with ecstasy, and her whole person instantly became excited. She got right up and pulled out the solid wood chair, taking 3 or 2 steps with her long black silk legs. She rushed to Qin Chao's front and jumped into his arms in his face full of stupefaction. Thank you for remembering me. I'm so happy. You don't know how much I love you. Li Jiaqian buried her face in Qin Chao's chest, wrapped her hands tightly around his neck and sobbed. I used to have too low self-esteem to confess to you. I could only bury my head in the sand and study hard. And after I got into college, I insisted on skincare and fitness. I'm so serious about changing myself. I just want to appear in front of you as a beautiful and confident self. I don't want to feel inferior anymore. Her tone was sincere as she told Qin Chao about her experiences over the years and her fondness for him. After hearing these words, Qin Chao's eyes reddened slightly and his expression was somewhat moved. He reached out and wrapped his arms back around her, gently stroking her hair. A touch of pity couldn't help but rise in his heart for this silly and obsessive girl. Was it worth it after all these years? Qin Chao asked rhetorically. It's worth it. It's very worth it in my mind. And many times when I'm on the verge of not being able to hold on, the thought of your face gives me confidence again. Feeling the big hand that gently caressed her hair, a bright smile appeared on Li Jiaqian's face, and her heart seemed to be as sweet as if she had drunk honey. Expressing her hidden emotions for many years to the person in question, how he would reply to her, her heart was actually quite uncertain. However, it seems like it should be going in a good direction now. Chapter 87. Thank you, Jiaqian. After expressing her passionate emotions, looking at the wet tear marks on Qin Chao's shoulder, Li Jiaqian's face slightly reddened, got his shirt all wet from crying. I didn't feel anything when I was emotional, but now after calming down, the whole person suddenly felt very shy and somewhat embarrassed to face Qin Chao. After all, today is only a long time to meet again. So long not seen directly hold people, Emil confided. This is too shameful, Li Jiaqian secretly thought inside. That. She opened her mouth to say something, but half the time she couldn't get out a complete sentence. Although she had strong feelings for Qin Chao was still a relative stranger to her, and they needed to communicate and enhance their feelings before they could take the next step to a more intimate connection. Fortunately, Qin Chao shouldn't hate her either, and even had a good feeling about her. That's enough. After comforting, Qin Chao didn't know what to say. You can't just let your middle school friends go to a room to exchange feelings for the first time. That's too. This girl's heart for herself for over 10 years was too heavy. In this kind of impetuous society, there will still be such a sincere and passionate emotion. Qin Chao does not want to live up to this heart. Although she was pretty and had a great body, to be honest, the two of them would still be a little strange after not seeing each other for so many years. Qin Chao decided to give himself a little time. Slowly get along a little. When both sides feel that the fire of feelings is reached, the relationship will be further. The luxurious box was inexplicably quiet at the moment, with only the sound of their breathing spreading through the room. Sir, your food is here. The waitress's voice broke the silence as she walked nimbly into the room and greeted the ones behind her to follow. 4 waiters came into the room in perfect order, each carrying a plate of beautifully styled dishes. The food is served. Please enjoy. After putting down the dishes, the waitress took the lead and bowed slightly to Qin Chao, followed by several waitresses who bowed similarly as they exited the box in turn. Well, take a seat and eat. Qin Chao glanced at Li Jiaqian and smiled gently. Aha. Li Jiaqian nodded nervously and returned to her seat on her high heels. Sitting on the chair, her head was slightly lowered, somewhat not daring to look directly into Qin Chao's eyes. After a long time of being entangled in her heart, she finally gathered some courage and secretly looked up at Qin Chao, only to see a pair of bright and deep eyes quietly staring at her. With a hint of flirtation in them, she hurriedly lowered her head, just like a frightened rabbit. Looking at Li Jiaqian's appearance of a shrinking turtle, Qin Chao couldn't help but pfft and laughed out. You don't have to say. This would be a cute junior high school tablemate of her own. Completely different from her dressing style, a bit of a contrast. Let's eat. The food will get cold. Later, Qin Chao spoke gently, deciding not to snicker at this superficial urbanite anymore. He reached down and popped some of the beautifully plated dish in front of him into his mouth, chewing slowly and savoring its flavor. The tender, Q-tip texture was very nice and the flavor was somewhat surprisingly good. No wonder the business of this store is so hot. Qin Chao understood the reason. This is delicious. Try it. Qin Chao turned the rotating glass on the table, allowing the dishes to come to Li Jiaqian. Li Jiaqian picked up her chopsticks and reached out to clip a small piece and put it in her mouth, chewing it slowly and feeling the flavor of the dish. It was indeed delicious. After eating it, her eyes lit up and she chucked another piece, the two of them quietly enjoying the food, occasionally chatting a sentence or two. The atmosphere is no longer quiet just now, become harmonious and cheerful. 1 hour later, after enjoying their meal, the duo walked side by side along the road in front of the tavern. The evening breeze of early summer was warm and gentle, brushing their cheeks and giving them a touch of comfort. Jiaqian, do you work near the Fujin building? Qin Chao remembered seeing her in the parking lot of Fujin building in the morning and asked out with some doubts. Yeah, I work at Jingxiu Design on the 15th floor of Fujin as a designer. Li Jiaqian raised her eyebrows slightly and looked a little proud. Designer? You're awesome. Qin Chao was a little surprised in his eyes and couldn't help but praise him. He had heard a little about the design industry, which required experience and talent, and the average fresh graduate would have to polish up at the bottom for a few years before he had the qualification and opportunity to punch a designer. Like Li Jiaqian graduated not long ago, directly become a designer that can be too few, or she has a very strong talent in the design above, or what international awards, so you can directly skip this step. Either way, it showed the extraordinary effort that must have gone behind the tall, urban beauty in front of her. After all, she should be the same age as Qin Chao this year, only 24. What about you? What do you do now? Li Jiaqian asked Qin Chao rhetorically, a strong desire to explore rising in her eyes. She wants to know every single thing about Qin Chao, wants to know his job, his address, his family. I've started an internet clothing company to be my own boss, but the company is still in the works at the moment, Qin Chao said with a bland expression. Wow, you're fantastic too. A schoolteacher is a schoolteacher. It's just different from us ordinary people. Li Jiaqian's beautiful eyes widened as a trace of color flashed under her eyes. Although she knew that Qin Chao should not lack money to drive a BMW, she did not expect him to open his own company and become the boss, leaving his peers far behind. Originally thought I was so young as a designer, some complacent. The results, there is a more cattle. However, Li Jiaqian felt that this was deserved. In her eyes, Qin Chao would always be the best, whether it was in middle school or now, or in the future. Just lucky. Qin Chao waved his hand and said modestly, if he didn't have the system, he would be a cow horse, completely incomparable to Li Jiaqian's current position. Fortunately, he ran into her only after he had the system. If he ran into her with the previous cow and horse appearance, it would be really shameful. Qin Chao secretly thought in his heart, luck is a form of strength, too. In my heart, you'll always be the best. Li Jiaqian's eyes twinkled with stars. Her impression of Qin Chao had always been that school bully in junior high school. Smart, patient and excellent. Her face was filled with blind trust in Qin Chao. Thank you, Justine. Qin Chao stopped and reached forward to touch Li Jiaqian's smooth and tender face. A wave of warmth welled up inside him. It was wonderful to have someone so unconditionally supportive and fond of you. Chapter 88, The Mature and Beautiful Jolan. No, you're welcome. Qin Chao's face touching Kill made Li Jiaqian a bit unable to resist. Her face swish a moment red. The Qin Chao in front of her eyes was still very different from the Qin Chao she remembered from junior high school. Not only in looks, but the tone of speech and style of doing things were completely different. It looks like it's not just women who are big, but men too. Now he was tall, handsome, gentle and affectionate, with a somewhat flamboyant charm. Li Jiaqian felt herself getting even more upset with him. Alright, it's getting late, let's call it a day. Qin Chao took his hand away from Li Jiaqian's face and looked at her with a smile. Although she was a bit reluctant, Li Jiaqian nodded dully. After all, we've just been reunited today, so it's not really appropriate to play too late. Take your time. Just ask him out for dinner and hang out often from now on. And then Ken not have WeChat it. Every day WeChat annoying him. Do not believe that Ken not handle him. The urban beauty heart silently thought. Did you drive? Do you want me to drive you back? In her heart, she was tempted to say she didn't drive, but Li Jiaqian nodded, signaling that she did. Then bye-bye. Next time about WeChat. Qin Chao waved with her and turned towards the parking lot of the restaurant. Bye. See you next time. Looking at Qin Chao's tall and straight back, Li Jiaqian's mouth pursed slightly, and strong reluctance surged in her eyes. Only when Qin Chao disappeared from sight did she pace towards her car. She didn't park in the hotel parking lot when she arrived, but parked close to the street in a parking space. She now regretted very much in her heart. If only she had parked the car in the parking lot, then she could have stayed with Qin Chao for a while longer. That's stupid. She couldn't help but curse herself. 15 minutes later, the black BMW 330 drove into the underground garage of Haisheng Sky City. Parking the car in his own exclusive parking space, Qin Chao opened the door and got out of the car. Taking the elevator from B1 to the ground level, he took his legs and took a leisurely stroll through the neighborhood. It was early summer at the moment. The weather was cool. The breeze gently brushed his cheeks. He squinted his eyes. The whole thing was cozy. The interior of Haisheng Tiancheng is beautifully landscaped with high green coverage and good air conditions. In addition to this, there is an oversized open-air swimming pool, which is free of charge for the residents of the complex. As Qin Chao passed by, a heckling clamor reached his ears. Turning my head, I saw several small children playing and frolicking inside the pool, their innocent smiles as clear and pleasant as the wind chimes. Qin Chao was a bit infected. If not for not knowing how to swim, he really wanted to jump in and take a dip. The young time without worries is the simplest and happiest days in this life. People, the older the more unhappy. Qin Chao thought silently in his heart. He paced onward, turning left at the intersection ahead to Building 2. He'd be home in no time. As he was doing so, a figure passed by him and bumped him so hard that he stumbled and almost fell. Qin Chao's heart welled up with huge anger, and he was about to utilize the characteristics of the old Zuyan people to greet his whole family. Before he could open his mouth, a mature and delicate voice reached his ears. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to. Are you hurt? Qin Chao turned his head to look. A mature and beautiful woman with sexy bikini underneath and a white towel draped over her shoulder was looking at him with some worried eyes. Her face was full of apologies. Her features were exquisite. Her body was plump and moving, with a drop of flesh on her stomach, and her whole body looked like a kind of person who could easily make people feel in awe. It's like a character on some little island movie, full of sass. Looking at the sexy and moving beautiful woman in front of him, the anger in Qin Chao's heart suddenly disappeared without a trace. He cleared his throat and said, well, it's okay. I'm fine. Just be careful when you walk. It's easy to fall when you walk too fast. Listening to Qin Chao's words, the beautiful woman's face was slightly relieved. She stared at Qin Chao's eyes and said with a bright smile, handsome man, you are so nice. Thank you for your consideration. After saying that, she extended her hand to Qin Chao. My name is Zhou Lan. I live on the 19th floor of Building 2. Nice to meet you. Zhou Lan inexplicably had a hint of good feelings towards the young man in front of her. He was tall and handsome, with a straight figure and an extraordinary temperament throughout, making her want to know him uncontrollably. Qin Chao reached out and shook her hand, a slight smile on his face. Hello, my name is Qin Chao. I just happened to live upstairs from you. Ah, really? Such a coincidence? The beautiful woman's eyes widened slightly, her face very surprised. She didn't realize that the handsome young man she bumped into on the road happened to be her upstairs neighbor. It was fate. It is indeed a coincidence. Maybe it's fate. Qin Chao smiled lightly. The whole person acted very gentlemanly and cultured. In that case, why don't we add a WeChat? We neighbors usually move around more, usually help each other out. It's quite good. Okay, you sweep me. Qin Chao took out his cell phone and opened the QR code. Brush a moment. The two added WeChat friends. Seeing as you're not very old, is it okay if I call you Little Qin then? Putting away her cell phone, Zhou Lan took the initiative to take a step closer to Qin Chao and asked with a smile. Sure, then I'll call you Sister Zhou. Qin Chao's brain circuit is very clear at this moment. Calling Zhou sister is too old. For this kind of beautiful woman, age is hard. Surely to call smaller. Call sister is the optimal solution. Goo. Little Qin, your mouth is so sweet. I'm over 30. Where is still any sister? Although her mouth said so, the bright smile on Zhou Lan's face betrayed her. Women, especially older women, love to hear this kind of thing, all the time. Ah, are you 30 years old? Sister Zhou, I look like I'm only in my early 20s. Look younger than me? Qin Chao, possessed by a playwright, pretended to be very surprised and said, to be honest, although there were many girlfriends, he really hadn't exchanged feelings with this kind of ripe and beautiful woman, so he was very interested in Zhou Lan. The point is, she's also pretty and has a great body, definitely considered a beauty with an overall rating of 85+. The only drawback may be a little bit of flesh on the stomach, but mature women, completely acceptable. Little Qin, you're going to shame your sister to death. It's not as young as you say. Lan stretched out her jade hand and patted on Qin Chao's shoulder. Her face was slightly flushed and said, when she slapped, Lan felt Qin Chao's hard arm muscles, which made her face blush even more. It was obvious that the body underneath the white t-shirt was very powerful. Really, Sister Zhou, when we walk outside, people will definitely not be able to tell which one of us is bigger and which one is smaller. Qin Chao's eyebrows rose slightly, and the corner of his mouth hooked up with a bad smile. Mature woman is different. A smile between the knitted brows of flavor. Charm is really different. He felt that following the beautiful woman should be a good idea. He just didn't know what was going on in her family. If it is a married woman, Qin Chao should not bother. Living in a large flat in Haisheng Sky City like yourself is definitely not an ordinary person, and it's better not to mess with it casually. Chapter 89, do you want to come down to my place for a taste? Just when Qin Chao and Zhou Lan were chatting vigorously and even a bit on top of each other, a shout came from the pool. Mom! A little girl of 7 or 8 years old with a swimming ring hanging from her body was sitting on the edge of the pool looking this way. Both of them heard the voice at the same time. Qin Chao's expression didn't change much. To be honest, it was in his expectation. At Zhou Lan's age, it was normal to have a child, but not to have one. Zhou Lan smiled apologetically at Qin Chao and turned her head to respond. Qian, Mom will be here soon. Wait for me. After responding to her daughter, she hastily said to Qin Chao, Xiao Qin, my daughter is looking for me. Then I'll go over first. We chat. At the end of her sentence, she ran towards her daughter with her long, needy legs, traveling in waves and with a beautiful view. Okay, Sister Zhou. Qin Chao didn't look back at her again, but took a step towards the house. He flinched a bit in his heart. If Zhou Lan really had a husband, he still decided to give up the birth. Although he was quite fond of this beautiful woman, he was still a man with a moral conscience, and could not do such a thing that would hurt heaven and earth. Better to tear down 10 temples than to break up a marriage is a truth he still understands. Soon, Qin Chao rode the elevator to the 20th floor. Push open the cool black armored door and step into your own large flat. Changing his slippers in the foyer, he walked to the kitchen and poured himself a glass of water. Gobble gobble gobble. After drinking a whole large cup, Qin Chao felt that his thirst was quenched. Maybe the restaurant seasoned their food too much today, and it made my tongue a little numb. Qin Chao muttered in a small voice. It was at this moment that the cell phone WeChat alert sounded. Buzz dash. Qin Chao picked up his cell phone and tapped WeChat. Instead of a friend message, the screen showed a friend request. Qin Chao thought about it and probably knew who it was. It should be one of the 2 girls who asked him for WeChat in the afternoon near Hongyan restaurant. He remembered that the one who asked him for WeChat was a bit of a high-cool imperial style girl. So this should be another JK uniform style girl. After pondering for a while, Qin Chao agreed to the friend request. Soon, a message came from the chat box. A little Polly, hello, sorry to bother you. I'd like to get to know you, can I? As you can tell from her message, the girl is a bit introverted and shy. Qin Chao did not hesitate and directly replied. Yes, I'm happy to know you too. The message came straight back in seconds. A little Bali, my name is Chumli. I'm 21 years old. Gemini. Looking at this self-introduction, Qin Chao was dumbfounded and felt a bit thunderstruck. This girl is afraid that this is the first time to tease a man, right? Such a formulaic way of chatting is too embarrassing. This is still online. If we met in reality, the embarrassment would be so great that we could gouge out a 3-room apartment. I'm afraid. Although he was speechless in his heart, Qin Chao did not strike the little girl. This introverted little girl must not have a high mental quality. If she rejected it outright, it was estimated that her young heart would definitely be hurt. Qin Chao thought about it and flirted. Qin, my name is Qin Chao, and I prefer beautiful women. If he was that awkward, the day wouldn't have gone on at all and they could have just called it a day. Soon, Chunli replied to the message. A little Polly, so, am I a pretty girl? Look, isn't it getting better? Chatting between men and women. One person must take the initiative to raise the topic, and then expand and extend around the topic. Which is the right way to communicate? Qin Chao smiled badly and continued typing. Qin, I didn't get a good look at it in the evening. Why don't we face each other some other day and you let me have a good look? Qin Chao could even imagine this little girl's face after receiving the news. It must be a blush. The message went unanswered for a long time and the phone went silent. Qin Chao looked at the time, all ready to take a shower. Suddenly, the cell phone WeChat alert tone sounded. Tap on WeChat. Qin Chao took a look and found that the one who sent the message was not the little girl just now, but Zhou Lan, who was just added in the small area just now. His eyes lit up with joy, and he came to life. Lan, Xiao Qin, are you home yet? Qin Chao hurriedly typed, afraid of replying as if he was late. Qin, Sister Zhou, it's here. Lan, I'm home too. I dared to buy fresh blueberries and strawberries. Do you want to come down to my house and try them? I'll go. Qin Chao's eyes went wide. What's this word for tiger and wolf? Don't you have anyone at home? Where's your husband? He hurriedly asked tentatively. Okay, Sister Zhou. That, is brother-in-law not at home? Building 2, 1901. Cholan's house. Zhou Lan was sitting on the high-grade imported sofa in the living room. She was wearing a slightly tight-fitting loungewear. Her plump and moving figure was completely highlighted because of her sitting position, and the whole person looked bright and seductive. Looking at the message that Qin Chao replied, the beautiful woman's face hung a hint of a smile, and muttered under her breath, coward, colorful-hearted and gutless guy. The thought of her husband darkened her face again. Her husband died in a car accident a few years ago, leaving her and her daughter Zhu Qian to fend for themselves. Luckily, her husband left her huge assets during his lifetime, so she was able to continue to live a clothed life with her daughter. Honey, how are you doing over there? Zhou Lan mouthed silently. I miss you and I'm lonely. I'm going to have to fight this alone. I'd like some company. Is that okay with you? Qin Chao lowered his head and propped his chin with both hands, his gaze fixed on the cell phone screen, not stopping for a second. It had been 10 minutes since his last message, but there was absolutely no movement coming from the phone. Maybe the words are too blunt. The shy and introverted little girl should not intend to return him. This Qin Chao does not care. What he cared about was Zhou Lan's reply. Truth be told, he fell in love at first sight with her, and to be frank, he was attracted to her. Zhou Lan's plump figure and the flavor of a mature woman made Qin Chao somewhat unable to help himself. Several of his girlfriends, including those two big sisters for sale, did not have this kind of moving flavor that only a ripe and beautiful woman could have. Qin Chao's heart itched. It was like there were ants crawling on his body. Buzz dash. Suddenly, the cell phone rang. Qin Chao reached out and grabbed his cell phone as soon as he could and tapped on WeChat. Lan, my husband passed away a few years ago, and there's only me and my daughter at home. This piece of news exploded like a deep water bomb in Qin Chao's heart lake, causing his heart to instantly turn over in a huge wave. Bingo! Qin Chao's eyes glowed with a bright, shining light, and his face showed ecstasy. He reached out and snapped his fingers, dashing straight out of the house and toward the stairs. Chapter 90, there's a big beautiful girl. Knock, knock, knock. There was a knock on the door of room 1901. Hearing the sound, Zhou Lan got up from the sofa and walked to the doorway with her long, plump, round legs in a graceful manner to open the door. The one who caught his eye was none other than Qin Chao, who was still wearing the plain white t-shirt on his upper body, but his lower body was no longer jeans, but a pair of wide beach shorts. At a glance, the calf muscles are well defined and full of masculine strength. Sister Zhou, I'm here. Excuse me, Qin Chao greeted with a smile. How come? Little Qin, come on in. The beautiful woman Zhou Lan's face hung a gentle smile. After finishing, she bent down and took a pair of men's slippers from the shoe cabinet and put them under Qin Chao's feet, as she was only wearing slightly loose homeware at home. In this position, her plump and curvy buttocks and round long legs were tightly pressed on the soft texture leisure pants, which suddenly revealed the sexy and moving beautiful curved curve, which made Qin Chao's eyes a little bit dumbfounded. This was worn by my husband before, but he's only worn it a couple times and it's been a couple years, so don't mind if you do, she said carefully, with some timidity on her face, afraid that Qin Chao would not like it. How come? It's okay Sister Zhou, I'll try to see if it fits. After saying that, Qin Chao put his own slippers aside and put on the pair of men's slippers with bare feet. He lifted his foot and took a few steps in place, feeling that it was the right size and that the yardage was just right for him. Look, just right. Qin Chao smiled and said to Zhou Lan, aha, that's good. Come on in then. She greeted Qin Chao and headed inside, while she herself walked towards the kitchen with a sexy and graceful step. Qin Chao walked into the house and turned his head slightly to survey the decoration and design style of Zhou Lan's large flat. The open, free-flowing layout, bright white marble floors, and mismatched upscale furnishings give this home a strong light luxury feel. The oversized and beautifully crafted central chandelier hangs from the living room ceiling, and the lighting favors warm colors, with a light that is not blinding, and is filled with a warm and appropriate sense of homey ambience. Qin Chao slowly walked to the living room and raised his eyes. A sweet-looking little girl was lazily leaning on the gray sofa, her eyes looking straight at the oversized LCD TV that was playing in front of her. A young girl's voice also came from the TV, blah 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 energy, magic fairy change. The little girl's attention was so focused that she didn't even notice Qin Chao who walked in. Qin Chao was about to open his mouth to greet the little girl when Zhou Lan, carrying a cup of water, walked in front of him from the kitchen in a graceful manner. Handing the water to Qin Chao, the beautiful woman turned her head to dote on the little girl on the sofa. She lifted her voice and smiled. Qian, do you think this brother is handsome? Only when she heard her mom's words, the little girl Zhu Qian reluctantly removed her eyes from the TV and turned her head to look at Qin Chao. At this look, Her eyebrows instantly arched and a sweet smile appeared on her face. Brother, you're so handsome. It looks like handsome men are universal. It doesn't take any age for women to eat the face of a handsome man. Xin Chao was inexplicably a little proud in his heart. Thinking of this, Xin Chao took a few steps forward and sat on the sofa. He looked at the little girl with a smile. Hello little friend, how are you? You are also very cute. What is your name? How old are you this year? My name is Zhu Qian. I'm 8 years old. The little girl answered his question in a tender, clear child's voice. Wow, 8 years old. My brother guesses you're not in second grade. Yeah, how did you know? Brother? Zhu Qian's face flickered with a puzzled look, indicating that there was something she couldn't figure out. Because Xin Chao and the little girl chatted for a while, and the two quickly became acquainted. Probably because there were usually no males in the family to play with her. The little girl was obviously very fond of this handsome big brother, pulling him to chatter endlessly. The beautiful woman Zhou Lan was sitting on the other side of the little girl, her eyes glowing with a soft luster, her expression gentle as she watched the duo play. The scene in front of her made her heart feel a bit relieved and happy. She who already had a good feeling towards Xin Chao. Her eyes towards Xin Chao became more and more charming and delicate. Her husband has been gone for several years and she lives alone with her daughter. Mother and daughter depend on each other to survive in this fickle society. Whenever lying alone in bed at midnight, Zhou Lan would feel lonely and isolated, and the whole person was very empty. With her looks, figure, and financial condition, there were not 1,000 but 800 people chasing after her over the years. But for her daughter's sake, she refused all of them. These years she has never looked for a man, a person clean. Sometimes in the middle of the night is really empty and lonely, but also are their own use of toys to comfort themselves. But now that Xin Chao appeared in front of her eyes, she felt that her normally ancient and unruffled heart lake rippled. Xin Chao's handsome face, tall and straight body, and gentle and elegant temperament all deeply attracted her, making her somewhat unable to resist the urge to get closer to him and understand him. Alright, it's not too early. Qian, you should go to bed. You still have class tomorrow, Zhou Lan said lightly, a stern look emerging on her face. Since there is no man in the family, she plays two roles when it comes to disciplining her daughters, being both a loving mother and a strict father. Yes, Mom. The little girl, Zhu Qian, was obedient and did not refute her mother's opinion. She stood up and quietly attached herself to Xin Chao's ear and said, Brother Xin Chao, I like you very much. Can you come to my house often to play? After saying that, her eyes stared tightly at Xin Chao, and a look of anticipation emerged in her eyes. Of course, I like Cynthia too. I'll come and play with you more often. Xin Chao reached out and touched the little girl's head with a smile on his face. He also quite liked the little girl. Not to mention, he had a reason why he had to come. Her mom. Zhou Lan, what are you whispering about? Zhou Lan had a smile on her face and a hint of curiosity flashed across her features. Nothing, I'm going to bed. The little girl blushed and quickly ran into her bedroom with her legs, slamming the door behind her with a bang, leaving the two of them staring at each other from the living room couch. What did she tell you? Looking at Xin Chao's hard and handsome face with bright and deep eyes, Zhou Lan's face blushed and still couldn't help but ask, just let me come over to the house and play with her as often as I can. Xin Chao explained, and with a bad smile on his face he continued, I do have to come here often, because not only is there a little beauty in this house, but there's also a big one. Listening to Xin Chao's blatant molestation, Zhou Lan's face, which was already slightly red, instantly reddened, and even a hint of redness spread on her neck. Her full breasts rose and fell, her breath coming in short gasps. Chapter 91, What do you want? Room 1901, Building 2, Haisheng Tiancheng. The living room of the large flat was silent at the moment. Xin Chao's sentence of flirting directly gave the beautiful woman Zhou Lan dry red warm. She had asked Xin Chao to come over to her house to play tonight, originally having a hint of fantasy and expectation for him, expecting something to happen between them. At the ripe and beautiful age of 30-something, with more than 1,000 nights of loneliness over a few years, Zhou Lan would have been in an extremely unstable state, like a ticking time bomb. Xin Chao's this flirtation was then the detonator of a time bomb, setting her whole person on fire instantly. She raised her head and stared at Xin Chao dead on. Her beautiful eyes were watery, her white teeth were still slightly biting her lower lip, and the whole person was filled with amazing charm. Her voice trembled a little as she forced herself to calm down. What do you want with the big beautiful girl? Before the words fell, an athletic figure quickly lunged towards her. Asterisk. Xin Chao stepped forward, cupped her ripe face with both hands, and fiercely kissed her delicate red lips. His breathing was rapid, his face was slightly grim, and his handsome face was suffused with a wild charm. Their lips and tongues met, and the scent of ambiguity and excitement spread through the wide living room of the large flat. Zhou Lan's eyes were flowing waves at the moment. Her expression was delicate, and her heart was filled with fire. She passionately hugged Qin Chao's neck and responded to his French wet kiss, while her body slightly pressed forward to make sure there was no space left between her and him. After kissing passionately for a while, until both of them were a little out of breath, they drifted to a stop. The two men looked at each other with longing in their eyes. Zhou Lan's eyes were mesmerized. Reaching out her hand to gently caress Qin Chao's face, her red lips lightly opened. "Carry me to my room." Hearing this, Qin Chao's eyes lit up and he directly stepped forward, wrapped one hand around his neck and the other around the bend of his leg, picked up Zhou Lan in the form of a princess hug, and headed towards the master bedroom that she had guided him to. As the two entered, up to 50 or 60 square meters of spacious bedroom, the big battle was about to start. Ding! The host has broken the record for the fastest time from meeting to exchanging feelings since having the system, and has successfully conquered the undead, which is considered a successful indulgence. This indulgence is rated 7 out of 10. Reward: Patek Philippe Super Complicated Chronograph 6104G001 Mechanical Men's Watch. Note: the system has been handed back to reality. The formalities for this watch have been fully completed. Please go to the Patek Philippe Center store in Huangpu District, Magic City, to collect it. Nearly 2 hours later, on the big Simmons bed in the master bedroom, Qin Chao was half leaning on the bedside, his eyes resolute, as if he was contemplating something. The beautiful woman Zhou Lan was lying on her back beside him, quietly recuperating. As far as the eye could see, the bed was a mess. Clothes, pants, underwear, etc. were strewn everywhere, and there was a peculiar, heather-like smell in the air. Qin Chao was immersing his mind on the system at the moment, and after exchanging feelings with the beautiful woman, the number of ordinary blind box treasure chests in the system warehouse came to 2. Thinking about the Patek Philippe watch rewarded by the system when he exchanged feelings just now, Qin Chao's mind moved and picked up the cell phone on the bedside table. Open Baidu and search for Patek Philippe Super Complication Chronograph 6104G001 Mechanical Men's Watch. Soon, the information and price of this watch was inquired. 5 million. Qin Chao's eyes lit up and a wide smile hung on his face. He was talking about the opening of his new company and was about to go buy a watch, but it turned out that System Dad delivered it on time, or a Patek Philippe worth $5 million. Thank you, righteous father. Continue next time, Qin Chao said silently in his heart. Unexpected rewards will naturally be offered for tasks accomplished well. The system remained high and cold and responded to Qin Chao in a light tone. Yes, promise to finish brilliantly. Qin Chao patted his chest and his face was filled with confidence. With his current conditions, whether it was his looks, body, or money, or status, he was at the top of the heap, and conquering women in the future would only get easier and easier. Just as his thoughts rambled, a mature and delicate voice rang in his ears. Aren't you tired, Qin? It was Zhou Lan. She was after all a mature beauty, not a little girl, and after a period of rest, she had slowly recovered physically. I'm okay, Sister Zhou. Where is this going? Qin Chao said with a bad smile on his face and a somewhat proud look. Qin Chao's words reminded the beautiful woman of the picture of the great battle just now, and when she thought of the hideous expression on Qin Chao's face just now, and the garbage words that kept spewing out from his mouth during the exchange, her face suddenly turned scarlet. She shyly slapped Qin Chao. Not too hard, just some venting. You're as stubborn as a mule, and you're tearing my bones apart. Don't you like it? The corner of Qin Chao's mouth rose slightly, outlining a wicked arc. Zhou Lan's tone lurched, hesitated, and stammered. Hi, like. When she finished speaking, she seemed to recall the exchange she had just had, her eyes slightly lost in thought as she said, I never thought that something like this could be this beautiful. I even feel like I'm going to die. As long as you're satisfied, Sister Zhou, little brother is happy to serve you. Qin Chao grinned and said with a smile. It wasn't just Choran who was very pleased with the exchange. Zhou Lan in her 30s was worthy of being a ripe and beautiful woman. Her sexy and plump body and broad bosom could perfectly accommodate everything he had to do and let him play as he pleased. Let's just say that the two of them fit together very well. You little devil, you just love to molest me. Zhou Lan's beautiful eyes rolled over and gave him a soulful blank stare. Men aren't bad. Women aren't good. Just as Qin Chao's words fell, there was a knock on the master bedroom door. The two of them glanced at each other, and a trace of panic flashed in their eyes at the same time. Zhou Lan took a deep breath and forced herself to calm down. She cleared her throat and asked out of the question. Cynthia, is that you? Soon there was an echo from the doorway. Mom, it's me. I can't sleep. I want to sleep with mommy. When he finished speaking, there was a creaking sound coming from the door handle of the room. It was obvious that the little girl wanted to just open the door and come in. However, the door to the room did not open. When he carried the beautiful woman in just now, Qin Chao unlocked the door by hand. thanks to my wit. Qin Chao, who was on the side, secretly thought in his heart, why is the door locked? Mom, open it. The little girl was getting a little anxious, and her tone was a little alarmed. Hearing this, Jolan reached out and gently put her hand to her mouth, making a show lip sync. By the way, he gave Qin Chao a wink, telling him to hurry up and get dressed. Qin Chao nodded slightly, signaling that he understood. He got up nimbly, dressed in 3 tries, and tiptoed step by step to the door. Chapter 92, Then you have to stay with me for a day next time. Inside the spacious master bedroom room, Jolan got up from the bed, picked up the clothes scattered on the floor, and hurriedly put them on her body. Her face still had a touch of flushed redness remaining after the great battle. Her beautiful eyes were brimming with autumn waves, and her whole person appeared to be full of fawning intentions. If an experienced veteran driver saw her like this, he could guess what she had just done at a glance. Her beautiful eyes flashed and she gave Qin Chao a wink, signaling him to hide in the bathroom inside. Qin Chao nodded and stepped softly into the bathroom. It can't be helped that Zhu Qian, the little girl, is also 8 years old and should understand something. To have her see herself coming out of her mother's room might have some degree of impact on the little girl, and thus have some kind of bad effect on her. He just came to the home of the beautiful mature woman to exchange feelings. Make it like cheating. Qin Chao heard a burst of slander. Jolan took a deep breath, adjusted her clothing to make sure there was nothing wrong, and reached out to open the door to the room. Mom! The little girl shouted and directly jumped into Jolan's arms, a hint of aggression still showing on her cute face. I'm sorry, Cynthia, it's Mom's fault. Mom just changed her clothes and locked the door by hand. Jolan reached out and stroked her daughter's hair. Her face flushed with a hint of apology as she said. When she finished, there was a hint of a blush on her ears. After all, lying to a child can make your nose grow. That's okay, Mom, so can I sleep with you at night? The little girl raised her head and looked at Jolan with a hint of expectation in her eyes. Jolan turned her head to look at the master bedroom's king-sized bed, the color of the sheets a little darker in several places, obviously glistening with moisture. She cleared her throat and reached out to tenderly scratch her daughter's little nose. Of course you can, baby, but the sheets in Mommy's room are dirty, so go back to your room and sleep first, and when Mommy is done changing them, she'll go to your room and bring you over here. Is that okay? I know, Mom, I'll go to my room then. You have to come over and hug me later. After saying that, Zhu Qian leaned forward and gave the beautiful woman a kiss on her face, turning around and running towards her room, sending her daughter away. Jolan closed the door tightly, her face suddenly relieved, and she exhaled deeply. She turned her head toward the door to the bathroom and called out, "Come on out, Cynthia's gone." Hearing the beautiful woman shout, Qin Chao paced leisurely and walked in front of her, with a bad smile on the corner of his mouth. "And you're laughing, you little devil." Seeing that smile at the corner of Qin Chao's mouth, Jolan's face flushed and glanced at him, looking a bit ashamed. "It's your fault. It's all your fault." A sexy, mature beauty in her late 30s, the age when women are at their most delicate, Jolan is the top of the beauty of the woman. Her body is rich and graceful, features ripe and beautiful and gorgeous. Knit your brows and smile, between the eyebrows with a hidden flavor. At the moment, she was acting like a 17 or 18-year-old girl, pouting with her sweetheart, her tone coquettish and her eyes dripping with water. Qin Chao was stimulated by the glance of her eyes and her ripe beauty and flavor, and he was a little solemn, really little. His eyes reddened as he reached out and wrapped an arm around Jolan's waist, securing her tightly in his arms and kissing her towards her bright red lips. Qin Chao's kiss was hot and overbearing, wild and passionate, and while kissing, his hands were restless, roaming around Jolan's body to their heart's content. Jolan had been immersed in this romantic French kiss at the moment, somewhat unable to extricate herself, and her body was still trembling from time to time, as if she had been struck by an electric current. Her eyes were lost in thought, her breathing was rapid, and her brain felt like it was a little short of oxygen, and it took a while for her to gradually slow down. She reached out and gently pushed Qin Chao away. Her voice softly said, "Don't, Qianqian is still waiting for me." After saying that, she was a little afraid that Qin Chao would be angry, and reached out her hands to tenderly caress Qin Chao's face, apologizing, "Little bad guy, let's leave it at that for today. Next time I'll definitely stay with you properly, okay?" It looks like the big fight is off the table. Although his body was a bit reluctant, Qin Chao's heart was not annoyed. He smiled slightly and said, "Sister Zhou, I know, then you have to accompany me for a day next time." One day? 10,000 question marks went through Jolan's head. Are you trying to kill me? Despite what was in her heart, Jolan's face did not show it. She stepped forward and booped Qin Chao on the cheek. "Got it, little." Qin Chao hemmed and hawed, pinched her arse and said, "Then I'll leave first. WeChat contact." When he finished speaking, He took a sedate step and walked out of the room. Aha, bye. Back in your own home. Qin Shao first poured himself a large glass of water. Gulp gulp gulp, a gulp finished. During the 2-hour-long battle just now, his body had basically been sweating and consumed too much water, which needed to be replenished in time. Yes. Qin Shao's eyes shone brightly and a wide smile appeared on his face. Tonight's harvest was too great. Not only had he exchanged feelings with the beautiful woman Jolan and gotten a gorgeous comrade in arms, but he also got a reward from the system as well as a blind box. Thinking of the system's reward, a Patek Philippe worth $3.5 million. Qin Shao's eyes were hot with a touch of anticipation in his eyes. Growing up, he basically never wore a watch. I don't know if the electronic watch that cost a few dollars a piece in elementary school counts as a watch. If it counts, then he barely brought it. Qin Shao thought silently inwardly. Before there was a system he didn't dare to think about it, nor did he have the heart to buy a watch. Watching the time with a cell phone was enough. With the system, he didn't focus on that either. Until recently, when his company started up, he was not ready to get a watch to wear, to set off his temperament and status. After all, you a company boss, go out to dinner and socialize and so on empty-handed, even a piece of the watch or not with. That is indeed some too lowered compulsion. If the foreigners next door see it, they'll think that you, the boss, are a poor man who can't afford a watch. Taking out my cell phone, I looked at the time. It was 10 o'clock, and it wasn't too early. Thinking about going back to her hometown with Coach Lu to meet her father-in-law tomorrow morning, Qin Shao decided that it was time to wash up and go to bed. Otherwise he should not be able to get up tomorrow. However, there was one more thing Qin Shao had to do before going to bed. That master of the 1,000 tricks. He hasn't made contact yet. It would be too much of a rush to call in the morning. So let's get him set up now and have more time in the morning. Thinking of this, Qin Shao took out the note given by Huzoni in his pocket, pressed the number on it and dialed the phone. Chapter 93, What more could a man ask for in a wife? The call was quickly answered. A young, low voice reached Qin Shao's ears from the earpiece. Hey, it's Don Chien. What's up? Qin Shao cleared his throat and said lightly. Hello, I'm Qin Shao. That's me calling Huzoni to find you? After listening to Qin Shao's words, the person on the other side was silent and understood who he was. His attitude changed rapidly. His tone instantly took on a hint of respect. Qin Dong, hello. So, are you free tomorrow morning? Yes, I'm always free if you need it. Director Qin. Okay, then I'll contact you tomorrow morning, and we'll go to Jiangqing together then. Okay, Dong Qin. Wait for your order. Hanging up the phone, the corner of Qin Shao's mouth slightly grinned, with a hint of mockery on his face. It's really true that money makes the devil work. This Tang Qian's tone before and after talking to himself was completely different. The front is still a little cold. After knowing his identity, immediately changed a fawning face. Can be called a master of changing face. To put it bluntly, it's the power of money. In this fickle society, money opens the way and all things are possible. The last thing for tonight has been done. Qin Shao walked to the master bedroom's cloakroom, took a body of clothes, into the bathroom. The next day, 7 a.m. Jingle bells dash. The cell phone alarm clock chirped merrily and Qin Shao opened his eyes. Up to 8 hours of sleep had left him refreshed and with a glimmer of clarity in his eyes. Get up, he cried out softly, sitting up and stretching fully. With a gentle flip from the bed to under the bed, Qin Shao wore slippers and walked into the bathroom. After releasing a whole night's worth of urine and simply washing up, Qin Shao picked up his cell phone and dialed Lu Ruyan's number. Soon the call was answered. Hey, Ruyan, are you up? Qin Shao was the first to speak, though he knew it was likely a load of crap. According to Coach Lu's usual routine, basically 6 o'clock to get up. This will have been more than 7 o'clock. The probability of not getting up is basically not. Up early, I'm not like a certain pig-headed. Ruyan Lu's clear and moving voice came through the receiver with a hint of a snicker. Who's Piggy talking about? What did Piggy say about you? After saying that, Lu Ruyan seemed to realize that she had said the wrong thing and was set up, so she hurriedly explained. I take back that sentence just now and say it again. Ha 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 ha. Qin Shao's relentless laughter traveled over. You're not allowed to laugh. I'm just talking out of turn. Don't laugh at me. Hearing this, Qin Shao could imagine the private tutor's girlfriend's face at this time. It must be a little reddened. He stopped laughing and put a bad smile on his face. I'm a piggyback and you're my wife. Okay, enough of this pig-headed talk. Knowing that she couldn't say anything to him, Lu Ruyan interrupted the topic in time and asked again in passing. Have you eaten breakfast yet? Not yet. Qin Shao answered truthfully. So do you want to come over to my house for dinner? I made it for 2 this morning. Ruyan Lu asked tentatively, with a touch of anticipation in her tone. Yeah, send me the address and I'll come over now. Aha, I'll tweet you. Soon. Qin Chao received a WeChat message from Coach Lu. Tapping the map and looking at the address of the neighborhood, Qin Chao dialed Tang Qian's phone. The call was answered in 2 seconds. Very quickly. Hey, Qin Dong. Good morning. Good morning. Why don't you wait for me by the Xindu neighborhood? I'll contact you in about an hour. Qin Chao chopped and explained the arrangement for him. Okay, Dong Qin. I know. Okay, for now then. Hanging up the phone, Qin Chao walked into the check room. After agonizing over his locker for a moment, he opted for a more solid-looking outfit. After all, he was going to meet Lu Ruyan's father, who was considered an elder. Although her father was an all-absorbing gambler, as a junior, the respect that should be shown to elders must still be there, which was a virtue that had been passed down from the 5,000 years of culture in the Middle Kingdom. After changing his clothes and picking up the car keys on the cabinet at the entrance hall, Qin Chao stepped out of the door. According to the navigation of Gouda map ground, 10 minutes later, Qin Chao drove and arrived at Xindu neighborhood, parking the car in the parking space on the road outside the neighborhood. Qin Chao got off the car and slowly walked into the neighborhood. From the looks of it, it's an old neighborhood with low floors and shabby decorations, like an old house from 20 years ago. Qin Chao's brows slightly knitted, somewhat dissatisfied with the environment of this neighborhood. He lives in a large flat. His girlfriend lives in this kind of old raggedy small. This heart how to be happy when we come back from her hometown, we have to rent her a better house. Qin Chao's heart has a plan. Forget it if you don't know. Since you saw how bad the girlfriend lives. As a boyfriend with substantial finances, has this obligation and responsibility to make her accommodations better. Spend money to Coach Lu. Qin Chao heart 10,000 willing. After all, in his heart he really quite liked this girlfriend who has the body of Han Man. Qin Chao walked slowly in the neighborhood, searching for Lu Ruyan's residence according to the message she sent. Block 2, Unit 2, 203. Soon he found 2 buildings. Walking in through the second entrance and climbing a flight of stairs, he came to the door of 203. Knock, knock, knock. Qin Chao reached out his hand and knocked on the door. The door quickly opened, and Lu Ruyan's beautiful and attractive face appeared in front of Qin Chao's eyes. Honey, I'm coming. I missed you so much. Qin Chao's face overflowed with a bright smile as he stepped forward and hugged his personal trainer girlfriend. He buried his face in her hair, his nose sniffing, shallowly smelling her fresh scent. Qin Chao confused Lu Ruyan with this hug. Her eyes widened slightly and she looked a bit puzzled. Didn't we just meet yesterday morning? It's only been a day and you miss me? Her face froze for a moment, and she came right back to her senses. Whatever. Her boyfriend was just infatuated with himself. Looking at her tall and handsome boyfriend in front of her, she smiled gently and called out husband delicately. After saying that, she slightly turned her head sideways to not let Qin Chao see the scarlet color on her face. Husband, this kind of fleshy name is still a little bit uncomfortable for Lu Ruyan, but for Qin Chao, she is willing to try. Come change your shoes and come in. These are the slippers I just bought yesterday. Breaking away from Qin Chao's embrace, Lu Ruyan bowed slightly and took out a brand new pair of men's slippers from the shoe cabinet. I've washed and dried it yesterday, so you can just wear it. She went on, the whole thing looking like a good wife and mother. That's very kind of you, wife. Qin Chao stepped forward and kissed her on the cheek, a hint of movement permeating his eyes. What more could a man ask for in a wife? No. What more can a boyfriend ask for when he has a girlfriend like this? Almost got it wrong. Qin Chao estimated that he couldn't give her a marriage contract, and all he could give her was money and feelings. But it was still early. After briefly thinking about it for a while, Qin Chao threw it to the back of his mind. Why bother bothering yourself? We'll get there one step at a time. Take your time. There's always a way. Chapter 94, A Man's True Colors. Changing into the loving slippers that his girlfriend had specially bought for him, Qin Chao slowly walked into the house and roughly looked around the house. 1 bedroom, 1 bath, not very large, just a little over 40 square feet at best. Typical 20-year-old house design with outdated style and ordinary decoration. With the modern style of decorating and designing, this old-fashioned structure is simply unappealing and can basically be eliminated. However, the house is quite neatly and appropriately furnished with items of furniture and the floors are spotless, giving it a small and cozy feel. It's just like the saying, the sparrow is small but it has all the organs. Qin Chao took a seat on the old-fashioned red leather sofa in the living room, and several small and exquisite breakfast items were placed on the coffee table in front of the sofa. Buns, donuts, and egg pancakes on a china plate. A large cup of soy milk. Obviously, this coffee table was the dining table where Ri and Lu usually ate at home. This house doesn't even have a dining table? When he thought of this, Qin Chao's brows knitted slightly, and his face became a bit ugly. Ahem. He cleared his throat and spoke with some hesitation. Ruyan, have you ever thought about living somewhere else? No. Why? I'm fine living here. Coach Lu's beautiful eyes blinked, and the expression on her face was a bit puzzled, not knowing why Qin Chao asked. This neighborhood is so old and the houses are so small. Won't it be uncomfortable to live in? No, it's definitely older. But I think it's okay. My house at home is worse than this? Lu Ruyan's inadvertent words caused Qin Chao's face to blush a little. He nodded dully and did not speak again. With the system, one does drift. Living in a large flat, driving a luxury car, becoming a shareholder of a company. All of this makes you feel that you are standing on a different level than ordinary people. Unbeknownst to him, before there was a system, wasn't he, like Coach Lu, considered to be one of the millions of laborers in Haichang? You can't be rich and developed and forget the way you came. Qin Chao sighed and didn't dwell on the matter of re-renting an apartment for her. Wait for a chance to buy a house for her directly by yourself. Qin Chao's heart silently made a decision. A rented house is just a rental after all. Doesn't it smell good to buy it and give it directly to your private tutor's wife? If you don't make a move, you're going to make her suffer to the point of shock. Hurry up and eat. I went downstairs to buy the bun fritters, and I just cooked this egg pancake, so taste how it tastes. Lu Ruyan's clear voice interrupted Qin Chao's thoughts. He nodded and smiled slightly. Then I'll have a good taste of my wife's handiwork. After saying that, Qin Chao picked up the chopsticks on the table and put a large piece of egg cake into his mouth and chewed it. Soft, tender, and surprisingly flavorful, the lightness of the egg and flour blended together creates a wonderful arrangement in the mouth. Qin Chao's eyes lit up and he couldn't help but reach out and give a thumbs up. Yummy! First time I've ever had such a good egg pancake. Honey, you're fantastic. I just love you. It's really that good. Look at you exaggerating. Hearing Qin Chao's praise, Lu Ruyan's face blossomed into a sweet and delicate smile. Really? Taste for yourself. Ah. Qin Chao picked up a small piece with his chopsticks and reached forward to put it into Lu Ruyan's sexy and delicate little mouth. Opening her mouth to receive her boyfriend's pitch, Ruyan Lu took a small, svelte bite and chewed for a moment, a satisfied look on her face. Well, it is indeed quite delicious. Then I have to recall the steps I took to cook this egg pancake today, or else I might not be able to make it as good as this one next time. Looking at Coach Lu's appearance, which was like a housewife, gentle and virtuous, the corner of Qin Chao's mouth rose slightly and a smile appeared on his face. He suddenly got up the idea of teasing his girlfriend and teased with his mouth. Whose girlfriend is this? She can go up to the hall and down to the kitchen. She's simply superb. Hearing Qin Chao's intentionally snickering words, Lu Ruyan's pretty face blushed and threw him a soulful blank stare. It's a pig's girlfriend, and a big dumb one at that. When she finished, she couldn't help but laugh a little. In the morning, he was set up by Qin Chao in this way, and now he is kind of returning the favor. In this world, only women and small people are hard to raise. Qin Chao silently spat inside. After breakfast, because Lu Ruyan wanted to make up and dress up, Qin Chao did not get up and still sat on the leather old-fashioned sofa quietly waiting for his private tutor girlfriend. Luckily, Coach Ryu isn't like those Prussian fairies who have to go out and put on 2 hours of makeup. Just 10 minutes later, Ruyan Lu came out from within the bedroom. The moment he saw her face, Qin Chao's gaze lit up. Slender thin eyebrows, delicate peach blossom eyes, straight nose, red and plump lips, in combination with a round goose egg face, all of this ultimately combined into a delicate and beautiful sexy face. Lu Ruyan's face did not have heavy makeup. She belongs to the kind of Chinese classical style beauty, the appearance of bright atmosphere, just a light makeup, but very suitable for her temperament. She slowly walked to Qin Chao's front, her beautiful eyes flooded with anticipation as she asked, "Do I look good, hubby?" Qin Chao's gaze was mesmerized and did not speak, but told her the answer with his actions. He reached out and wrapped an arm around his private tutor girlfriend's thin waist, and his mouth directly imprinted on her sexy red lips. Warm, soft and delicate, Lu Ruyan's flaming red lips were like magic, making Qin Chao a little bit in love. In the face of her boyfriend's kiss, Coach Willow didn't resist, and her gaze went from clear at the beginning, to gradually becoming confused, until finally, it became engrossed. The romantic French kiss was so wonderful that the two were drawn together like magnets. Gradually, Qin Chao's desire became more and more unsatisfied. His hands obsessively wandered back and forth on Coach Lu's Han man body, stroking it as if he was touching some absolutely beautiful jade. Aha! Ruyan Lu didn't resist at first. She didn't resent her boyfriend's fondness for her body, even to feel proud and happy, until Qin Chao's hand gradually traveled downward towards the dangerous zone. A touch of panic surfaced in her eyes and she hurriedly pushed Qin Chao away. What do you want? After Lu Ruyan straightened her clothes and smoothed out those folds caused by Qin Chao, she somewhat shyly chirped. Think, Qin Chao returned. Lu Ruyan had a puzzled look on her face, and her gaze was fixed on Qin Chao, as if she was asking him why he was bullheaded. After her mind turned around, she understood Qin Chao's meaning. To hell with you. Stinking Qin Chao. All day long you just want to see things. With a blush on her face, she cursed delicately. It is only natural for a man to be a man. The corner of Qin Chao's mouth rose slightly, hooking up a bad smile. He's a man, and if he's not horny then there are only two things going on. 1. It doesn't work, and 2. It doesn't love women and men, aka the legendary. Chapter 95, Are there ghosts in this world? The duo walked slowly out of the old neighborhood. It was only close to 8 a.m. at the moment, and the sun hung warmly in the sky, nourishing everything. The golden sunlight shone on Qin Chao and Lu Ruyan, like draping them with a layer of golden fashion, adding a touch of peculiar charm to the already handsome and beautiful two. Many of the old men and women in the neighborhood who woke up early to exercise couldn't help but look up at them and whisper, "These two young men are so handsome, just like the stars." That's true. I don't think any of those TV stars look as good as they do. Qin Chao could not hear the discussion of these old people. He held his private tutor girlfriend's soft little hand and walked out of the neighborhood. The intersection of the neighborhood came out a short distance to the main road, and his car was parked in a parking space on the side of the road. Turning his head and looking around for a while, the figure of a strange man not far away caught Qin Chao's eyes. Qin Chao wasn't sure if he was Tang Qian. After all, he hadn't seen him either, and only contacted him on the phone. To make sure, Qin Chao took out his cell phone and dialed his number. After the phone call was dialed, Qin Chao's eyes tightly stared at the man, observing his movements, only to see the man take out his cell phone in a panic, and after glancing at the caller ID, his face respectfully placed the phone to his ear. Bingo! Qin Chao's gaze lit up and his heart was already clear. He spoke faintly into the phone. "Look behind you." Hearing the voice coming from his cell phone, the strange man hurriedly turned his head, only to see a pair of handsome men and women appear in front of his eyes. He hurriedly jogged and came in front of Qin Chao. After sizing up Qin Chao's looks and dress, he spoke with some uncertainty. "Is it Qin Dong?" Tang Qian's heart was a little incredulous, unable to believe that the person in front of him was Qin Dong, whose Oni told him that the boss of their company was looking for him for something, and when he found out, he kept expecting a contact from the boss land. However, in his impression, the boss of such big companies was ironically a middle-aged man in his 40s or 50s, or even an old man in his 60s. Although Qin Chao's voice was relatively young from the phone call, the voice was something that could not be easily distinguished. In Tang Qian's guess, Qin Chao was at least in his 30s. Even if you're in your 30s and you're the owner of a big company, that's still very impressive and a proper life winner. "It's me." Qin Chao answered his question with a calm demeanor and a relaxed air. "It's really him." The voice was exactly the same as he'd heard on the phone. Despite being very shocked inwardly, Tang Qian didn't show it on his face. He bowed slightly, a bright and respectful smile on his face. "Hello Qin Dong. I'm Tang Qian. I'm honored to serve you." Hearing the man in front of her call her boyfriend Qin Dong, a trace of surprise flashed across Ruyan Lu's delicate and beautiful face. One never knew what Qin did for a living, only that he shouldn't be short of money, and basically didn't know much else. But listening to the man in front of me call him that, his boyfriend is the chairman of the board? Big boss? Secretly turning her small head to look at Qin Chao's handsome and overly young-looking face, Lu Ruyan was a little happy and a little proud. "Whatever, it's my boyfriend anyway, as long as he loves me and I love him. Of course, if he is even better then it is naturally better." Lu Ruyan thought silently in her heart. "Hello, Tang Qian. This is my girlfriend. Just call her MS. Lu." Qin Chao returned Tang Qian's smile and briefly introduced Lu Ruyan to him. After hearing Qin Chao's words, Tang Qian turned his head and gave Lu Ruyan an agreeably respectful smile. "Hello, Miss Lu." "Hello, Don Qian." Ruyan Lu nodded slightly in response. "Well, get in the car. We'll talk on the way about what exactly I want to see you about." Qin Chao gave the order with a big wave of his hand. "Okay, Dong Qin." The three of them got into Qin Chao's BMW in an orderly manner. Tang Qian sat in the co-pilot, while Ruyan Lu sat in the back seat. After confirming the destination with Lu Ruyan, Qin Chao started the car and drove towards Jiangcheng. Being in the same province, the distance between Jiangcheng and Haicheng wasn't too far, just over 200 kilometers, and by car it was expected to be more than 3 hours. While listening to the dynamic car music, Qin Chao explains to Tang Qian what his mission is on this trip. 3.5 hours later, Qin Chao arrived in Jiangcheng City. After driving for another half an hour or so, he finally arrived at Lu Ruyan's home in Liujia village, Linghua town. Pulling up to the open space in front of the door, 3 people stepped out of the car, surveying the short and shabby brick house in front of him. Qin Chao's heart was slightly touched. "Is this where my wife lived when she was a child? It's really hard on my wife." Although Qin Chao was also a rural person from Gan province, Qin Chao's family had at least a self-built 3-story building, unlike this shabby bungalow in front of him, which looked like it was in shabby condition. standing in front of the door of the home she had lived in for more than 10 years since she was a child. Lu Ruyan's heart was somewhat mixed. I hadn't been back in over 2 years, and the home was still as cold and run down as ever. It could be said that the home had not been a home since the death of his own mother. A rotten gambling father, a dead mother and a lonely me. Let's go inside. Looking aside, the private tutor's girlfriend stood there quietly with slightly red eyes and a sad look on her face. Qin Chao reached out and pulled over Lu Ruyan's hand, separated his 5 fingers and clasped them tightly with her, and said softly, The encouragement from her boyfriend made Lu Ruyan instantly warm up inside. She gathered her sadness and nodded in response. Tang Qian, on the other hand, did not say anything and silently followed Qin Chao. The 3 men slowly walked into the dilapidated bungalow. Lu Jiangwo is now frying vegetables in the kitchen of the house, and his mouth keeps cursing. Damn Abatsi, I have a really bad hand, and last night I lost more than 3,000. Really ing bad luck. Asterisk. After dinner, I'll go next. I still don't believe it. I can't lose every day. He played mahjong with a few gamblers from the same village last night, and won a few $100s at the beginning, but played a handful of no-who, until the end also lost more than 3,000 upside down. He's pissed off about this. This isn't the first time he's lost. He's lost over 20,000 this month. It was like this every time, winning first and then losing, and he was on the verge of outputting a psychological shadow to come. But the more he did, the more he disbelieved. He didn't believe it. Is there a ghost in this world? Chapter 96. This is Qin Chao, my boyfriend. Walking inside from the gate, the interior of this rural bungalow gradually presented itself to Qin Chao's eyes. Dirty, messy, and poor. This was Qin Chao's first intuitive feeling. His nose sniffed and he even smelled the odor of countryside manure, which was quite uptight, making Qin Chao's brows slightly knit, looking a little less adapted. Lu Ruyan on the side likewise smelled the odor. She turned her head to sneak a glance at Qin Chao. Noticing the expression on her boyfriend's face, her expression tightened, and she was silently a little worried. Soon, the 3 walked to the far end of the house. What appeared before them was a short, small doorframe with a wooden door half open and a bright light coming through it. Apparently, it was a small open yard outside the door. This is a typical style of old-fashioned rural architecture, with the master bedroom standing in front of the living room, and the kitchen and toilets in the backyard, usually connected by a passageway or corridor. Lu Ruyan pulled Qin Chao's hand forward through the small doorframe, while Qin Chao slightly bowed his head to follow his girlfriend. It didn't help that the diminutive doorframe was an estimated 5 feet 8 inches, not quite as tall as he was. Dad! Coming to the courtyard, Lu Ruyan saw the figure in the kitchen through the window and directly opened her mouth to shout. This would be Lu Jiangwo, just finished frying vegetables and was about to wash his hands for dinner. When he heard his daughter's shout, his eyes stuttered with some disbelief. How could she suddenly hear her daughter's voice when she hadn't been home for more than 2 years, and even spent New Year's Eve by herself? Did you mishear yourself? Until another dad came from outside, Lu Jiangwo was sure that he had heard correctly. It was really his daughter who came back. He hurriedly walked out of the kitchen quickly, only to see 3 people standing in front of him, 2 men and 1 woman, and the pretty girl in the forefront was none other than his own daughter whom he hadn't seen for more than 2 years. Lu Jiangwo's eyes were delighted and a hint of a smile appeared on his face. Ruyan, why are you back? Though in his mind, it didn't matter if his daughter's people came back or not, as long as he could call himself, only after all is his own daughter, more than 2 years have not seen. Lu Jiangwo's this sincere reaction is also sort of heartfelt. Does not contain any performance components. I came back to see you. Looking at the wrinkled and old father in front of her, Lu Ruyan's beautiful eyes slightly reddened as tears welled up in her eyes. Before my mother died, my father actually didn't gamble. He worked hard when he was young and had no bad habits. And although he didn't make a lot of money, he did work hard to bring himself up so that he could be fed and clothed. That's why he kept asking for money and he would give it to him. At least, he was once his own beloved and admired father. His mother's death hit him so hard that he gave up on himself, going from alcoholism to gambling, and even leaving his daughter alone, allowing himself to start working and studying his senior year of high school and taking part-time jobs to subsidize his family. In this regard, Lu Ruyan's heart used to be incomparably resentful of this father, especially when she saw how good other people's fathers were. That kind of resentment was even heavier. She hadn't been back for New Year's Eve for 2 years straight for that reason, preferring to be alone in a cold rented house rather than come back and see the father who was so abhorrent to her. But now that she really came back and saw her father's obviously much older, wrinkled face, her heart was suddenly somewhat relieved, and her resentment towards him was much lessened. No matter what, he was the only family he had left in this world. If he was gone, then he would really be left alone with no one to turn to. Goo, what's there to see in an old man? don't you have to work? Lu Jiangwo frowned, his mouth pretending to spit. His eyes still showed a hint of touch. It's a day off from work. That's good. It's good that you didn't miss work. Don't worry, it won't. After saying that, Ruyan Lu continued. Right, Dad. I'll introduce you. She reached out and pointed at Qin Chao with a slight blush on her face. This is Qin Chao, my boyfriend. Qin Chao took a timely step forward, extended his hand and said to Lu Jiangwo, Hello uncle, my name is Qin Chao. I'm 24 years old. Hearing his daughter's introduction, Lu Jiangwo looked Qin Chao up and down and nodded his head without thinking. Young and handsome, with an extraordinary temperament and a steady demeanor, he didn't look like an ordinary person. Although I don't know his financial situation, I can tell from these aspects that he is bound not to be a poor man. Thinking of this, Lu Jiangwo's eyes lit up. He reached out and shook Qin Chao's hand, grinning at the corner of his mouth. Hello, little Qin. Little Qin is quite handsome. It's just right for my Ruyan. Thank you uncle. I do love Ruyan. Hearing Lu Jiangwo's praise, the corner of Qin Chao's mouth lifted slightly, revealing a shallow smile. Lu Ruyan, on the other hand, blushed and glanced at him with shyness, receiving his girlfriend's delicate wink. Qin Chao's heart swung and his heart was a little hot. Coach Ryu looked tantalizingly familiar in this look he still rarely saw. That. Xiao Qin. What do you do for a living? Lu Jiangwo's words took a sudden turn and asked in a sideways manner. I started a company and am currently starting my own business. Qin Chao's expression was indifferent and his tone was calm as he responded. Oh, starting a company, that's being your own boss. That's good. That's good. Hearing Qin Chao's answer, the light in Lu Jiangwo's eyes increased a few more points, and the smile on his face was even brighter. When you're the boss, you must have money. It's all about money. He glanced at Tang Chen behind Qin Chao and asked, Who is this? Oh, uncle. He's one of my men. Qin Chao casually introduced himself and didn't have anything too much to say. This was a family matter between himself and Ruyan Lu, and had nothing to do with Tang Qian. Oh, that's good. Hearing that it was Qin Chao's men, Lu Jiangwo did not ask any more questions. In short, this son-in-law was very satisfactory to him, and he had no opinion at all about marrying his daughter to him. He's rich, and he's right to follow his bliss. Have you guys eaten yet? This will be just the mealtime. Lu Jiangwo just fried the dishes, was about to eat, was delayed by his daughter's return. He remembered the dishes in the kitchen and you asked more. Haven't eaten yet, Dad. Ruyan Lu chirped back and continued. We drove here for 4 hours in the morning. Where do we have time to eat? That's fine. I'll go fry up a few more dishes while you guys sit outside. After saying that, Lu Jiangwo walked back to the kitchen and started to get busy. Qin Chao and his girlfriend exchanged a glance. The two of them frowned at each other. Their eyes were a little drawn. Lu Ruyan stretched out her small crystal white hand and pulled on Qin Chao's big hand, and walked towards the old wooden 8 immortal table at the main entrance. Countryside house. Bungalow. One entrance is the hall. The old-style 8 immortals table is placed in the center. A narrow aisle leads to the backyard. The yard is the dry toilet and kitchen. Chapter 97, the show's on. The two of them went to the 8 centimeters table in the front room and sat down on one of the long benches. Qin Chao glanced at Tang Chen behind him and did not say anything. Don 1000 seconds understood, and he silently walked out the door and wandered outside alone. Not bad, have eyesight. Qin Chao inwardly gave his approval. He thought Tang Qian was not bad, smooth and obedient, a good subordinate. After the end of this matter, take him under the banner is not impossible. Then find the old who to him casually arrange a position on the line. The price is in place, everything is good to say. What's the matter, husband? What's on your mind? Lu Ruyan's words interrupted Qin Chao's thoughts. He reached out and pinched at his private tutor girlfriend's gorgeous face. The corner of his mouth hooked up a bad smile and said, Thinking about my wife. My wife is beautiful, with big boobs and a nice ass. I'm simply blessed. Coach Lu made a big red face by these three again of Qin Chao. She reached out her hand and gently patted on Qin Chao's chest. Pervert, all day long. You just want to think of something. Ignore you. Lu Ruyan's small mouth slightly pouted as she twisted her jinsho to show that she was angry. Looking at the shy girlfriend in front of him, Qin Chao's face flashed a trace of favor. He felt that such a private tutor girlfriend, unusually cute, like a simple little girl. Ahem. He deliberately coughed twice and raised his hands upward in a surrendering gesture. I'm wrong. Wife. Forgive me. Ruyan Lu slowly turned her head. Looking at her boyfriend's quirky look, she couldn't help but feel a little embarrassed. In fact, she didn't get angry so easily. She just wanted to play some of these little games with her boyfriend that couples play to improve their relationship. Having already brought him to see his father, and seeing the look on his face that he should be pleased with him, his own heart has long been filled with him wholeheartedly. Even if he wants to exchange feelings with himself, he should not refuse it. Ruyan Lu thought silently in her heart. The smile hanging at the corner of Lu Ruyan's mouth betrayed her. Qin Chao knew that his girlfriend had already given herself a step down, and he didn't continue the topic of series. After all, it was in her house, and it wasn't appropriate to proclaim it in broad daylight. It's better to wait to talk about this kind of thing when the two of you are in the privacy of your home. Qin Chao gathered his playful smile and his face became composed. He said seriously, "Honey, I'm a little curious about something." "What is it?" "From what I've been talking to your dad, he doesn't seem like a lousy gambler either." Qin Chao's face was permeated with doubt and his eyes were thick with incomprehension. Lu Jiangwo's conversation with himself is quite normal. It is the conversation between a normal father and his son-in-law who meets for the first time. Saying that he is a lousy gambler. It is not visible at all. Lu Ruyan's eyes flashed with a hint of intriguing meaning. She didn't answer Qin Chao's question explicitly, but instead sold a secret. "After dinner in a while, you'll know when you follow him." Soon, Lu Jiangwo brought a few dishes to the 8th century table. He had a big smile on his face. "Shao Qin, would you like some wine?" "No, uncle, I have to drive. Next time, I'll drink with you the next time I'm here." Qin Chao politely declined, a hint of apology on his face. "That's fine. You really can't drink if you have to drive. Hurry up and eat then. Where's that henchman of yours? Tell him to come and eat too." Qin Chao smiled slightly and said, "I'll give him a call." After saying that, he dialed Tang Qian's number. Soon, Tang Qian returned, and 4 people sat around a table. Looking at the 4 green vegetables on the table, Qin Chao's gaze slightly condensed, but quickly recovered. It was a good thing he wasn't a meatless person, or this meal would have given him a hard time starving himself. He picked up his chopsticks, picked up a green vegetable and slowly savored it. After the meal, a few people were sitting leisurely in the lobby. Lu Jiangwo seemed to be a bit fidgety, his eyes looking out every now and then, seemingly in a bit of a hurry. After a while, he finally relented. He stood up and hesitantly spoke to Qin Chao. "That, little Qin, I have something to go out first. Why don't you sit at home for a while?" "Oh, I know, uncle. Go and get busy." After saying that, Qin Chao gave Tang Qian a veiled look, signaling him to follow Lu Jiangwo. "Hey." Lu Jiangwo hurriedly headed out, his steps flying as if he had something very urgent and important to do. When he walked away, Qin Chao turned his head and joked to his private tutor girlfriend. "The good show is on. Come on, let's go and take a look together." Qin Chao was already a bit convinced that Lu Jiangwo was a gambler. His appearance was completely different from when he was having a normal conversation just now. It's like a junkie who usually looks no different than a normal person, and when the addiction kicks in, he immediately changes and becomes extremely crazy. "Go and you'll see." Ruyan Lu sighed deeply, a little sullen inside, knowing exactly what was about to happen next. Soon after his mother's death, he became addicted to gambling and spent his days in gambling houses, either mahjong or poker. In short, anything to do with gambling, he has to get involved a little. Lu Ruyan, who was still in her senior year of high school at the time, often couldn't find anyone else when she came back from school vacations. "When I went to the village, I found out that he was in a gambling house every day and night." Ruyan Lu had run to the gambling house more than once to try to pull him back, even going so far as to kneel down and beg him in front of everyone, but he remained unmoved. That was the root cause of her deep hatred for him. It was simply sad to have such a father, such a family of origin. Qin Chao took his girlfriend's soft little hand and slowly walked out. Ruyan Lu knew the location of the gambling house very well. It was a memory that had been engraved into her bone marrow. She simply couldn't forget it. Under Lu Ruyan's guidance, the two of them walked for about 10 minutes and arrived outside a room that looked mediocre from the outside. The room looked ordinary, one of those cement-built rooms you see everywhere in the countryside, with a coat of white paint on the outside, not even tiled. The doorway to the room was covered with a curtain, like the layer that covers the doorframes of rural homes in the northern winter. Qin Chao stepped forward and pushed the curtain open, taking his girlfriend's small hand and walking in. Upon entering, the sight of the room was somewhat unexpected. Chapter 98 Tang Qian. Sit down and fight them. The interior of the room, which doesn't look big from the outside, is unique. At the moment, the inside of the room was just full of people, noisy and clamoring, and it was a mess. Qin Chao roughly scanned around, roughly estimated that there were a dozen or so mahjong machines, and basically an equal number of square poker tables, and even 2 of the kind of poker tables found in Macau casinos. Good man, this is coming to the gambling den. Qin Chao inwardly a burst of surprise. A village gambling house, but dared to open so big. If there is no catnip in this, who believe maybe it's just a matter of making good connections and colluding up and down with no regard for the law. But that one doesn't concern him either. Anyway, Lu Jiangwo stayed in this village. This gambling certainly can't quit. Qin Chao still have to find a way to get him to Haicheng. After all, the private tutor's girlfriend was the only family member left. and there was no way he was going to stand by and do nothing. Qin Chao's eyes searched through the crowd for a while, and soon, he saw Tang Qian. He is standing next to a mahjong table where 4 people are having a game, and one of them is Ryu. This is your emergency. Qin Chao's heart couldn't help but spit a little. He took his girlfriend's tender little hand and shielded her in his arms as the two of them made their way through the crowd to the edge of Tang Qian. As soon as she came to the side, Ruyan Lu couldn't help but lash out, the corner of her mouth revealing a hint of mockery. Dad, is this the urgent matter you were talking about? This is a real rush. It's been a few years, and you're still such a lousy gambler and a deadbeat. How long are you going to gamble? Lu Ruyan's face was filled with hatred. She had been disappointed to the extreme with this father. The feeling of resentment that had just lowered against him in the morning surfaced again in a flash. Hearing Lu Ruyan's burst of counting, and seeing Qin Chao also following on the side, Lu Jiangwo's face went pale for a while. He was tempted to yell at her like he had in the past and tell her to mind her own business, but looking at Qin Chao's expressionless face and his sharp eyes, his heart thumped and he was scared. He didn't dare. This son-in-law is not an ordinary person. In front of his daughter maybe he can flaunt his power, but in front of Qin Chao, he really doesn't have the guts. He took a deep breath and a bitter smile appeared on his face. Ruyan, Dad doesn't have much to do at home alone, so this is all he has for a hobby. Hobbies? Listening to his sophistry, the corner of Lu Ruyan's mouth hooked into a cold smile. You've already asked me for $30,000 this month, and this is what you call a hobby? After saying that, she added a cruel sentence. If you continue to gamble, we will sever our relationship, and I will pretend that I don't have you as my father. And it's none of my business whether you live or die in the future, and I won't give you a penny anymore. Listening to his girlfriend's decisive tone, and looking at the pallor and panic on Lu Jiangwo's face, Qin Chao knew that Lu Ruyan's play had finished, and it was his turn next. He stepped forward and touched his girlfriend's face, which was already a little red with anger, and comforted. Not so much, Ruyan, uncle, he is your father after all. How can this bloodline affection be cut off so easily? When Lu Jiangwo heard Qin Chao help him to say good words, he quickly nodded his head and looked at him expectantly with his eyes, hoping that he would say a few more good words. But what? Qin Chao's words turned cold. If it's really a gambling addiction that's too deep, and also cripples your family members because of it, then this kinship doesn't matter anymore. No matter what, you still have me. My parents are your parents too. You still have family in this world. The killing power of Qin Chao's words was much more powerful than Lu Ruyan's words. Lu Jiangwo could ignore Lu Ruyan's words, but he absolutely dared not ignore Qin Chao's words. Thinking that after himself, his daughter really did not care about himself, Lu Jiangwo's heart was suddenly very alarmed, and his face was a burst of red and white. He stood up warily, a look of godlessness in his eyes, and said to the other 3 mahjong players at the table, "No more, you guys play." When they heard that he was not going to play, the mahjong players were in a hurry. The 3 guys in this hand are all big names, all waiting to eat his money, so how can he say he's not going to fight? Hey, don't go, old Lu, keep fighting. Old Lu, is it manly to listen to your daughter's son-in-law so much? Listening to the mockery of the mahjong friends in his ears, Lu Jiangwo's face reddened. He felt that he was humiliated in front of the mahjong friends. No face. He just raised his voice and prepared to say a few harsh words, but his eyes unintentionally met Qin Chao's eyes that seemed to be smiling, and in an instant, the words he wanted to say were swallowed back into his stomach. This son-in-law's aura was a bit powerful, making him unconsciously a bit intimidated. Uncle, he doesn't want to fight. Do you guys have a problem with that? Qin Chao coldly stared sharply at these several mahjong players and said lightly, being gazed at by his icy gaze, a wave of fear flooded the hearts of these village bumpkins. Looking at old Lu's son-in-law's dress, temperament, and unconsciously emanating majesty, it was obvious that he was not a countryman. Old Lu, that daughter in Haichang they know. Then this son-in-law is estimated to be Haichang people, should still be rich. They wouldn't dare to mess with the rich and powerful people in Haichang. Thinking of this, the 3 mahjong players raised their heads and looked at each other, silently exchanging glances, all understanding each other's meaning. They said in unison, "It's okay, if you don't want to fight, don't fight, we'll just find someone else. There's no need to find anyone. Tang Qian, you sit down and fight them." Qin Chao's voice was light, and he couldn't hear any joy or sadness. When the 3 of them heard this, their eyes instantly revealed joy. The 3 of them are a gang. Every time they play mahjong are 2 or 2 tandem, or 3 together, in this gambling house to win money, the winnings of their average distribution, so they can earn a lot of money a month. I had thought that old Willow had run away today, and I might have to fish for nothing this afternoon, but I didn't expect another one to be delivered to my door. They couldn't help but snicker inside. Well, that dares to be good. This brother will just sit down and play, just in case this one isn't finished yet. One of the muggers with a lewd air spoke up, with the implication that this one counted, just in time to continue playing through. This puts them three are all big names and thinking of taking a hard one, so they steal a little trick. As a master of the 1,000 tricks, Tang Qian had long since seen through the little tricks of the three of them. Their kind is just some small tricks. Fool the layman who does not know the profession is okay. In the eyes of the real master, are a bunch of fish. Tang Qian took a seat in Lu Jiangwo's place and pushed the mahjong down with one hand. This one doesn't count. Start over. When he finished, he pressed himself on the mahjong machine and prepared to shuffle the tiles. Seeing him like this, the three people couldn't say anything. They could only nod their heads resentfully, acquiescing to his meaning. With the mahjong machine up and running, the four of them grabbed and played cards and began the mahjong journey. Lu Jiangwo looked at the situation in front of him and couldn't help but scratch his own head, his face in a state of puzzlement. What does that mean? If you don't want me to fight, tell your men to fight? Will he fight? Lu Jiangwo's heart had 100,000 reasons why he wanted to ask, but he held back. It's better to lower one's stance in front of this strong son-in-law. Thinking of this, he silently stood behind Tang Qian and watched. Chapter 99, 10 Gambles, 10 Losses, No Gambling for Winning. The mahjong table kills hard. The three mahjong friends at the moment is already sweating. Deep water. It was a complete massacre. From the time Tang Qian sat down until now, they didn't win any of the three hands, and each of them had already lost $2,000. No matter how much they cooperated, it was useless. And since Tang Qian whose were all big who, they were already a bit overwhelmed. After an hour, three people were numb. In their hearts, they are very suspicious of Tang Qian cheating, and everyone's eyes are staring at him, not letting go of a trace. But so far, no one has found anything wrong with him. The more they fought in their hearts, the more anxious they became, just like a mute person who can't speak of his or her sufferings. Lu Jiangwo, who was standing behind Tang Qian, had his brain down at the moment. This Tang Qian is a master. As a bystander, he saw the small movements of the three mahjong players, making eyes at each other and cheating. But just like that, they haven't gotten a handful of hooch so far. Lu Jiangwo now sort of understood why he had been losing and basically never won when he played mahjong with them before. Together, the three of them are in cahoots to screw themselves out of money. The thought of it made him angry. You three sons of es cheating, giving eye rolls and making gestures that I see plain as day? Lu Jiangwo directly cursed angrily, his face reddening from anger. Who cheats? I think it's this guy who cheats. That lewd hemp friend heard that he had been exposed. His face suddenly flustered, and he said with some annoyance, "Oh, you're saying I'm cheating. Do you have proof?" Tang Qian's face was bland, smiling faintly, not putting him in his eyes at all. Evidence. The evidence? It's in your clothes. The lewd man's two eyes were black. Where did he get the evidence? It is the heart guessed, so he directly blindly ignorant of a position. What to do if you don't have it? Xin Shao said in a cold tone. Tang Qian was about to open his mouth, but when he heard his boss give the word, he wisely kept his mouth shut. No then no. The lewd man's heart crossed and he directly played the rogue. Xin Shao coldly snorted. His voice raised a decibel. You say cheating on cheating. No evidence you dare to point a pass without reason. Pointing wrong also do not have to bear the responsibility. This world has such a good thing? After saying that, his expression was unkind, and he said viciously, if not, you guys will return all the money you won from your previous partnership to Lu Jiangwo. Dare you bet? The three of you are in cahoots, making gestures and winks. We see it all. Together you are here to cheat. Ruyan Lu also realized that these people were usually the ones to cheat her father, and at the moment her face was filled with anger. Listening to Qin Chao's words, the lewd man's expression was tangled for a while. Where did he get the courage to gamble? He is just talking nonsense. But the words to such a point, if he said he did not dare, would not it be too shameful? How can he still mix in the village in the future? Forget it, we're not betting. Two other mahjong players on the sidelines helped him out in time to give him a leg up. This brother didn't cheat. He's just better at mahjong. We lost convincingly. Seeing that their side was neither in the right nor in the wrong, they began to soften. Good. Since you don't dare to bet, then this matter will end here. We'll settle another score next. Xin Chao's gaze was cold and his tone was overbearing. What account? The three of you ganged up on Lu Jiangwo and screwed him out of a lot of money. How should this matter be resolved? No, we haven't punked him, so do you have proof? The lewd man's mind turned, and a smug smile appeared on his face. Use your methods against you and see how you solve it. Xin Chao's face smiled slightly, not panicking in the slightest. Had expected this to be the case, with the brains of these three bumpkins, adding up to an IQ of I don't know if they have 100. He was skeptical. He stepped forward and patted his girlfriend on the head, throwing her a knowing look. Ruyan Lu nodded and took out her cell phone. opening the image she had just taken and clicking play, reaching out and holding it to display it in front of their eyes. The high residential camera footage of their little gestures and glances were all captured, and the evidence is now overwhelming. Now what have you got to say for yourselves? Qin Chao said grimly, with a disdainful sneer at the corner of his mouth. It wasn't to help Lu Jiangwo out with this. This kind of country bumpkin who mingled with gambling houses didn't even have the qualifications to deal with him. The lewd man still wanted to argue and deny, but he couldn't say anything for half a day. The evidence is right there in front of us, so there's no point in saying anything more. Pay back the money. Hurry up and pay my dad back all the money he lost, Lu Ruyan said in a stern tone with her eyebrows. Once the three guys got together, they had to accept this reality. They're all from the same village, and there's no way they can't return it if they don't see each other. We have old Willow's WeChat, so we'll transfer money to him directly. After saying that, three people took out their cell phones. Operation. The end of the transfer, Gray ran away. After they left, Lu Jiangwo looked down at the transfer information in the WeChat on his cell phone, and his expression was stagnant for a long time. He didn't realize that he had been screwed over by this same village pickpocket for so long, or that he was free to fool him. His old face flushed with shame at the thought. If it wasn't for Qin Chao, he would have been kept in the dark until now, and he wouldn't have known how much more he would lose in the future. Shao Qin. Thank you. If not for you. Lu Jiangwo gratefully glanced at Qin Chao, with some shame on his face. Uncle. It's okay. It's good that things worked out. Qin Chao waved his hand and smiled slightly. Gambling is something like 10 bets to win. No bets to win. Why do you think Tang Qian can keep winning them? Because he's a master of the 1,000 arts. If you're an ordinary person, you've already won if you can stay out of gambling. Qin Chao's words were sincere. His tone was gentle, and somewhat different again from the sharp edge of the previous session. When Lu Jiangwo suddenly heard Qin Chao admonishing him so gently, a feeling of being flattered rose in his heart. He nodded heavily and said, I know. I'll never gamble again. Lu Ruyan looked at her father who had already repented in front of her, but her tears were somewhat unstoppable as they overflowed from her eyes. Dad has been eaten up by gambling since Mom died, and after all these years, nothing has changed. This time, Dad. He finally returned to his prodigal son. Mom, do you see it in the sky? Chapter 100, A man who understands a friend dies for him. After settling the matter of Lu Jiangwo, it was already 4:30 in the afternoon. It will take nearly 4 hours to drive back to Haicheng, and the three of them duly said goodbye to Lu Jiangwo. Uncle, let's call it a day then. We'll go back first. You can think about that suggestion you made to you, and you'll be able to see Ruyan more often if you go to Sea City, Qin Chao said with a smile on his face. He had just politely expressed to Lu Jiangwo that he wished for him to go and live in Haicheng, and that he would make all the arrangements in Haicheng, including helping him to find an easy and simple job, as well as a suitable residential address. Although he looked like a reformed man, Qin Chao didn't dare to bet on it. Gambling is an addictive thing, and it's not so easy to just put it down. It's better to stay away from the source. Out of sight, out of mind. Yeah, Dad. You can live with me when you come to Haicheng, so that we can take care of each other as father and daughter. Ruyan Lu also looked at her father with a hopeful face and said sincerely, Okay, I'll think about it for a few days and let Ruyan know when I'm done. Lu Jiangwo's eyes were a little intent, but his mind was a little torn. In fact, he has already agreed with Qin Chao's proposal in his heart. Going to the Sea City can see his daughter all day long, and a rich son-in-law to take care of. The days must be very nourishing, but after all, he has lived in the countryside all his life. To the old suddenly have to go to another completely uncharted, unknown city. His mind this hurdle for a moment some cannot pass. Alright then, think about it. We respect your choice. We'll leave you then. Bye, Uncle. Qin Chao waved his hand and took a step towards the car. He could actually understand the nagging point in Lu Jiangwo's heart. A lot of the older generation's thinking was like that. Their generation is basically confined to one place and one village for their whole life, and they have long been accustomed to this kind of life that has been like one day for decades. Mundane and ordinary. Simple but at ease. The village has their friends, neighbors, relatives, etc., which is their comfort zone, and it's easy for them to feel uncomfortable if they are separated from it all at once. My grandmother is one of these people. She can't live in the city. She doesn't know anyone to talk to. She can't stand it for more than a few days and has to go back to the village. Bye. Shao Qin, Ru Yen, and Tang Qian. Drive slow and be safe. Okay, Uncle. I know. Bye. Dad. You go home. We're going. Bye. Uncle Willow. As Lu Jiangwo kept waving goodbye, Qin Chao started the car and drove down the road. 4 hours later, Qin Chao and the others returned to the Sea City. Tang Qian is a young guy with eyesight. He knows that when things are done, He is a light bulb if he stays any longer. It's a bit redundant. So he had the good sense to find a random place to get out of the car. Seeing that this kid is so up to speed, Qin Chao is very satisfied with him. And without saying a word, he took out his cell phone and transferred 50,000 directly to him on WeChat. This kid is a talent. Although it can't be used for the time being, but it can be taken under his wing in advance, so it might come in handy later. It's always right to save for a rainy day. As the system's tasks are completed to a higher degree, the rewards will be more and more, and he himself will become more and more rich and have status in the future. And there must be all sorts of elite talents under his hand who can do practical things. All he had to do was sit back and direct them. Qin Dong, what are you doing? Receiving the WeChat transfer from Qin Chao and seeing the huge amount, Tang Qian's eyes widened. He's a master of the 1,000 tricks and the ones that have been passed down in his family. Their faction belonged to one of the 8 generals of the 1,000 gates. His ancestors had clear rules that he could not gamble or win money by using 1,000 tricks, so he was empty of treasures and could not profit from them. In fact, he's not having an easy time of it. This time to help Qin Chao to complete the thing, in his view is just a trivial small thing, can have a few $1,000s remuneration, are considered the boss generous. However, when he saw Qin Chao directly transfer 50,000 to him without saying anything, his heart was still a bit incredulous. The money he won from gambling in the afternoon was returned to Lu Jiangwo. This is too much. Qin Dong. Tang Qian inhaled deeply, his voice trembling slightly. It's not a lot of money, and in my opinion, you're worth that much. You'll follow me from now on, and I'll make sure you don't make less than this amount every time in the future. Qin Chao waved his hand and said with a bland expression, talent, always need to invest. Give money is not the simplest and most practical way? Yes, I know. Thank you Dong Qin. If you have anything to tell me in the future, even if I have to go up a mountain of knives or down a frying pan, I will never say anything. Tang Qian looked deeply at Qin Chao, his eyes filled with a kind of exuberant emotion of a soldier dying for his friend. When you come across such a rich and generous boss, and you're so young, what's there to think about? Just sell yourself to him. He says something, he does it himself. It's as simple as that. This is a society based on the rule of law, so don't talk so scary. What are you going to do? What are you going to do? What are you going to do? Qin Chao glared at him with some dissatisfaction on his face. Yes, I understand, boss. Tang Qian blushed and slightly lowered her head. When Qin Chao said this, he suddenly felt a little embarrassed that what he said was very middle-aged. Okay, go on then. I'll call you if I need you. Yes, then I'll be off. Bye boss. Tang Qian cheerfully got out of the car and stood by the side of the car and bowed slightly to Qin Chao. Very much like a little brother. Qin Chao really quite eat this set. Listening to Tang Qian called boss than he called Qin Dong can be too comfortable. Accidentally collected 1,000 arts expert little brother. The feeling of being a big brother is not bad. Qin Chao thought silently in his head. He then started the car and drove towards the Xindu neighborhood where Rui and Lu rented a room. This Tang Qian is really quite good. He's the only one who all afternoon. He's worthy of being a master of the 1,000 tricks. There were no more outsiders in the car, and Coach Lu resumed her lively nature, smiling with arched eyebrows. The matter of her father was basically resolved, and this heartache that had plagued her for years was finally cured. At the moment, her heart was full of joy. If not for the inconvenience of the car, she had to give her boyfriend a romantic French kiss to express her gratitude and love for him. A talent indeed, which is why I intend to take him under my wing. Looking at the delicate smile on Coach Lu's face, Qin Chao's heart was filled with satisfaction. This time, Ruyan should not resist me. Then we are exchanging feelings. Qin Chao's heart silently thought. Ruyan Lu's quest treasure chest was 2. Once he completed it, he would have 4 normal treasure chests and could directly open a high-level treasure chest. The rewards of this high-level treasure chest were something he coveted. He hadn't even gone to inspect the 700-square-foot villa at Imperial Bay for his last reward. I've been so busy dating girls and exchanging feelings that I haven't been able to take the time to get an inspection. Just tomorrow. Qin Chao made a silent plan in his heart. Chapter 101, Opening Up for a Gentleman at the End of a School Day. Thank you, husband. Perhaps the joy in her heart was a little hard to express. Lu Ruyan took the initiative this time to call out this name that she had always felt a little ashamed of. You're welcome, my most beautiful and sexy wife. Looking at the sweet smile spreading on his girlfriend's pretty face in the rearview mirror, Qin Chao's mood was also very good, and he smiled and puttered with Lu Ruyan. This rainbow fart patted by Qin Chao was obviously very well received, and after hearing his words, the smile on Ruyan Lu's face became even brighter. Women are eager to be praised and complimented by others, not to mention that the words of praise come from the mouth of their beloved. Along the way, the two chatted cheerfully, and Qin Chao often amused his girlfriend with an offhand remark that made her laugh daintily. Soon, Xindu homes arrived. Lu Ruyan didn't get off the car directly. Sitting in the back seat of the car, she leaned forward and took a step. Her beautiful eyes stared at Qin Chao's eyes tightly, wanting to say something, but a trace of shyness and entanglement hung on her face. After a long moment of hesitation, she said it. Honey, do you want to come sit at my house? After saying that, Coach Lu silently lowered her head, and her face instantly reddened, this redness even coloring the roots of her ears. God knows how much courage she mustered to dare to say that. This is already considered a blatant and naked invitation to Qin Chao to be her guest of honor. As the saying goes, the path of flowers has never been swept by a guest, but the door of the canopy is now open for you. Qin Chao was well versed in this, and as soon as Lu Ruyan's words came out, he already understood his girlfriend's meaning. It's ready to return the favor. Bingo! Qin Chao's eyes lit up and his heart was filled with joy. He had always known that Ruyan Lu was considered a more traditional woman. Her mind was not as open as modern city women. Knowing each other for a day can exchange feelings. Online dating for a month can be 1,000 miles to send X. Premarital cohabitation of a large number of people. In her mind, she would only make such a decision if she identified with you and felt that you could be trusted with her life. Qin Chao was deeply honored, and he also loved his girlfriend who had the body of Han Man a little more. Yeah, honey, I happen to be a little thirsty, so I'll just go up and get some water, Qin Chao said with a smile on his face. The expression on his handsome face was very sincere, as if he didn't hear Lu Ruyan's words at all. Looking at her boyfriend as if he really didn't understand what she meant, Ruyan Lu's nervous and uneasy heart was relieved, but she was a little speechless at the same time. Usually you act so squeamish, all kinds of stroking and mooching on your sexy body, and now that you've really been given the chance, you're starting to act naive again. You stupid, naive pig. Lu Ruyan couldn't help but hurl curses at Qin Chao in her heart. She's a girl with a thin skin. Just now that sentence she has drummed up a lot of courage to say out. Let her bluntly say I want to exchange feelings with you, this kind of explicit words she can never say. Thinking of this, Lu Ruyan's beautiful eyes rolled over, fiercely glared at Qin Chao, opened the car door and walked down, looking at his girlfriend whose small mouth was slightly pouting and whose footsteps accelerated a little. The corner of Qin Chao's mouth rose slightly and hooked up a bad smile. Just wait, Korean manga girlfriend, today I'm going to make you never forget. He'd parked in an open space outside the neighborhood, opened the door, jumped out of the car, and jogged after his girlfriend. Soon, the duo arrived in front of Ruyan Lu's house. She pulled the key from the small bag she carried and inserted it into the lock. Ka-chow. The security door opened slowly. Once inside, Ruyan Lu put her bag down and bowed slightly as she prepared to change into her slippers. In this position, her loose t-shirt was stretched taut, and the curves of her sexy, rounded buttocks and legs curved tantalizingly, so that people couldn't help but think about it. She had just changed her slippers and was about to turn back to give a word of advice to Qin Chao when she felt her whole body flying in midair. Ah! Lu Ruyan instantly cried out in panic and hurriedly turned her head to look back, only to see that her boyfriend was picking her up in a princess carry position, staring at her with fire and passion in his eyes. She instantly realized that Qin Chao's behavior just now was pretending, and when she thought of this, her heart was bursting with shame. Damn Qin Chao, stinking bad guy, just know how to tease me. She reached out and slapped Qin Chao's body a few times. Her strength changed from heavy to light, and in the end, it turned into non-stop caressing on his body. Slowly, waves of light flowed in Ruyan Lu's beautiful eyes, as if they were about to drip out of water. Her breath was coming in quicker and her heart was beating violently. She knew what was about to happen next. There was some fear and some anticipation in the back of her mind. When I was in college, I heard my classmates say that the whole communicating feelings thing was a wonderful thing, but the first time, it might hurt a little. Her mind rambled on, a little obsessed, looking at the beautiful face and tantalizing expression of Han Man's girlfriend in his arms. Feeling the softness of her waist and the roundness and plumpness of her thighs in his hands, Qin Chao's eyes gradually lost their clarity. His head slightly moved forward and lowered, taking in Lu Ruyan's delicate red lips, feeling up the moving flavor between her lips and teeth. Soft and tender, the more they kissed, the more they went up, and gradually, the air was filled with a peculiar odor, the scent of strong male and female sex hormones. After 5 minutes, the choking sensation forced the duo to stop. Boogie. Looking at the red flush-covered and delicate face in front of him, Qin Chao gently kissed on her red lips. The corners of his mouth lifted slightly, a bad smile on his face. I didn't tease you, I am ready to come to your house to drink water, but I want to drink. After he finished speaking, he glanced down at Ruyan Lu's body, his eyes carrying a wickedly deep meaning. Even if her reflex arc was long, with Qin Chao's vicious wolf-like gaze on herself, Lu Ruyan understood what her boyfriend meant. Her face instantly reddened beyond recognition and she cried out, "No, you put me down. I don't want it." Qin Chao's silence told her the answer. With a gentle toss of his hands, Ruyan Lu changed her hugging position to holding him face to face. Due to her body hanging in the air, she had to tightly wrap her arms around Qin Chao's neck and clamp her feet tightly around his waist, just like a wombat hugging a big straight tree. Qin Chao put his hands on Han Man's girlfriend's waist and viciously kissed her again. In a fierce French kiss, he took a step, holding Lu Ruyan at a steady pace toward the bedroom. Chapter 102, 30 million in cash. 203. Building 2. Xindu Subdivision. In the very neat and cozy bedroom that Ruyan Lu had packed, a silent battle was fought. All of a sudden dragons and tigers, sandpipers and clams, moving birdsongs ringing in the bare gullies of the mountains, high-pitched tiger roars in the straight standing peaks for a long time cannot be stopped. You and I. Back and forth. The battle gradually became more and more intense. Both sides at the moment are a bit on the head. The rationality in the mind gradually occupied by desire. Although Coach Ryu has no experience and is really considered a novice in this area. However, as a fitness trainer, she possessed a strong physique with notable stamina. And she did give Qin Chao quite a bit of trouble in the early stages of the fight. For a moment his face grew fierce, even gradually hideous. Fortunately, the kidney treasure rewarded by the system before played an important role in time. It brought a trace of clarity to Qin Chao from the inside out, allowing him to become comfortable in this battle and not to lose his armor under the pressure of the Western Divine Beast. 2 hours later, Qin Chao stood up and leaned his head against the nightstand behind him, quietly fuming. At this moment, he only felt a burst of refreshment in his body, and he could not wait to let out a long whistle to express the pleasure in his heart. Glancing down at the sexy private tutor who was still sleeping on the side, Qin Chao reached out and gently stroked her delicate skin, and couldn't help but show a one-point doting smile on his face. Worthy of being Han Man's girlfriend, paired with the Western Divine Beast's talent. Absolutely brilliant. Qin Chao sighed, his eyes filled with a retrospective look. He felt that out of all the women he had exchanged feelings with, Coach Ryu's talent was considered the strongest. At AT0 level, even the beautiful mature woman, Zhou Lan, was still slightly inferior compared to her. However, each of his own women has their strengths, like 100 flowers competing for the honor, each exuding their moving charm and unique fragrance. He himself enjoys all of them exclusively. Thinking of this, a bright smile appeared on Qin Chao's face. Right, almost forgot. Qin Chao muttered to himself, as if he suddenly thought of something, and a glint flashed in his eyes. With a thought, his consciousness entered the system. Opening his system backpack and looking at the number of ordinary blind boxes in his backpack had changed from 2 to 4. A touch of delight spilled over on his face. There are already 4 regular blind boxes that can be synthesized into a premium blind box. He had been looking forward to the rewards of the advanced blind box for a long time. The last premium blind box directly gave him a 700 square foot villa in Imperial Bay with a market value of nearly $50 million. Even if you can't open something for 50 million this time, getting 20 million shouldn't be a problem. Qin Chao silently guessed inwardly. With that thought in mind, he couldn't wait to manipulate the fusion of the normal blind boxes with his consciousness. Soon, a blind box with an appearance that was clearly more exquisite and advanced than ordinary blind boxes appeared in the system's backpack. Qin Chao first put his hands together and worshipped the Buddha to make sure that his chi luck was added to his body. Only then did he carefully say open in his mind. At that moment, System Papa's cold electromechanical voice sounded in his head. Congratulations to the host for opening the advanced blind box treasure chest and obtaining $30 million in cash. Note, the system has been remitted to reality. All funds come from overseas accounts, reasonable and legal. Please hosts do not need to worry. 30 million. Qin Chao's heart thumped with some disbelief. This time the system father directly started giving away money? Qin Chao opened his cell phone text message and looked at the balance in his bank card. 292-5498. He had less than 3 million in cash on his own, and the system sent him 10 times that directly. Awesome! A refreshing feeling that went straight from the tailbone to the heavenly link cap swept Qin Chao, and he instantly felt that his whole body was a bit floating. 30 million in cash. He himself has a 50% stake in Botsayang Rue. But the market capitalization of Botsayang Rue is only about $50 million. Qin Chao dares to guarantee that the company's cash on the books will never exceed 10 million, or even less than 5 million, and to have $30 million in cash yourself, with such a huge cash flow, that's pretty scary. Qin Chao even had a premonition that it wouldn't be long before the bank called. Speak of the devil. Just when Qin Chao was still immersed in the joy of $30 million. Knock, knock, knock. A burst of music came out and the cell phone rang. Qin Chao picked up his cell phone and took a look at it, which showed an unknown number. Clicking to connect, a delicate and pleasant voice came from the phone. Hello, is this Mr. Qin? It's me, Qin Chao faintly said. Hello Mr. Qin. Sorry to bother you. I'm Gao Yu, the account manager of China Merchants Bank's Haichang branch. Just now, Your bank card account with the tail number 0098 transferred 30 million in cash from an overseas account. May I ask if it's you yourself who's operating it? The voice on the other end of the line was obviously somewhat respectful and polite, and there was even a hint of caution in the inquiry. Obviously, they must be humble in their attitude towards such guests who are all honored to the bank. This is the reality. The social form is such that capital is what allows access to services unimaginable to the average person. It's me. Qin Chao's reply was still high and cold, but he was shocked inwardly. I was right. It was really the bank's phone number. He remembered that it seemed that foreign transfers exceeding a certain amount would be regulated by the bank, but with the system endorsing him, the source of foreign funds should not be a problem. It is estimated that the number is just too big. The bank makes an exception and asks about it. Qin Chao's heart silently thought. With the system in place, he wasn't worried about that at all. It's no problem if it's you. Thank you for your cooperation, Mr. Qin. After saying that, she then continued. Right. There's one more thing. It's like this. Since the number of amounts in your account, Mr. Qin, has exceeded 10 million yuan, it has already reached the requirements for opening a private bank in our bank. May I ask if you need to open our bank's private banking service? Become a private banking client. Our banks can provide you with exclusive personal services, as well as high-end value-added services. You can enjoy the global VIP registration service, airport transfer service, 5-star hotel transfer service and other exclusive travel experience. In addition, our bank will also provide you with professional financial services and will equip you with a professional financial team. After listening to the female account manager on the opposite side yakking a lot, Qin Chao understood what she meant. Private banking, to put it bluntly, is a series of high-profile services provided by banks specifically for the rich, with the aim of making sure that the rich keep their money in their banks, where they can invest and manage their money and other related financial operations. Dragon slayers end up as evil dragons. Qin Chao did not expect that with the help of the system, he would one day become the capital in the eyes of the bank. It didn't feel too bad, though. The corner of Qin Chao's mouth lifted slightly and said, "You can open it, but I'm not available right now." Hearing Qin Chao's reply, a surprised voice immediately came from the opposite side of the phone. "It's okay, Mr. Qin. Where are you now? I can come to your door at any time for you to handle it. It's too late today. Tomorrow." Qin Chao thought about it and decided to talk about it tomorrow. This time he still need to accompany his private tutor wife. After all, she had just turned from a teenage girl to a young woman, just when she needed soothing company. "Okay, Mr. Qin. Feel free to contact me tomorrow. I'll be waiting for you 24 hours a day. Okay." After saying that, Qin Chao hung up the phone. You can't argue with the emotional value of having a beautiful female voice saying 24 hours a day. At least Qin Chao was quite flattered in his heart. Chapter 103, Time to Eat. End the call. Qin Chao looked at the time on his cell phone. 10:30 p.m. We drove from Jiangcheng at around 4 p.m., without a break, and arrived back in Haicheng at 8 p.m., and then came straight back for another emotionally charged race that lasted 2 hours. From the time he finished eating at noon until now, Qin Chao had been close to 10 hours without meals, and had also put in a lot of sweat and physical strength. He felt so famished and hungry now that even if there was a cow in front of him, he could eat it dry. Qin Chao would have liked to go out for a meal, but it would be too late, and his private tutor girlfriend on the side was sleeping beautifully. Eventually, he pressed the idea and ordered takeout on his cell phone. Since he had consumed too much protein today, Qin Chao ordered a lot of food rich in rich protein. Marinated beef, stir-fried liver and waste combination, kung pao chicken, shrimp with peas, steamed grouper. Half an hour later, the takeout was delivered. Qin Chao got up from the bed, put on his clothes and opened the door of the room, placing all the dishes on the coffee table in front of the sofa. Qin Chao softly walked into the bedroom, ready to wake up Han Man's girlfriend. He slowly made his way to the bed and gently patted his girlfriend's Q-tip, tender face. Ruyan Lu remained quietly asleep, completely unresponsive. As much as she didn't want to disturb her, Coach Willow hadn't eaten in nearly 10 hours either. If she doesn't eat this meal and sleeps directly until tomorrow morning, Qin Chao is afraid that her body can't take it and will starve. Thinking of this, without further hesitation, he stepped forward, lifted the covers, and gently slipped his hand underneath them, roaming around a soft, rounded area to his heart's content, hoping to wake it up with love. The frog prince wakes up the princess with a kiss, while he tries to wake up his girlfriend with a loving touch. As his hand kept roaming around the rounded area, Lu Ruyan's originally even breathing gradually became strange and even became a bit wheezy, and a touch of redness gradually spread on her beautiful face. Her eyes vibrated slightly, and eventually, snapped open. Turning her gaze to her boyfriend's face, which was overflowing with a bad smile, Ruyan Lu's face raised a hint of shame and anger. and she glared fiercely at him. She got up and punched Qin Chao hard on his chest. Big pervert. People are sleeping soundly. Why do you want to disturb me? Feeling the imperceptible pain in his chest, Qin Chao's face revealed a heartfelt smile. The girlfriend seems to be very hard, but in fact, her hand is very light, just like a kitten scratching an itch. It doesn't hurt at all. Thinking of this, Qin Chao reached out and pulled his private tutor girlfriend over as soon as he could, wrapped her face to face into his arms, kissed her on her delicate red lips, and doted on her. It's time to eat, babe. We haven't eaten anything for almost 10 hours between noon and now. As soon as the words fell, a goo-goo came from Lu Ruyan's stomach. Hearing this voice, her face immediately surfaced a touch of scarlet, hurriedly burying her head into Qin Chao's embrace like an ostrich, and said in a glutinous manner, "It's all because of you. This crow's mouth. Shame on me." Qin Chao laughed and his face was a bit unable to hold back. Unexpectedly, this sexy private tutor girlfriend also had such a cute side, and he felt more love for her in his heart. After laughing for a while, under the sharp, murderous gaze of his private tutor girlfriend, he resentfully stopped his smile and changed the subject. "Well, come on, get up. We should go eat. I ordered takeout and it's all already on the coffee table outside." Ruyan Lu responded, nodding her head like a chicken pecking at rice. After saying that, she got out of Qin Chao's warm embrace and prepared to put on her clothes. Just as she lifted her foot, her mouth trembled slightly and a look of pain appeared on her face. "Ah, it hurts. Why does it hurt so much now? It didn't even earlier." Lu Ruyan looked up at Qin Chao. Her eyes were watery, as if the words seeking comfort were written on them. Of course, the pain of breaking the melon. Every woman has to go through once. In his heart, Qin Chao did not say so on his mouth. He stepped forward and intercepted his private tutor girlfriend and picked her up in a princess hug. His eyes filled with concern. "Does it hurt? Then let's hurry up and finish eating. Then you go rest." Aha! Looking at the concerned look on her boyfriend's handsome face, Ruyan Lu felt her pain diminish by a minute. She nodded naively. Her eyes were filled with stars, and even Qin Chao's face was reflected in her pupils. "Hold on to my neck." After saying that, Qin Chao picked up his girlfriend and steadily walked out of the bedroom. Coming to the living room, Qin Chao carefully placed her on the sofa to prevent touching her wound and triggering her pain. Feeling her boyfriend's attentive love and care for her, Ruyan Lu's eyebrows arched and a bright smile spread across her face. At this moment, she even temporarily forgot about the pain in her body, and only felt that her heart was as sweet as if she had eaten honey. "What are you giggling about?" Qin Chao flicked her a brain crash and set the dishes in front of her. "Nothing, just happy, can't you?" Lu Ruyan casually made a perfunctory remark about Qin Chao and placed her eyes on the various colors of food in front of her. "Wow, this is too rich." As her eyes swept over the dozen or so beautifully packaged dishes in front of her, Lu Ruyan's beautiful eyes opened suddenly wide, and indisputable tears flowed down from the corners of her mouth. "Eat up, you little simpleton." Coach Lu's cute appearance somewhat adorable to Qin Chao. He clamped a large piece of beef into Lu Ruyan's bowl and spoiled. "Then I'm welcome." After saying that, Coach Lu, who had long been famished, with his eyes glowing, picked up the beef in the bowl and put it into his mouth, feasting on it. As she ate, her eyebrows even rose slightly from time to time, and it was clear that the flavors of the dishes were to her liking. Watching his girlfriend eating so flavorfully, Qin Chao smacked his lips and was also a bit impressed. He grabbed the side dishes and joined the dry rice army. Chapter 104, Acceptance of the 700 square feet villa in Empire Bay. By the end of the meal, the time had come to just after 11 p.m., close to the wee hours of the morning. The two of them had wiped out a good portion of the food on the coffee table in a flurry, and by now, the glass table was a mess. The girlfriend's body is not well. Clean up the table. Such dirty work of course by Qin Chao to do. I saw him nimbly roll up his sleeves, carefully put away the lunchboxes, dishes and plates and put them into the kitchen, then picked up a rag and cleanly wiped the table. Ruyan Lu sat on the sofa looking dumbfounded, a trace of disbelief still spreading on her pretty face. A big boss's husband would still do this? Looking at her husband's skillful appearance, Coach Lu even felt that he was better at housework than she was. Qin Chao was focused in carefully wiping the table, but out of the corner of his eye, he caught a glimpse of the surprised expression on his girlfriend's face. The corners of his mouth curved and a faint smile appeared on his face as he explained to his girlfriend, "I'm from the countryside. My hometown is in the countryside of Gan province, and when I was studying, my parents were outside opening a store, so I was home alone, and I cooked and cleaned and tidied up the house by myself, so I've long since gotten used to doing this." After listening to Qin Chao's words, Lu Ruyan silently raised her head and looked at him, with only pity and heartache in her eyes. It was as if she remembered herself after her mother's death, with her father's drinking and gambling, and herself working, going to school, and eating alone. the bitterness and loneliness of which she understood all too well. Honey, cuddle. Ruyan Lu opened her hands, her pretty face filled with tenderness and compassion. Women are really sensual animals. Xin Chao thought silently in his heart. He didn't really mean anything more than a casual remark. As a result, Coach Lu misunderstood him somewhat, and had a very heartbroken expression, leaving him with a hint of speechlessness and a hint of emotion. This silly girl. Xin Chao went forward and put his arm around his girlfriend's slender waist, holding her tightly in his arms, gently stroking her black and straight hair. I love you, baby. I love you too, hubby. The two were like glue and stuck together again. The next day, 8 a.m. Jingle bells dash. The noisy alarm clock woke Xin Chao from his beautiful dream, and he slowly opened his eyes. Turning his head, he saw that his girlfriend was long gone from the side. Get up! Xin Chao stretched out contentedly and jumped off the bed with a carp. Numbly dressing, he walked out of the bedroom. Just walking out of the room, Xin Chao saw his girlfriend walking out of the kitchen with 2 dishes. Wake up, go wash up. I've made breakfast. That's very kind of you, wife. I happen to be hungry. Xin Chao nodded and walked towards the bathroom. Toothpaste is squeezed for you and sitting by the sink, and your towel is hanging by the side of my towel. Seemingly afraid that her boyfriend wouldn't be able to find it, Ruyan Lu made a point of urging her again. Love you, wife. Xin Chao responded with a bright smile on his face. It's such a blessing to have such a sweet girlfriend. It's close to being clothed and fed. Xin Chao was really afraid that if this continued, he would become a cripple. After breakfast, Xin Chao booed his private tutor girlfriend and left her house. Today's fitness workout was cancelled because Ruyan Lu was not feeling well. Xin Chao slowly walked out of the neighborhood and came to the BMW, unlocked it and got into the car. Sitting in the main driver's seat, he reached over to the center console and typed in his destination, Imperial Bay. The 700 square feet villa has been on his mind for a long time, only that he has never had the time to inspect it, and today he finally has the time. The Imperial View Bay Villa area is not in the city, but is located in the outskirts of Haicheng. As a top 1-level villa area in Haicheng, Daijingwan is backed by the 4A-level scenic area, Ling Mountain, with beautiful environment, fresh air and suitable temperature, which is very suitable for living. It is sold to the public for as much as 50,000 square meters, which is the top of the Sea City. Due to the positioning of the neighborhood is too high-end. When it was built, the developer took into account the economic situation of the city of Haikao. A total of only 50 units were developed. The sequence corresponds to 1 to 50 respectively. The serial number of the villa in Qin dynasty is 30. 30? That's a bit of a backward sequence, Xin Chao said to himself, but it doesn't matter. It's from system data anyway, so it shouldn't be that bad. He reached for his seatbelt, a flicker of anticipation in his eyes. He was still very comfortable with the system's hand. When the system goes out, it's going to be good. Gold Map has enabled navigation for you. Destination: Imperial Bay Villa District. The mechanical voice announcement sounded. Xin Chao started the car and slowly drove into the traffic. More than half an hour later, Xin Chao arrived at Imperial View Bay. Parking the car on the empty parking space in front of the marketing center of Imperial View Bay, Xin Chao walked down from the car. After briefly asking the staff, Xin Chao eventually arrived at the property department of the villa area. With the previous experience of inspecting the large flat, Xin Chao followed the steps and drew the gourd, and soon followed the staff of the property department to his villa no. 30. Mr. Xin, over here is your villa number 30. It has a floor area of 700 square feet, and the actual area reaches 1,000 square feet. This villa is a typical European classical style. Arriving at the gate of the villa, the young staff of the property department, with a polite and respectful smile on his face, introduced the specifics of the villa for Xin Chao in an endless stream. In fact, his heart had long been turned inside out. After so many years of working at Imperial View Bay, Xin Chao was the youngest resident he had ever seen, bar none. Although the villa was initially sold to the public at 50,000 square meters, it had long been snapped up by Haicheng's tycoons as there were only 50 units. So now Imperial Bay is basically considered to be priced out of the market, and the only ones you can buy are basically the second-hand houses that are out on the market, and they are priced much higher than 50,000 square feet. The fact that this young tycoon could buy a brand new villa at such a time showed that his background strength was very through and through. For this kind of rich man, of course, you have to sell as much as you can. Xin Chao listened to the staff's introduction while carefully sizing up his set of villa. From the outside, the exquisite and gorgeous facade, luxury and elegant design, a bit like a Renaissance European court. Every detail highlights the extraordinary. Come in, Mr. Xin. The staff opened the door of the villa, half bowed and made a pleased gesture to Xin Chao. Yes, Qin Chao smiled faintly and stepped into the gate. Chapter 105, The Panicked Big Sister. Although there is already a luxurious large flat in Haisheng Sky City, Qin Chao is still shocked by the luxury of this European-style villa. Stepping into the entrance hall, the exquisite carved marble floor, vintage crystal chandelier, and beautifully patterned Persian carpet, gorgeous and elegant, gave him a very deep initial impression. As a result, a sense of anticipation sprang up in his heart for the other areas of the villa. Like opening a blind box, the unknown is always the most interesting. Qin Chao proceeded inside and came to the living room. The 6-meter-high space is very open and pleasant. Wide, huge floor-to-ceiling windows and 2 white Roman columns propped up on the ceiling with beautifully carved Greek bas-reliefs give the room an artistic flavor. Soft velvet sofas were placed symmetrically, with pillows embroidered with delicate floral patterns. On the coffee table was a beautiful porcelain vase from an unknown dynasty with a bouquet of fresh roses, filling the room with the characteristic fragrance of roses. After visiting the living room, the anticipation in Qin Chao's mind had been stretched to the maximum. His pace quickened, and his eyes kept scanning his surroundings. Dining room solid wood tables and chairs are beautifully carved. The back of the chair's leather is soft and comfortable. Silver cutlery and magnificent porcelain placed on the table. A good European aristocratic style. The open design of the Chinese and Western kitchens features a high-end stove, range hood and sterilizer in the Chinese kitchen area, and a beautiful oven, coffee maker and wine cooler in the Western kitchen area. Qin Chao's gaze kept changing during the visit, and in the end his eyes were filled with marvel. He felt that this villa was like a European palace, filled with nobility and elegance everywhere. Living in this, the whole aura of the person is subconsciously changed. After briefly visiting the study and bedroom, Qin Chao went straight to the leisure and entertainment area on the first floor. A video room, billiards room, overhead gaming room, gym, everything is available. It's safe to say that most of the entertainment out there is catered for in this villa. In the future, you don't have to go to the movie theater to watch movies, and you can work out at home. Qin Chao thought silently inside. After a moment's thought, though, he shook his head again. In fact, he doesn't want to move at the moment. He quite likes that big flat, with a wide view and a good location in the center of the city lot. The villa was luxurious, but it was in the suburbs after all, and it seemed too empty for one person to live in, making it easy to encounter ghosts. Qin Chao's brows frowned, feeling a little troubled about how to place this villa. It's too lonely and uninteresting to live in such a large house with so few people. It's only when there are many people that it seems lively. But he only has 5 girlfriends that he's actually in a confirmed relationship with at the moment. His long-legged wife Tian Jing, his schoolgirl wife Mo Hitomi, and his Korean manga girlfriend, Coach Lu. The little girl, Zhu Yu, was barely halfway there. Can we get 5 of them to live together? Qin Chao stroked his chin and thought silently in his heart. He is actually not afraid of the so-called harem cultivation field in his heart. He is a scum, there is no doubt about it, but he is scummy with a bottom, completely unafraid of overturning the car. With the system's backing of the mainline mission and the huge rewards provided by the completion of the mission, he was afraid that his future achievements would be unimaginable. 1 billion? 10 billion? Qin Chao estimated that even if it was not enough, it was almost enough. His entire current assets add up to over $100 million. Without realizing it, he had become a billionaire by wool-gathering the system. Thinking of this, a bright smile appeared on Qin Chao's face. System Dad, it's good to have you. Qin Chao finally gave up the idea of letting his girlfriend live with him. At the moment, he still doesn't have a deep enough relationship with his girlfriends, and if he were to blindly show his cards, any one of them would break up with him because of it, and his heart would be saddened, even saddened, like Zhou Jiajia, Shi Ye, Zhou Lan, such mature big sister comrades. Qin Chao's feelings for them are actually not deep. At best, they just crave for their sexy bodies. But these 3 girlfriends, not so much. They all have a special place in Qin Chao's heart. Tianjing was considered his first love and first woman. The schoolgirl was his college days, an unattainable dream. Lu Ruyan had spent the longest time with him and was also the most attentive. Qin Chao's heart had long fallen in love with this private tutor who had a hot body but a gentle and considerate character. Which one of these 3 girlfriends he was asked to give up was completely unacceptable to him. Dude is not scum. Just want to give these girlfriends and comrades a warm home. Qin Chao mentally and silently pooed himself, until he visited the whole set of villa and walked to the gate again. Qin Chao didn't figure out what to do with this set of house. I don't live in it myself. My wives don't live in it. And it's a waste to leave it empty after all. It's a $50 million house. Renting out the house is a good way, but Qin Chao can't let go of it in his heart. What kind of a thing is it to let someone else move in first in your own new house that you haven't lived in yet? It's not like he's bad with those 3 melons and 2 jujubes. The system father has just rewarded himself with $30 million. Forget it, Don't think about it. Qin Chao exhaled a cloudy breath and decided to go with the flow. We'll talk about it when we think of it. Knock, knock, knock. Suddenly, the Microsoft video phone rang. Who's looking for me? Qin Chao's face was a bit puzzled as he took out his cell phone from his pocket and tapped down to connect, only to see the beautiful and atmospheric face of Porsche saleswoman Chia appeared on the screen. Her face smiling brightly and her voice softly opened. Did you miss me, brother? Oh, it's the big sister. Qin Chao's eyes lit up and the corners of his mouth couldn't help but raise slightly. Without blushing, he replied, of course I have, but my younger brother thinks about his big sister every day. After saying that, he added with a bad smile on his face, I want to learn about yoga from my sister. I wonder if she can teach me. Being molested by her handsome brother on the video, Chia's face flushed slightly, and her mind recalled that day's knowledge learning. She still remembers the intensity of that battle, and during these dark and windy nights, Qin Chao would always appear in her dreams on time and have friendly exchanges with her. Thinking of this, Chia's eyes flooded with a hint of autumn waves, and her slender legs wrapped in black silk came together, clamped tightly together, rubbing against each other non-stop. What are you doing? Sister, why is your face so red? Qin Chao's magnetic voice timely interrupted this big sister's why. She was stunned and a little alarmed. Not doing anything, she took a sharp, deep breath to keep her eyes clear, and the subject changed again. Brother, your Primera has arrived at the store. Do you want to come and pick it up? When these words came out, Qin Chao's attention was instantly attracted. Is it here yet? So soon? Didn't we say 7 days? Surprise spread across his face and he smiled. It was shipped 3 days early from the home office, so it's currently in the store. Okay, I'll be right there. Wait for me. Aha, waiting for you, brother. Hanging up the phone, Qin Chao signed the agreement presented by the property department, left the villa and rushed to the Porsche 4 store. He had been looking forward to this Primera for days, so he hoped he wouldn't be disappointed.